Good morning, everybody. Welcome to 6th Invitational 2022. So happy to have you here with us again. It's Stockholm, Sweden. As always, it looks so pretty. What a scenic city we are in, and what scenic matches we have had that's taken us through beautiful maps and beautiful vistas and spaces and everything in between. I'm Medic, your host for the show, and with me are two beautiful men as well on this pre-show. Let's give them a hello this morning. Demo and XR Troika. My friends, how are you doing?
Doing good. Looking forward to getting stuck into a pre-show. It's going to be our first one, isn't it?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, can't wait to get in amongst it.
Day 4 already, which I think is kind of the scary part, how quick we're already getting through all these matches.
Yeah. It really is. These days pass so quickly and so slowly at the same time. Really, the passage of time over 2 weeks at an Invitational is not something easy to describe. So I hope you guys are doing well in the meantime, getting some good sleep and getting ready between all our matches. I know there's a lot of them, but this is why we're here on the pre-show at the command center. I always feel like I'm 12 whenever I say the word. Honestly, it's beautiful and fantastic. But we have groups to talk about. Bring you up to speed on what has happened so far. Of our 4 groups, reminder, we have 4 of them, 20 teams, so that means 20 divided by 4, 5. There you go. We're having our morning math class before we start off. It's 5 teams per group to make it 4 in total, and by the end of tomorrow, 1 team from each one of these groups will be leaving us, unfortunately. Demo, take us through Group A.
Group A, honestly, the closest group that we have by a long shot. Everything going on in this group is still unknown. The fact that we're at, Ollie, is first place can still finish 5th and 5th place can still finish 1st.
Technically, yes. There would be a very slim margin if that was to happen, and it's likely that at least Empire have secured somewhat that first place.
Still a chance. Never give me the odds.
It's still not a guarantee.
You will, actually. That's exactly what we're going to talk about once we go through the groups. What are the odds? What's the percentage chance to make it through? And we'll credit Sparbuni on this a bit later because we're taking a lot of data from it. Group B, Ollie, walk me through it.
Group B is a little bit more clear-cut, Milosh. This is, especially after Liquid's win yesterday against Cyclops, they have cemented that top spot with 8 points. But again, it isn't 100% guarantee, and there may or may not just be a game coming up later that could be very influential in that battle for 1st and 2nd. Also, interesting to note, the fact that Liquid did drop a map last night hurt them a little bit. Otherwise, they would have been sitting pretty with someone else that we've got upcoming later on.
Yes, and actually that moves us on to Group C. Put them up on the screen for you, Demo, to talk to us.
Group C, I'm a big fan of this group specifically. I think it has been a tornado. I think it's the best way to describe it. Emotions is probably the best way to describe this group. Everyone is just out there hammering blow after blow. I believe TSM and Fury, they're both into the next round. They're secure. They cannot be removed from their positions. We don't know where they're going to end up because still every single space is still up for grabs, so we'll see how them two carry on. But I suppose that's a good thing to have already going into, you know, maybe your 3rd game, your 4th game, whatever it is. I think for these 2 teams, you already know that, yeah, we're into the next round.
Yep, and the big fight now is with Elevate, DarkZero, and BDS. For a lot of people, it might be just BDS and DarkZero, but hey, who knows what ends up going on in it. Though, moving on to our final group, Group D. Here's what it looks like, and Troika, what do you think?
Well, this is the only group that has anything that's guaranteed. We've got Damwon Kia. They have guaranteed themselves a 1st point, 9 points out of their first 3 games with a 20+ round differential. These guys have played fantastically and they thoroughly deserve to be going out inside of that 1st seed. However, for the rest of the group, things are yet to be decided. MIBR and Oxygen, they're going to be fighting pretty much neck and neck to see who goes out in 2nd place. And then between Navi and Team 1, well, who knows what's going to go on there.
I mean, with as you're saying, Team 1, they said this is the last dance, and they're kind of stumbling, but Navi are as well. Maybe somebody had a bit too much baked beans in the morning. I don't know, maybe Navi brings some with them. What do English people bring with them on events? You are too.
I mean, I think typically for the British people, it's more the case of getting just adjusted, because I think kind of as a region, we're very set in our own ways, Ollie, isn't it? You know, you send us on to another land, it takes us a while to get used to it.
I mean, yeah, I guess. I was just getting used to that question and what topic we're talking about because it's a little bit weird. But
it's
weird. That's why we're here.
It does take you a little bit of time to get adjusted. I think we've probably got it the easiest out of a lot of people. Some people from North America here, jet lag's a thing.
Members talent team are waking up at 3 o'clock in the morning and. My goodness.
Honestly, yeah, it is quite tough to adjust yourself to the event. At this point, I run on pure adrenaline, but I have been for the past 5 years.
I run on marshmallows. That's what I run on.
Molotovs and marshmallows. That's every single morning. That's a great healthy diet for us to talk about. Well, friends, those are our groups, but let's talk probabilities. And we don't have an official graphic for you here because it just really was very well made by Sprbuni. By the way, it's on Twitter, so twitter.com/Sprbuni or @Sprbuni. This is where you find all the data and the information that he put out talking about these groups and the probabilities of placing in certain spaces, making it out as well. Group A, Empire has a 58% chance of coming out as first, 20% for Sonics. But as fifth, Sandbox have a 75% chance of being the team that gets knocked out. There you go. What can you make of that?
It's quite significant for Sandbox, isn't it? They can't guarantee that first or that second place. And I think based off the siege that we've seen them play so far, it's probably quite fair. I don't know how these probabilities are sort of decided, whether it's based off actual performance inside of the event or if it's based off performance elsewhere as well. But I mean, going off what we've seen, that would make sense for Sandbox.
So with Group B, Liquid are looking really hot. 75% make it through first.
I felt like we were looking really, really good until last night came about. I think Liquid are very, very fortunate to get away with the win. I honestly thought they were going to get 2-0'd for a long period last night. And to be fair, if Cyclops had taken that 2-0, that Group B would have been even more so interesting than what it is. But Liquid still managed to come in. They got the job done. So yeah, Liquid still looking hot as ever.
I can't believe you weren't a believer. I'm upset.
I knew they were going to come back and do it, but boy, were they lucky. It
wasn't an easy game to watch, and it really hung on a very fine balance. But you know that after Liquid win that second map, they can just go on to win anything at that point. And it was, I think Cyclops were just riding the high of momentum after every round they win. It was like they won the World Championship itself, I
mean, Nesk is incredible. The man is, 50 years old at this point and still hitting shots like he's 19. It's incredible. Group C, 72% chance or probability of TSM making it out as first, 84% chance for BDS to get knocked out in fifth.
See, this is where I want to know how the stats have been compiled. Is it based off performance inside of this event? Is it based off overall performance? Because that number to me, I still look at that group and I don't know if I'm just being like a believer, but I believe that BDS can make it through. And I don't, am I just living in a dreamland? Have I got something wrong? I don't know. But I just feel like BDS have got a chance of getting out of that group. 84%. It's not 100%, so it's not guaranteed. That much is clear. But I feel like they've got a better chance than that of being fifth, of not being fifth, sorry.
It's do or die for BDS. It is absolutely do or die because they don't play tomorrow. That's the biggest thing with BDS is they had to go for this run 4 days in a row. I think other players maybe need to start really stepping up. They need to get into their way of things because this is their last chance. Because then you're sitting there in day 5 and you can't do anything, and it's in the fate of other teams.
LMs looked incredibly frustrated yesterday during the matchup when they were going up against TSM, and understandable, but still that's not an excuse. Usually seeing LMs, he's the one that keeps the team together, didn't have that, and that really hurt them in their game. Of course, they played today against Elevate, so to be honest, TSM, if you're BDS, you want TSM to beat DZ 2-0 and you want to beat Elevate 2-0. And that's really the best way for it to go because you have no control over your fate on the last day. It's Elevate, TSM, DarkZero, Furia tomorrow. So you got to do it all today. It's all for those marbles. And finally, the only team that has been secured in their spot and cannot be shaken away from it is Damwon Kia, the only undefeated team so far. They have smashed through everybody. They have 9 out of 9 points that they could have collected coming into this. That is incredibly impressive, and they have a day off today. Tomorrow they get to play against Na'Vi and potentially make it 12 out of 12. might be the only ones.
They have no pressure on themselves. This is it. They can sit back, relax today, chill out, whatever they need to do. They go tomorrow, and they can do anything they want tomorrow. It doesn't matter for Damwon Kia. They've done the hard work. They've, I think, by far been the best-looking side so far at this competition. There's talks of, grand finalists maybe for this side. So they've really, really impressed. And yeah, it's well-deserved. I think really, really well-deserved.
It makes the Na'Vi game a little bit scary as well because they've then got a chance of, what do they play? They don't really want to play some good maps. They don't want to play maps that they like.
They can hide stuff.
They can hide things. They're going into another bracket next week where things get even more tough. So for Damwon, it'd be kind of foolish to play something that they want to try and keep hold of, or it'd be foolish to play anything.
They can go ban Chalet if they want.
Well, they need to play something they've already played, essentially, which then opens the opportunity for Na'Vi because they then need as many points as they can get. So it's a nice little situation really to be in, and it could actually end up working out.
Why? Because Na'Vi and Team 1 are tied in terms of their potential. They pretty much have a 43%, both of them, pretty much 50-50 to be knocked out of that group in 5th. So it's a big fight for it. Maybe this is the opportunity for Na'Vi as they play today against MIBR and tomorrow against Damwon Kia. And Team 1, they play OXG, and that's it. That'll be done for Team 1 in the groups unless they can get Ws and rely on others losing. But our schedule for today, we're talking about matches and what could happen. I want to remind everybody that all of our games are best of 3s here in our groups, and they've given us fantabulous matches. Not gonna lie. Good thing that we have it in this way over an entire week. MIBR versus Na'Vi is up first, M&M versus Empire after, Cyclops versus Spacestation, and finally TSM versus DarkZero, all NA at the perfect NA time. That is on twitch.tv/Rainbow6, our A stream. However, on Rainbow Six Bravo, happening simultaneously. Our schedule is fixed for all these games, so you can prepare yourself, whatever you want to do during the day. Go to the gym, go see your parents, tell them you love them, and then you come back and you get to watch your favorite team playing, or maybe tell them about Rainbow Six Esports and you want to watch together. Team 1 OXG, NIP Sonics, Liquid Phase, and finally BDS versus Elevate. That's what we got for you in the schedule. Some banging matches, but overall thoughts, anything that you're really looking forward to?
A lot of regional matchups today, isn't there? I think we've got 3 derbies there. We've got EU, we've got M&M Empire. So we've got M&M who, well, they had to beat a Russian team to get into EUL. So is that going to go well for them? We've got obviously an NA one, which could be a little bit one-sided with how things have kind of been playing out for both teams. One team looking as hot as ever, the other team not so much. And then you've got our favorite Ollie, the El Clasico is up today also with Liquid and FaZe.
That's what you really want as well. We talk about El Clasico, we talk about Liquid and FaZe, and especially at this point in the competition, it comes at a really important time.
I can't wait for
teams. FaZe are in a bit of a do-or-die situation in that game. If they want to try and come out of that group in that second place seed, there's still a chance for them to come out in first place seed if they're able to get the win. And especially with the way that we saw Liquid fight back yesterday, it was just, that fight, that level of performance that we saw. I think, I'm going to be glued at that one. I'm going to be glued to the screen.
Well, friends, we are all incredibly giddy at what's happening today. Always happy to have you all with us here to watch the best teams and best players in the world take us through their matches. And you know what? Let's get that show on the road. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, this is going to be the Command Center to break down our first 2 matches and get you directly into the action. See you in a moment.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Let me back up for a minute. Whoa, let me back up for a minute.
Welcome back, friends, to the Command Center. Ladies, gentlemen, and NBs, it is time for our games to begin. But first, we have to feed you just the right information to get you all ready and set on why these games are so important. Because today is, for a lot of teams, the real kicker. You either get eliminated or you make it through, and then you're playing really for your seeding in the playoffs. Friends, I'm Alex the Medic. With me on this wonderful stage are Demo and Extra Troika, and we got a couple teams that you may or may not know. I hope that you do. We're going to talk about them. First up with Navi, a team from, or MIBR. Yeah, why not? Why not MIBR? Now, MIBR from LATAM, right? From Brazil specifically. And I'm told that you two know a thing or two about them. So what is MIBR? What have they done so far here in the groups, given that they qualified last into SI?
I mean, we're not in a bad position to talk about these two, really, are we?
Are we?
We're pretty familiar with them.
LATAM
a few times.
You know.
I'm not saying we're the biggest advocates of LATAM, but, you know.
Well, I mean, sometimes we're not the biggest advocates of MIBR, and I think that that's fair to say.
We've been doubtful.
Third last place at SI 21, and I think since then it's just been this sort of turbulent trajectory. I think we're now going to call it. It's no longer downward, as they have come out and they've got themselves a couple of results here at 6 Invitational, but still inconsistency is really the key there, and something that we're going to be needing to keep a close eye on. They struggled against Damwon Kia, but then again so did everybody else. They managed to beat Team 1, but again, Team 1 at the moment, they aren't all that to write home for, but that is a big derby with a lot of knowns between the two sides.
Yeah, I think it's a good point you brought about Damwon. Yes, they lost against Damwon, and maybe we thought, oh, MIBR, they're not going to do much, but in reality, it's just Damwon being above everyone else. So you can kind of, you can give them a break, can't you, knowing that you're against that great Korean side. But I think the biggest thing that's really turned it for them is they beat Team 1. MIBR has always been chasing that team, always been after that team to beat, but they never really could do it. And now they've done it whenever it matters the most.
and they got the extra points out of it. That's the important thing. Remember, you do not get points here in the group stage of the Invitational by going to overtime on a map. That's not the best of one system that's applied here. No, you have to win a map to get a point out of it. That's as simple as it gets. Navi, though, is our UK massive team, but so far it has not been massive at all. I don't know if the word could be used here, but some would say UK flaccid in some ways. Maybe there's M&M are the ones that are compensating. I'm channeling some real Desert 2 energy this morning. So
the most dense comms ever. We're missing the S word. That's about it.
Yeah.
He said worse.
Yeah. I think, yeah, for Navi, it's not going to be an easy day, and they know that. They didn't play yesterday, though, and that's something that they should, you know, have used that time to really prepare. They knew who they were going to be going up against. They know that it's MIBR. They know that they're going to be dealing with this, you know, heavy roam presence when they're on the defense. That very concise attack that they're able to pull off, and Navi just not really finding the mark here. Struggled against Team 1. Did manage to get one maps. They were able to grab a point there, but again, they struggled against Oxygen. Hasn't been great so far for this side.
And my question to you, Demo, and this is something we talked about at length last night, is why is day 3 the perfect time to have a time off as a team when you have 5 play days in total with one in the middle that you're off?
Because you have 2 games on, you have the game off, and the 2 days then still to go. And I think that gives you the perfect time to reflect and also prepare. Because you've already played 2 games, you can then have that day off, you can kind of VOD review what you've been doing, what mistakes you've had, and then you can hopefully fix those issues to then go into your next 2 days and get wins. Because with how the format's kind of worked out, 2 wins is massive. You know, you can lose half your games and win half of them, and you'll still be in good position to make it through into the next round. So for Navi, the break could not have come at a better time, because they've started off very poorly in day 1, a little bit better against Team 1 in day 2, still not the greatest, but a little bit better. Now hopefully they can look back and see what they've done well throughout the competition, and more importantly what they've done worse, and try and rectify those mistakes and really give it all they've got for these next 2 days. They need to go out here, Milosh, and beat MIBR. They need to.
What did they need to fix coming into today, Ollie?
We talk about Doki a lot as a player that has a great deal of impact into a round, and often he can be a guy that goes in and finds 2 kills on the entry, not just 1. He hasn't been doing that. He's not been able to consistently come away with that entry. In fact, everybody on the side of Navi is currently negative or neutral on the entry. So that's already something that we know is going to hurt them, because if they are going to be sending Doki in, he's not able to get those kills, he's not got that info, or things aren't going well, then that already is going to be a bit of a knock to their typical play style of how they like to bring things. Somewhere else that they're struggling is just in flat out every capacity. You know, you look across at the stats, the costs are all pretty low around the board, all around 50%. Nobody's really highly rated, nobody above like a 0.90 rating. So it's just overall a bad performance. We just need to see everything be better.
Our map veto, what will change in it, if anything? Remember, we have a 7-map pool. It's ban, ban, pick, pick, ban, ban, pick. Let's start off with our 2 bans and 2 picks. Demo, take us through it.
Coast ban? A little bit of respect there, I think, showing to MIBR. I think Navi, their team, who they have the gun skill, they can definitely play those kind of frag-heavy maps. Although we've seen them do it before, but not wanting to go against MIBR, and that is, you know, Brazil and Coastline is a big favorite in that region. Bank ban from MIBR. A bit of a personal preference, I would say. Navi, I wouldn't say that the biggest bank team. It's not a map that really strike me as, yeah, that's their map. But we look at the picks. We've got Clubhouse straight away for Navi. I don't know how I feel about that one. I suppose it's a great neutralizer, a great equalizer, isn't it? Every team can play Clubhouse.
Yeah, I think MIBR recently lost on Clubhouse as well in the Latam qualifier to Black Dragons, so there's maybe that getting thrown in there as well. Chalet, great map for MIBR. It's no surprise to see that be played. I think, you know, this is a very much a case of win your own map and win the decider, because the decider being Oregon, we go back to that great equalizer, we go back to the 50-50.
I can't believe Chalet has been picked by MIBR, because that is, for me, historically Navi's best map. I think if any map that Navi can go out and have a god-tier performance, it's going to be Chalet.
I'm very much looking forward to this matchup as well, but it's not the only game that we have ready for you this morning, all your friends watching at home. Dema, Ollie, thank you very much. You're going to break things down for this game when it is done, but we still have another one to prepare for. It's Team 1 versus OXG. Let's bring up our NAL analyst and get the show on the road.
My name is Nathan. I play for Natus Vincere, and I play the role of support. Before this year started, they made 2 changes, bringing in me and Secretly. Yeah, we've stayed together ever since. We brought more of a backbone to the team, I say, like supportive mindset. Because before they had players like Joe and Doki, obviously very aggressive entry kind of roles. So I think we just made the team more like a round, more like equal. Well, with stage 1, I think we were all like fresh, like the motivation was like really high, obviously new team, all that sort of stuff, and everyone played their individual play style.
Dorky with another big kill. It's as if Na'Vi are just worrying about the diffuser and Dorky is worrying about the kills. Secretly gets one from the hatch and it's again falling apart for G2 no matter what they try to do.
If that kind of makes sense, but I think as we gradually, like in a team for longer, people wanted to play like more of a structured way, more of like perfect siege kind of gameplay, but I don't think a perfect siege will ever like do well. So I think slowly, that's what it is. Stage 3, it was a mixture of that and just lack of motivation, I'd say, from the team. Like it was just like energy being put into their game. But I think we're slowly working our way back to getting that natural play style back in and not trying to play the perfect siege, quote unquote. I would say, well, we're feeling confident. So I think top 4 would be a really good result for us, at least. But obviously everyone's going to say they're aiming to win it. But I think top 4 would be a really good result for us. I mean, I think we have a set plan, like the way we play the game, but I think there'll be like small adaptations, and if those adaptations are made, majority of them will be made before the game, whether it's like strategic or like operator bound wise. But I mean, like mid-round, we all like individually are smart enough to know like cool adaptations. So watch out for Doki, I guess. One-man team, isn't he?
Welcome back, friends, to the command center. It is time for our second matchup. We're going to break things down before we get into it. 2 games launching at once here, live again from Stockholm, Sweden. I'm Medic, your host. With me are my NAL desk experts, Jesse and Jacob. Friends,
we both just do finger guns at that exact moment.
We did. That was good.
That was finger guns.
On point.
We're in a Vulcan mind meld again. This just happens every time.
Honestly, every time I see finger guns, it just makes me think of Emzo. So shout out to my old duo.
I didn't even think I picked that up from him, but yeah, no, that's a good homage. Yeah, and what's that phrase that we keep on quoting from Emzo more often than not? Something about holes working both ways. Yeah, something like that.
I've been hearing that since 2016.
How sick of that are you currently? It's because it's been
not at all, actually, because there are very rare true statements that continue to be true for many years in a row, and that one has stuck very, very well and will always be referenced to Devin Becker, my old duo. Whoever will be in my heart. He's still around, by the way. Just not
right. I wasn't about to be like rest in peace or anything, but yeah.
He's actively, just not actively on the shows. Anyways, that aside, we got some matches to go through and one to prepare for. First up, Team 1, our Brazilian team that has, are they calling them Team 1 just because of the amount of points they're going to get here in groups?
Oh, you don't have to do them like that, Mila.
Zinger up from last night? Jeez, man.
Well, yeah, this is Team 1's final opportunity to get points. They have a bye tomorrow, so they're really hoping they can get some rounds here, get a couple of maps off of OXG. They're in a tough spot, currently 4th place, and Na'Vi right on their heels. They do have tiebreak over Na'Vi, so there is a little bit of hope there, but this is still a desperate situation for them. They've had a really rough tournament so far. Of course, the Mexico Major champions had a lot of expectations coming into this one, but they've mostly fallen flat. If Alamau wants to put on another pair of pink shorts and lift another trophy, it has to start here.
My concern is their mentality coming into this tournament. If they already kind of knew, because of the whole last dance thing that we've seen on Twitter from the past couple of days, that this team composition wasn't going to remain exactly the same post-SI, I wonder if that's them chanting in the background. If they knew that this lineup wouldn't be the same, then how are they coming into this tournament? Was it just, it's one more ride off into the sunset, we'll give it our all, but if nothing happens, no big deal? Or were they actually here attempting to win? Because if the lineup's not going to stay the same once this tournament's done, I just don't know whether their mentality coming into SI was worthwhile to play with to begin with.
True, but I will give the extra caveat on top of all of that is that, you know what? In Mexico, where they had their miracle run, and we're starting more and more to call it that sort of a miracle run, they barely scraped out of the group. on a technicality where they had to replay a game to get them out of it. But once they were out of it, they were in the game, winning time after time after time. I will give them that, but it is up to them to prove their weight in this matchup. We only talk about what we see on the analyst desk and what we can predict, but more than that, it is on the players for them to perform in the matchup itself. That's team one, but on the other side is OXG, a team that is done actually fairly well. They had a day off on day 2. They went up against Damwon Kia, but who's not losing to Damwon? They got a chance for extra points today and just cementing their position in their seeding.
I feel like for Damwon, that was just the kind of hurdle that no one's been able to tackle so far. But for OXG's sake, the only thing that they've done incorrectly in this tournament so far is not finish out that first map against Damwon from yesterday. I mean, obviously the rest of the series just kind of spiraled out of control. But for North American teams, it feels like the one issue that you'll face is a really good first map performance, but you won't have enough gas left in the tank to finish the first map, and then the second one's kind of a wash. It happened for Spacestation from their series against Team Liquid from 2 days ago. It happened for OXG. It happened for the Sonics against Team Empire to open the whole series up. There's just a North American trend. OXG, though, against Team 1, I just love the matchup on paper. We call OXG sometimes a Latin American team in a North American league, so I just love how this dichotomy of squads should go up against one another today.
The One Boys are excited, but they do have a tough opponent, OXG, and they had a really hot start against Na'Vi. They dominated them in their opening match of the tournament. You guys have talked about it. I mean, the Damwon game, it's such a difficult team to go up against, but they did still play pretty well in that first matchup. I think got a little nervous partway through that, but you know, they sharpened up, and I think they're going to be really ready for the rest of this tournament. As long as they're comfy, as long as they're feeling themselves, we keep Fox leading the team, we keep the young gunners fragging, and I think this team is looking just fine, this group.
This is something I had a chat with Fox in this morning. Really like sitting table to table on the other side of the restaurant, just screaming at one another. I was like, hey, what was it for you? You know, your last game yesterday against them. Like, honestly, we choked out. We lost that first map and it really spiraled us out of control. They're a great team. Like Damwon Kia, he said it himself. They're a great team. We messed up, but that was our mistake, and we should have beaten them. Honestly, the way they came back against us, they kind of deserve the points anyways.
Yeah, I mean, I was in that restaurant and I saw Laxing weirdly getting more of the eggs that he was complaining about earlier.
I thought he learned his lesson.
I didn't question him on that. I hope he's doing okay. He doesn't have to take any bathroom breaks. But listen, I talked to him about the problems, and he mentioned to me, like, you know, some of the players, they were getting a little nervous, and I think that makes sense when you look at their play. You know, it felt like they were kind of playing very passive reserve defenses when they were playing against Damwon Kia, really not wanting to go out and go for the roams. That was a big thing on Oregon.
Stitch!
And we've got the Stitch back. I thought that wasn't here at the event.
I thought it was too, yeah.
Okay.
Hanami's family office.
They've got it now, and hopefully that can help them get it on the roam a little bit more, because an auction esports that's not roaming is an auction esports that's not winning.
That's the formula I want to hear.
Yeah.
See, you got
It's
it.
tweetable. I did put it on the TL later. That was good.
Good thing we're on a 4-minute delay. I'm going to run that right as soon as we get off.
Look at that. Oh, look at that. Good stuff, Kino. I'm happy to see that back. So, no, the one thing I will say about OXG, even though Team 1 has been to every single LAN so far from 2021 onward, like SI, plus both majors, OXG's run back at SI from last year was still something that exceeded expectations to a pretty insane degree. And the Sweden major, yeah, was a bit of a wash. But hey, I'm looking at this hoping that they'll be able to pull something back.
Here's our veto. Ban, pick, ban, decider, Jesse.
Well, we're starting off with a ban from Team 1 onto Clubhouse. This one makes a ton of sense. Team 1, you know, they don't like this map. They avoid it as much as possible. OXG going for the chalet is a bit of an odd one. I thought there were some options for them there, but I don't hate it, banning out the chalet. It's one that they have tried to play a bit, but unfortunately hasn't been the most successful. Coastline is a interesting pick from Team 1. It's not bad. Certainly Team 1 liked their coast, but I just feel like for Oxygen, I mean, they're undefeated on this map for the entire year, save one game against the Sonics in the NA Finals. They brought it back for Na'Vi first day of SI and cleaned it up 7-1. That one's a question mark for me. Oregon makes loads of sense. That's what I predicted Oxygen to pick, and I think it'll be a very comfy map for them.
Bank is one that OXG have played, I believe, only twice over the past 9 months or so, and they've lost it twice. And it's a really good map for Team 1 by comparison because they've at least won it a couple of times. So if we need to go to a decider, I think 1 probably has an advantage, but both of these maps are ones I do still think OXG have a pretty good chance of just taking the entire series 2-0. It feels like something that Team 1 have done a couple of times. throughout this tournament, in this group stage, they've picked some maps that their opponents also seem to favor at least somewhat heavily. And then if they need to get to a third map, that's where they're like, okay, that's our trump card. That's where we know we can secure the series for ourselves. But they haven't been able to get to a third map in the majority of the series that they've played. And OXG is a pretty darn tough opponent with a plethora of maps at their disposal. I'm concerned for Team 1 from this ban phase because I just don't know if they have the tenacity to get all the way to map number 3.
I say OXG, scary team coming into this event, finally all together playing as well. Might as well be the best NA team at this tournament. Who knows?
Maybe. I mean, TSM's still here, but I do think they're looking great.
It's looking pretty hot. We're going to have to see what happens here between them. That's OXG versus Team 1. But on the other side, like we said, Navi versus MIBR is happening at the same time. So let's kick both games off and get this day 4 on the road. Enjoy.
It's time to start our very first matchup here, Nick, on the main Rainbow Six broadcast. I'm Intero, joined by Pengu, and we're starting things off with a very crucial match. Navi and MIBR square off, and on the other stream, with the Team 1 game going, one of these two teams in Navi or Team 1 can actually go home today, and we might see our first team eliminated from SI.
Yep, now we're really getting into the nitty-gritty here on day 4. We might start seeing teams entering that danger zone, and in this particular instance, it's Navi or Team 1 where, well, if you don't lose, it's really in a bad position. So right now, it's do or die. And more so than that, in this Navi-MIBR matchup, we're seeing the first map of Clubhouse. Neither team has showcased it yet at this SI event. So, well, we're gonna go into unknown territory.
With the ban phase being what it is, Navi actually walked into that ban phase having played 5 of the 7 maps. The 2 that they hadn't played were both Clubhouse and Chalet. Whether Navi is officially eliminated or not, they're still gonna end up playing these 2 maps because we've got Clubhouse first picked by Navi and Chalet picked by MIBR. Let's waste no time. MIBR, the team that squeaked into SI just a week and a half ago through the LATAM qualifiers, they're here. They're going to be playing up against Navi. The EU squad still looking for their very first victory. Navi might end up going home. They're playing for a spot to go out of groups, but in the positive way. We'll get underway with the ban phase. Navi will be starting on defensive Clubhouse.
Yeah, ban's going out right now. Navi starting off with that Maverick ban, and MIBR says, you know what, that's a pocket pig sledge ban. This is extremely uncommon, especially on Clubhouse, and this will really affect the verticality of that basement bomb site attack, but that should just be about it. It will also, of course, impact the grenade utilization, because Sledge will always bring 2 grenades, and he's typically played every single round, and with him off the board, you might need to substitute nades somewhere else. Kite follows along, and then Navi can say, well, last defender, what will we make that be? It will be the Wamai. Quite a staple pick as we have progressed throughout this tournament. More and more teams seems to be favoring this ban on a multitude of maps. Also, as Parker mentioned earlier, no matter what happens in this matchup, Navi will have played all 7 maps, and as far as I know, they will be the first team to have done so. Hopefully, for their sake, they can do it on a W, but at the very, very least, they will do it on a loss. I mean, they're
really setting the expectations for them there.
7 maps is pretty good, whether you're losing or winning.
We'll talk about this a bunch throughout the course of this matchup, and we want to remind you right off the rip that there is a second stream going live as well on the other channel, Rainbow 6 Bravo. Go on over there because Team 1 are also playing for their lives. Here is the scenario presented. It was actually tweeted out by our analyst, Fresh, good old Jack. If Navi wins 2-0, and Team 1 loses. Doesn't matter what Team 1 lose by, whether they win a map and then lose, doesn't matter. Team 1 is the team that gets eliminated from this group. If Navi wins 2-1, so they drop a map against MIBR, but Navi still wins, and Team 1 lose their game, unable to get a single map, then Team 1 is also gone. If Team 1 wins, doesn't matter the score, and Navi loses 0-2, Navi is the team that will go home. Now, when we say go home, there is still another day for these teams to play. We have our final day of groups tomorrow. But then, once tomorrow's finished, we go into the lower bracket and the upper bracket rung because this is a double elimination event. Only 1 team per group will go home, and right now, here in Group A, it's going to be either Navi or Team 1, and we might know who it is at the end of this matchup. We'll keep our eye on that, and we strongly encourage you to keep abreast of both games so that you can follow along at home.
It's so great seeing teams here at the 6 Invitationals, and it's so sad to see them going home, but someone has to be that one team, and right now fighting for our lives, we have Nath up on that top floor, Rome trying to get active. Raps, of course, with the finger LMG, has a great gun in hand, and actually, MIBR, they 6-picked onto the floors. They want more explosive utilization. That's probably because that sledge is off the board, and you can do quite some verticality with the Retero drones.
It's a downstairs defense for Na'Vi, but Nath, and I just want to take a second here, Nath actually had to leave the lobby because he'd made his name Nafe, N-A-F-E, which funny enough tends to be the way that the British say Nath. He went from Nathan to Nath to Nath, but now he's back to Nath. I was hoping it would stick. He was patrolling up top, trying to waste time. Not unusual for teams to roam heavily on a map like Clubhouse, especially when you're defending that bottom floor bomb site. At roughly the minute mark into the round, he's fallen off. So the drones will come out for MIBR. The discovery phase, as we like to call it, is underway. Na'Vi safely inside of the bomb site, patiently waiting for MIBR to continue to rip up the floor that we see happening right now. And a Nitro Cell will go. Some of the floor ripped up, but it's explosive from Na'Vi, and the very first kill of the series goes to Blur.
It's a really good opening pick, not just for Na'Vi, but for Blur himself. Blur's a player we've spoken of, especially on the analyst desk. We want to see more from him. If anything, we expect more from him. And he's been pretty quiet throughout this tournament so far. He's had his moments, especially hiding in corners, ratting around and making some pretty ridiculous plays, but on that scoreboard of Na'Vi, most players have been quiet. Doki has some good rounds and some good moments, but Blur, he has to join him, he wants to join them, and so far he's done just that with the opening pick onto MIBR's Finka.
The big focus for Na'Vi is whether Doki shows up. That is the question mark. That is in every single match. When Doki does well in a map, the rest of the team tends to succeed too. He and Blur will be the two kill getters, if you want to call them that. The fraggers, which is the official terminology. With the upper hand in terms of kills, MIBR now will walk in down a single player. Rayduct on blue. 2 EMPs left, and oh, he almost takes advantage of it. He actually gets the pick onto Blur before Nath trades it back. And with that aggressiveness, Nath just pushes right up. Still on blue, ever so patient. Doki there side by side with Lukid on his own. He gets swung on by Doki, an easy collapse for Na'Vi. Falls, takes it back with a kill on a secret lead, but saves with a shotgun. And Doki, to finish things off, gives Na'Vi round number 1.
MIBR had a pretty good entry into site. What you guys didn't see that happened was basically that they went out the kitchen hatch, they smoked off that church long hallway double door into church, they dropped down, and then Falls was kind of figuring out whether he could plant or not, but Na'Vi had a player inside of dirt. Falls figured out he could indeed not plant, and MIBR trying to flood the bomb site and find kills, finding map control and opportunities to try and get the diffuser planted, but ultimately Na'Vi, they had the better gunplay, they got more kills, and we all know when it's X versus 0, you always tend to win the round. Just like if the clock hits 0, defenders tend to take the round unless, of course, the diffuser is planted. Then you go into OT. And Blur, once again, on the Bandit, which we can basically say that this will be a CCTV bomb site even if we can't see. Doki just wrote my name in chat, I think. He said, Yo, Pingu.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for a message, but that's it. It's Yo. I spoke to Doki earlier on Twitter. He was tweeting out something like, yo, we gotta play today, whoop whoop, you know, happy vibes. And I said, Doki, it's do or die. You gotta pop off, my friend. Doki got 2 kills in the very first round, arguably popped off the most for his team, as just Blur with 1, Nath with 1, Saves with 1, but Doki, he had 2. So good job for you, Doki. You've now done what we spoke of, popping off. But 1 round is not enough. And in MIBR, they have players of their own that'll be popping off continuously. So it'll always be about the next round, the next round, the next round until we are through.
Upstairs to Cash and CCTV, second defense now for Na'Vi. We talk about how there are 3 bomb sites that are most commonly played on Clubhouse, that church bomb site down below, Church Arsenal. You look up on the top floor, the very, very top floor on your screen. Well, no more. There you go. There it is. Cash and CCTV where we are, and then just a little bit to the left, we'll move over ever so slightly to Master and Jim. There is a bomb site on the first floor called Bar and Stock. We saw it yesterday. We didn't think we would, but it still popped up. So teams have been keeping some strategies hidden in hopes of catching your opponent off guard. With Thatcher being available, EMPs go off onto that CCTV wall. 2 Selmas tossed out. The breach is now wide open. The wall has been torn down, and that is decent timing for MIBR. But some teams will wait till the very end to do that. Others will open it up and then go about doing their due diligence elsewhere. Tons of hard destruction from MIBR in the hands of both the Ace and the Hibana, and some of those X-Kairos are used to poke a hole into the defense on the reinforcements of Garage, giving you line of sight up to the rotate at the top of rafters.
Yeah, so the reason why Thatcher being open is so good with the Ace is because the timing on the Selma charges, which is Ace's gadget, is quicker than that of Bandit tricking. So you can throw out an EMP, throw 2 Selmas, 1 goes on each panel of the wall, and the wall will guaranteed be open, practically rendering Blur on that Bandit useless. Now, all eyes are in secretly because MIBR, they want the Garage take. They do not care about Master Bedroom, they do not care about Gym, they want Garage, they want the server breach. Secretly, has the FMG, has the 1x scope, has the Toxic Babes, 2 already tossed out, and with 1 minute and 20 left, it'll be a more and more difficult position as time goes on. Not many players from the side of Na'Vi can help out. Poor secretly, C4 gets tossed out, but Redux takes it out so easily.
Not a single kill yet. 1 minute left in the round. Rayduck will be the first one to do that, softening up secretly, and the smoke is unable to fire back, so he'll fall with all of his utility in his pocket to boot. That's not exactly what you want from an operator who try to choke off the attackers. Tons of time for MIBR now to position themselves towards the breach and get the default plant off. Is there a nitro cell below? That'll be the big question. We can see from the right-hand side of our screen that Nath is the only player that has an explosive at his disposal. Rayduck's still on catwalk, and this is such a powerful position to be in. He can cut off the cross from Cash. He can also watch the top of red stairs, so lots of flexibility on his end.
Absolutely, now Rita trying to cut off this radio door, and MIBR, they want to try and plant, but Falls once again push in deep. Velibox finds a kill into Blur, but what now? Doki is next to follow, and MIBR, they have full side control.
Nath is going to retake up top of red stairs. Diffuser surrendered, but there's just too many bodies from MIBR to watch, and like that, the bloodbath ends with it being Na'Vi on the wrong side of it. MIBR come back in triumphant fashion, bursting through the breach, taking control of Red Hall, and killing every single player of Na'Vi. In the process, these teams are tied up at 1 round apiece.
Normally support players with the diffuser, they would like to plant down the bomb. Falls is a different kind of beast right now because he's in the position, he could be going for the plant, but he makes the call to his team that, guys, we're gonna do this, we're gonna push through, because if we start planting and 1 C4 from Nave hits us, that could be quite dire as time was ticking down. So they push on through, they utilize the man advantage that Redot had gotten earlier. Velibox followed up, then it was Falls, and then the plant doesn't have to go down, even though Falls gets taken out. There is a trade coming out from MIBR's side. They get the round, and now Na'Vi, they're going to bar. You just said Parker. We don't see it very often. Yesterday we did. Both defenders won at once and attackers won at once. And Na'Vi, bringing out the mirror, I really like this. It complements the bomb site so well because typically teams want to extend up above, and the mirror really helps you with that. You don't have a lot of information, you don't have a lot of good ground, so to speak. The mirror windows, they help tons with that element of the map. And Doki on the Valkyrie, and such an important operator because you need information if you want to use the vertical ground you've gotten by holding Master Bedroom. That's an issue we saw in yesterday's games where once the attackers had cleared out all the information on the bomb site, well, the defenders didn't know where they were planting. And then it doesn't matter if you have the ground up above because you can't floorbank somebody who you don't know where they are.
I mean, how many times on Clubhouse yesterday did we see somebody walk in and nade from below? How many times on Villa did we see the exact same thing happen?
Oh boy.
Teams are using their drones and those yellow pings to tremendous effect, devastating effect if you are a defender. Affectionately referred to as depth charges by Lycan. When a team gets below you and nades you, and there's no real counterplay except for holding that portion of the map. The only way to prevent getting naded from below is to play down below and stop them from being there to nade you at all.
Not wrong. I think it was Merc from TSM that tweeted out, if you guys had to guess, how many kills are from grenades, not just from below, but overall? And I said, rough guess, Merc? About 50%. It's a lot of grenade kills.
It is quite extensive. And even though we can speculate, oh, maybe you can bring a rook, etc., not always the suitable operator for that. So, as we are in his home country, we have to give a shout out to Bikini Body and his thought process, but ultimately bringing a rook does not solve that. Now, let's focus on the unorthodox occurring on your screen. Again, it's a bar stock take from MIBR, a bar stock defense from Na'Vi, and there's a small hindrance on that wall of stage. A small line opened up. The Selma's not perfectly aligned. That means that the attackers cannot just walk through all willy-nilly. They're going to have to crawl on in or try to take out the line in the middle. This means their job is going to be much harder. Teams do like to favor the plant by the bomb chassis, by the jukebox, but they can also go for one by billiards. First pick of the round goes to Raps, LMG in hand. You're going to see a lot of those LMGs available.
Here comes the
grenade as well. From below, a depth charge, but it misses. Doki sees the reader, sees the alert, and gets away. But does he know where they are below him? He'll drop and make some noise heading towards Lounge. The Finka is watching that intently. Raps lined up and could potentially get the kill. More spam marks in, but Doki doesn't swing the right way, and Raps is quite eager to take him down and cut him down to size. 1 minute to go, an Adrenal Surge burns off to try and give some extra HP to the MIBR players. There hasn't been a lot of this top floor control from MIBR. They're looking to get it, and they are doing it so well, almost flawlessly, but Blur swats away Fellapox. Diffuser in the hands of Falls, the remaining 3 members from MIBR, tasked with finding Blur and his position. But he'll shoot through the floor. Does he know where he is? There's a mark, but he's going to completely miss the Diffuser, getting planted down. Blur still from this spot, and he gets Falls, but guess what? It's given MIBR more than enough time to get upstairs with the Diffuser down and the timer working in their favor. It's 2 rounds in a row for the Brazilian team.
Maybe you don't need information after all to take them out vertically, because I don't think there was any yellow pings there, but still Blur found an incredible wallbang to get the injure, but in a 1v4, that only makes that a 1v3, and that's just not enough. There are so many more remaining players from the side of MIBR, and I will say, Na'Vi. Now, the last 2 rounds in a row. Now, the first round on basement defense, you're playing close together. That's the nature of the basement bomb side. And you won the round. It was quite good. You traded out kills. Success. Second round of CC, we saw secretly on the catwalk rafters, all alone with no help. He died early. 5 versus 4. They lost that round. Now on bar, similar story. 2 players from Na'Vi fell completely alone with nobody nearby to help. No trade, nothing. And thus, being put in a 5 versus 3. The name of the game right now has been whoever has gotten the opening kill has also taken the round, because in the first round it was Blur C4 that got the opening kill. Na'Vi also got the round. Following 2 rounds, MIBR got the opening kill. They got those 2 rounds. So Na'Vi gotta play more together at the very least. Try and play for those trades. So if it's a 5v4, make it a 4v4. That way you're gonna be in even numbers, and you really need that right now.
Na'Vi in so many matches in this event have just looked off in terms of where they're getting pressured from. Every single round, we have to ask ourselves, how is Na'Vi communicating? Is there a breakdown in the way that this team is talking to each other? In his interview, one of the things that Nath spoke about was how secretly has been a fixed point for this team, bringing both guidance and also a stronger sense of IGLing for this squad. Well, it might work in the EUL, but in terms of international events, it has not really paid off for this Na'Vi team. And at some point, these consistent issues that teams bring to international events, well, you need to ask yourself what can be done to solve it. This is something that a team like Cyclops has struggled with, Sandbox has struggled with. They make it to a lot of events, but they don't make it out of groups most of the time. Right now, the team that most people have in their crosshairs in that regard is the Sonics, but they are proving everybody wrong at the moment. I think for Na'Vi, since their win in Tokonami, you have to look at them with a very critical eye, because they consistently underperform on an international stage, and a lot of us don't know why that is. Something needs to be fixed.
Even in the EUL, they finished 8th place in Stage 3, and they got 3rd in the EU Final. They lost their very first match against Team Empire, who's also here at this Invitationals. And Na'Vi, they don't have much LAN experience with this current roster at all. In fact, they have basically none. So this is really the first time these 5 players are sitting down together at a LAN event. Sure, they've bootcamped, they've met up before, they've done practice games and scrims, etc. But it's not really the same. I really wouldn't measure that up against the likes of playing on the biggest stage of the year of Invitationals. Yeah, it's group stage. We're all chilling, we're all vibing, but trust me, the pressure is on these players, and they want to win oh so bad each and every round, each and every map. MIBR making good work of the map, but Na'Vi actually playing the clock quite smartly. They're falling back 1 room at a time, and they've killed a couple of drones, and most importantly, all 5 players are now alive.
Very risky from Nath as the bullets rain down through blue, and MIBR just narrowly miss out on a very first kill. The last 2 rounds that MIBR have won, they managed to snag that first kill both times. So to do that again would set them up quite well. You see only 2 X-Kairos being used, and that will try to draw out the impacts from that Na'Vi team. Secretly will use 1, another one goes out, but he knows that it's just a matter of time because now 4 can be thrown down, and unless MIBR has been keeping count, that should be the kitchen hatch opened up successfully. But there's a Nitro Cell from Blur on the Reduct. The Thatcher will no longer be in this match, but that's okay. There's no Kaid, so your Thatcher EMPs are not going to be stopping you, or rather granting you access to those hatches any better, because there's no claw to get rid of. All that said, while these hatches have been opened up, there's been no actual fragging outside of the single death to Reduct. Na'Vi look far more comfortable on this bottom floor bomb site, but now Doki is gone. That's some blue control, but not all of it. Nath is still in that position. MIBR just narrowing down Na'Vi's numbers, and MIBR has a substantial advantage, but there's not a lot of time left. And with things being dire, Na'Vi has just the diffuser to go after. A Nitro Cell tossed out, and it connects both of them. Oh my God, Nath. What a shot. MIBR prioritized the player and not the explosive, and it ends with a bang. Na'Vi tie the game.
Almost every single kill that round from Na'Vi was from an explosive C4. Blur found one in the opening kill, and of course Nath literally closed out the round. I thought that would only hit the planter, but no, I was wrong. It hit both players. Raps and Philippox both got downed by it, killed from it, and of course Na'Vi clawed the round back. What looked kinda dire, MIBR, they played the round smart. Na'Vi, they played the clock, but eventually when it came to the execute, MIBR, they struck from everywhere. They had 1 person inside a blue, 2-person motor door on the last player pushing up the long hallway. The 2 players left from Na'Vi's defense were just getting swarmed on the bomb side. But Nath, 1 dream, 1 C4, and 1 round 1 single-handedly. He's now 5-2. Back on the mute, back on the C4. Blur, same story. Back on the bandit, back on that C4 as well. And they've both done a really good job so far. We've still yet to see Secretly get on the board, and he's been playing crucial positions, which means 2 things. 1, it's important he does well. But 2, it's really difficult to do well in these positions if your team isn't helping you properly. Last time we saw CCTV, the defining factor for MIBR's success was they got catwalk control so incredibly easy. Nobody from Na'Vi was helping out Secretly. There was barely any support, just the ADSs, and that's just not enough. So if you're Na'Vi, if you're expecting that same Garrett's take, I would love to see some help. Try and play inside of lounge. Maybe go downstairs into pit in the basement. Hold that Garrett stairs walk up, if anything, to try and trade out off of Secretly your catwalk player.
So this church bomb site for Na'Vi, very comfortable. It will not be available for the remainder of this first half. They've won it both times, and that's as many times as you can play a single bomb site each half. MIBR will run headfirst into Cache and CCTV for the 5th bomb site that Na'Vi will play. Looks like a successful bandit trick.
Oh, it's the wrong wall.
Wrong wall. Blur had it lined up, it sure seemed like, and then he just heard it wrong. That is a substantial blunder.
Yeah, that's going to make their lives a lot harder because there is no ace on the board. It is more difficult for MIBR to get the wall open, and with it being this easy for them because that 50-50 bandit charge, this now looks a little bit worse for Na'Vi, and more importantly, Raps, he's bringing out the Capital. The Wamai is banned. We need to keep an eye on that fire arrow once it comes out because Secretly he will be lit up quite literally. Na'Vi this time around, they do have support. Doki's playing inside of lounge steps and saves also on the catwalk window, which means they are doing what they should be. They're helping out their crucial player. When you got fire arrows coming at your booty, it's going to be hard.
I'm sorry, where?
The booty. The booty, if you will.
Of course. Well, those fire arrows can get caught by a Wamai magnet, but there's no real concern when Wamai is banned, as you said. So teams trade out. No real... I guess no real advantage gained here by these kills.
But it's a trade. Na'Vi hasn't traded like this before. Either MIBR got the opening kill or Na'Vi did. Now it's 4v4. This is what they need to be doing.
Philippox inside of construction. There's a barricaded door. He's got the reinforcement on the wall next to him as well. That's where you assume those X-Kairos will go. Because it's the EMPs that are down, you need to make sure that you've shaken off all of this hard breach denial. Blur still has 2 of those batteries in pocket. I don't know where Nath was, by the way, but he's as good as dead. MIBR still inside of construction. The Hibana still over there. Falls is the one with the diffuser, not the Hibana. But Doki will swing onto it and take down Raps. Oh, completely blind. This is what you need out of him. He's an absolute animal playing off of the bomb chassis. 2 kills for Na'Vi. Secretly now, as well as Blur. The only 2 players that are holding things intact for this team. Ditto for MIBR with Philippox and Lukid. 30 seconds to go. Secretly, Bullet rattling away. He's managed to down Lukid. That means that Philippox is the only one left. And with the MP7 in hand, Blur will feast upon the player from MIBR, who in an act of desperation walks into the middle of the bomb site and gets shown the door. Na'Vi cannot lose the first half. They've taken 3 rounds. But on defense, on Clubhouse, traditionally, you want to take 4 of those rounds. I say traditionally because Clubhouse hasn't quite been so traditional here at SI.
No, in the beginning of yesterday, before any games occurred, it was a 38% defender win rate, which is terrible, by the way. Basically meaning that attackers, they win a lot more rounds than the defenders do. So far, Na'Vi proving that statistic to be wrong. Of course, MIBR could still tie it up 3-3. But going back to that previous round we just saw on CCTV, the opening kill, right? If that had gone in MIBR's favor, the 5 versus 4, it would have been a 2v3 towards the end there, making it a lot more difficult for Blur and Secretly to close out the round. So Na'Vi trading back the 1-for-1, even though it was a Thatcher that wasn't very huge value-wise on the board. In terms of gadgetry, it's still very, very important to just play together. And once you do it, you will find more success. I would say the LATAM teams are arguably some of the absolute best teams, arguably the best region when it comes to playing together and playing off one another. Na'Vi can learn a thing or two from that, but Secretly now as well, on that catwalk, has found a kill for himself and is on the board. He had good impact in the previous round. Now bringing the castle to the gym defense, that is also, once again, actually quite important.
MIBR enters this event as the lowest rated team globally, other than M&M, who are obviously not on the ratings because they haven't played at a top level and haven't played in any T1 events this year. But of the teams that have competed, MIBR is in the low 20s. So they come in, because of the way that the points are distributed in Latin America, it does skew the results a little bit. This MIBR team finished 3rd, if you recall, in the top 4 of the 6 Invitational last year. They are no slouch. They've had a bit of a rough year, but they still have tons of potential. And despite their rating, they are very competitive in their matchups and can very easily surprise. So it's not a given that Na'Vi is going to be able to walk away with the win.
No, certainly not. And you always see the trick here. EMP, summer charge on each wall. Nath gets the opening kill into Raps. That's, of course, the finger. Once again, second time in 6 rounds off the board. Parker, you spoke about MIBR having a rough year. They did. Stage 1, Lukid unfortunately caught COVID. He missed 2 of the first 9 games of Stage 1. Then in Stage 2, things were looking better until they weren't. Philippox had a shoulder injury, was forced to play with a controller for multiple games. And then in Stage 3, there were no issue, and they tied 2nd place.
I mean, it's been a tough year for a lot of teams, but for MIBR, it has been just a series of unfortunate events. I'll use that phrase yet again. If you like Lemony Snicket's book, then you will be delighted to hear me use those words together. That said, MIBR, well, they're not really in danger of going out in this group. The 2 teams that we have our eyes set on are Na'Vi and Team 1. We'll talk about Team 1 when the side swap comes in, as they are currently in action against OXG on the other stream. We'll update you in just a moment. Until then, all 4 bomb sites have been played by Na'Vi. On this very final defense from the EU team, they go to Gym and Master. They played Bar Stock as their tertiary bomb site before. Na'Vi seemingly more comfortable on this bomb site too. Church was their forte. Cash they looked better on, and now Gym and Master, everything is coming together again. With 1 minute to go, Na'Vi sit in a 5v3, having picked off both the Finka and the Zofia. Those are 2 hugely important operators for an execute, but the numbers for Na'Vi will narrow. Secretly down, Rayduct in, they trade off. Philippox is now gone. Diffuser still in the hands of Falls. He's through the breach and heading towards the gym. He sees the legs of one player, but his bullet's unable to fully connect. Falls ends up getting it at the last second on the saves, but he has the diffuser still. 40 seconds to go, and he's going to have to plant it, leaving Rayduct in a situation to fend off those 3 players. Rayduct just has been dropped down. So he's down, but not out. Even more on the shoulder of Falls, and he's walking towards a bulletproof camera and gets swung on by Blur. A shotgun to the chest. Game over for this first half. Na'Vi walks away with a 4-2 lead.
Yeah, Na'Vi looking a lot better on the bomb sites that kind of put you closer to one another. And that's kind of the name of the game for Na'Vi. When they can play close, it does well. When you're spread thin, not as much. And I think it also kind of speaks to the issues Na'Vi has been having this invite and also in the EUL Stage 3. They don't really have the most active players on the scoreboard. Usually, it's Stogie popping off and putting up great numbers. And when he isn't, no one really steps up to the plate. And at Invitationals, the teams that are typically performing the best, it's because most, if not every single player, is so capable on pulling their own weight. And the difference with Na'Vi is that that's not always the case for them.
So the first half in the books now. Na'Vi goes on to attack. Usually the worst side on Clubhouse, but like you said, Clubhouse was the most attacker-favored map in our map pool at the start of yesterday. We'll have to look for what the numbers look like heading into today. But let's talk about what exactly happened. Na'Vi took rounds 1, 4, 5, and 6. MIBR taking rounds 2 and 3. Both times MIBR won their rounds. They also got the very first pick. They got the diffuser planted in one of those rounds. Na'Vi got the first pick in every single round they won, except for round 5, where we have to put a little bit of an asterisk because both teams traded immediately, so there's nothing really gained here. The first pick at the moment proving to be a huge deciding factor in this matchup. Now, I'm going to say some spoilers here, and we're going to be spoiling the other game for you because there is more than just the result of the other game. There's an impact this has on the group. On the other stream right now, Oxygen is going up against Team 1. Mute your, or deafen if you don't want to hear what I'm about to say next for the next 10 seconds or so. Oxygen, at the end of their first half, leads 5-1 on Coastline, and that is Team 1's map. So Oxygen absolutely demolishing Team 1 at the moment. We'd like to remind you that depending on what happens, if Na'Vi wins and Team 1 loses, other way around, one of these teams will almost certainly go home today. That is something that we have to keep watching because we might be seeing either Na'Vi or Team 1 being the very first team eliminated from SI 2022.
That we will, and so far we are on a basement defense with a heavy roam from MIBR. It's Lukid and Reduct up above, Philippox on the main stairs, and Na'Vi, they're trying to find an opening kill here. They know it's oh so important for them, and with all this pressure applied onto MIBR, they might be falling back earlier than anticipated. They do have the Valkyrie, they do have a bit of information. Lukid with the fastest operator in the game of Oryx, but not much mobility has been found just yet. We're still kind of creeping our way around now, making our way into Garage. They know this area is clear, but it's just about the only area left that is theirs because Na'Vi, they have the main stairs, they have Gym Master Bedroom, and they also are going to start working their way into Bar. And that renders MIBR's roam rather useless, and they will say, we know that, we're gonna fall back, take this, and play the 5v5 on side, just like Na'Vi did.
Oh, they'll clear out that main floor. Na'Vi looks like they have it. 90 seconds off of the board, halfway point of this round. No timeouts taken either. I want to remind everybody that there's one timeout per team per map, not per side, per map. So either MIBR or Na'Vi can slow things down. Na'Vi destroying as much of the floor as possible. Next target will be those hard hatches. That is an interesting choice by Nath, using one too many of the X-Kairos. Need we remind you that Hibana can choose whether she wants to use 2, 4, or 6 X-Kairos per burst.
Yeah.
The only problem here with Nath doing that is that if Nath needs to juggle that hatch around impact grenades, that he might not have the same amount because he's now 2 X-Kairos short.
A very good point. I was going to say the same thing, Parker, but Philippox actually running away, Na'Vi doing a good job at the vertical play, even using Sophia's stones to make sure that this breach goes through. Nave likely doing a good job communicating that he kind of messed up earlier. He needs more support to ensure the breach goes through, because if it doesn't, that would be extremely bad for Na'Vi with just 20 seconds left.
And it's Raps and the Oryx of Lukid watching the drop that's going to come in through the kitchen hatch. The rest of MIBR are over by Church, and they are not particularly interested. As Na'Vi now heads down, Nath manages to evade that toxic canister, getting the diffuser down. Doki, a big double kill, looking for more, secretly falls. Nath is down, but the diffuser goes successfully. Rayduck tossing out a nitro cell. He sees both bodies, catches Blur in the process, but it's a 2v1, and from above, quite easily done, is Saves, and his namesake, saving the round. What a mess that was in the post plant, but Na'Vi ends up coming out ahead.
I always love watching 5v5 execute sub 20 seconds because it really is either team's chance to get the round. I will say, yes, Saves saved the round. That did indeed happen, but there was a particular player who opened up the round as well for Na'Vi. That was Doki. Found 2 huge picks and also created a ton of chaos from the side of MIBR. And with all that chaos happening, I don't think they were fully aware of exactly where Na'Vi was playing, because they did have C4s, but they were unable to use them. And yeah, I believe it was Reduct. He did get the kill onto Nave, who was planting at the very, very last second, but plant still went through, and now we say tactical pause.
It's like they say, close only counts in a game of horseshoes and hand grenades. In this case, close for hand grenades. It's actually been working out quite well, unless you're DarkZero.
Oh,
I think back to Sapper on Elevate, playing in the corner of Chalet, and DZ using 4 grenades on him and still not doing even half of his HP. I think this is the right time for MIBR to use their timeout. You've got 5 rounds left to play. At this point, you can still win without overtime. Not all hope is lost. But MIBR will need to win out to take this match without requiring those extra innings. Na'Vi are presently on a 4-round win streak. They seem quite confident. There aren't a lot of deficiencies in the way that they're playing, and frankly, this is a Na'Vi that we saw a little bit of yesterday, but not really all that much more. So they've settled in. MIBR clearly looking like, on this map in particular, they're in a bit over their head. And despite the fact that neither of these teams have played this map here at the Six Invitational, Na'Vi, for the moment, looks far more comfortable. Though I will say that even though those 5 rounds were won by Na'Vi, some of them were quite close.
Yes. Multiple rounds are close, but the one thing they have in common is that, last 4 rounds went to Na'Vi. Last 4 opening kills as well also went to Na'Vi. So it's still the name of the game for this match, and that seems to be a reoccurring factor across multiple games. Who would have thought having more players alive would actually benefit your team? I don't know. Sometimes in Europe, we think of like Shaiko, Citizen from T2, etc., where they can just, we can also talk about Liquid all we want. I feel like we always praise Nesk and Pablo, but that's because they are so good. Having one of those players on your team can sometimes account for 2, if not 3 players of a different team. That's just how lethal some of these players are. And in this game, it's not much different. Most players in this server, if not every single player at this event, is oh so capable of doing great things, but everybody plays different roles, right? We don't expect Secretly to drop 20 kills every game because he's on the supportive role. He brings guidance, IGL leadership, and of course, operators to match. Then we see Doki. Sometimes, most people expect that guy to drop 15 kills every single map when he doesn't. That's him performing poorly. But think about that. Not dropping 15 kills is you playing poorly. That just sets the bar so high for the expectations of yourself and your team. And right now, Secretly getting open the wall, there really wasn't anything in Secret's way. Or Secretly's way. They didn't even use an EMP, so MIBR not really playing around that EMP economy with the mute.
Actually look very far back at the bomb site. Give me a top-down look for a second here, if we can, please. Yeah, it is completely vacated. The only 2 players that are holding close to the bomb site, they're playing aggressively near it, were what we saw, the smoke on the top of rafters, and then I believe there was another player over at the top of red. First pick goes to Na'Vi yet again. Rayduck decides to engage on the jacuzzi breach that's been opened up, and it is not a particularly smart idea. Na'Vi was prepped and ready for that. They get the early pick, and they have 2 minutes essentially to work with MIBR at a numbers disadvantage.
Yeah, and we saw when MIBR was attacking CCTV bomb site, they always went for a garage take, but Na'Vi doing the opposite and going for that jacuzzi split take with construction as the end goal. You basically want to open up walls on both sides, making it very difficult for any defenders to have any safety inside what you would assume would be the safety net of the bomb site itself. Nave might just get a gunfight here, but Doki's there to support. Beautifully done by Na'Vi, now playing more together, and this wall will get opened up very briefly because there's EMPs left available from saves, hard breach on both Secretly and Nave. Now, MIBR, they have to find something going for them here. They do have Toxic Babes, there's no C4s at all, and sure, they even have a single bulletproof inside of the bomb site, but that's not gonna help you, especially if Felipox is injured.
All of Na'Vi now getting in on the fun and a flawless round shaping up. Felipox is still down, that leaves Raps in a 1v5, and it's an 0v5. Match point for Na'Vi, they're making quick work of the Brazilian team, and a flawless 8th round is what gives them that match point.
Absolutely. Flawless round for Na'Vi, and you know what the funny thing is? That was a timeout from MIBR. That is arguably one of the more sour situations, I think, in Rainbow Six Siege. You take a timeout, the one you have for this map, and then you lose. But you don't just lose, Parker. You lose in a flawless sweep from your opponents. So what do you do next? I think if you're MIBR, you will just run your head into the wall and just want to break it. Because right now, Na'Vi, they are putting up a wall in front of you and you're failing to do enough damage to overcome it.
Na'Vi swapping off of the Zofia over to the IQ. Swapping, whatever. Swapping, whatever you like.
Swooping.
MIBR has every single bomb site open. They can go back downstairs if they want. They can go to cache CCTV again. But no, they decide, let's go with a full rotation as if we were winning. Maybe that's some kind of motivation for them. But either way.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I don't think it's a bad idea if you're MIBR. You want to try and figure out how can we break apart Na'Vi. You tried on basement, didn't work. Tried on CC, didn't work. I mean, definitely didn't work. Flawless round. Now you're going German. I think that's the right way to play it, right? There's no reason to repeat the same bomb site if it wasn't even that close. And sure, the basement one in particular was a 5v5, sub 20 seconds, crazy amounts of chaos, and a few kills go in the favor of Na'Vi, really swayed the round into their side. But again, MIBR, I don't think it's bad for you to try out different stuff. We see Raps even throwing out a Valkyrie camera on this side of Jacuzzi. That means they can try and play off that, and I hear something crazy going on the other stream. I don't know who is winning, but...
That sounds like Team 1 shouting.
It does.
So, I mean, Oxygen is not that upbeat of a team.
Usually it's just lads from APEC being that loud, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Twitch.tv/Rainbow6Bravo if you'd like to take a second and watch what's happening on the second stream. The North American team Oxygen is going up against Team 1, and there's actually a comeback brewing right now. I'm not going to tell you which team is coming back, but that game is tightening up. It looked like it was almost certain. Could that potentially mean anything here? No, I guess not. A Nitro Cell goes out. Blur with the tag, but he doesn't accomplish anything, and now Doki is the one in the line of fire. He'll hit the Adrenal Surge to give himself a little bit more HP, but the Nitro Cell from MIBR is good enough to give them some breathing room, having taken out the IQ. What on earth did we just witness?
They're storming back to the bomb site together, and this is the first time in 5 rounds that MIBR has gotten the opening kill. And not just the kill, but Doki also taking a ton of damage. Of course, Doki still has 2 Adrenal Surges left. He can top himself up, but other than that, only 1 grenade going from the side of Na'Vi. They don't have a lot of ways to clear utility, and MIBR bringing both multiple shields, 2 of those in fact, and also bringing the Maestro Evil Eyes. This is going to be really difficult for Na'Vi. I think MIBR did a good job on selecting the bomb site.
Na'Vi do not want to go for that Jacuzzi entrance. You see there's a black eye cam there, giving all the intel in the world to MIBR as to whether or not an attacker will head on through. Instead, because you have that cam up, you don't need to keep any actual human presence over there. The robot, the camera, will do its job while you can watch it safely, maybe inside of logistics or maybe inside of the bomb site. Final minute now to play. Na'Vi still on match point. MIBR need to be perfect to now go to overtime. Before that, we said they could win out in regulation. That is no longer a possibility. With Na'Vi trailing, their job not significantly harder, losing Blur early, as you talked about.
Yeah, it is difficult. It's the IQ off the board, doesn't bring the most utility, but of course, the Valkyrie cameras is going to be difficult to find from the side of Na'Vi, and well, they need to make their way through with very limited utility. Doki on the windows with no grenades left. It'll come down to a bloodbath of gunfights, but I think Na'Vi in the situation, they might have a chance with the LMG in hand, but MIBR, of course, they have 5 guns against 4.
That's a shot opportunity for Nath. Just missed. You can see the amount of MIBR players on cams right now. There comes Doki from this angle, waiting for the call to swing out, and it's onto the alibi. He can't really do too much. No Adrenal Surge for him to be able to get back up. He uses it at the last second, actually, as that bloodbath comes. Nath on low HP. He needs to get the diffuser down with Saves watching, and he'll do just that, flashing on in, but he wants the gunfight instead. He's flashed himself, and he gets picked apart with Saves nowhere nearby. MIBR win with a member of Na'Vi still up because the clock is the win for them. This is a tough spot for MIBR to win, but they need every single round from here on out to go to overtime. That is at least a spirited performance for them to pick up their 3rd round of the map.
Yeah, we see some smiles now coming out. They found their ground for the first time in 5 rounds. Opening kill and the round to go on their side. They're now looking to go back into Church, a bomb site where, as I mentioned earlier, it was 5v5, sub 20 seconds, and it ended up in the beginning with MIBR roaming around the map. This time around, they are hovering the mirror, but they will be 6-picking off it into ... the Maestro once again. They really want to play around the soft breach utility, and that's where Na'Vi fell short in the previous round. Blur recognizes that and actually picks the Valkyrie, the IQ, but 6-picks it off into Sophia because they want more explosive economy to deal with these challenges. I think it makes sense, and if MIBR gets in that early roam to slow down Na'Vi, I think that's going to be their best bet, because if you're not going to be roaming on Clubhouse, You just give attackers so much time and so much room to pick apart how they want to attack and approach it. When Thatcher open especially, that just means it's absolutely free real estate. Church wall, you can breach that. Hatches, you can breach that. Kite isn't even played because it's banned. And there's no wall deny from the side of MIBR. So that means you have to roam, you have to be active, you have to try and leverage an advantage somewhere in the early round.
Na'Vi still have plenty of opportunity. They've also got a timeout. If you look at the way that teams use timeouts, more often than not, a single timeout will net you at least one round. If that's all that you need, then Na'Vi will be okay. I mean, that's not always the case, and that's very simplistic. People, I already know that there's people prepping their... Go ahead.
Parker, it's not always like that, you know, sometimes it's different. I know what they say. I'm not one of those people. I think timeouts are great. I think they're fun. And I think oftentimes, or sometimes at least, oh, who's not having fun right now, Parker? It saves.
Oh, there was an engagement early on. Luka took a beating. He'll get back to the bomb site. Thunderbird is an operator that can easily heal you back up. She's not present. That's the only one right now in the current meta that could help MIBR, and also worth noting because we do see a fair bit of Thunderbird on some of these maps. Maybe not on Clubhouse, but on Oregon, on Chalet, yes, we do. And those happen to be the next two maps that we're going to go to, so maybe she'll show up. Either way, Luka's not going to be able to get back at all. Thatcher was the operator who died.
Yep. But there's no wall deny from the side of MIBR. So again, not a huge pickup from them. Sure, it is still a kill. Opening pick, we know it's so important, but Na'Vi still has all the tools they need. They can breach any wall, any hatch with this Thermite Hibana combination. Last time, it was majority from Na'Vi coming from that kitchen hatch with Doki making chaos, I believe a moto door or long hallway. But when MIBR having these Valkyrie cameras alive still, they're going to have more info than last time on the whereabouts of Na'Vi and where the execute will come from. That's going to make Na'Vi's life a little bit more difficult, especially seeing as, well, Saves isn't there to help them.
Oh, lots of soft destruction still from Na'Vi, but they've doubled up on the hard breach. There's no sledge on the board for them, no buck being brought either. There are teams that only use the buck as more of a pocket pick. This is the 1 minute mark, and that Vector of Felipox has found its second target. It's on to Blur. Down goes the Zofia. Na'Vi just surrendering far too much before actually pulling off the execute. The last time that Na'Vi attacked this bomb site, if you'll recall, it was a 5v5 plant with Nath getting off at the last second and dying, and the killing beginning right as that diffuser got planted. Absolute bedlam in the bomb site. This time around, if Na'Vi tries to engage with that, they'll be in a significantly weaker state.
That they will, and you see here the impact trick coming out from the side of MIBR. It is Redock to slow them down, but I believe the hatch got opened eventually. I don't think it'll matter much for Na'Vi, but Doki creeps on in from long hallway, finds the opening kill onto Redock. Can he find a second? No, he cannot. Felipox shuts it down. Luke, it follows up. It's Nath single-handedly on the bomb site, but nothing to find. MIBR, 4th round on the board, and now the comeback begins.
Really wild stuff from MIBR, playing aggressively on the main floor, then transitioning, and you talk about how teams have a soft timer, a soft clock that they follow. It hits the 1 minute mark, it hits the 90-second mark, and we need to get back to the bomb site. Well, usually you do that without any altercations. MIBR got a pick, and they got the pick off of it quite well. What do you...
I'm just really surprised Na'Vi didn't call a timeout. I feel like this would be the opportunity, right? You've lost the last 2 rounds, lost the last 2 opening kills. You're on the attacking side. Things aren't really working out for you. And if you don't win this round, well, then you're just even more close to OT. Of course, you can argue that last time around Na'Vi was attacking CCTV, they won the attack. And they know that MIBR have to go CC or bar because they've locked gym and they've locked basement. They need to go to a tertiary bomb site. That's the only reasoning I can make up in my mind for why you wouldn't want to do it. Or perhaps you still believe momentum is in your favor and you don't want to give MIBR even more time to settle in and get comfy in their shoes.
Cash CCTV, another defense for MIBR. Prior to this run that MIBR went on, Na'Vi won 5 rounds in a row, the last one flawlessly to move to map point. But MIBR now storming back. They took a timeout, they lose the next round, but have been significantly better since then. I think they're playing far more restrained. And when I say restrained, they're actually playing more aggressively as well, but they're not playing recklessly. So it's kind of a channeled anger, so to speak. I wonder how Na'Vi is going to approach this particular problem. They've got 2 hard breachers again rolling with that Thermite Hibana combo that they have quite enjoyed so far on this map. Soft Destruction 2 for them, and a Finka just is the beautiful bow to tie it all off.
Yep, pretty consistent operator picks across the board from both teams, actually. The only difference from MIBR is that there is no Maestro this time around, but they do have the bandit to slow down Na'Vi. But as you said, Parker, the Thermite Hibana Thatcher combination, Doki with the nades as well, name a more iconic duo than Doki and opening pick. That's looking off the board on the Melusi, so her gadget will live on and still do damage. But again, the gun is off the board. That's Doki's 12th kill as well, by the way, so he's sitting quite nice up there up top. And Na'Vi, last time around, they went for a server breach into a master take. Right now, they haven't gotten that first step. They haven't breached the wall yet because Reduct, he's successfully tricking around secretly. Although, maybe at the very end here, they will finally get the wall open. Bada bing, bada boom. There it is. Now Na'Vi can stop progressing through the map. They have a decision to make. Will it be They're already in garage. They already got it.
You're gonna ask, oh, what are they doing?
Are they gonna go garage? They're already in garage. They got it. With a minute and 40 seconds left, that is not good for MIBR, Parker. This is indeed terrible.
Quite slowly taking up more and more space on that catwalk, on rafters. Reduct has his eyes turned towards that particular area. He doesn't need to watch the main walls that have been opened up, as you spoke of. Falls droned out by the main door, so he will head back towards red stairs, and now some of that reinforcement on the wall leading into the B-bomb has been taken apart.
That it has, and now we need to see what will Na'Vi do. They droned out Falls down below. He has a C4. Na'Vi should know this, but Philippox playing beautifully around it, making sure that his friend is not alone. Now, running to that pool window, might go for a cheeky jump out or a peek or a swing. Doesn't find anything, but back onto Nave, who's starting the plant, but Falls finds a kill. Has C4 down below, doesn't toss it just yet. Nave almost gets the plant. 1 second, sub 1 second, smoke comes out, and C4. It's the team kill that takes him out somehow amongst the chaos.
It looked like the Nitro Cell was going to work, by the way, so it doesn't matter who ends up killing him. A scramble in the post plant now, saves on Repel. He'll have to watch for a run out potentially. Blur down for the count, and Saves is very vulnerable. A run from Garage, he spots it, and he's just going to continue to be hunted. Pops up, nicely played, but they charge at him down on the ground. Where's he going to go? He manages to almost make it to safety. They have 12 seconds to get in. Will they get there in time? It looks like an almost certainty. Falls is the first one to charge in. He's got 4 seconds, 3 seconds. He's there in time. If it had just been a half second for Saves to get up on the balcony, that would have been the ball game. But MIBR get the pick, get back inside, and then get to the diffuser in time. We will need the 12th round to settle this. Na'Vi was up 6-2. What happened? Well, MIBR woke up. And now we have a competitive match between the two of them.
That's gotta be your timeout right there. There's no way, right? Do you just stick it? Do you just go all the distance, all the way?
Yeah. And it is. Okay. It is their timeout.
Good. I'm really happy, Na'Vi. Great job for you. I would have liked to see it last time, but I'll take it now if I can. MIBR managed to scramble back that victory. The Toxic Babes came out. They thought that was gonna be enough. Then they figured out, oh, Nave is already deep on plant. C4 came down below from Falls. Ended up with Saves, team killing. It wouldn't have mattered. You're right, Parker. The C4 did get tossed. It would have taken him out regardless. It didn't matter at all in the end. Saves, in that 1 versus 4, had 2 players injured and wanted to reload before going up to the platform. That slight hesitation really made a difference because he was about 0.5, so half a second, off successfully getting away with that round. If he had gotten up to that balcony, he would have been safe and could have just held the walk-in from Garage, of course ensured that Na'Vi would have finished it up on their side. Now, Na'Vi, they can talk about how do we approach the next attack. We know it's going to be a gym defense or a bar because basement is locked, CCTV is locked. This means Na'Vi has good information because bar over gym, undoubtedly, unlikely. It's most likely going to be a gym. It is what MIBR is hovering. It's where we'll be going. And they're bringing the similar lineup. They're bringing back the Maestro.
Well, this rotation did not work out particularly well at the start for MIBR. They lost Church, they lost Cash, but they did win this bomb site. And this is where the streak for them began. The streak that is now 3 rounds in a row, and the unthinkable seems to be happening. MIBR starting to add tally after tally to the scoreboard for the defenders. Na'Vi taking that timeout. You speculated in the last round that it might have been better for them to do it at that point. Instead, they'll do it now. We'll see what they can do to settle down. If you look at the lineup that's being brought by Na'Vi, nothing has really changed.
No.
Nick, it's a pretty standard stuff. It's a Yana, a Zofia, and a Thatcher, bookended by the 2 hard breachers. As for MIBR, again, they like this lineup, tons of information. But I will say the one change that Na'Vi did was the last time they attacked this bomb site, they brought an IQ. That IQ is no longer present. Blur died early. The gadgetry from the IQ unable to spot any Valkyrie cameras and pinpoint the rest of the layout, the gadgets and the layout on the bomb site. So will a Zofia be any more impactful? I have to say, presumably.
I will say Blur opted to use his gadget for that hatch instead of the breaching charge in his pocket. Not sure if he thought he was playing a Claymore or just was afraid of a C4 passively with the sound cue of him placing it on the hatch. Either way, Blur has been the flex player of Na'Vi so far. He played the IQ, played the Finga, he's playing the Sophia currently, with the 150, getting that LMG weaponry on his side. That is something that we started to see more and more in the last couple of months. LMGs are really present and really strong right now, and I think it's also a great gun because you're playing against defenders who doesn't have that many bullets in their magazine. They don't have as many long-range scopes either, so the gunplay favor is really on your side, and now Blur will take advantage of just that. He will creep up the main stairs and try and get a freebie. Remember, there's no barbed wire or anything on this staircase. I don't think MIBR are aware. Hold your breath, Blur. You might get opening pick. It's match point. You need something right here. If not, then it will be bad. If you die, you put your team in a bad position, but it's Lukid who falls. Blur finds the opening kill, and that's going to be great for Na'Vi.
And I don't know if MIBR had any idea that somebody was in such close proximity. They've now tagged Felopox into the ring. He's not too far off. Blur might have heard this. Certainly seems to have that sixth sense that we've talked about a few times, as I don't believe there was a drone present on the bottom floor. So this is just sheer luck. And Felopox swings. The guns from MIBR are so good. Every single LATAM team can easily beat you in the fragging department. Doki answers back on the Felopox. The team's at a 3v3. You'd also lost Nath too. That's the Hibana down for Na'Vi. Not particularly damning, but with some of the hard destruction done, the job of Hibana might not be as critical.
Yeah, they still have Secretly, he still has 1 charge left, but you know what? MIBR, they don't have to Maestro much longer. He's injured on the mattress. There is verticality below him. I think Doki sees him as he's trying to creep away. The backpack, the head gets found. Nice job from Doki. 3 versus 2. 1 player inside of construction and 1 player inside of office from MIBR. They're very far apart. They don't have a crossfire just yet.
I like the crossfire that can be had, but
Yes.
their one blind spot, if they don't move, is going to be Jim. So Secretly, with the diffuser in hand, we'll prioritize that part of the map. There's not a lot of intel for Na'Vi. They've only got 15 seconds to work with. There's a Maestro cam up, and next to the bomb chassis, that plant will go down. Raps the last man standing, tossing out a nice C4. Hucked out, but it misses. Secretly re-engages, and it's Doki to end a potential comeback. MIBR, so close, but close again. Doesn't particularly count. By a score of 7-5, Na'Vi survive a scare and take their map.
Basically, every single round went into the side who got the opening pick. It was Blur on this very final round that somehow, someway, almost walked all the way into the bomb site because there was no barbed wire or a Banshee from Lukid on that main stairs. And that goes to show where the value of gadgets they come into play, especially where you put them. And one of the biggest things you have to ensure in every single defensive setup is that your staircases are safe. Otherwise, you might just lose a player on site very quickly.
MIBR do not look particularly happy with that result. I don't blame them. I don't think I'd be really that enthused either. It certainly felt like you grabbed onto that momentum and had a golden chance to go to overtime. But unfortunately for Brazilian fans, MIBR letting so many rounds go at the start of the map came back to haunt them. That 4-2 for Na'Vi was a little bit too much to overcome, and then surrendering the first round of their defense was just the first of a couple nails in their coffin. That's map 1 though, Nick. We've still got 2 more to go. Chalet is up next, and MIBR should feel more comfortable knowing that it's their map.
Absolutely, and the thing is, Na'Vi hasn't played this map yet, so there isn't much studying to do for the side of MIBR. They'll have to play their own game and trust that they can do it, and I know it can be hard when you have a map, as we just had on Clubhouse. They found momentum for 3 rounds in a row, that was it. That's really all they had going for them. On Chalet, I really pray for their side that they can get at least a first round or something in the early game to try and get back some of that momentum that we talk about a lot. It really plays a big role in these games to really feel like you have a chance.
Na'Vi and MIBR proving to be just as competitive as we had hoped. But before we get into Chalet, let's sort of a quick break, if that's okay with you, and then we'll be back with more Rainbow Six action. Well, that's map 1 in the books, and we're back now getting ready for map number 2 between Na'Vi and MIBR. There's something more than just a normal matchup on the line, because as we get closer to the end of the group stage here at the 6 Invitational, we're going to start saying goodbye to certain teams. In this case, Na'Vi are fighting for their lives. They or Team 1 are almost certain to go home today. On the other stream, by the way, Team 1 is still in action against OXG, if you'd like to watch both of them at the same time. But after map 1, Na'Vi are doing everything they can to keep fate in their own hands by taking their map, Clubhouse 7-5.
Absolutely, and I think it kind of speaks volumes to what position Na'Vi are in. They know it's back against the wall. They know they might go home if they don't start finding a win somewhere. And we spoke about Doki dropping 15 kills to win rounds, and would you look at that, or maps rather, 15 and 7 plus 8 for him. Cost actually looking pretty good down the board. 75, 75, 67, 75, 58 for Na'Vi. When inside of MIBR, it sways a bit more. You got 83 up top, 42 at the bottom. So yeah, quite the differential maker there. But Na'Vi, they need to keep up this momentum if they want to continue playing like this, because in the last 2 days, it hasn't looked like Na'Vi has been on top. Now we're starting to see a glimpse of it, at least.
Yeah, we absolutely are. Na'Vi had a rough first set of maps, and then after that, they show more signs of life. Against a team like MIBR, if you do not want to go home, MIBR and Team 1 are the 2 teams that Na'Vi has to show up well against. And so far, so good against MIBR. But I can also turn around and say on the flip side, that Na'Vi going 7-5 all 12 rounds against a team who were not playing on their map is not exactly a confidence booster. Yes, Doki showed up. Yes, he carried a lot of those rounds. But on Chalet, you're going to need more of a team effort. It's not your map. You haven't played it once at the 6 Invitational so far. MIBR only played it one time, by the way. Yep. And they lost it to Damwon Kia by a score of 6-8. So it's not exactly like MIBR are coming in as world beaters on Chalet at this event. Na'Vi almost certainly studied some footage and know exactly what to do. But to compare Na'Vi to Damwon Kia, I think does a great disservice to the Korean team, who right now are the only team in this entire tournament who are guaranteed to make it out of their group. That said, Nick, an immediate, intriguing ban on our screen. MIBR does not want to deal with Lion. We are underway with map number 2, MIBR's pick of Chalet. MIBR starting on defense, Na'Vi on attack, and there is no yellow meta to be found here.
We're really taking these yellow operators off the wall. IQ, of course, still available. Blur did play that for a single round, I believe. If I was on this game or in this game, I wouldn't want to play against Lion either. And crazy enough, we're also seeing Na'Vi go with the Jaeger ban. So last map of Clubhouse, we saw Amai. Now it's the Jaeger.
Did they just come together and say, no yellow operators at all?
I mean, we'll find, is there anyone
Kaid? Valkyrie, another yellow operator.
Okay.
What the hell is going on?
Yep.
They hate the color yellow. I understand it. And what color is Na'Vi's logo? Oh my god.
No.
Oh my god.
Doomed himself now, Parker.
Na'Vi's logo is yellow. The bands are yellow. Oh my.
I mean, this bodes well for MIBR, right? That means we go third map. Like, this is it. We don't even got to play out this map. We know the outcome already. MIBR takes it. We go on to the third map of Oregon. But no, seriously, this is Na'Vi's 7th map that we will have played at the 6 Invitationals. And little fun fact, did you know there are only, and I say only, there are only 7 maps in the map pool in competitive play in Rainbow Six Siege. That means that as we're entering Chalet, this will have been the last map for Na'Vi that they have yet to play. So they're the most flexible team by imagination at this event in terms of how many maps they've played, but they are not the most flexible team in how many maps they've won when they've played them. They had a 2-0 loss against OXG. It was a 2-7-7-1. So, sorry. 2-7-1-7. It was Bank and Coastline. I got the numbers mixed up. And they had a 2-1 loss against Team 1. So they did manage to win a single map. That's the only map they won besides the map we just saw on Clubhouse. That was a 7-4 Oregon in Na'Vi's favor into a 3-7 loss Cafe, 4-7 loss Villa to follow it up. So they would be very happy with another win. But before we get there, we gotta do a quick rehost and make sure that all the players are comfy in the server and got the right settings and operators and skins and all those things, because we all know sometimes players mess up. It happens.
It happens. Players can mess up. The server might have an issue. We don't know exactly what went wrong.
I have no idea.
It's foolish of us to speculate, right? Let's talk about the greater picture right now, because Na'Vi, while wanting to win this from a group's perspective, there is the looming threat of elimination. No matter what happens, they're not going home today, but tomorrow is the last day of groups. On Sunday, either Na'Vi or Team 1 may be taking a flight home. For Na'Vi, it's a bit of a short flight, much longer for Team 1. We're going to spoil what happened in Map 1 on the other series, so close your ears for the next few seconds. Team 1, after being down, what was it, 6-1 or 6-2 for Oxygen, Team 1 have secured Map 1 on Coastline by a score of 8-7. So, the way that we look at what happens in these groups is that if Na'Vi wins and Team 1 loses, Team 1 is out. That's it. There are not enough points for them to come back. They cannot advance from the group. If Na'Vi wins 2-1, and that means that Team 1 must lose without winning a map. That is now gone, by the way, because Team 1 are not going to go out 0-2. So Na'Vi must win. If they do not win, even if they lose 1-2, there is a high likelihood that Na'Vi will end up going home. And this is something that Na'Vi is going to be playing with in the back of their head. It's foolish to suggest they don't come in today understanding how high the stakes are.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you have coaching staff and analysts and 5 pro players and everything else.
6 consoles.
Yeah, 6 consoles, 4 satellites. Yeah, cat cam, dog cam, all the cams. You know what the stakes are. You know exactly what match is the last match. You know which one is the first match. And you also know exactly which one might be your doom or your glory. I can say that with experience. I knew exactly when we were qualified for playoffs. I knew exactly when we were supposed to be qualified, but we didn't because we messed up. And now we gotta work harder. No doubt Na'Vi and MIBR, Team 1, OXG, all the teams playing today knows those exact same things. No surprise there.
No. So you fight for your life in the server, but then you also have to do it in your group. This is not a particular cakewalk of a group. There's 2 Brazilian teams in it, both Team 1 and MIBR. Rounding out the rest of the group, other than Na'Vi, are Damwon Kia and OXG. OXG have looked mighty strong so far. Damwon Kia has looked the strongest, of course. They have a +20 round differential, are currently 3-0, and are the only team that has clinched a spot as a first seed. No matter what happens with Oxygen or any of the other teams in the group, it is impossible for Damwon Kia to fall from first overall, which means they don't have to scrap through the lower bracket. They're going to be up top in the winner's bracket, and with every single best of 3 until the grand finals, Damwon Kia will have a second life, because even if they lose, they'll go down to that lower bracket. For the 2 bottom teams in this group, of which one of Team 1 or Na'Vi will be included in, you are in, once again, a do-or-die situation. You lose your best of 3 in the lower bracket, that's it. You go home. So,
I mean, for a lot of teams here, I think the initial goal, no matter who you are, Liquid, Damwon Kia, Na'Vi, etc., reigning world champions of NIP, I think the core, simple first goal is to make it out of groups. Then you can pat your back and say, you know what, we did it, boys. Anything from here is a bonus. Of course, there are a few outliers. I think NIP, they would love to defend their title in the grand final. I think a team like Damwon Kia are worthy of going top 4. It's even in my predictions. So in a non-biased way, I really hope they make it far. I think they're fun to watch, and also they play a really good game of Rainbow Six Siege. Na'Vi, MIBR, OXG, and Team 1, one of those teams are not gonna be here, but the other 3 will be joining us, and I hope we see more from them, even though they'll be in the lower bracket fighting for their lives each and every game. At the very least, they'll be used to it, right? Because no one has really stepped forward in this group besides Damwon Kia, so every other team, they know what it's like for every game to matter oh so much, and when you're in the lower bracket, that's exactly just how that will continue for you.
The big thing about today is that this is Team 1's last match. They are the team that has a bye tomorrow. So the reason why their match against OXG on the other stream is so crucial is that today is the last opportunity for the defending Mexico Major champions. I guess they're technically not defending anymore because they lost the crown to FaZe inside of Sweden. But the Mexico Major champions who went on that miracle run, today's it. That's it. You lose today, even if you win today, you cannot get any more points. Every other team here in Group D is in action tomorrow. OXG will play MIBR, and if MIBR wins here and OXG wins on the other stream, then that will likely be a fight for second place in the group. Neither of those teams right now in a position where they need to worry about going home. But what happens with Na'Vi? If Na'Vi wins today and then wins tomorrow against Damwon Kia, and MIBR loses today and loses to OXG tomorrow, then they're not going to go home, but they're going to finish 4th in the group and be in an even more precarious position. Team 1 absolutely have to close out today with a win if they want the best shot of making it out of the group in either the lower bracket or the higher bracket. I don't think the upper bracket's even possible for Team 1 at this point, by the way, but we'd have to dive into the numbers on that. Let's not speculate too much because numbers make my brain hurt. I don't know about you, and all of you at home probably very bored as I drone on about math equations. Round number 1 underway here on Chalet. Tech issues resolved. MIBR on defense, Na'Vi on attack.
Remember, this is MIBR's map pick, and they're looking quite confident because only one player is even remotely near to bomb site, that is false. And that means that Na'Vi will have to fight off 4 roaming defenders. It'll be the Melusi, it'll be the Mossy, the Lesion, the Vigil. Very much aggressive roam-based operators, and this is kind of where Na'Vi struggled on Clubhouse, right? The roam clear on the basement attacks weren't the quickest. MIBR, they understand the map, they understand the clock ticking down favors them, and Phillybox gets the opening gunfight, but not the kill. But Doki, now half health left, is going to have a harder time throughout this round. He'll have to use the nades well, but Phillybox and Redot finds 1 each. That is a good start for MIBR. Confidence speaks everything.
Defenders knocking out both the Thermite and the Maverick. That's the double hard breacher combo on a bomb site like Bar and Gaming. Maybe not as crucial as some of the other sites on this map, but you never want to be forfeiting those hard breachers right off the hop. Doki follows. He's in the grave as well, 6 feet under, which is roughly twice as tall as Doki is.
Oh, man.
So is the rest of the team. It's a flawless round to start off Chalet. The delay clearly working for MIBR somehow, and they're making up for lost time.
Yep, that is the aggressive early round roam. It was a bar defense, but we didn't see a single second of action anywhere near that area. It was all done in the Solar Trophy Kitchen-ish area of the map, which is literally across from the bomb site. So if you're Na'Vi and you figure out, which they probably didn't know until they ended up dying to the roamers of MIBR, if you know the site is weak, you can make the call to, of course, rotate over, play it quickly, and just run over Falls, who's the only person on site with the smoke. But it also takes a lot of good drone work to come to that conclusion, and it can be very difficult to drone when the enemy team is playing, you know, the Mute, the Mossy, the Vigil, etc., because you're going to be limited on where your drones can go, and you can't always trust the information that you're gaining, because Vigil, for example, as an operator, will just blur out your drone and be like, oh, there's a Vigil on the map. Where? We don't really know, but we can maybe guess where he is. It does have quite a big radius. It goes through floors, up and down. So that just means a guessing game is the best you can do, and Redot, he shows that. 3 kills on his side on that very first round.
That was a full court press, as we like to call it, over in North America. I guess you're in North America now too.
I mean, right now I'm in Sweden, but I have been in North America, and I will be going back to North America after this.
I'm aware of where you are at the present moment. I am standing right next to you.
Just making sure that you didn't think that you were in America, Parker. You never know. I'm just making sure that
I'm not even American. So
I mean, you're half American. You're Canadian. No. It's quarter. Okay, he's okay with quarter.
I am not okay with quarter.
You're Canadian, Parker.
A grave insult to Canadians to suggest that we are in some way, shape, or form American. Okay.
I didn't hear that. You're lovely.
We will launch an army of moose at you, and you will have to fend against it.
And maple syrup.
And tons of maple syrup.
Yep. You guys have quite the reserve here.
You know,
over there
as a diabetic now, maple syrup is a biological weapon when used against me. So
I'll take note of that.
I suppose an act of war.
If you piss me off, Parker, I have a weapon that I can use at my disposal readily in most grocery stores. But right now, we're inside of office, not the grocery store. Redot gets stunned out from Na'Vi. It's Nath with that gun in hand, but Doki, he's the one that gets the pick. He earlier on previous round took a lot of damage, but this round he's the one to deal it instead.
Doki showing up is a major win condition for Na'Vi, if not the biggest win condition for Na'Vi, because when Doki does not frag, Na'Vi does not win. It doesn't need to be that much deeper. You know, when you say something and people say, it's not that deep. It's really not that deep. If Doki does not show up, That's it. Na'Vi oftentimes does simply not have that fragging potential to win. So an early pick from Doki to keep himself in it. He's going to have to get close to tying that 15-kill performance that he had on Clubhouse. Well, that first pick goes in favor of Na'Vi. They are not particularly keen to do much more than that. They get the kill, they immediately settle back down, go back to Discovery. Pick up some of the soft destruction on the top floor before then turning their sights to the main floor and eventually the basement, which is where the bomb site is.
Yeah, they still got some time ahead of them. 1 minute and 10 seconds on the clock. And now, Na'Vi bringing out the Maverick is going to favor them because, well, it's a basement attack. There's going to be jammers in your way and also the Kite Claw. So, torching open a circle hole. Nate goes out, almost gets the drone of Doki, but no, it'll instead be Falls who finds it instead. And now Na'Vi opening up the wall in Trench. That's going to help them, as they're going to gain a nice angle into sight, but they want to open up the second wall as well, and there's currently a jammer on it.
That's Trench Wall, and now this Wine Wall will also get opened on up. Secretly is waiting for it. He's got that exothermic charge left. I'm not exactly sure where the Electroclaw went that was in hand of Falls. He tried to trick it. I think it was on that Trench Wall, but it was maybe a bit too slow. Not entirely certain. But with the Maverick using his torch to great effect, Na'Vi have now opened up both walls, and they can waltz on in. One player in Connector trying to stop them will be Falls, and Doki from above has the attention of a player, but Rayduct wins the duel before getting away with a single HP. Secretly getting the diffuser down, but his team is falling all around him, and Nath will be the one to try to save it. He drops right down, spraying on in. Nitro Cell takes out Secretly, and there's nothing Nath can do. Kills for him? No. Kills for MIBR? Yes. And the round will go to the Brazilians. They're up 2-0.
Oh, that's a nice one from MIBR. I will say, that Doki Reduct fight inside a first floor of Fireplace and Bar, that was extremely important. Had Doki won, that means that MIBR have to fear the primary stairs and Fireplace going to side. Reduct had a slither of health, barely won it, but he did. And that really plays into MIBR's favor, as they have one more man on the board, but also they got the map control. They could then just take all the remaining guns on the bomb site and only face in one direction. C4 came out, took down the planter of Na'Vi, and then we saw what happened. It was Blur who dropped the hatch, I believe, and then eventually got one kill, then got shot down, and now we'll be heading to Master Bedroom Office, which is kind of where the last round started, where the opening pick was found. That was Na'Vi who got it, but didn't get the round. This is also a 6-pick on to cancel from Falls. That's going to help secure some of those long angles from outside the building. That big window indeed, and the door to follow it up. This makes really good sense. It basically nullifies or makes it less valuable to go in that big window unless you want to use multiple soft breach explosions to kill both castle barricades to then gain back the angle that you normally otherwise would have.
I want to talk about that site selection, by the way, by MIBR for just a second here. Teams often loathe to go downstairs to Garage because of how hard it is to defend, especially if that first portion of the Garage gets opened up. Usually, teams will open that up, smoke it off, watch Connector, and they have relative impunity to walk in and get the diffuser down.
Yep. I mean,
Na'Vi didn't want that. They wanted to go through Trophy. They wanted to go through the back. They entered through Trophy. They go down to Snowmobile Garage or Bane Garage. They ignore Snowmobile Garage. They get the Wine Wall open. They get the Trench Wall open, which is a little bit tougher.
Yeah.
They get swung on, and I don't think Na'Vi was in position to find the MIBR players who did end up swinging.
It's a very good point, and it basically is Na'Vi choosing to go for roam clear and going for map control, going for the early frag in their favor. That kind of speaks to the fact that they don't have time to also walk outside the map, run all the way across, open up the snowmobile wall, then go back into Trench. You can only pick and choose your options. Imagine there's those like 3 rings and they all overlap. Well, you can pick 2, but you can't have all 3. That's what happened. You cannot have map control and both sides breached at the same time. Same story on Clubhouse that we just saw. You cannot get both garage construction and the main breach. It's either main breach and garage or main breach and construction. That's just how the cookie crumbles.
So, this is 1 minute into round number 3. And a defense upstairs in the bedroom portion of the map. I'm not sure if we will see a kitchen defense, but these teams are crafty enough and were crafty enough that Na'Vi went to all 4 bomb sites on Clubhouse. Will they bring that same level of ingenuity to Chalet? I'm not entirely certain. We'll have to wait. MIBR liked their site rotation an awful lot on Clubhouse. If you are creatures of habit, then just stick to the same 3 bomb sites, perfect and hone your craft, and don't worry about a potential pocket strat.
No, you're not wrong there, Parker, but neither is Luki. He strikes through. That's Doki off the board again, and that's Doki every single round being a part of the first gunfight. Once went in his favor, but twice it did not. Blur also now half health. Of course, Luki himself not looking too shabby. There is no Thunderbird just yet being brought out, but Blur says, you know what, a headshot will come right clean off. Reduct, same story for him, trading back and forth, and now we cannot get the ground because MIBR simply won't allow them to get it. Now Nave finding Philippox is going to be better off for them, but they need more than this. Now secretly will have to go on in, finds another kill for himself, but Plant, it's going to be difficult. There is 1c4 from Liquid, and a jump out ready, unlocked here. Saves, not on the balconies, he came back inside of Piano. We'll have to go through this Aruni gate.
He tries to get the diffuser down, but then falls off of it. Another attempt. Falls spraying on in above the head, but he gets picked apart, and both of them die in relatively quick order. All right, a bit of a puzzling end to that round, but I don't think Na'Vi cares that it was puzzling at all. You can scratch your heads, but do so with one round under your belt. No perfect site rotation for MIBR, despite the Brazilian team taking 2 of the first 3 rounds. They ultimately drop that bedroom defense, and Na'Vi picks it up to get on the board.
A win is a win, even if it was scrappy or puzzling. And yeah, secretly worth noting, he actually played the flashbangs last round on the thermite. It wasn't the smokes. That is going to make life a little bit more difficult if you're on the attacking side, because you cannot cut off the lines of sight and limit the vision from the defenders. Although I will also argue that with the flashbang change, which in case you guys aren't aware, they changed the flashbangs and most flash mechanics, if not every flash mechanic of the game. So as long as you are within an 8-meter in-game radius of a flashbang, you will always get blinded. It doesn't matter if you're turning away, if you're staring right at it, you will get blinded. Although, be it with a reduced effect if you're not facing it about 50%, so it'll be a bit shorter, but you still can't see, so it really won't matter. Flashbangs are quite strong for the first time in Rainbow Six Siege, really, since that change was made. I believe it was about 9 months ago at this point, maybe even longer. My memory is not the greatest, and time has really flown by these last 2 years, in my opinion.
It honestly, it feels like we've been in like the same 3 months, just over and over again, but I want to talk about Na'Vi playing this map for just a second here.
Do it.
Since the Mexico Major, Na'Vi have played this map in Tier 1 competition only 2 times. They played it in the EU Finals in the lower bracket when G2 defeated them 3-7. And then they played it again on Playday number 3 all the way back in September 20th where they defeated Team Secret 7-5. The last time that they played it before that was August 18th. Against Furia, and Furia won 8-7. So since August 18th, this team has played Chalet 3 times. They've played it in international competition once, they played it in domestic competition twice, and they don't have a particularly good record. 2 losses, one of which was close, and a narrow victory. MIBR seemingly far more comfortable here, and given the fact that Na'Vi's map pool has been somewhat exposed by this pick, you have to worry. But Na'Vi kept pace in round number 3. Round number 4 starts off with a bit of a dull roar for MIBR, and it will continue to go. The roar getting louder and louder and louder. Doki 1-4, he's gone. Nath will join him.
Yeah, not looking too good for Na'Vi. They're not finding the picks, and they're not really playing together the same way we saw them do on Clubhouse. They're very much spread thin, and it shows 5 versus 2. This only really happens if you're not trading out correctly, and that is the name of the game for Na'Vi. It's everybody fighting for themselves, not playing as a unit, except for the one round we just saw where they won on that top floor attack on Master Bedroom. Oh boy, Na'Vi, now you can't really do much. You gotta just kind of jump in, try and find a pick or 2. Because a 5 versus 2 is never really winnable unless it gets handed right to you, and I don't think MIBR has any way of doing that because they've all fallen back to side except for Philippox, who's roaming down below. They do not want to throw around this freebie of a round.
All 4 bomb sites now played by MIBR as well, so this is a this is a sign. It shows the flexibility of this map. Beautiful shot, 4 kills. Philippox looking for 1 more. The last player to elude him is Saves. He'll approach from the back. Philippox is looking at the stairs. Saves sees him, wins the first bit of the engagement. Low HP for Philippox. He's got 4 kills to his name, looking for a 5th, but the rest of the team will coalesce and try to pressure Saves, playing in this position by the doorway, shooting away. They don't care if it's going to end up being an ace or not. He gets the down, but not the kill. No ace. And the round breaks in favor of MIBR flawlessly.
You know, we've actually not seen that many aces at this event. I think last invite, if I recall correctly, we saw quite a lot of them. I know Dan got the first one from Empire. I don't actually know for sure if we have seen a second one just yet, but that was definitely close to it. It was a 4K from Philipox, and then he actually survived, got injured, flawless round from MIBR, 3-1 scoreline, and now, unsurprisingly, we will have a tactical timeout from Na'Vi once this replay goes through. Honestly, not a bad time. You are down. You want to try and scramble some more rounds together, because a 1-3 scoreline is not how you want to go further into this. You want to go, 3-2, 3-3 ideally, and you have a chance here to go 5-1 in favor of MIBR if Na'Vi doesn't start finding ground on the map.
Well, this timeout is well timed, I would say. Na'Vi have had a miserable effort on 3 of these 4 rounds. Yes, they did take the 3rd round, and we need to applaud that. But outside of that, MIBR have 2 flawless rounds, which is staggering so early on. Na'Vi's entry, not good. They're not working together. They're not droning each other in. Doki, a lot of times, seems to be walking in with limited intel, and it's MIBR preparing for where Na'Vi will enter and then swiftly shutting them down. It doesn't hurt that MIBR have made some absolutely inhuman shots thus far, which, well, strategy-wise, Chalet is not a map where just strategy can carry you. It is a bruiser-style map. You will need to engage in gunfights. That will get very sloppy, very messy, and a lot of it's going to come in exceptionally close quarters. A lot of short hallways, a lot of door frame play. So it's not like a map like Clubhouse where you have those longer sightlines, or a map like Villa where you might be able to engage somebody from rooms over. You're going to be up close and personal here. I honestly think that goes to the strength of these Latin America teams. MIBR is not much different from the rest of their fellow countrymen, and when they are on one and hitting their shots, which they started to do at the tail end of Clubhouse and have now carried forward over to Chalet, they're a very tough beast to tame.
That they are. Actually curious if Na'Vi, during that tactical timeout, mentioned the word Montagne or Monty. It's an operator that Na'Vi kind of use as a fail-safe operator when nothing else works. It's Nave himself who plays it. Didn't 6-pick at this round, or secretly was 6-pick from Thermite to Thermite, but I am curious if maybe Na'Vi will get desperate enough to bring it out one round or another. I know they played it on Villa previously, and they've also played it on Oregon in the past as well. So something they have up in their strat pocket, might not want to bring out yet. The thing is, if you bring the Monty Parker, you're going to be down a gun. It might be as you said, 5 formidable, aggressive players, usually 4 players on side, and then 4 players are roaming. Monty can be nice for that, and so can Jackal. Neither operator picked yet. Na'Vi, they need to start finding out how to get their kills, how to play more together. The droning here is great. They got most guns in the same area. It was Doki and Blur playing together on this garage entry.
Speaking of, that could have been the bomb site. It unlocked with the beginning of this round, but instead, MIBR will go for this 4-site rotation, going back up top to the bomb site number 1, being Bar and Gaming. They've got Philipox holding down the fort down below, killing as much time as he can, and hopefully for MIBR, killing 1 or 2 players
again
from Na'Vi. Yeah, again is the key word, because Philipox was denied the ace in the previous round, but still a quad kill is more than good enough. As you said, Na'Vi playing off each other. They opened up garage. 2 reinforcements were used to try and keep the defense a bit safer. Didn't really work out. I mean, I suppose it did because Philipox got away safely, but other than that, not too much. Cutting away at the wall. Doki, along with the Maverick right next to him. Good coordination. Blur doesn't get anything for that kill, but he's instrumental in it every other way. Doki nets it. That's kill number 2 for him. Lead-off pick for Na'Vi, and there's half of the round to go.
You see, the second they got that pick, every member from MIBR, they came back to side rather quickly because it was just false on side. Na'Vi clearly didn't know this, otherwise they could have rushed in through and taken advantage of this small opening that has now since been closed. They played together, which got them the opening pick. It's what we need to see more of from Na'Vi. And now they're rotating to that side window, jumping in, not respecting the rotate. Raps finds 2 picks and shuts them down. It's just Blur, saves, and secretly left. But now, as I say that, 2-man stay left is standing. Now, in a 1v3, it saves. Once again, has to save the round for his team. He has Diffuser, he has a bit of side control. But MIBR, they're playing passive, biding their time. time. They know he has to plant 7 seconds on that fuse. It's a very long one indeed. And they can hear that he got off it. Felibox closes it out, just like he also opened it in the past. MIBR and Chalet looking a lot stronger than that of Clubhouse.
Well, the timeout for Na'Vi not immediately doing much, but at least it was a closer round than a flawless, that's for certain. Only a couple picks, and it started off so well. Using drones and using coordination to a level that we hadn't seen from Na'Vi really on this map. They waltz inside of Snowmobile Garage, push off Felipox, gain control, pick off the smoke, playing inside a back bar. With that back bar player taken out, you now need somebody from the defense to assume that position again because it is too powerful a spot to not hold. But the problem is that because Na'Vi has a numbers advantage, they can stick somebody there, and the bottom part of the reinforcement leading from lobby is forever cut open. So you have to rearrange your defense as MIBR. If you lose control of the top floor, if you lose control of library, there's really nowhere for you to go. But Na'Vi weren't particularly focused on that. It was a linear take through the lobby. They got cut down to size. MIBR knew it was coming, and they didn't really sweat all that much, leaving the players on the periphery to then walk into the bomb site with saves in a 1v3, ultimately having to get the diffuser down and being wholly unsuccessful.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame of a round for Na'Vi because they got the most important player of the board, Falls, the only person holding down the bomb site. Then they don't rush immediately. They actually slow down, they rotate over, they jump in the window, but they give MIBR 20 or 30 or so seconds to rotate around it, and they did so beautifully. They were so prepared for the site execute, and they got so many kills off it. So Na'Vi, hesitation, kind of your worst enemy right now. You need to play with 100% confidence in yourself and your plan. It's better to follow a bad plan than to have no plan at all. That's always what we used to say back in Penta G2.
Absolutely. Final defense now for MIBR. They've got 2 flawless rounds to their name. Na'Vi, 2 opening picks, 3 in favor of MIBR. And that grenade goes off, and it picks away with the Electric Claw. Falls does not have any more denial, so he retreats deeper into Wine. The front portion of the bottom floor bomb site is now open, so that breach will remain. No player from MIBR can hold any space by Snowmobile unless they engage in a direct gunfight. And saves, by the way, does not drone out, nor does the rest of his team, the top of West Main. And what happens? Felipox goes down, C saves, and that's one of the earliest and easiest free picks we've seen in this series.
Absolutely, like the easiest kill right now. And we spoke earlier about those like 3 overlapping rings. Well, now Na'Vi might have stretched themselves too thin, right? Because they had the support team going to the Snowmobile side to get the breach open. Meanwhile, Saves walks in with little to no support. Now Doki does the same, but he actually conquers and he gets the gun to Raps, but he's oh so low on health that did this actually even matter? It is the smoke off the board that is going to bring them a ton of value as this round goes on. But I'm not sure if that's all they can do. Nope, the Reduct says no to Nafe, and now it'll all be down to the last 3 remaining player of Na'Vi to make a miracle of this round.
MIBR is playing such a fluid style of defense right now, and they're boxing Na'Vi out. Na'Vi have to fight for every single room, every single hallway, in order to gain even a sliver of map control. And when you've got a team like MIBR who are feeling good, playing on a strong map, and Na'Vi have struggled unless Doki can get on the scoreboard and are not playing on a map they play all that often, then this is the result that you get. A 5-1 half with 50 seconds left looks all but certain. From upstairs in Chimney, it's Lukid, and secretly is the last chance for Na'Vi. Will not be long for this earth. That 5-1 half that we talked about, we didn't even need to manifest it. It just happens, and that's the first half in the books. MIBR putting on a clinic against Na'Vi.
You said it so well, Parker. You did. You said MIBR is making Na'Vi fight for every single room, every inch, every meter, every kind of measurement you can use, really. And they're shutting down the entry points beautifully. They're finding kills after kills after kills, and they're also winning almost every single 1 versus 1 on the board. MIBR, LATAM in general, they play a little bit more isolated because they're so formidable in their gunplay. And when you're from Europe, when you're Na'Vi, that is when you're going to have a bad time if you try and match that 1-to-1. If you are Na'Vi, you gotta match it 2-to-1. For every 1 gun they have in your direction, you gotta point 2 right back. Otherwise, the odds are not in your your favor. That is exactly what somebody like Philippox has shown so far. 9 kills to his names, 8 to Redoc. Then you got 2 on Falls, 4 on Raps, and 4 on Liquid. Look at the side of Na'Vi. You got 1-5, 3-6, 2-6, 3-5, 1-5. No one really showing up. We spoke about Doki. When he shows up, Na'Vi might win. That's their best chance. It's their best weapon. He is tied top kills with Nath, going 3-6.
Yeah, not a great scoreline at all for any player on Na'Vi. In fact, 2 players sitting at 1-5 is downright miserable. And that's what happens when you surrender 2 flawless rounds to your opponent. Na'Vi wasn't even really fighting back on either of those rounds. And even if they weren't flawless, I firmly believe Na'Vi wasn't fighting back on a lot of those rounds. In the one we just witnessed, on the garage take from Na'Vi, they had basically nothing going. It seems odd that Na'Vi come into this event and we don't really know the expectations for them because they did have a bit of a slide after Mexico. Their performance globally was not particularly good. They go out in groups in Mexico, and then they come into the EUL, and you said what, they finished 8th?
8th, yeah. In stage 3.
Downright dreadful.
Yeah.
Downright dreadful. And there was a scare that they could potentially even end up in relegations for how they were playing. So they come in, what are their expectations? Well, maybe make it out of groups.
Well, Nave said he wants to make top 4. That'd be great for them, he said.
Yeah, he said top four is a great result.
Yeah.
Top 4 is a great result.
That's a really great result.
By the way, top 4 is a great result. For Na'Vi, top 4 doesn't look attainable. Top 4 in their group doesn't even look attainable right now if Chalet continues to go the way we are seeing. There's a grenade cost in now as we look in round 7. We're underway, 1 minute off the clock. Saves has been downed, the smoke will be on a shred of HP, and he's still got those toxic canisters, all 3 in his pocket. He does not have a passive gadget. That's an active gadget, so losing the smoke means that one of your operators is as good as gone. But this fluid style of defense that we saw from MIBR, well, maybe Na'Vi will inherit that role. They get the lead-off pick here halfway through, and will add to it now as both Liquid and Reduct have been just fed to the machine. But wait a moment, hold on. Philippox was in the middle of the bomb site. He picks up a kill, as does Falls. Doki with 2 of his own. They're starting to get on the board, and there's a grenade as he catches Falls inside of Connector. And Na'Vi have their second round. It came in a bit of a hurry, all in the span of about 20 seconds of action on their very first defense.
Yeah, we spoke about Na'Vi hesitating a little bit on those side executes. MIBR just showed exactly how you should have done it if Na'Vi was in that same position. Of course, didn't really work in their favor, but it was such a nice try. They got the opening pick. They had all 3 players, 1 from the breach, 1 from blue, 1 from trench, capitalizing on every single angle on the bomb side. Na'Vi came out on top. That early activation of the roam was amazing for them. It was Blur himself who got the opening pick. They had 2 roamers and 3 gas inside from the side of Na'Vi, and I think that's exactly how you need to play this map, just like MIBR. You gotta get out there, you gotta spread thin, but that's also where you gotta be worried. If there is an enemy from MIBR, it can be dangerous to fight him alone, unless of course they don't know your whereabouts. So droning and intel and information gathering is extremely important. It's also why we'd like to see sometimes the Jackal being brought on attack, an operator that we've yet to see in this matchup so far. But then again, as long as you use your drones accordingly, you shouldn't need the Jackal to help you. Dokebi, also an operator that we sometimes see on maps like Chalet, where it's a very big, wide open map where people play information operators such as Doki on the Maestro. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Kitchen defense. Every bomb site has popped up at least 1 time, thanks to MIBR. This will be the 2nd time that we see a kitchen defense.
Tell me last time who won the kitchen defense.
It was MIBR flawlessly, Nick.
It was. So, can Na'Vi do the same thing? I mean, flawless is a big, tall ask, but you need to start getting momentum because if MIBR wins this round, or any round for that matter, they'll go on map point. It is a best of 3. We're not playing best of 1s. If MIBR wins Chalet, we go to Oregon because the previous map of Clubhouse went into the side of Na'Vi. So, excuse me, map point.
Well, we'd like to remind you, as you are now watching MIBR absolutely punish Na'Vi, that there is another Brazilian team in action. You can actually watch it on the second Twitch stream, twitch.tv/Rainbow6Bravo. These are both A and B streams, 1A, 1B. Go on over there because there are huge implications of OXG versus Team 1. Na'Vi and Team 1 are the two bottom teams, and there are a number of scenarios at which one of them can go home today. This will also be Team 1's last match. So if you are a fan of the Brazilian squad, the team that won in Mexico, you got to go over to the other channel to watch it. But we are looking at a very defender-sided Chalet. Doki gets lead-off kill, then immediately dies. Secretly is dropped as well. No, that wasn't Doki who got the lead-off kill. It was Blur.
It was Blur.
It's Blur. My apologies. Sometimes it happens.
Sometimes it happens. And
right on top of each other on the right side of our screen. Secretly had been downed. He gets halfway to death and gets picked right back up.
Sitting still. Waiting. Looming, glooming, watching.
You would not know that there's any urgency in this lobby right now. There's 1 minute to go and nobody is moving a muscle. And at some point, you gotta go, lads. That's just the way it is. Whether you're MIBR, whether you're Na'Vi, you have to start.
It's a standoff or a layoff. I'm not sure. He's laying down. He's
I don't know. Both Saves and Secretly are immobile. They are upright. Falls looking at the top floor. Rayduct walks in. Saves is the wrong direction. Again, Na'Vi just not looking as to where MIBR are coming from. This seems to be Na'Vi's undoing across all of the games that they've played, all the way back to day one. So MIBR now, they stretch their lead that they have in the game. Potentially, all they need is a single round to go to map point. 15 seconds to go, and again, that sense of urgency is seriously missing in this matchup. You gotta go if you're an attacker. The smoke has been sequestered, but it's a big play from both Blur and Nath. That's Diffuser down, and MIBR have just dawdled. They've wasted way too much damn time, and they had no idea what to do through the mid-round. MIBR just completely lose the plot. Na'Vi don't really need to do anything, because if the attackers don't come to you, the clock runs out and the defenders win. So a relatively simple defense from Na'Vi. Their setup goes, and then they just sit and they wait and they let MIBR marinate. And Na'Vi picks up their second round in a row. They're still trailing, but the game is closing. MIBR's up 5-3.
A little bit different from MIBR, right? Especially, they are a Latin team. They're known for their aggressive, fast playstyle. And so far, both on Clubhouse and Chalet, they have had aggression. They have wanted to challenge map control, and they've wanted to take the kills when they know where the enemies of Na'Vi are. But MIBR Falls specifically knew the ish whereabouts of Saves. They were having that standoff, waiting for another. There was no sense of urgency from either team, and that's where Na'Vi are laughing because they're on the defense. But MIBR, if you know where somebody is, you just gotta go in there, use the flashbang, use a drone. Yes, Sophia came for the backup, but it took so much time that eventually led to your demise. You got the top floor in control, but you didn't have enough time to utilize it to make holes in the floor, use verticality, and limit the positions of Na'Vi, and therefore you walk down a staircase with so many angles to worry about, with no drones and no time to do anything besides just guessing and hoping that somehow it'll work out.
All right, we have a score update for you on the other game, by the way, so plug your ears. The clock currently says 2:52. Give us about 10 seconds to talk about it. Okay, perfect. Right now, OXG is up 3-2 on map number 2. Team 1 is up 1-0 in map score. We have 3 more seconds. Nick, you don't get to say anything. All right, perfect. Right back in.
I can say wow. Wow.
That's all you're allowed to say. Wow.
It's the only right response, I feel like.
We can say this with full confidence and not leaking what's going on, is that it is a very close map.
Yes.
It is a very close second map right now. You turn on both streams at the same time.
Yeah, if they have 2 monitors, so just split it onto 1 monitor, get like a little bit smaller screens. And of course, you can also, if you really want to, there's like a challenge. You can have both, I guess 4 commentators across, you know, the 2 streams, get 1 in each ear. Now, so left brain, they get 1 match, right brain gets the other match, and that's just like madness in your head.
I'm just waiting for somebody to be like, actually, for mobile users, this is classist because I can't afford 2 phones, and there's no way for me to watch 2 streams at once. Therefore, you're ignorant.
I'm very sorry.
That's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for somebody to say that to me. And I feel like now that I've said it, people are going to slide into my DMs or mention me on Twitter and basically say that, obviously, as a joke. And it'll be impossible to tell if you're kidding or not. And frankly, I don't care if you're kidding or you're being serious. is stop care about something that matters. Like this matchup in particular. And Luke Kid's nade matters quite an awful lot to Na'Vi. MIBR amassed quite a lead in that first half. 5 rounds in the first 6. That was an impressive scoreline, but Na'Vi have tightened it up. Losing Blur early obviously does not help Na'Vi's chances. They're going to be down a man for a minute and a half.
Yeah, and something to note, this is the first opening kill that MIBR has gotten since the side swap. It's the first time on the attacking side they've been in the lead. They will now need to convert this from an early round success to a mid and late round success. Otherwise, it'll all be for nothing. Sure, you can get the opening pick and you can have a great beginning, but the end is all that matters because the end defines the round and who gets it. Now we see Philippox about to have a gunfight, possibly. Doki swings first, gets the kill, and I thought for a second Doki had fallen off, but he's stuck around. The confidence is still there, and he's now 6 and 7 on the scoreboard. He needs his teammates to also step it up because there are many more rounds to come. MIBR seemingly crouch walking around, no urgency in sight, but Doki, he wants every fight.
MIBR's urgency was that thorn in their side in the previous round. Now it sure seems like it's repeating itself. They get that first pick, but they do really nothing with it. And then there's this stalemate. You wouldn't know it, but there's 15 seconds left in the round again. Why? Because MIBR are really struggling. They're walking right into the waiting arms of a pint-sized Scotsman who is crushing them at every single advance. The final 2 players from MIBR right now inside of the closet, and they will deny Doki an ace. He picks up 4 kills, and Na'Vi now are 1 round away from tying the game.
MIBR won 5 rounds of the first 6. And Doki took that personally because he right now is quite literally hunting down each member of MIBR. He went from top floor to first floor, back up to top floor, back down to first floor, and chasing in towards the attackers, even though they have a safe bomb site to hide on, to play inside of, and play that trading, refragging game. You see it here. Doki dropped the hatch, somehow made his way all the way back to side, even got the 4K. I think that was the last player of Lukid who actually ran away, fearing the wrath of Doki. Didn't want to give him the ace, just like Philippox didn't get one either. And I guess, in a way, that's fair. You see right now, bottom of your screen, round breakdown, while we got this tactical pause from MIBR, that almost every single round has come down to kills, with a single one of those coming down to the time simply running out. There has been no plans, and to be quite honest, very few attempts of that even. And that just speaks to the volume of how MIBR and Na'Vi is playing on Chalet right now, and most of these rounds have really been decided in the first minute and a half when it comes down to how you're roaming around the map. Both teams doing a very similar thing at defense, and both teams failing to find success on their attacking side. MIBR has not gotten an attacking win yet, and Na'Vi on a 3-round win streak.
It's both timeouts flushed out as well. Na'Vi using their timeout back in round number 4. Now MIBR using it in number 9, as you alluded to. So what do Na'Vi immediately change up?
Capcan.
There you go. Na'Vi don't really need to change that much up, but it's funny that a Capcan comes out when the main criticism of MIBR over the previous 2 rounds is how slow they are. So Na'Vi are going to bring another operator to slow you down. Now that's a 6th pick off of a Malusi. And rather, sorry, that was a 6th pick off of a Jaeger. So you're going to sacrifice some of your ability to deal with those projectiles and throwables, but if you don't really sweat that, then you just want to make it so that MIBR cannot take up map control as quickly as they usually want. And like I said, given those last 2 rounds, MIBR have been dreadfully slow at doing that. Even when they had an advantage, they didn't know what to do with it.
And now imagine that during that tactical timeout that MIBR was talking about just that. Their coach saw it. Guys, we're playing too slow, losing precious time. We gotta speed it up. Well, if you're speeding up and there's a Capcan on the board, you're not gonna check the doorway. You're gonna go through it, Parker, and then you're gonna take a ton of damage. Blur has put down 4 traps so far, mostly around the basement area, but now up on the very top floor near that, what we call it, bathroom. There's not a bathroom in there really, it's more like a big hot tub room. He puts the final...
There's nowhere to do the business.
No, the business is the top, that's it.
There's nowhere to do the business, but if you want a bath, you can do it up there.
Serious bath.
While we talk about MIBR's woeful entry, we also have to praise the way that Na'Vi has roamed, because MIBR as a team are struggling to drone in, but it's easy to drone a map where a team is not particularly crafty on their roam. MIBR would not be struggling if Na'Vi were staying static, just as Na'Vi wouldn't have been struggling so much if MIBR were doing the same. The praise that we gave to MIBR when they were on defense was how fluid they were. They were constantly in motion, and Na'Vi were not rising to that level of roam with their drone work, with their coordination. You could tell they wanted to, but they were incapable of doing it. MIBR is now receiving that same treatment. Blur and Doki are roaming so well together and are playing off of the information that they are getting, and MIBR need to raise their level. They need to raise their game and rise to the occasion in order to match that head-on.
I really like this mirror window inside of dining. It basically looks over all of Fireplace on this first floor. It gives good information, but Raps with the buck might just be the perfect operator to pick it apart. Only chooses to open up the wall with his gun, doesn't want to challenge just yet, and I think, honestly, the way Navi's been playing has struck some fear into the side of MIBR because they're having the opportunities to have gunfights and they're choosing not to take them. Thanks to Doki, thanks to Blur, we have now seen a scared, arguably scared MIBR.
This is the same lineup of X-Kairos on the garage wall that we witnessed back in round number 7, the very first execute that MIBR pulled off on their attack. And it's partially done so you can watch from safety outside the rotate where the default mirror goes. The nade falls down to Secretly's lap, but it doesn't do enough to blow him up. And now Doki will instead swing. This is something that you can't be really taking chances with. Rebuff the attackers when they walk in, but don't waste too much time, and Doki gets too cute. And he's gunned down by Raps. Lead-off pick. 30 seconds to go for MIBR, and Na'Vi find the scoreboard. Answering back, taking out Felopox, the top performer from MIBR. And Blur is still above. He'll head through lobby. Lucan is down below. Rayduct will soon join. But there's no information here, and Blur capitalizes off of Rayduct. Now through the wall, Nath tries to soften one up. He'll get swung on, still playing here. Immediately flicks over, and that's Raps down for the count. Falls in pursuit through connector, but with that bearing 9 in hand, cannot hit anything. Na'Vi are hitting everything, the polar opposite, and we've got a tie game on Chalet.
For the first time since the very beginning, Na'Vi are now not in the lead, but tied up with MIBR. Saves with a phenomenal drop shot with the shotgun, takes out the second last member of MIBR, and they safely get that round. Blur doing such a good job on the roam. He even backed the score count to 4-4 after Doki had fallen as the first member early in the round. And then we also saw Nath. He stuck around inside of dining on that mirror window we spoke of earlier, and actually also found a kill himself. The roam game, the map adaptation, flexibility, getting active on the map. I love to use that word, active, active, active. That is how you need to play Rainbow Six Siege at the highest level. You cannot win rounds by doing nothing. And I know some people will look at last round and take the example of Doki. He swung away from the mirror window, then went through connector, and he got punished. And sometimes it doesn't work. But the reasoning why Na'Vi are clawing their way back is because it worked the previous rounds, and you gotta take risks sometimes. Otherwise, where's the fun?
But is that the purpose, Nick? Is fun?
It is.
The purpose.
You need to have fun. Honestly, yes and no, right? Of course, it's a highly competitive environment. It's about winning. But I do think having fun plays a massive part in your mentality and your team chemistry as you're playing these rounds. If you cannot have fun and you cannot be creative, I believe that you're going to shut down a little bit at least, and that's going to impact how you perform. Gotta enjoy your time with your teammates in the server and together.
Well,
I mean, I'll cut you off right now. If you and I aren't having fun together,
all right,
I would say our cast would also be worse. I would like to say on cast, I am enjoying my time together, Park, and I feel like I'm having fun most of the time.
I definitely didn't pay him to say that, by the way.
I mean, kind of.
I did not say, you know what, Nick, you know what I think would go a long way? I think if you openly spoke about how much fun we're having right now, I think that would really help people, and me in particular, and my ego. But no, I am enjoying it as well, and I think both of these teams are presently not enjoying this matchup. With how much is on the line for Na'Vi, knowing that not only do they need to perform well, but they also need Team 1 to not perform well. Na'Vi are playing under a ton of pressure, but they've risen to this occasion, as we talked about. MIBR needs to be the team to do that at the moment, because they are in free fall, if I can use that term. They took a tactical timeout. It did not immediately pay off, and now they have lost most of Felopox's HP. That's not an ideal start.
It's not, and he is the top gunner. He had a really good defensive side. Now when you attack, it's a little bit of a different story. Now, Sledge was Wait, Philipbox walking inside. Opening kill.
Hello?
Doki trades it back.
It's a trade ultimately. Now Doki swatted away by Raps. I don't think Na'Vi understood how close MIBR was to the bomb site. And MIBR's sluggishness suddenly disappearing. They've now been able to take control of the periphery and push into the bomb site. But Saves trades some of his HP away for a kill onto Raps, slowing things down. 3v3. Still so much time left. Lukin getting the diffuser down, he falls off. A kill from Rayduct onto Secretly. That's the remainder of Saves gone now too, and Blur finds himself in a 1v3, dancing around whatever protection he has, but there's too many angles for him to cover, and he's almost all out of bullets, 9 to his name. Swinging in a reload, not really possible. Rayduct finishes the deal, and that's match point for MIBR.
Now the pressure is really on for Na'Vi. That looked like a good round, not much was happening. Almost afraid of that stalemate situation for MIBR again, but then all of a sudden, Philipbox with 10 health walks into side, opens up the round for MIBR, and yes, Doki was there, swung right back, got the trade, but that's not enough because MIBR, we all saw it, they came out on top.
They did, and that was my favorite round. I didn't even get to say it, Nick. That is my favorite round because no matter what happens, a team goes to match point. So it's MIBR who does it. They finally break the streak. After MIBR themselves put 3 rounds in a row together to close out the first half, Na'Vi then stitch 4 together on their own. That is something we've actually been seeing a fair bit of at this event. Almost every single series, there's one map where teams go on a tear, collect 3 or 4 rounds in a row, and then things shift back in the other direction. For MIBR, you're hoping that it continues to shift. If you are Na'Vi, you need to break that. You need to go to overtime, win rounds back and forth, and then settle it in OT.
I mean, we're almost seeing a similar story play out from the previous map where it was a 7-5. That time, MIBR was a team trying to claw it back. It was Na'Vi in the lead. Now we see MIBR in the lead. This time it's a 5-1 split with MIBR starting on the defense. Then we saw the side swap. Na'Vi won 4 rounds in a row. And then just now, just last round, MIBR won their 6th, putting them on match. It's debate because it's match point on the thing, but it's map point. It's confusing me.
If it was a best of 1, this would be match
point. But it's not a best of 1. And my brain can't handle it. I'm very sorry. Map point. There is a 3rd map. It is Oregon.
I mean, we could also just say that it's 3 matches make up a series. It's a best of 3. Each of those maps is a match in and of itself.
It's true.
And then they win the series.
Yes.
But we all have to agree on that. It needs a collective buy-in. Okay, comrades in the chat. So we'll see if that's even possible. We'll talk to the casters about it because map point is correct.
Yes.
But it's also match point, series point. That sounds like the same
Doki.
What a kill by Doki to start this off and give his team the best chance of overtime possible. That's also the case surrendered. What a target for Doki to find.
That's the only heart breach from MIBR. Oh my god, Doki punches the floor, shoots the head, Luki off the board, 5v3, and now it's time to calm down. Doki, you got the 2 kills, arguably the most important onto falls. There is no Hibana, there is no heart breach. You don't need to do any more damage. You have already done the hero play. Fall back, I beg.
You beg.
I beg.
Bias cast.
MIBR should beg as well, because if he keeps going, he's gonna keep getting kills.
Well, this is a tall task for MIBR now. They've got some drones left, 7 still to their name, so that's actually a decent amount ultimately, though they have 7 available, but it actually looks like in terms of active drone work, there's fewer than that. That doesn't include the 2 players from MIBR who are dead. Their drones might still be up, but they're not able to be moved. Doki with 3 kills. He got a 4K before. There's another. He was denied the ace previously, and like you said, Nick, there have not been a lot of aces at this event. I actually don't know how many we've seen so far, but there won't be another, that's for certain. As Philipbox from above guns down Doki. I'll head now into trophy stairs, over just below Solarium, and Doki says outside, by the way.
Oh my God. Is the team
Nathan says last one's outside, by the way, and guess not. that's not correct. Philippox has 4 more picks to go. In this particular situation, is there a 1v4 possible, Nick? Or do you think you sit down and prepare yourself for OT and use that time?
I mean, if you're gonna go basement with a pistol in your hand, I would say use the time. You have already used a timeout, both teams have. You don't need to make the hero play now because it's so unlikely. There are so many things in the path that will stop you from succeeding in getting the 1v3. And all Navi has to do essentially is hide in a corner. The gas comes out, takes him out. Toxic Babes does the job. And we have overtime on our hands on this second map.
That's 2 4Ks from Doki in the last 3 rounds, so kudos to Doki for doing that. It was a bit of a bummer for fans of Na'Vi that he wasn't able to get the ace either time. For us, it would have been nice to be able to actually voice an ace here in the group stages. In terms of ace, at least there's one on every single day, but he just casts with Dezichu. So, different kind of ace. Na'Vi, who just spent the previous 6 rounds on defense, will now defend twice in overtime. I'd like to remind everybody that there is no unlimited OT for these group stage games. Unlimited OT does not kick in until the grand finals. So Na'Vi will go back to a side that they're already settled into. They're very comfortable here and only dropping a single round on attack on both halves. This greatly benefits Na'Vi.
Yeah, that it does. It's not a lie, it's the truth and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God. MIBR.
Do you believe in that kind of thing?
I mean, whatever you believe in, I believe in siege supremacy. Right? That's my religion.
What about APAC supremacy?
Oh, that's Dev's thing.
What about Doki supremacy?
In this match in particular, I cannot be a biased caster, but I will say as a spectator, as a fan of Siege, I am loving what Doki is proving right now for himself and his team. 15 on Clubhouse, 14 right now on Chalet, and he has arguably almost single-handedly brought Na'Vi back into this map, into OT. So yes, Doki supremacy. Although he's very short, he does tell a very tall story. Right? It is.
My. Speaking of, Doki, if you want to use the word short, you can use it to describe his lifespan in this round. Picked off immediately by Raps. Doki wanting an early pick. Puts himself in that danger zone. He pays for it. Raps almost falls, but giving a kill to a 7-10 buck to keep in this game, to allow that skeleton key to keep going versus gambling your star player who has single-handedly won you at least 3 rounds by my count is not where you want to be if you're Na'Vi, and now the dominoes will start to fall. It was first Doki, now secretly will join. Na'Vi putting in all this work just for Doki to die early, and now the strat might just be going kaput.
That's the issue, is that Doki went for an early aggressive spawn peek kind of gunplay, and that doesn't really mean that that means that there is no help to be found, but Blur, nice shot, last bullet, 1-shot headshot onto Falls, impacts the wall, goes for the swing, does a little bit of damage but doesn't find anything else, and now he chooses to fall off, but the nade, it bounces off the wall, and Lukid on that trophy window will make sure that Blur does not get back to side. Well done, Lukid.
What the heck are we witnessing here right now?
Madness.
Just an absolutely insane sequence in front of our very own eyes, and Na'Vi, who had already trailed, don't come out any better for it. Though I will say, picking off Falls, again, your only hard breacher, that's pretty good. And this is a bomb site that absolutely needs hard breach. We're looking at a basement round, a defense for Na'Vi where all of these reinforced walls are now going to stay intact.
Yep. I mean, it's curious that Na'Vi isn't completely on side. Knave is up above, and if you can get a kill or two, that's gonna bode very well for Na'Vi. Finds Philippox defused on the ground, and now instantly runs back to side. Might get cut off from verticality, but no, Raps doesn't find the kill, and now 2v3 is very doable for Na'Vi, but MIBR, they have a whole minute to work with. They need to push either all people from the same door or split out on 3 doors total, because they need to overwhelm Na'Vi on the bomb site. There is no heart breach.
Raps with low HP will be the meat shield now, walking down blue stairs. The Yana's not too far off. Lukid will be the one with diffuser in his hand as well. There's a flash in front of saves, and Rayduct will look for a blind. Can't connect with anything. They've dropped the mirror window. Nath is on the ground, but his opportunity missed, firing away. He doesn't hit anything. There's still a reinforced wall there, so he doesn't have to worry about the bullet pen, but he gets swung on, and like that, Raps picks up both of the kills. What exactly was witnessed with that pick? Oh, they were literally on top of each other. Alrighty then. Na'Vi, I got some questions about that round, but MIBR now on match point.
It is a cold map. There is snow, so one can assume freezing temperatures, which
Maybe
means
huddling together to
huddling together in the basement, making sure that if we go down together, and we will stay tucked and warm. It looked good for Navi for a second. After that terrible beginning, Blur found a kill onto the Heartbreach of MIBR's Falls, who fell once again. And then Nave, who got that kill, making that 4v2 into a 3 versus 2, actually kind of favored Na'Vi, but then they allowed MIBR too deep into the bomb site, and they are both stuck in the same exact corner, and they are both blinded by that flashbang change we spoke of on Clubhouse, the previous map, where even if you look away, if the flashbang is within 8 meters in the in-game measurement, you will get blinded. That's what we saw, because both Navi players did indeed look away. They flicked to the right of the screen, didn't matter. And Raps, he got 2 absolute free picks. Parker, you mentioned earlier how Thunderbird gets play on maps such as Chalet, and we just needed overtime to get there. Raps have now shown the first Thunderbird in a while, actually. And that means that if any chip damage comes out from Na'Vi, you know, doing like 20, 30, 50 damage or a nade or something like that, they can then comfortably be healed back up to full and be confident that they can keep living and keep going and keep shooting.
All right, well, a little bit of staying power now from the Indigenous Canadian defender of Thunderbird. I feel like a little bit of national pride whenever I see a Buck or a Frost or a Thunderbird get played.
I feel with Nook.
That said, we talked about Thunderbird in the very first map and how she has the ability, especially with the prevalency of grenades, to provide you a second life of sorts, especially if teams are not the most proficient with their nades, dealing a lot of damage but ultimately not killing you. We haven't seen a Thunderbird. It's a bit surprising. There are teams that absolutely adore bringing her on Chalet, especially when you're defending upstairs, because you're going to be sitting in nooks and crannies where you don't have a lot of movement. But I suppose given how fluid, and I will use that word again, both of these teams have been on defense, a Thunderbird doesn't make the most sense if you're going to have most of the action happening off-site, where you're essentially playing to die, get a couple picks. A Thunderbird doesn't necessarily help you. You're better suited by operators that will slow you down or give you more intel.
Yep, that's where we saw Navi bring out the Capcan, and actually worked quite well. They got the dub on that round, and Navi this time will clear from the master bedroom side of things, and MIBR, they're actually not challenging as aggressively as previously. I think they're playing that same style where relying on Navi, taking their time, playing it safe. We are in OT. If you thought the previous rounds were tense and stressful for the players, imagine it now. But stressful it is when you lose your first opening pick. That is Luke it off the board. The nades we spoke about doing so much damage.
Doki has another one as well. He's matched his kill total from Clubhouse. It took him a few more rounds this time to get 15 kills, and he's got a couple more deaths, but I think that just speaks to how close this matchup has been between these two teams. This is the first floor defense. Bar and gaming, as we like to refer to it as, and what seems to be happening in overtime, we're not there yet, but what seems to be happening in overtime that we see so frequently is that it'll be a very defender-sided map, you go to OT, and it completely flips. All of a sudden, the attackers do phenomenally well, which for Na'Vi is a problem because they go on to defense if they win this round. The round is not over yet. They pick off Wamai, they pick off Lukid. He's a player that can consistently top frag, and I mean, that's it. It's Wamai. There are passive and active gadgetry involved with him, so it's not a particularly crucial blow. Doki picks up kill number 2. He's starting to heat up. And a 2-piece from Doki. Nath finds Rayduct. Effectively, this is over as now Raps is down. And Velopox in a 1v5 with 30 seconds to go will be denied. A 3-piece from Doki. All it takes for Na'Vi to win, it's pretty simple, is Doki kills more than one person, and that's it. Na'Vi wins the round. All 15 are needed, with both of these teams now on match point, but Na'Vi on series point.
Not just a round where Doki gets more than one kill, but a flawless one, speaking to the volume of Na'Vi playing together as a team. They were all 5 players in the same half of the map. It was that master bedroom office push over. The nade did a really good job taking Wamaya out of the equation. That's the Magnus out of that as well, which means nades becomes more lethal. You can't really stay in corners. In MIBR, the areas where they were moving, that's where they died. Nave got the flanker, and that basically meant there was a 5 versus 2 with one of those players on MIBR being in the basement. And when you're that far off the bomb site, well, you can't really help your teammate. He fell, and then 7-7. We are going the entire distance. And as you said, in OT, somehow, someway, attackers are favored where previously it was the other way around, with defenders were winning every single round but one on both side swaps. Bar, again, will define the fate of the final round. We saw what happened with MIBR. It didn't look pretty. Navi says we can do better.
I don't know which team is honestly going to come out ahead. If you're Navi, you have to prep for either your day being done or settling in for a heartbreaking defeat and another map. Going over to Oregon, by the way, which has not been played by MIBR here at the 6 Invitational, but has been played by Navi, and they prevailed 7-4 over Team 1. So both of these teams will have to manage their energy. No more different than you and I will have to as casters for these series, because we are either 3 minutes away from this series being over, or we are roughly an hour away from this series being over. What I will say is that while the level of siege that we've witnessed has not been as high as other series, this has been a cutthroat set of rounds. 7-5 on Clubhouse, and now no matter what, it will be an 8-7 scoreline here on Chalet. And the definition of Chalet that we've seen so far has been how loose the defense have been. Navi committed some errors on their very first defense on overtime. They cannot repeat those mistakes.
No, they cannot. And this time around, just like when MIBR defended Bar, it's more structured from both teams. Almost every player of MIBR is on the same side of the map, with the exception of Felipox. Similar story for Navi. There is one player inside of Secretly, Doki's roaming inside of Kitchen, and 3 players up in Library. So similar story being told on both sides. MIBR actually gonna get a little bit more widespread now. They want more map control. I like this from them, but it will come down to how they clear the utility. Can they clear the chimney position, kill that Wamai, just like Navi did so easily in the previous round?
The only bomb site that MIBR prevailed on when they were on attack was Kitchen, and that's not where we are at the moment. So there's not a lot we can glean from the history of Chalet, because the attackers have only won 4 rounds, and 2 of them have come in overtime so far. A total of 2 grenades, 3 grenades go in, doing extensive damage to the floorboards, but the structural integrity of Chalet will remain intact, as will both teams. Nobody dying from Navi, nobody dying from MIBR. Nathan on Library Stairs, he's got a deployable shield in front of him. If you want to take command of the part of the bomb sites that you often need to get the diffuser down in, then Nath has to be shaken off of this spot.
Yeah, and this is that stalemate situation where MIBR, they're taking their time, and that's usually how they lose these rounds. They need to start getting really quickly on their feet and start picking up some kills. Falls is alive this time around. They can breach the hatch. Nath will be the first person to get contact.
And he's got a ton of magnets around him. He knows that there's a Flores drone coming in. The Rotero will claim the shield and potentially a magnet to boot. Secretly got the lead-off pick on the Falls. You said Falls was still alive, but they lose the hard breach, but then win the fight onto Nate. They've got some map control. Rayduct is next to fall at the hands of Blur. Navi regains the advantage. 30 seconds for MIBR to find their footing. They've got soft destruction, but they are down in numbers and will be even down further when they get the diffuser planted. But they don't have access to it, by the way. They have to retrieve it, because when Falls died, the diffuser dropped. Raps picks it up. The Buck leaping in the window into the smoke will take some damage, surely. 10 seconds to go, and Raps has the diffuser. He walks in, but is downed, and now Saves also firing up. It's Felipox to doom himself and his team. Navi desperately needed the win, and they get it in really, really tense fashion. Are you a fan of Navi? Do you enjoy heart palpitations? Because if you enjoy your team winning, the heart palpitations come with it. A hell of a time for Navi to pick up their first win. And now they wait to see what happens with Team 1 against OXG on the other broadcast. It's 2-0 for the EU team.
Doki supremacy. We said it before, I'll say it again. And Navi getting their first victory of the 6 Invitationals 2022. They need it so badly. In case you guys didn't know, right now it's most likely a team between Team 1 or Navi to go out. And with Navi winning, that puts them in a much, much better position to continue on in this event. But we'll see, as there are more games to go today and of course as well tomorrow. But Navi can be very happy. Europe as a region can be happy that another team has now shown up and is officially on the scoreboard with some points.
So, Navi are the masters of their own fate at the moment. Team 1 are playing in their last match of the group stage against Oxygen. And for those of you that haven't been following it, we are going to spoil what has happened so far, because it is important for us to talk about it in the greater sense of this group. It is currently 1-1 for both teams. Team 1 won their map 8-7, and by I believe it was 7-5, OXG wins their map. So a third map is required between these two teams. If Team 1 loses here, by my math, that should be it for their run, and we will say goodbye to the very first team at the 6 Invitational. This group has been extremely top-heavy. Damwon Kia clinched their spot as the #1 seed yesterday. They're in action again tomorrow. They have the day off today, but we might end up saying goodbye to Team 1 if they don't prevail in this third map.
Not only does it suck to say goodbye to teams, we would love to have everybody here the entire duration, but there has to be one winner in the end. But it's crazy to think that Team 1 goes from winning in Mexico to getting grouped at 6 Invitationals half a year later. That's kind of unheard of. Normally when a team is up on the top, they stay there for a bit, or in this case, they drown.
Well, we might be done here, and we're going to be tossing on over to the command center at some point. But if you want to see more Rainbow Six Siege, then I'd strongly encourage you to tune into the OXG Team 1 matchup, because it is an exhilarating third map about to begin. I know that you and I are going to be watching it, and the stakes that these teams already had, with OXG looking to finish in the top 2 of their group, and Team 1 staving off elimination from their group, boy oh boy, both of these teams are going to have a ton of pressure. And I don't know if they're informed of the results before going into map 3. We have no idea if Team 1 will be aware that Na'Vi wins their map and their match 2-0.
It's a good point.
If that's the case, Ali Mao and the Team 1 guys tweeted out that this was the last dance. We can only assume what that means, but this might be the last dance at SI for Team 1 if they don't win. That said, Na'Vi wins 2-0. If you are following along, we've got tons more Rainbow Six action to come. Sit tight, we have a short break, and then we'll be back with some more.
Welcome back, friends, to the 6th Invitational 2022. I'm getting up close to you here, more than the usual, because I'm trying to listen in on my analyst couch at this point, because a UK team just won, if you didn't notice, and I may or may not have 2 UK casters. They casted LATAM, but they're big traders to the region that they cast. They are indeed loyal to the United Kingdom.
What did we cast first?
There was no winning.
What did we cast first?
There was no winning this. There wasn't. For either team, we would have been seen as traitors.
And at the end, you proved that you were all in for the UK that ended up getting victorious in this case. Navi taking it 2-0. Now, friends, I know you have a lot to talk about in this. How about we mention things map by map? We take it slow. Come, grab my hand. Let's grab my hand, I grab yours, and together we're going to walk through this game. Clubhouse was up first. That, of course, ended in the Navi victory. And here is our map summary. Demo, what do you got to say?
Oh, Clubhouse. I mean, it was always going to be shaky for Navi coming in because they just hadn't played well coming up to this matchup. Yeah, their first 2 days, first day especially, was so rough in them. But my goodness, they managed to pull off the win.
Yeah, they've managed to get themselves into the event now, and it's high time that they did so. We haven't seen MIBR successful on a Clubhouse for a long time. I mentioned it before this map even took place. It was a map that they have lost in the qualifier to get the Invitational against Black Dragon. So it isn't a fantastic map for MIBR. And in this instance of maps for the best of 3, we were expecting Navi to come away with the win. And they put in the hard yards there.
There's something that we have to mention, and I'm sure you guys will mention it because maybe we already have that prepared. But explosives in general in Rainbow Six right now are the name of the game. Whereas you're on defense playing nitro cells, or on attack when you have your grenades. But nitros from Navi on Clubhouse were absolutely incredible. So, Demo, can you please explain to me how to properly nitro people on Clubhouse?
Well, you're going to get a bit of a showcase because this is Navi on Clubhouse, and I believe there was 3 C4 kills in one round. So let's fire up the replay, and this was a bit of a slow one from MIBR. I suppose it is basement defense, and you expect it to be, rather slow, methodical, making sure everything's planned out. But MIBR made one fatal mistake, and that was to not bring a buck. That was a big issue. They bandit sledged away, but they didn't have any other soft breach. So what they've tried to do to kind of clear out the back of kitchen is going to be a Thatcher with breaching charges. Now, the main issue with Thatcher is you need Thatcher to disable the bandit charges that Navi are bringing to the table. And there goes your Thatcher. With all 3 EMPs still in the pocket, it's gone. And this caused so many issues for MIBR, as you'll see as the round continues on.
Yeah, the lack of soft destruction really for MIBR really started to hurt them. They weren't anticipating that the wall was going to be electrified, and even if they were, the Thatcher, it was getting used in that kitchen side, and this is where everybody just starts to get funneled.
Can't go there. Like, you literally see it in their faces. Oh, we were not expecting this. To be fair, MIBR, they've done well to get 2 kills back, but they clog up.
Look at the time, 5 seconds.
They're a drainage system, and it's all clogged. It's going everywhere. There's water everywhere. It's leakage. Everything's going down. And just a double C4 to finish it off. I mean, this was such an important round for Navi. They won the first round in that series, then they lost the next 2, and they really needed to get a round back because MIBR, they have momentum, which, to be fair, they showcased on Shelly. They can rack up a lot of rounds if they're in the mood for it. So it was a big decider to really get Navi on the front foot for Clubhouse.
I thought you were talking about the Netherlands at some point until you said Nitro, and then I'm like, okay, then we're actually talking about the game, what's happening there. It was beautiful to see. My biggest question when we were going through it is, why is there the bandit in this round? And you saw it exactly like you were explaining. Bandit, that wall, the church wall, it's the only other escape. But when you already funneled everything through, you're left with no time, and that pick on the Thatcher was perfect. You can't plan for it, but when it happens, it's beautiful. And that was a beautiful showcase of teamwork and skill, and like so many players going down to those nitros. But that was our first map. We went to Chalet right after, and that ended in overtime. A close game overall between Navi and MIBR, and we said it should be because they're both fighting for their lives here at SIX.
This is where I was kind of confident that we'd be seeing all 3 maps, because we look at the first split, it was a 5-1 split for MIBR. And at that point, you're thinking, this has got to be in the bag. Like, they need a couple of rounds, and then all of a sudden, Navi come back with a 5-1 half of their own, and then they're able to close it out in overtime. It was a close game, and if it hadn't been for Doki stepping up, Navi would have been in significant trouble.
It was a comfortable map for both teams. They like playing this map. They can really go and stretch their legs. Like you mentioned, a 5-1 defensive half for MIBR. It doesn't happen. And I think Navi realized that. I think round 4, I think they were 3-1 down, and they called the timeout straight away because they knew they needed to get as many attacking wins as they could to have a chance. That time it didn't work. They still lost the next 2 rounds in a 5-1 half. I'll admit, Milos, I lost a bit of faith.
Did you?
But I still had enough.
Why? Why would you lose faith? You were saying this whole
5-1 half. It doesn't happen.
To be fair,
He was poking at all of us every single round. Like, oh, did you see Navi? Did you see Navi? Did you see Navi?
I was pretty rent-free in Demo's head, to be fair. I was winding him up a good one. If anything was going wrong for either side, we were getting straight on it when we were watching it in the green room. But essentially for Navi, Doki was the star of the show. He was well supported by his team, and we had a little bit of a listening to the Brazilian broadcast as well. Sorry to Parker and Pengi, but we did have a little bit of a listening to the Brazilians, and I think it was on the clip of Doki, and the word was, and I'm probably going to butcher it, but you're going to help me out here. It was Sozinho, and apparently it means solo.
Yeah,
and that was exactly what it was from Doki. It was a very big solo performance. He had 2 quad kills, 1 in round 9, 1 in round 12, and there was nobody on his team that was anywhere near him when those kills were coming through.
Shout out to our Brazilian commentators or comrades that we haven't seen in quite a while. Shout out to Medellin, Italia, the entire group, and of course, how you would say it in this case is impressionante Sozinho. Oh, I love it every single time. It's just, it makes me shiver. Demo.
What I will say about Doki, yes, obviously he stepped up massively. Nobody can overshadow that. And it's moments like that where you need your best player to step up. And it happened at the perfect moment for Navi, and a big day where if they didn't win this, especially with how I believe the Team 1 able to get a point today as well, if they had lost this, it was looking really grim for Navi. But yeah, the main man steps up. He's been the most consistent player for them throughout the entire year and every single stage for EUL. He's always been up there. In stage 3, whenever things were not looking good for the other 4 players, Doki was still the only one there who was positive, and yeah, he's brought that here to Invitational, and he just showcases how good the guy is.
Incredible from Doki, and there were so many rounds that we saw when he's fired up. This is a thing in the EUL, and you hear the EUL talent talk about it all the time, is Doki either is completely off or he is so on. Like, either he drops 2 kills and that's it in the entire game, or he will drop 16.
And this is the issue that I think Navi had during stage 3, is whenever Doki had those bad games, they would just lose outright because the other 4 were not playing well. Whereas the wins that Navi got, few as what they did come, it was because Doki popped off. And going into this competition, we needed to see the other players step up. I think Blur, who's really struggled with, I think, confidence going into entries during stage 3, going into EUL, I think even Mexico as well. I think he was struggling to really find his footing, a little bit scared, I would say, a little bit too passive. Whereas if you've got somebody like Doki who has that aggressive factor, you need to be able to follow him up. Doki can go in there and get you guaranteed 2 kills, like I think you mentioned earlier, Ollie. He's the only one who can do that. You need to be able to also support him as best as you can. I think Blurry made some slippy plays. He wasn't afraid, and I think he's really coming out of his shell.
This is something that we criticized Navi back in Mexico, that they need that experience. They need to get out of their shell, you know. Getting out of my cage, I've been doing just fine, you know, that's what they usually say. And they weren't doing fine at all until today, and not a moment too soon, because Navi still have a match tomorrow. The important part is that Navi took this to 0. So you need to get all 3 points possible. That really puts them up here because it gives them a total of 4 points above. Oh, actually, they're now right under Damo and Kia, which is pretty much close to saving them from the group. A singular point pretty much is good to go, but this will hit MIBR even harder because MIBR plays OXG tomorrow.
They're in the hot seat.
Yeah,
they really are, and because Navi now holds a tiebreak 2-0 above them, it would be nigh impossible to get out of it unless a miracle were to happen with all the other matches. Like everybody has to lose pretty much. Like Navi has to get nothing through despite the fact they played Damwon Kia. So
yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with the Oxygen Team 1 game.
Yeah, that's the mystery.
Ask for an update. So
that was on Oregon last time we saw.
I mean,
it was kind of.
We could see Team 1 exit today because they don't play tomorrow.
Yeah,
so this is their last game.
At the time that we last saw, so I'm not sure we've been sat on the set for quite a while. We've not had the other screen to look at the game. But if that is a game that goes and gets dealt with in a quick 2-0, then it's going to be very difficult for things to start to change up in the group. It's going to give Oxygen a little bit more security if they did win on Oregon. So Team 1 could be in a lot of trouble today.
Update on maps on Team 1 OXG. It is currently, spoiler alert, I always want to give this, even though you're watching the live stream. Come on, man, just gotta be ready. We're at map 3 Bank as Team 1 took map 1 8-7 Coast, a very close one with quite a few mistakes from OXG if you ask me. Then it went to Oregon. That was an OXG map. Beautiful to see Fox on it. And finally, Bank is the one, and currently OXG are up 2-0 on their starting side. So not too shabby. This, I mean, honestly, this is just good for Team 1 that they would get a point out of it regardless, right?
It disrupts a lot, doesn't it? I think a clean win for Oxygen would have been really good.
Yeah.
Now the fact that they've only come away with, well, a maximum opportunity of 2 points, and there's equal chance here for Team 1 to still walk away with 2, it makes things a little bit different and difficult there. I'm not sure exactly how that's going to affect the standings, especially...
We need to go and crunch some numbers.
Well, we do, especially with this one going down in a clean 2-0, and Navi now actually putting themselves in a much better position than they have been, and they've got a really important game coming up.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. Well, this was our matchup. UK Massive, they actually redeemed themselves. I was making fun of, UK Massive, hey, UK Flaccid, haha, but they made it. They got the points that they were needed, and it's a 2-0 victory for Navi in this game. But we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll get things ready for our next matchup here on Stream A, so see you in a moment.
My name is Alexander Yeti Lawson. I play for the Susquehanna Sonics from the NAL, and I'm like the Hardbreach roamer, secondary Hardbreach roamer for the team. I started playing Rainbow Six Siege in the closed beta on Xbox, so I grew up playing Battlefield, Call of Duty, all the other, Halo, the normal FPS shooters that everyone played, and it just kind of got tiring. And I was looking for something with some depth, something that I could play, and it was not the same thing over and over again. And Siege really delivered that, and it had like the tactical realism of one-shot headshot. There was there's a lot of strategy involved at the beginning of the game. So those things really attracted me. I was definitely a casual gamer when I started, but then I saw the Pro League and I was like, oh my gosh, that's so cool. As time went on and as I got better at the game, I was like, I think I can do this. I was grinding for Invitational, for the very first Invitational on Xbox, never made it. And then after that, they announced that they're gonna cancel the console league. At that moment, I was like, I'm gonna do this. And I switched to PC. One of my teammates on Xbox came with me. We found some players grinding the game. I eventually upgraded to my first actual gaming computer. And then we get picked up by an org called World's Best Gaming, WBG. And that was my very first Pro League season. So in a short period, about 6 months, from me switching to PC, I make Pro League. This is everything you want. Nerve-wracking with the format at the time. Obviously, very small room for error. You lose 2 games, you're out. My grandparents actually wanted me to quit, and they were like my parental figures. They were like, do you want to waste time with this? I was in college, not really focusing on studies, and my priorities were obviously elsewhere. It was really hard, and my computer broke. And I was really depressed. And my grandparents actually bought me a new computer for Christmas because they could not handle me being that depressed. At that point, I kind of almost got motivated again to really hit it hard. They're believing in me, so it was a roller coaster of emotions. And then the Obey guys decided to make roster moves. They approached me saying, we want to give you a shot. I'm like, I'd love that. And it was a breath of fresh air because I was like, I get to keep going. I get to keep going, chasing my dream. And it's just it's terrifying because one minute you think it's gone, and then the next day you wake up with an opportunity that's going to change your life. I had a Sonics tryout. That's the way it worked. They basically said, we like how there's chemistry between you 4, and we can kind of hit the ground running with this project. And we got picked up by the Sonics and started preparing for the NAL.
And the Sonics will be the 2021 NAL champions!
The Six Invitational means a lot. It's a very special thing. If there's going to be any events that anyone remembers from Siege, it's the Six Invitationals. People forget a major. People forget, a minor or a regional competition, but no one forgets a season invitational. Shoot, people remember things that Noah Ringu did, but it hasn't quite hit me that I'm at the Six Invitational, that I'm at the equivalent to, the World Cup or the Super Bowl of our video game. I think that it's so special that I get to be a part of the game's bloodline, and it's going to be there forever.
I'm Leonello Pesic. I play for M&M Gaming, and within the team I play hard support slash IGL slash captain. We got to the 6th Invitational by open qualifiers. We actually qualified for the EOL, and after that we played in the open quals. Won the open calls and then won the close calls against Kovana, Vitality and Secret, and that's how we got here. When we actually won against Secret and got to finals, Kovana picked the bank, which we never played in an official game. They were actually beating everybody on bank in that calls, and when we beat them 7-5 I think on bank, we actually realized like, holy shit, this can happen, like we can go to Invitational. So that was like exact moment team was like hyped and just ready to take. I'm pretty sure this team is not even the same for the last 6 months. So the way we like organize it around, and deliver these roles around. We didn't change it yet. It's been working, so there is nothing to change. You have like a base that you are playing right now, right? And we can basically just keep on adding new stuff that we think it's missing, like, I don't know, different pushes, different attacks, different defenses, and we just have a stable base and we just build upon it. I think I learned my team a lot of the stuff during these few months, especially like the mentality wise, like we should never give up no matter like the score, the round, we should just play round by round. I don't think it's only me though. I think my team's mentality is actually pretty good as well. If any of them had like a different mentality or a different ego or personality, it would be much harder. But they're all nice, they're all chill, and I mean that's exactly why I think it's working. I actually think we are much stronger than people think. I think my team is actually insane, and I hope people underestimate us because that's just our advantage. I don't think we have any expectations from the public or even us, so we can just go full ham and just do our best.
Welcome back, friends, to the Command Center here live from Six Invitational 2022. I'm Milos the Medic, your host for the show, and with me are two beautiful faces. Sorry, I got a paper cut and my Wonder Woman.
Thankfully, you are Milos the Medic after all.
Yes, I can put a, what do you call these again?
Band-Aid.
Band-Aid on very quickly. Thank you. Production team's always.
Shiny one.
It's a Wonder Woman one. Well, it's already fell off because I'm. Yeah, but hey, it's great. I feel
not meant
very
to have
empowered.
any violence until we get into the server.
I'm very empowered, friends. Well, there we are. Let's talk about our two teams because, well, we got Empire and we got M&M on here. And first, I want to ask you how you're doing. I haven't seen you in a bit.
I'm doing good. I'm excited for this game, very much.
It's a comfy couch, I gotta say. Like, we do sink into it, and I have to be careful that I don't end up just slouching. But hey, we have a lot of fun, and yeah, good games.
Very much excited for it. Well, we got Ann on here that got to cast M&M and their qualification through in Challenger League and got to like really see how they shaped up over the entire league. Well, we're going to talk about Empire first, see how they went through, because they had to play also against Challenger League teams in the Russian Major League. So there's some things that they might have learned through there. Empire is their first roster. Let's bring it up. I'm going to ask you, James, to fill me in on the squad that you've been seeing ages, for years old.
That's it. I mean, there's a tried and true core roster. 4 out of 5 of them are major champions from 2.5 years ago. So people who are familiar with Rainbow Six will be no strangers to the Russian machine. They do actually currently have a bit of a hiccup with that team. 2 players playing from their hotel rooms. I know that Shepard said he's had a fever of 38 for a week now, and that would be incredibly challenging. Funnily enough, they have certainly not disappointed when it comes to their performance in the server. I think a lot of people had seen that they were a bit inconsistent online within the EUL, but hey, don't forget that in Mexico they ended up as major finalists, and we've seen that now they're here and they are most definitely ready to play first place in Group A so far.
Yeah, on a land they usually shine, and I mean so far here too. They've been undefeated. They went 2-0 versus NIP. Dan actually was MVP of that day. In that game, he went 6-0 in entry, so he's not lost a single entry engagement. Quite impressive. However, on the other day they played against Sonics. That was a 2v1 or a 2-1 in map score, and that was where Dan had actually the lowest rating of the entire team. So it's been quite inconsistent, if you may say so.
They had people to step up when the moment was needed, despite everything, despite having players away in their hotel room in quarantine preparation. They still did pretty darn well. So kudos to Empire for doing this sort of thing and topping their group so far, but only by a bit. That Group A is all over the place and it can swap in an instant. So you have to be very, very careful. Going up against against M&M, is definitely going to be a test of its own. But something we discussed earlier with Demo and Ollie is, when do you have your off day? They have it in the middle between the first 2 and the second 2. Might give them time to rest, but what do you think about that?
Yeah, honestly, I think it's perfect for the schedule for them. They had an opening tough game. It was a 2-1 against Sonics. Then they followed up with a pretty easy game against NIP, day off yesterday. And here they're ready to refresh. They've had a lot of time to focus on their 2 remaining opponents, which is M&M now and, of course, Sandbox tomorrow. And I think that has given them the perfect amount of time to just focus on their first 2 games, take a break, then focus on their next 2. You can see just 3 of them at the desks. That is certainly going to change the atmosphere. Not quite the same rowdiness that we've seen from other teams, but they certainly don't need it. They are cool, calm, collected, calculated, and they will get in the server and do business.
Yeah, I'm certain that a team of 3 can't make as much noise as a team of 5 would do usually. So that's going to be different for them for sure. But well, they've shown that even with 2 players not on this current location, they can still win games.
Yeah, I mean, Team Empire are never this team that usually you hear them on stage yelling their heart out. This is not how they are. They are cool as cucumbers, or as they say in Russian, I guess at some point, cool as okroshka, which is a summer cold soup that they have that has a lot of veggies, including cucumber.
Okay.
Something very interesting. There's a lot of really cool Russian plates that we got to try.
Yeah, look, it's not summer right now, so I would not be going for some kroshka, but
you are in summertime backing off.
Yeah, and you guys have ripped me out of a beautiful Australian sunny summer and put me into one of the coldest places in the world.
Here we ask for your consent. We asked you and you agreed for it. Here's M&M that are on the screen for everybody in this team, and you have followed them for the past few months. How did they get to SI?
Yeah, well, I mean, first of all, they played Challenger League this year and they managed to win that. They just recently qualified for EUL, and almost straight after qualifying for EUL, like they mentioned, they played open qualifiers for SI, won that one, then played the closed qualifiers in the end of January. Their first game against Kavana, that wasn't too exciting. They lost that pretty hard, but the day after, they played 8 maps in a row, like 9 hours a seat, and then managed to beat Kavana and a few other honorable teams in EUL, really.
They have certainly earned their stripes when it comes to that EUL place, and of course their spot here at 6 Invitational. But in contrast to Empire, who had 4-5 roster, playing at the major and winning in Raleigh 2.5 years ago, this is a roster with a lot of fresh blood. We have 2 new players that have only been on this roster for 4 months. I know you've got a lot to talk about them, but before we get to that, let's just remember this is the only team at the tournament without a rank, without a world rank. They didn't get any 6 Invitational points throughout the entire year. The only one that we've seen on a stage this big in the past was Nello from back in the day when he played Na'Vi, and we saw in the interview beforehand, he is the heart and soul behind this roster.
Yeah, they mentioned that they don't really feel that much of pressure. I mean, Nello obviously a former Pro League champion, and we mentioned it in the talent room. This is kind of a team that likes to adapt onto that let him kind of playstyle. You have that one solid support player, which is Nello in this case, and then 4 fraggers running around. And I mean, I mentioned fraggers, but honestly, their stats are really good. You have Tyron and users coming in, and Tyron is actually the current kill record holder for a best of 5. So he managed to get that during the EU qualifiers. He got 65 kills in a best of 5 finals. Before that, it was Cyber, 57 kills in the Sweden major. So
that is insane.
That's a really, really good stat to come in with. And obviously, we have the first Turkish player as well here in this tournament. Solotov, first Turkish player on a SI or a major. So far, he's had a 1.48 rating and a KD difference of plus 15.
That's not too bad at all. We talk about representation. These are 2 teams that everybody in Europe knows. I think everybody watched the EU qualifications, basically, of M&M into EUL itself, and then that final that we had at SI qualifiers that you were there to witness yourself and live. It was M&M. They went up against Kovana in a great best of 5, and that's where kill record was broken by Tyrant. It was beautiful to see M&M earn their stripes, and like you said, though, they come in with no points because they literally could not get it was not even allowed for them to get a singular point. That's their story. So what do they have to do here? 2 European teams that face up against one another. They should know how one another plays and what maps will this be on. Again, a 7 map pool. Ban, ban, pick, pick, ban, ban, and that final decider, James, takes us through it.
So ban from Empire is Chalet. That is one of their worst maps, and it is by far their most banned, so pretty predictable. I know that you've got all of the stats when it comes to M&M, so I'm going to let you have this one.
Yes. Bank is almost insta-ban for M&M, so seeing them ban that one here initially, it makes a lot of sense to me. And Chalet is a flawless map for M&M so far. They have a 100% win rate on it, so basically both teams taking out the opponent's stronger map. We have M&M then picking Oregon. Out of their 8 games that they played on it, they've won 6 of them. They lost once against Kavana, and then the day after, they won it against Kavana. The pick coming out for Empire is Coastline. I mean, it's a really good map for Empire. They won 10 out of 11 of their games, and meanwhile, Coastline is a quite attacker-favorite map. They also seem to have a 70% win rate on the fence.
Yeah, really good for the second map for Empire. I think Coastline's going to be really challenging for M&M to get in there. Oregon should be a fairly strong one for M&M, though. That's Empire's second most banned map, so I think that if the teams have done the research, which they have, they probably both predicted this veto to play out as it is, and what that means is that they've been grinding these maps, they've been stratting it out and getting ready to counter each other, which means we're probably going to get a fairly tight contest in the server.
Yeah, now you have the last ban coming out as a Villa. That's a bad map for Empire, a great map for M&M, so it makes sense for Empire to get this out of the way. But honestly, I hope we get to this Cafe map. It seems to be M&M's playground. They were undefeated on Cafe up until they went up against NIP. And Empire also has an 80% win rate on that map, so it could be a really good map for both teams. And honestly, I really hope we would get to that point.
I mean, in this group, we get to see all regions fighting off against one another pretty much. We got M&M that went up against Sandbox in the second day here in the groups. Yesterday, they went up against LATAM because that was NIP. Today, they go up against Empire, Europe. And then tomorrow, they'll be going up against the Sonics to play NA. And we get to see, this is what I love about majors, but specifically Invitational, because we get to have such variety. Yes, these are EU Challenger League team that just made it into EUL, but EUCL teams scrim with EUL teams on the continent. They are scrim partners. There's a reason for it.
And in that way, this is, if anything, M&M's reprieve game. They've been playing other regions this entire time. Finally, they get back to Europe. This is their home turf. This is what they know. And yes, they are playing against Empire, the #1 team in Group A and favorites for first place. Empire's next game is also Sandbox, so they are primed and ready to take that #1 spot, which means not only upper bracket players, but also a free game. M&M, on the other hand, they're in danger of elimination.
Danger of elimination. They got to get at least 1 point out of it. A win is great. 2 to 3 points is awesome for M&M in this case. And map 3 or not,
I would say we would get to map 3. It's going to be essential for M&M to win Oregon. If they don't, it might as well be over in 2 maps, because we know how good Empire is on Coastline. So they'll need to get that 1 map first. Otherwise, it could be very risky for them.
I'm inclined to agree. I just want to see M&M tighten their ship, because against NIP yesterday, it was a shambles. So if they are feeling comfortable and knowing they're playing an EU team, then yeah, I'm going to give them the credit. Let's hope it goes to 3 maps.
And James, thank you very much for breaking things down here. We got all EU. Finally, we got to see it. M&M versus Team Empire. We get to see it later on in EUL, but here, it's granddaddy of them all. It's 6 Invitational in the groups. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milosh. Haven't been able to say that line for a good while. It's an EU game with the EU boys. It's me, Des. This is Tim. And Tim, your hair's looking fantastic today. It's growing back in.
Well, I did think for the Invitational, I would grow the ponytail back in. I mean, everybody's thinking, is there one? Is there not one? Well, you can't prove there's not. I mean, should I give him a look?
Yeah, go on, tease it. Oh, not today. But it's always worth a little pull, isn't it?
Oh, God, Des, calm down.
Oh, what can I say? We love pulling ponytails, but these two teams have got to pull some punches in this game. M&M at threat of relegation. Empire on course to be the top in their group. And we start with a fantastic map for M&M. Oregon, their go-to. I'm a little bit nervous coming into Coastline because that is the bread and butter map for Empire. And Cafe is a pretty good one for both teams. So it's a series that deserves all 3 maps, Tim. But whether or not we get there, it's dependent on whether or not we see M&M buck up their ideas after a poor last showing.
That's it. We've seen 2 different M&Ms so far.
Yeah.
Is the reality. We saw them in that first game where they just completely went absolutely wild against Sandbox and just ran over them. And then they just didn't really stack up against NIP. And I don't think that was a difference in opponents necessarily. NIP did play better than we've seen them play so far. That much has to be said. But I think it was about M&M's performance as well. It's not just that NIP were miles better than Sandbox were. That's just not the case. It's just that NIP played a little bit of a different game. They're coming up against a very difficult team here, because Empire generally, when they play well, they play consistently well, especially at tournaments. We've seen it from them. They don't tend to have these roller coaster rides through group stages necessarily. So Empire, I'm expecting to see another good performance from here, but they are, of course, starting on a little bit of a stalwart, a little bit of a bastion for M&M coming in to Oregon. So it's not going to be an easy start for them.
I have been hounded in the last few hours to bring up this stat because it's been dropped away from so far. Looking at Tier 1 lands explicitly, Shepard has got two very key stats. He is the first player to pass over 100 plants in Tier 1 LAN with 103. He's also tied first place for 1vXs with 21, joint with Bosco of SSG. So two big stat lines coming in there for a man that everyone kind of regards and reveres as a fantastic support player, and now it's represented in the numbers as well. The first player to pass 100 in Tier 1 LAN. So let's see what he can deliver today. Thank you very much to Spilosopher and Sprout Bunny for making sure I got those numbers out to everyone today, Tim. They've got to deliver, though. They've got to make it happen. They're starting on the defensive side. Of course, you would make that choice. And looking at the bans, everything is as normal. We said this for the last couple of days. 3 typical bans. The 2 defenders are always going to be one of a select few. You tend to see Thatcher taken away, and the 4th attacker ban, or the 2nd attacker ban, the 4th of all the bunch, is the one where it can get a little bit spicy, and here it's going to be a Ying ban. Definitely focused on the downstairs. Often see it employed for chucking those Candelas down inside a supply, for chucking them through the E-box hatch, and then dropping and making your big play.
Well, you've got that double window as well. We've seen Ying Candelas used to sort of support the push through there a couple of times as well on top floor, on dorms. Just sort of dump them in, one towards kids, one towards main dorms, get a bit of smoke down as well, and try and get in under that cover to get the plant down. As you said, not going to be a problem for Empire to worry about on the defence this time around, nor will it be for M&M when it becomes their turn in the second half. But to kick us off round 1, here we go. M&M versus Team Empire. A little window into the future for M&M here, Des.
Maybe ever so slightly. It's one of them that I'm looking at and seeing a mirror on side for Empire, and I look back to one of their games in EUL when they came up against Heroic. They dominated Heroic, making good use of this mirror, often having one facing up to where you've just seen it inside of E-box and one being placed on the freezer wall. And Heroic were just met with continual resistance, unable to get past them, and it would shut down their attacks more often than not. So much so that I believe Empire have a 100% defensive win rate on this site, coming out of that game at least. We'll see if they can extend it, because they have indeed played in this competition on this map before. It was a win for both teams, so they've got confidence coming into Oregon. Here we are with it being set up. That south side completely locked off, the most go-to common setup that we see with mirrors here in the basement.
That's it. It's going to make it very difficult, and interestingly, I'm pretty sure, if I'm right in saying, Des, we saw M&M try to play into this last time around. And they struggled. They couldn't really deal with all the late rotations over to bunker side of things. They sort of gave up on freezer when they saw that there was the mirror window in there, rather than going and pushing it. They do have the Hibana on side from Neo, so they can take that utility out if they want to, but they will need to take control. They are pushing towards freezer extremely quickly. This is a M&M team that look like they have woken up and they are ready to go. It is straight away, 30 seconds into the map. They were straight at the top of freezer stairs. Joysticks had to turn tail and run, and they are looking to start pressuring that side of the map immediately. Going to open the hatch. That will basically prevent anybody playing anywhere past the lockers inside of freezer. You can't push up any further than that. It may also give them an opportunity to deal with the mirror from there, should they want to.
Yeah, for Empire, no roamers being found out. All of them down on site. For M&M, who have identified that, they are in and moving, and they had this level of pace against Sandbox, generally identifying what had to be done and taking control of large areas of the map very quickly. Where they start to struggle, I felt, was this middle 60 seconds. They weren't very good at getting themselves prepped for an execute, and like Empire will likely do on their attacks, left everything down to the last 15, 20 seconds or so to make a bit of a Hail Mary push. They've had full control of the ground floor. They've got their hatches opened up. Now the big question they've got to be asking themselves is what next, because that is where they've stalled out historically.
Well, that's it. They've got the map control. So what next? What next is that they need to start moving these defenders around. Ideally, you move them by killing them. You put them in the dirt. But if that's not possible, they need to force them away from pillars. They need to get them back into supply, back into laundry, so that they can start then aggressing, get pillars, get electrical, and look at being in a position to get that diffuser down if they can claim elbow. But the movement needs to start coming from M&M. They're all above meeting at the moment. There's no pressure on these defenders. Always is just going to sit there and hold an angle until they force him to do something.
Look at the utility line. 4 frags, 3 flashes, 2 smokes. They've got so much utility they can dump down these stairs or through the E-box hatch and go for a drop. You ban them a mile away, so you know not all of of it's going to get caught out. I want to see him making the move because they're being scared and held back here by Joystick. A nade comes through, won't take him out, but does tickle the sides a little bit, and the rest are looking to go for their drop. They burnt through the laser gate. This will be reading to Empire on what the game plan is, and in comes the drop. Joystick finding the first one as he falls through. Always the second. It's already fallen to tatters for M&M, who couldn't find a man early in the round. They're swinging down to Big Tower Stairs. It's being 1v2. Joystick on one side, always on the other. This is looking like a bit of a shutout round for Empire overall, who swing round and get the fourth. We're looking at a flawless round to start things off, Tim. Empire composed, barely bothered by M&M's presence.
That's it. They set themselves up downstairs. It was a perfect turtle defense, essentially. Like you say, they didn't play any roamers, Empire. They were happy to play on site, but M&M just completely and utterly ineffectual on the attack there. I know that sounds harsh, but ultimately, Des, M&M, I dare say, if you took a top-down screenshot of the beginning of their defense, they looked exactly the same at the end. And that can't be allowed. You can't have Joystick and Always still at Pillars and Shaiko spot.
Exactly.
You just can't. Well, you can, but you're not going to win the round. You're never going to get in there and get it done. And Empire they weren't forced to move at all, and that's one of your number one priorities on attack, is disrupt the defense, because what does the defense do? It sets up what it sees in perfect positions with perfect utility, and you have to force them away from that onto plan B, onto plan C. Empire, they were plan A all the way.
That's a pretty, atypical setup as well. M&M will have come across that in scrims 20,000 times over. They should know how to deal with it. They took the step of getting the Shaiko wall opened up, and I honestly thought we'd start seeing nades being tossed through there to try and clear the player out on Shaiko. And for those who wonder what we mean when we say Shaiko, inside pillar off to the far right-hand side, there is a single doorway that leads in towards the elbow side of things, or blue, or tarp, depending on what you ask for different regions, what they call it. You need to clear the player away from there. They had it opened up by the Hibana. They stopped Joystick from swinging across and spraying off the X-Cairo so the nades could go through. That just didn't happen. They dumped all their nades into highway. That wasn't where a player was. They just kind of ignored the fact there were players playing behind pillar in Shaiko's spot, and they paid the price for it. So one to learn of for next time. Here at least we step up onto the top floor.
And M&M, they're going to have to show us something different here. First and foremost, they need to disrupt Empire. They need to find a way to stop them doing what they want to do. Can't let them play their game. Dan, he's set up in Trophy for the time being, so he's looking to hold Neo out of Master. He probably won't hold on to that for too long. I would imagine that utility will be expended to clear that shield out, and that'll be the end of Dan's reign inside a Trophy. He may not even hold on to it for that long. It's just to halt that progress. As I say that, he dips away. That's no major problem from Dan. He's burnt a minute there and just took out a few drops.
I love how much we're seeing of the MK14 coming in on Aruni, by the way. DMR heaven right now. They've only to get a small nerf where the amount of ammo was reduced. So more and more players have stepped across to playing with the DMR. Sure, it's only single fire, but you do get a lot of rounds in that gun. So you're not just spraying most of them to paint someone. We saw the very, very painful 1v1 for Muzi the other day against the Iana on Bank. So a good example here of why that DMR is going to be effective.
Always is playing down in security. Ooh. What a beautiful peek from Tyrant there, taking Joystick down at the top of White Stairs. And maybe that's the catalyst that M&M needed, that they were lacking back in round one, is going to be that opening kill. But they definitely need to deal with Always Theirs. We've spoken about this position at length yesterday. Insider security allows you to play the vertical. Oh. Tyrant has got some vision on him, able to just spot that pixel of Always his head, and that just solves the problem. They can now push in through double window.
Tell you what, Tim, I could train for 5,000 hours and still not see that pixel. It was unbelievable, and I'm pretty sure on the other side of it, Empire are like, oh, we lost that then. 2 in a row for Tyrant. A third follows. Tubal coming in for Solotov. My God, a double headshot back-to-back on Scyther, and Dan shuts this round down. And Shepard again, joint top for clutches in Tier 1 lands. Something tells me he probably isn't going to shut down 4 members of M&M all by himself. Being pushed up from White. Smokes it out now. Turns towards lower in case someone's pushing in. But no, it was a drone sat just behind him. Swung on the window. Nello down to a slither of HP. They know they've got him penned in. It's an easy closeout. This time round, only losing the 1 member. An Empire torn asunder on the top floor.
Much, much better from M&M, and you see the difference of what I'm talking about there. If you're a little bit newer to Siege and you're trying to keep up with us as we explain this strategy, round one, you remember that I said M&M were unable to move Empire. All those defenders finished in the position they started, and that was their power positions. This time around, Joystick peaks top of White Stairs, gets taken down. Always really wanted to stay inside of security because he had the ceiling opened up above him, and that allowed allows him an angle onto double window, which is ultimately where Nello's pushed in from with the diffuser more than likely in hand to get it down. As it was, they didn't need to because they got the kills. But by getting those 2 kills, Tyrant changed the shape of the round because the defenders had to move. And as soon as they did, look who was waiting. Solotov on the F2, takes himself 2, nice and easy, much better from M&M. And that's what we mean when we talk about an attack disrupting a defense. It's about taking away their utility and taking away their positions.
And Empire didn't really do anything wrong, right? Top of white stairs, maybe you'd argue, do you need to challenge that here? Wouldn't you rather play someone on freezer stairs, for example? The security player, I think it was Joystick, could have been Scyther. Looking at that angle he was holding, I don't blame him at all. It's a very good angle to hold. It was very tight, and Tyrant still finds the kill. You know, you can't stop that sort of play. It was unbelievable. Here, at least, we step back onto the top floor again. The mirror, this time in tow. Dan setting one up, looking in towards Dining in an attempt to slow down M&M, who, as we saw back in round 1, loved to charge in from the west side of the map and swing across. A second one's even going inside a shower. So I like there's a bit of acknowledgement here, again, towards M&M and where they like to start, where the push comes in from, and Empire are looking to slow it down early in the round.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, we don't always see this much utility expended so far west, as you say, for a Dorm's hold. We have what we will usually see, the rooms in front of you. You've got security there that I was talking about where Always was playing. Thank you very much. And then just above it to the north, you've got where Always is actually playing now, which is Kitchen. And quite often we'll see one in each, but that's usually as far west as the defence will set up. So seeing somebody inside of showers, that's a little bit unusual. And like you say, it's just a nice adaptation from Empire. We'll see if it pays dividends or not, but it's just a way of trying to slow down that M&M push, stopping Tyrant going in and getting 2 openers.
And even if he doesn't, you're opening up to nades from below, which a few pros have commented on Twitter and said, you know, the number of vertical nade kills that we're seeing with the advent of yellow pings, the attacker lean that we're getting, how many nades teams can bring along these days. M&M have got 6, for example, just means you're seeing more and more nade kills than ever before. Don't personally hate it, think it's quite fun to see. Admittedly, when it overtakes a game or a round, it can be a little bit much, but overall, we are seeing vertical play coming more and more into the game. So I don't blame Empire for one, saying, well, we've got to slow down Tyrant, but 2, we also prevent nade kills coming in from below. M&M going a bit more lateral with them here, chucking them in through windows, trying to clear out utility rather than players, and that will let them start on their march forward. But I go back to what we saw in round 1, Tim. M&M quite stalled out against the clock. We're down to that 90-second mark, and they're only really just starting to get themselves set up. Tyrant's moved across from showers. He's now on Armory stairs to a total side switch.
Well, that's the interesting point here. As we said, Empire set up much more in the face of that west side push. M&M read into that, and they push east instead. We'll try and get ourselves into Master. We'll open Closet up. Tyrant can push through Trophy, but it's taken them longer, and they haven't got a kill yet. And that means that Empire are still in those starting positions. So this is going to come down to this final minute, and it's all about who can find those first kills.
There are so many holes in the floor here, and they have no control below. In fact, it's always sat underneath with a shotgun, daring someone to come pressing forwards. So I'm a little bit nervous about this. Even more holes being opened up now. They haven't bothered trying to tackle the issue downstairs below. That's them saying we're going to take it and we'll deal with it. Dan, again, going down to Tyrant, though. A good start for Tyrant. 2 entry kills, make it 3 if you want, including the last round's double, but 2 big entries in the last 2 rounds.
He's going big so far at Invitational 22 is Tyrant, and I'm sure he's impressing a lot of players. Users, Nello, they're going to get one apiece, perfectly timed 5v2, and the defense is falling apart. M&M have found the cracks and they've found the way to push in, but Always could potentially come in clutch here. He's underneath. Neo, however, has got inside from Closet and he's able to start putting the diffuser down. Empire have completely given up sight here. They know that that plant is going to be stuck and they're now in a 2v5 retake. This is extremely unlikely as Joystick pushes back up the Armory stairs. Tyrant will feel he should have won that one, but Joystick comes back on top. You can't always beat him because he's just that good. Can he get himself a second? Not as of yet. Nello finds Always. It's all up to Joystick. Creates a rotate, but it will be his undoing as Nello manages to shut him down with the pistol from the balcony. And that's going to be M&M taking round 3 and finding themselves 2-1 up now.
And in both of these last 2 rounds they've won, Empire have only found 2 kills and they've come quite late into the round at a time where arguably it's not all that effective. It's not slowing M&M down in the early round, and I've got to give it to M&M. That could have gone wrong very quickly with the whole mirror thing below, right? We commented on always having all these shotgun angles from below, all the holes that had opened up. They just basically ignored him and planted in a different position. They chose not to challenge the mirror, which is a big risk in itself, but ultimately paid dividends. Really well played, really well considered of what the setup was, and found an answer to them that worked. That was what was missing in round 1. I want to see if they can fix it going into round 4, because naturally, after 2 rounds of having won the previous site, you can then return back to it. We have tried the top floor twice for Empire. They have failed both, which means the bottom floor is now open once again, and we'll give it a go here in round 4. That mirror making a return.
Yeah, it was an interesting round. We sort of saw both plan Bs coming out there. You know, Empire tried to get further onto the west side, but what they did was leave a hole. And this is the problem with Siege. When you move utility somewhere, you move it from a limited resource pool. And so by doing so, you have to leave something out somewhere. And that hole was in Trophy. And it allowed Tyrant up to the top of Armory Stairs. It allowed Neo into Master and Closet. And that's ultimately where the threat and where the plant came from. So, as you say, M&M's plan B, reading into that defence and saying, yep, we've got another option here, and they took it, they did it well. We're back down to Laundry now, and we've got the Flores on side. And Operator, I know that you're a little bit in love with this. You like a bit of Flores?
I love me a Flores. Yeah, I mean, look at him, what a gorgeous man. But look down the other side of the screen and look at the operators they've brought. Tim, do you see a Mute?
I do not.
Do you see a Mozzie?
I do not.
Do you really see anything that can stop the Flores?
Apart from the guns in the hands of Empire, no, I do not.
Correct answer, Tim. I'll give you a lollipop after the cast. Yes, there is very little that can stop these Flores drones running through except keeping your eyes downward and watching for them raining through. The main reason why M&M have brought this along here is for things like the ADSs, the Banshees. They want to get those cleared out, and the 2 bulletproofs that have been brought along by the side of Empire. I know it's kind of concerning when you've got a team that's a little bit slow anyway, to spend another 30, 40 seconds using the Roteros to clear things out, but they've also got a shield to deal with on the side of the smoke, mind you, so lots they can clear away. Last time round, their nades were ill-positioned, all dedicated towards Highway. They didn't force the players away from Pillar or from Shaiko's spot. That has to be the big change for me in this round, Tim. That, or they need to push in from the south side, which, as we know, can be very rough, shall we say, for the attackers, given you're staring down 2 mirror windows.
It's not always the easiest. And I think the thing for me on this, the last attack from M&M, was all the work they did to potentially prep a little bit of freezer, a little bit of laundry, and then they didn't use any of it. They just went to rear stage and bung it. They might as well have started there 2 minutes before and just really piled the pressure on the north side of the site. But this time it looks like they are mounting the challenge there again. They've opened the laundry hatch, they've got the options, but this time they've got the Rotero. That's going to clear out pillars, and if you remember, Des, I kept going on about it at the time. It was how they had not moved Joystick and Empire. For the time being, they still haven't managed that, but they have cleared out the Banshee. That's one part of it at least. They were unfortunate not to get the bulletproof, and the ADS is a little bit further away. If that Rotero drone can survive a jump and get another few feet, maybe it gets all 3. Still work to be done to clear out pillars.
They really want to get rid of that. There we go. I was going to say they really want to get rid of the Banshee, and this time round, Shepard not quite quick off the mark to shoot it out. So they've removed 2 Banshees so far. We're down to 45 seconds. Solotov, probably if he wants his last one to come out, I don't think he's got any left, actually. No, he's gone through them all. They haven't got rid of everything at this point, but it's a great swing in from Nello. Will find himself traded out. 2 more kills come back in for Empire as Shepard drops the gas, daring them to come charging their way through. And sure enough, one has got the cross, but it's a 2 versus 4. It looks a bit rough once again for M&M, who are unable to win the basement, and this should be a closeout here with 4 left alive for Empire. Make it 3 as Solotov finds one more. He's got 50 seconds to clutch up against 3. The diffuser, cold, dead on the ground in front of his eyes, unable to win this one out. It's going to be round 4 going the way of Empire in just a few short seconds. 25 HP, and as a dream would used to say, sadly that dream is turning into a nightmare as we're going to find the scoreline going to 2-2, Tim.
Easy round for Empire once again down on the bottom floor. Despite M&M's best attempts at adaptation, they're still unable to move Empire consistently away from some of those tricky locations. Joystick particularly dominating down on that bottom floor. They've got to find an answer. They're not going to come against that site again, fortunately for them, here against Empire, unless it goes to overtime. If it does, they've got to find an answer to Joystick on pillars. They've got to get him moved one way or another, or they've got to push freezer and laundry and just leave him out in the cold.
There is a certain caster / analyst at this event, Tim, who once coined a line that I love repeating. It's about Mira. It's a demo. He turned around and once said to me, Mira makes bad sites good and makes good size great, or, well, impenetrable was the exact word I believe he used at some point. It was a long time ago, and I can't say I always understand what he's saying to me. But in that case, what he was saying was Mira does make things really hard to deal with when you're trying to push into them. And you've seen it there again, where M&M are so scared away by the two mirrors on the south side of the ground floor, or the basement, sorry, that they simply don't want to attack into Freezer and Laundry. They'd rather go for a really difficult attack on the north side and get punished for that than try and face off against the Mira. I'd love to see maybe some smokes get brought along here. Smoke off the mirrors and charge your way forwards. Go for what a lot of teams like doing, which is send your Iana down in towards Freezer and have her go for a solo push. You know, it clearly isn't working up on the top side, so one of those they'll have to work on in future, because we aren't going to see the site repeated again now. Empire have also stepped away from the top floor, down into dining and kitchen.
Right, I love this from Empire. This is a dining room hold, and it's something that we don't always see too often. It was popularised by LATAM all the way back when I was casting it back in 2020.
Do you ever shut up about LATAM?
I do not, because they're pioneers, Des. And the showers hold was something that they did extremely well. They'd lock somebody in, as they have done with Joystick. He's got his rotate out behind. There's the mirror there should they lose showers, and he's got the soft wall into small tower, and he's just going to try and hold on to that as much as possible. You'd quite often play it with a Maestro. You'd have the Elder there, you'd have the cam for the information into small tower, so it's a little bit of a softer hold than we might expect, but they would just absolutely hold on to that forever if you let them. Joystick's going to try, and it becomes a real point of contention. It's really exciting.
It can be tough to break, because behind that line of hold, they've got a mirror window on the shower's wall, so there's so many angles to sit back in. They've got a shield on towards the window at the bottom of White Stairs. This is a really difficult spot to break, which is arguably why it's being ignored for the most part by M&M. Their focus has been to get Yuzu's inside small tower. He's been there for a good 45 seconds and opening things up, but Scyther gets a collateral on the spray out onto the white window. Neo and Tyrant lining up to give him a 2K. That is not the way they wanted this round to start.
This is quite often what will happen with the showers hold. You've got all this attention on Joystick. Look over here, Des. Look over here. Look at Joystick. Look at Joystick. Scyther, punch, bang, done. Gets himself a double kill. And teams have got to be careful that they don't sort of tunnel vision on clearing those showers out. And it's what's happened a little bit there. And Scyther's taken full advantage of it. Joystick's going to drop himself away now, as the Maverick has managed to get in there, open up that wall to at least a usable degree and force him out. But it doesn't matter, because he falls back to step 2, which is playing behind the mirror. Scyther comes down and challenges. He doesn't mind just continually peeking users at that point. It's now 1 versus 5. He can go chasing his kills. It's unlikely that users turns it around from here. Great hold from Empire. Love the understanding of dining. Love the understanding of the showers hold. This one is pretty much done.
He's got to try and find what he can here, users, but this one is pretty much done and dusted. 4 left alive for the side of Empire. Game Pokeball.
Just toying with him.
He broke free. Throw another one, or just throw an LMG at it, and that also works as well. It's a closeout for Empire with 4 kills in the round. What I think is really worth stressing here is how dominant the rounds have been for both sides when they've won. Round 1, 5 left alive. It was the flawless round for Empire. The next 2, M&M had 4 left alive. The next round, 3 left alive for Empire, and that round, for M&M, sorry, and in that round, 4 left alive. There are no close rounds. There are no nail-biting 1v1s to see this go all the way through to completion. It's coming down to teams just being really strong and running away with an early advantage.
I've got to give the credit. I mentioned that strat being used in LATAM originally. There was a player called Padrin, if I remember rightly, who was just an absolute demon when you was put in the showers. He'd play behind those lockers and just could not be moved. I can't tell you how many kills I saw him get from there. It'd be either Rucko or Maestro he would play, and he'd just hold on to it for dear life. He was practically immovable. Moving into round 6 then, it's going to be 3-2 for Empire now, and I love what I'm seeing from this one, Des. We're bouncing back and forth at this point. We're having M&M have a little lead at 2-1. We've got Empire coming back now 3-2. There's just no clear favourite here, and it bodes well for the Invitational. It bodes well for EUL next year. I just love how much of a war this one is between the two of them. And it just goes to show Empire are taking dining followed by meeting. It's like they're even having to use the offsites because they can't hold domes.
They can't. They've been absolutely ramshackled there on the top floor a couple of times, so you just do not want to be going back there. Understandable why the 2 offsites are being considered more primary. We're getting that Maestro being brought along, not on the site that we're used to seeing it being brought on, admittedly, actually. So let's see where those evil eyes go down, or the bubbles as teams call them. One downstairs here inside of kitchen itself, good for a bit of plant denial. The second one, I'd like to see if he puts it inside of the site itself in meeting, because you can get a large amount of coverage, or if he'll drop it somewhere just outside of site to give a bit of information back and forth.
Underway, 30 seconds. M&M taking their time here, not rushing anything. The drones are going in on the top floor. They're obviously conscious of that hold. It is likely to be in place for Empire, as you say. It's going to be a couple of men up there, I would imagine. We can see that we've got Dan Scyther's going to get quite aggressive on towards that main door. He's going to try and hold that down. But like I say, I imagine the immediate push from M&M is going to be for this top floor control. We can see there's at least 2 ahead of us there, and we know how important it is. Joystick's going to be holding on to Pit in Attic there. If you wonder what we mean by Pit, it's not one of the compass call-outs. It's the little drop down just outside of Attic where Joystick is playing, because it's a little bit like a pit.
SSG call it pig, which is very confusing when you're trying to alternate between the two, because there is a pig on the wall.
We'll stick with Pit for now.
We'll go with Pit, yeah. I think it's probably a better name. Even though there's an in-game visual for pig, I'll take Pit. No problem.
Dan looking for the peek onto the top of White Stairs there. He's not going to have anybody to hold back for the time being, because the push is coming from the east side. Solotov and users established. Neo looking to get in with them. They've got the closet wall open. They haven't really done too much to force Joystick out of position. They haven't put too much pressure on, but he's gone. That is the key fact. Tyrant, however, is going to be found by Joystick, because as much as he might have retreated back, he's just retreated to an alternative position where he finds the man trying to push up White Stairs. So it's now all going to be one-sided across this top floor for M&M to try and clear it out, and it's going to be short-handed.
Well, the site's changed, and so have the proceedings, because last time round, Tyrant won that 1 versus 1, pushing onto Joystick at the top of White. Joystick has learned his lesson and wins it out here. A trade back the other way, this one feeling a little bit spicier as around as Nello goes down. In fact, I lied, because it's 2 kills for Empire. A 4 versus 2. It's more dominance by the Russian side. A 4 versus 2. And I don't know what Neo and Solotov can do here. Neo hasn't had the best game so far. Solotov at 3-3. Is he feeling a little bit fraggy? Because now's the time to pop off and go big. There's someone watching the hatch. If he goes for a drop here, he's as dead as a donut. Neo's got to push his way down White as well. So a bit of a scramble for M&M here as we get in towards these last 30 seconds.
I love the interplay between Always and Dan there, picking 1 kill up a piece, choosing when to drop back, just attacking from different angles, made it very difficult for anybody moving in there. Neo does find 1 onto Dan. That leaves 3 on the side of Empire, and M&M are in a position now of just trying to push directly towards site, but they are going to be playing into Toxic Babe canisters. 1 of them left, so at least 1 of these avenues can be shut down until the end. Shepard doesn't need to. Shepard uses his SMG and just cuts them both down as they head into security. Just a little bit of afters there. He just sort of holds the trigger as the man moves across, picks him up. Beautiful stuff.
What are afters, Tim?
They are normally dessert, Des.
Are they? I've never heard that saying before.
I know, I educate you. The thing is now, I feel that you could comfortably live in Northern England and probably assimilate yourself quite well.
Do I have to drop the letter H like Fresh does, though?
No.
Because he's from Hull.
Yeah, that's only if you live in Hull.
Hull. The rest of you still use it, right? You got power up there, you know, running water.
We've got all the mod cons.
Really? Oh, that's
yeah,
changed.
We've got electricity, we've got running water, we've got all the mod cons up north. But yeah, afters, yeah, would normally mean your dessert. It comes after your meal.
The first time he said that on broadcast, I thought he just lost the plot and was talking a bunch of rubbish, and I had to kind of go, yeah, as in afters, they got more kill afterwards, right? And you were like, no, it's like desserts. And
it's the sort of thing that like your grandparent would say to you. So that's why I say it in the way that I do. Oh, he comes in for a bit of after. He'd be like, oh, do you want a bit of afters? So that's why I use it like that.
Weird people.
I like it. Something sweet to finish the round. And that's exactly what that kill was, Des.
Something sweet, was it?
It was. It was beautiful, to be fair. It was one of them that you love because you just sort of keep your finger down on the trigger for a second extra longer than you need to. A couple of bullets fly out and just catch another one that was running past.
Well, they had 2 big collaterals in that first half. The one out bottom white and that one through the security door. Nice for Empire. It's always super satisfying. Now we step into the basement, and naturally, with M&M on defense, it's Empire who have got the onus to fix the errors that M&M couldn't. Back in the first half, if you recall, they did bring along a Flores and still couldn't quite crack the egg that was his defense on the downstairs. They've got 6 frag grenades on side, 6 flashes to burn through the ADSs coming out of Neo. Let's see how they deal with this setup, because there are 2 shields to go through. There's a bulletproof camera. There's all the usual suspects of things like the mute jammers, the ADSs. M&M couldn't crack it. Will Empire?
I'm a little bit worried for M&M here.
You got a feeling?
I think Empire are going to show them how to attack onto the basement here. I don't think they're going to have the sort of freedom that Empire did, to be honest. I don't think they're going to get away with sort of having 2 players still at Pillars and Shaiko at the end of the round, for example, which, you know, if you're trying a bunker push, really shouldn't be happening. I think that they are going to get pushed around a little bit more. I can see Neo having a tough time of it here at rear stage. For the time being, Empire is still in the droning phase. They're actually all stacked up mostly towards the freezer and laundry side at the minute. They're coming in from the west. Tyrant's going to be there to potentially hold them off. Shepard's looking to come in through main entrance. So it looks like it may be more sort of freezer and laundry. I think wherever Empire choose to attack here, they're going to do it with gusto, and I think they're going to make M&M's life much more difficult. Tyrant tries to take the peak off the back of the Elamine, but he's not too confident in it, Des, and he dips away there. The shots were already coming in from Joystick. It's not a challenge you want to be making.
Nah, Joystick was hard holding, and already with him trying to push down Freezer, you're seeing the difference. They've got that confidence to go pushing into the mirrors on the downstairs. By the looks of it, a south side take is going to be the play. That's where everyone is currently stationed for Empire. They've acknowledged north side is a little bit tough and feel they can do better on the south. They could rotate over. There is still one man pushing down those north stairs. It's what we often call the LATAM take, Tim, where you've got 3 different angles being used at once to overwhelm the defenders.
Now who's going on about LATAM?
Shut up. It's a one-off, all right? One-off.
It won't be. Neo peeking onto the rear stage. He knows that somebody's up there, but there's not much of a challenge to be made at the minute. But as you say, Des, it's going to be an interesting one because it's a direct contrast. Where M&M dropped away from this utility and tried to attack rear, Empire are more willing to play into it. It's not to say that it's going to be any more successful. It may well be that M&M still hold on here, but it's going to be fascinating to see if Empire can do this. Dan, he finds the key and unlocks the defense. He takes Tyrant down with a headshot to open things up. 5 versus 4, advantage Empire.
Looking here on the south side, it's starting out well. Nade starting to rain in towards Highway and Cubby just to burn through shields, utility, you name it. But a great swing in from Nello. Finds one, finds 2 for the support player that has been pretty quiet some maps, but that is a way to make yourself heard on the defensive half. Joystick stepping into his grave, picking up the diffuser here and looking to navigate his way forwards. But they've got 2 or 3 angles. They've got 10 seconds to play against here, Tim. They've been mown down as Nello finds a 4K. Yuzus gets the close and steals the ace, but it's a big round for the boys of M&M.
Good hold from M&M there. As I said, it was interesting to see Empire try that alternative, try the freezer laundry. Let's not play into rear stage. Ultimately, rear stage was the only place they got a kill from, with Dan managing to pick one up from stairs. But Nello, what a play from him. I've said it before, Des, you know what I'm going to say again. A great sight player, one of the best in the game. He knows his angles, he knows where that push is coming from, and he manages to step out at the right time. It was a bold move, but it was needed because Empire was starting to get that beachhead inside a laundry. They were ready to push on forward and challenge him, so he took it on his own terms and he took both of them down. Well played, Nello. Good round, M&M. They're back in this one.
Well, as it stands, basement is still the preferable site. Both teams now 3 for 3. Not individually, but total on that basement site. Can't imagine we will see M&M steering across to any of the site when that is available in a couple of rounds' time. But for now, at least we go up to the top floor. And if we think back, Tim, this is where M&M found their 2-round wins on the attack. If Empire follow suit, get a round win here, things get real spicy, because then M&M will have to start looking to the off-sites as well and think about how they can make those work.
Given what we saw from M&M the other day, I'm sort of quietly confident for them here. If you remember, Tyrant and Solitaire particularly, when they were on this top floor site, they were just like a nuisance. They were able to just really sort of keep themselves, out of it and just disappear into the basement. They were all over the place, and it was very, very difficult for Sandbox to actually keep a track on them. And if Empire don't learn that lesson, don't shut down any roam game that M&M play with, it could be trouble for them. But at the minute, I think M&M are kind of quiet on that front. Tyrant is just roaming himself around the rear stage area, but other than that, mostly on site.
It's kind of hard when Nello's soaking all the kills, right? 10 and 4. If I tune into this, I'd be saying you've got the player names the wrong way around because he's not normally the one that's popping off big time. That 4K in the last round, sure, helping him out an absolute ton. But let's keep an eye on Solitaire, by the way. He's playing downstairs with Tyrant. So 2 below, just like Empire have, mind you, looking to hold down Kitchen so nades can't come stinging in from below. That said, Tyrant's actually in freezer. I looked down at the top down and saw the wrong one. He's in the freezer and could come up being absolute rat as this round goes by.
This is it. You know, this is what I suggested coming in. Tyrant Solotov made a real nuisance of himself earlier. I feel like Nello gives himself a little bit easily there. Shepard on the upside down rappel. Very easy kill for him to pick up.
What an angle.
Uses doubles down and finds the late trade onto Shepard there as he tries to go over the balcony. Catches him in that animation. Tyrant, you're a little bit out of things here, but that's not the end of the world yet. 1:30 left to go. He needs to time this right, and the interesting question is going to be, do Empire know where he is?
Small oversight by Empire to not have control of the kid's window. Normally you'll play someone on there because you can control the white stairs and stop that angle that was just played by Yuzus. If you ever now see that left-hand wall inside a game like opened up, now you know why. It's because you can play those cheekier, longer angles that just catch someone on their vault onto the balcony. Now Yuzus getting this wall electrified up so they can't open it back up, and Dan gets swung on by Tyrant. The rat has struck and found his prey.
Don't say that I didn't warn you, Empire, to keep an eye on where Tyrant was. He's timed that beautifully, and he's got his kill. Advantage M&M, and the big problem is, that Tyrant problem is still not solved. He's got his kill, but the damage may not be over. There may be more pain to come from the Jaeger when he pops up from his next location. Empire, with only 3 men, are going to struggle to hold on to all of those flanks. For the time being, they're focusing towards site. They're clearing utility and looking to get in there, but no Scyther. He's had to dip away. He's had to rotate to try and flush this Jaeger out.
A look at this angle again being held. The swing from Solotov. It's all too easy. Traded out by a joystick straight after. Scyther another. It's gone down from being an M&M advantage with the clock working against Empire to now suddenly being a 2 versus 2. Out comes a C4 from Yuzus. Well placed and wins the next onto joystick. We're all square, Tim, at 4-4. And quite crucially, the defenders have won the top floor.
As expected. Quietly expected. I thought that I'd...
Hang on. Didn't you say I'm worried for M&M?
No, that was the laundry round.
All right.
That was the laundry round. Coming into this one, I said I'm quietly confident for M&M because of what we saw out of Tyrant and Solotov the other day when they were playing the top floor. They're just able to disappear into that map, and teams really have a hard time keeping a handle on them. Scyther did great to actually make that rotation at 40 seconds and go and find Tyrant and get the kill.
Such an angle. Love
but
it.
Still, you know, it was Tyrant who did the damage realistically and set them up for that late 2v2. Used us a great round on site as well. M&M certainly showing that they've got a good mastery of that top floor. Empire, after losing 2 rounds back-to-back, they're going to hit that button, Des, and they're going to say, we need that tactical timeout.
And they do need it because things are balanced at 4-4 as said. That top floor is where M&M, in the first half, found the attacking round wins. Now that you've lost that, you're going to an offsite, sure. That's where Empire might find themselves a win. Bearing in mind, they only need 2 to be able to force us through into overtime, but M&M are fast, well, have already caught up at this point, and are accelerating away in this first half. What I'll give to Empire is, again, it's a decision you have to make. Are we going to spend half the round chasing down roamers? Because the other day against Sandbox, M&M did lose a few rounds pursuing players like Static into the basement. It was just a bit of a headache. So if you're going to ignore them, you have to accept that you may well get flanked, and that's where things like flank drones for dead players to watch, for example, really come in handy. Tyrant was holding in showers the vast majority of the round, aware someone would push white at some point, and yes, he lost out, but again, it's another thing for Empire to worry about.
It's another thing to worry about, and even if you do lose that gunfight, it's still time burnt. It's still time burnt for somebody to come and deal with it. So, third choice site going to come in for M&M now after they've had 2 successful defenses, and we have got a game on our hands, Des. It's 4-4 now, round 9, absolutely neck and neck. It's been back and forth between these 2 teams. They've both had their moments, they've both had the lead, and they are both fighting for this.
That last round was the closest we've had. I said earlier on, look how many members are left alive throughout the rounds for the winning team. 5, 4, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4, 2. 2 is the lowest one we've seen so far. So it hasn't... That last round was, again, the closest because it came down to a 2v2. And a cynical person might say Yuzu should have lost the second of those 2 gunfights that he took in the 2 versus 2. Would have forced us into a 1 versus 1 and bring us into a very close round. But as it stands, no, we haven't seen those big clutch rounds that we've gotten used to seeing from other teams in the competition so far. So Empire got to put their ideas up and find something special coming into this round. Starting things off, they must be aware that someone's in big tower because they're all staring up there. It's Tyrant. Call him Tyrat if you want. He's been doing this all game long on the defensive side so far. If he can find someone in a real cheeky manner here, again, Empire, they're making that conscious choice to not deal with him, but he can strike big and really shut things down.
But that's the problem. You make the choice not to deal with him, but then he just becomes a problem in the back of your mind because you know he's there. So, you know, it's always difficult leaving roamers out in the cold like that because all he's doing here is burning time. There's a conversation going on. What do we do with him? Are we pushing him? Are we not pushing him? If we're not pushing him, we've got to watch this angle, that angle. We've got to be aware of him. And it's all just burning time and focus. Tyrant is going to drop himself away, but that's a minute done. He's going to get himself into Attic and he might just find himself coming face to face with Dan here. He's joined the forces on that top floor hold and Empire have decided to push quite directly towards it for the time being, but we're coming up to nearly the halfway mark and M&M is still pretty comfortably established on that top floor.
Yeah, Cyther hasn't been able to get started with the Flores Rotero drones yet either because there's been so many jammers along the way. You just look everywhere and there's jammed up drones. You know, it's infuriating because you want to be able to get through and get this information, remove ADSs, delete away bulletproof cameras. You can see two members of M&M rotating between them now. They've got two on side, but now the first one comes out. We're halfway through the round and they've only just started on the utility clear. That's going to be a little bit frustrating. Doesn't stop though. Joystick finding the first kill as he comes through into security, negating the mute jammer and everything else that was set up inside there.
That's going to be Nello out of action. Joystick looking to support Cyther on the push in towards Kitchen, and Cyther does have the diffuser in hand. He's going to get one. Shepard doubles down onto Tyrant, and that's the top floor dealt with. There's Tyrant and Solotov gone. Usus all alone. He can be held at bay now. Neo is back in meeting, and there's got to be an opportunity here for Empire to push forward and get this diffuser down. Shepard has it in hand, and he just needs to make that move. Usus, he's slipping across the top floor. He knows that somebody's up here with him. Is he going to find his man? It's a freebie onto Cyther, finds him on his drone and takes him down, but Shepard, he's moving inside of sight. It's going to be difficult if they don't know exactly where the diffuser's going down for users to find this. He's in the wrong location at the minute. Neo's not in a position to challenge, and Shepard is indeed going to start the plant. Can users find it? It's not going to be an easy angle. He sees the toes, but too late, Des. And that was smart play from Shepard, going to the one location that has got the solid ceiling above him.
Has found himself going down to Usus upstairs, but it's a long way back for these last two members of M&M. You've got to bring down Dan, Joystick, and Always, and one of them at least is outside the building. Neo on the push through is going to find himself one. Now they've got to find the next two. The two members regrouping here, ready to play for a trade. Always on a long rotate off towards Shower side here. Going to join back up inside of Dining and have the long angle onto this diffuser. Dan is going to collect one more, so it's a 2 versus 1. Always with the shutdown, showing the value in those long flanks, and Empire find their first attacking round.
Empire clearing, or very nearly clearing the top floor without loss. Obviously, Usus was left up there, but ineffective towards the end. That was pretty much round. When they've done that without losing a man and also got security as well, you really do have to expect them to win it at that point. I think M&M just need to be a little bit more alert to the potential for that quick push coming in from somebody like Joystick onto Nello in security, where he's just going to go in and mow you down. They've got to be ready for that.
Really good play, and it keeps things tight. We often have a word that we associate with our casting, Tim. Begins with O and ends in E. Do you know what that word is? It's like playing Hangman. There's 8 letters.
No.
It's overtime, Tim. It could well be on the way. If we have
just
another...
to make you say it, Des.
I know you did. If we have another 3-site rotation to go through and it repeats itself again with Empire winning the off-site, M&M winning basement and top floor, we will find ourselves going into overtime. For those who aren't 100% sure of exactly what that means 3 more rounds will be played, in which I imagine M&M will start on the defense, because when you pick the map, which M&M did, as you can see, indicated at the top corner of your screen up in the right, you don't choose which side you start on, the other side do. Empire picked to start on defense, so you as the team that picked it get to pick what side you will start on in overtime. This is one of those maps where if you have the choice, you are always going to be starting on the defense. So we'll look forward to that if we can get through these 3 rounds at 6-6. For now, M&M return down to the basement. We saw Empire try and make a south side push work, coming in through Freezer and through Laundry. They ignored the top side, where M&M put the focus in both of their attacking rounds onto this site. They've got to make it work a little bit better, because last time Nello popped off and collected that 4K.
That's it. It was all about Nello stepping out in the middle of sight and just really shutting that push down. Empire showing that they're a lot more willing to play into utility than maybe M&M were, but so far neither strategy proving successful. M&M, of course, unable to clear out the rear side of sight. The pillars area was their sticking point. So we'll see if Empire decide to do anything differently. At the minute, Joystick is once again moving in quickly towards those freezer stairs, just as he did last time. Scyther's in above him to try and support as well. And it looks like with the Gemini decoy going down underneath, it is going to be time for Empire to try and push down there and get some ground established. There's nobody playing on the mirror window into freezer at the minute, so not the end of the world, but this is quite a clever mirror window from users. It can be played onto Laundry, but you can also get an angle where you look through the other mirror and into freezer, so you can watch it to a degree.
That came down really late as well. I think they were waiting to see where Empire were going to come from, potentially expecting a north side push after the last one failed on the south, but after seeing the Gemini decoy come down, knowing they're working on getting this hatch opened up, they've now changed things over to move up. We saw this yesterday, you and I did, I think, where they almost got the hatch open inside of security, but then bailed on it and moved up north. And I'm not.
I think it's just about. I think you don't need it open. They're opening enough for the top so that they can get an angle down to the mirror. To the mirror window, to the left-hand side of it, particularly if they need to make a challenge. But it's also enough to stop anybody moving from underneath lockers, because it's just a death wish if you're going to do that with that half of the hatch open. So I think it's
true.
It's just
you never drop that hatch.
No, you're not going to drop it. You don't need it open, so you can save, save the fuel for the blowtorch. You just don't need it completely open.
But I do need it. What's that from? I can't remember what it is. I have to remember that because that's a joke in my mind that I'm now going to have to try and dig out of the depths from somewhere. However, let's see how Empire is shaping up. They've got the E-Box hatch open. Neo identifying he was spotted out by a drone and makes the right call. Move, my friend, because a nade was following him in. Coming up now onto the steps, trying to go for a challenge. Back in towards the Shyko spot and has got a player. It's Tyrant at the top of Highway to give some support. Smokes are being expended on towards Blue to try and stop the push coming in, but Joystick has dropped inside. Do they know? Yes, they do. Doesn't stop him finding a kill. It's an instant trade. 1-for-1 as C4 comes in. Lucky not to find a second as everything goes mental. It's a 3 versus 1. Always is left all alone with 20 seconds to play. This looks like an M&M round, Tim.
Certainly does. Still nobody inside of this game able to consistently clear out those 2 rear-sided spots. This time it was Neo and Tyrant playing in and around Electrical, in and around Pillars. Joystick took the drop. Shepard died. Joystick found 1, but then was cut down. There's just nobody that has been able to consistently move players out of that area. That's what you're looking for on a side-sided push. You want to get in there, clear out that. You want to be stood in Pillars as an attacker so that you can establish an Electrical and plant just inside of the door, and they just haven't been able to do it yet. Beautiful nitro from users. What a game we're seeing. What a war. This is coming in. We're guaranteed 12 rounds of regulation now. It's going to go that distance at least. Unless one of these teams can grab both rounds, we will see that overtime.
That basement site is a bastion, is really the only way I can describe it. Both teams just showing how to defend it with confidence. In every single round we've seen it, there have been at least 3 players left alive. It hasn't even really come close. The attacking team being starved on time. Again, you understand why M&M would go back there given the first opportunity. Where things get a little more hazy is when we step into these other sites. Top floor, we've seen an attacker win once. We've seen defender losing twice. Sorry, the other way around. Attackers winning twice, defenders winning once. It was M&M last time around we played this site. If history repeats itself, they will do so again. It's then on Empire to win the off-site, which they have also done before. So we're seeing a repeat of that last 3-site rotation potentially here, Tim, that would take us through to overtime.
Empire need to deal with the roamers better than they did last time around. They got hurt by the players that were underneath. Solotov and Tyrant both able to find themselves kills inside of the round, so I would expect this time to see a thorough full map drone coming in from Empire to try and close down exactly where those slippery players are and to go in en masse. 2 or 3, go and find them, get them cut down, get yourselves an advantage before you push towards site. But we will see if that's the choice that Empire takes.
They've already started in Big Tower. That's where Tyrant was ratting about last time, and they've just said, right, get Big Tower control and sweep our way across. The thing it suggests to me there is they're going to be looking to get Slammed out the window is
that?
apparently the answer. Yeah, it's textbook that you watch that window as well. And look, even if you're watching the window, it doesn't guarantee you'll hit the shot. In this case, he's found Dan. That loses 2 nades for the side of Empire. The sledge is gone. They're not attacking downstairs, so it's not the biggest loss in the world, but it's going to sting. A gas canister coming out inside of walk-in wardrobe, by the way. No one's pushing there for Empire, so a bit of a waste coming in from M&M.
Interestingly now, the loss of Dan is going to make things more difficult for Empire on that roam clear as well. Tyrant is now essentially, Des, a free man. It's 4v4 everywhere else in the map, and Tyrant can do whatever he wants at this point. He can just keep roaming, he can be in the basement, he can move up onto either side of the map, and Empire have got less resources to be able to shut him down in doing so. I think Tyrant's going to cause them another headache here. Joystick for the time being, he's pushing in, Des. I love this aggression though, he's going after his man, he sees him, he shoots him, but he can't find the kill through the soft wall. Neo absolutely getting away with one there, but M&M, they've had to give up control of Attic.
It's like watching The Matrix. The man's dodging bullets for days and keeps himself alive on about 15 HP. Solotov looking for a swing towards Armory. A couple of blind shots, hoping for the best. Scyther's got him behind him now. Can Solotov win the swing? No, he pulls back into sight. 2 members of M&M going pretty dangerously low, but doing quite a lot of damage with it.
Shepard this time is on Kidstorm's window. It was a problem they had last time. Usus was able to find kills. He's able to find them again as he takes a headshot onto Always there. This is falling apart for Empire, and it looks like they might find themselves in a position of having to win the last round if they want to continue on with this map. Scyther has trophy control. He's just looking to try and get rid of some utility, get that diffuser case in hand and give them at least an option. But Solotov, he's going to find a kill onto Joystick, and right now this is all M&M. Shepard does what he can. He finds one from the Kidstorm's window. That's going to be Solotov taken down. But now M&M with 15 seconds left to go. They're happy to hold angles. They're happy to find kills. Tyrant uses 1, 2, done. And that's going to be Empire on the back foot now as Empire are facing map point from M&M.
You would expect it coming into the map, given it is M&M's map pick. It's their home, it's their bread and butter, and it's far away from being the favourite map for Team Empire. Again, I'm slightly worried about what happens when we get into map 2. Coastline could be where M&M meet their maker a little, but they're putting on a great show. This is an entirely transformed team from what we saw coming up against NIP. We even said coming into that game, 2-0 against Sandbox. They look fantastic. The opening 60 seconds in a round, fantastic. Drone work on point. Speed on point. Everything was there. Against NIP, we just did not see that team show up. But today, although it's come close in a good number of rounds, or in terms of the overall map, I guess rounds themselves haven't been close, it's still been a much different team to what we saw yesterday. I'm glad to see them back in form for that at least. Here we go then. Round 12, potentially our last here on Oregon. Meeting and Kitchen, where M&M will set up their last bastion of defense, and Empire have got a tough job before them. This is the one they've got to crack wide open. They won the offsite last time. They've got to repeat it here, Tim.
Last time around, Joystick was able to aggro pretty much into security unchecked. He got the kill onto Nello, and it just really allowed Empire in underneath M&M. At the same time, the top floor clearance was very solid. They were able to get 2, and it just basically swamped the UK team. There was just nothing they could do at that point, given that they only had users above. Shepard picked a smart plant spot.
Try that one more time.
Plant spot.
There we go.
Underneath Attic, where he knew that he had concrete above his head, and there was nothing. Users just couldn't really find the angle in the 7 seconds that he needed to, with the sort of punches from Aruni to try and open the floor up. So this time, M&M, they've got to keep better control, Des. They can't lose all those gunfights on the top floor. That was the pivotal moment for losing this one last time around. If they want a different outcome, they've got to hold on better here, as Dan starts the clearance for Empire.
Looking back at what I've said about this game and how dominant it's been to the team that has won a round, it speaks volumes towards the trade play coming in from both sides. We're not seeing an awful lot of it, to be honest with you. That last round, essentially, okay, outside of the air quote spawn peak out the window, the other 2 kills were the separate 1v1s that Empire lost until the final 2 members then had to push in, playing for trades off each other. It was never going to go well against 5 members of M&M, unfortunately. I would like to see more of that team-based play coming out of both, If someone is going to give their life away in a gunfight, have someone that can refrag. That is what you're looking for, and it has been missing for both teams.
Utility raining in from Empire here just to try and counter the defensive utility that we see ahead of them. They've got the bulletproof camera, ADS, mute jammer, they've got all sorts to try and play into, as well as those Aruni laser gates. They're going to deal with some of that. Explosives raining over into Attic, so things getting a little bit more dicey for Tyrant because this wall is about to be opened. You'll likely see him drop away from Attic now. He's not really going to want any further part in that. He's going to leave Solotov and users to hold that top floor. This has been better from M&M, so far, Des. They've managed to not lose anybody. They've still got security. They've got top floor being played out. It's not terrible.
They are being penned in, though, by Empire step by step. Joystick on the classic Iana solo play, so often what we're used to seeing because of the nades, the Gon 6, the Gemini for essentially unlimited drones, of course, with limits on how often you can use it after a recharge. But just little things like that, they're starting to slowly pen M&M back into sight, which is really where they want them, because then these grenades can start singing in. They can start looking at picking members off from above. So it's looking good, but they might have let one or two rats slip by the poison, Tim, because Tyrant is lurking his way up towards main stairs here around the lobby. He could be a big impact inside a meeting.
Dan was watching the armory corridor. I don't know if that's still going to be the case or not. He may well have now started moving towards site. He has indeed. Joystick is going to find one of those two roaming players, though. Gets the kill onto Solotov, and that is a big start for Empire. But look at the clock, Des. There's only 20 seconds left. Nello just with a little bit of a weak challenge onto the door there, always able to take advantage. Finds the kill straight in. Starts getting the diffuser down. Will be successful. Here comes Tyrant. He gets one. He gets two. There's actually a team kill in there as well, and that's going to level things out. 3 versus 3. Still a lot of work for M&M to do.
Stealing that one away from Tyrant, else it would have been a 2K walking through. Yuzu's finding another, and the problem is you've got two big players left up here. Yuzu's and Tyrant, and Neo, of course, into a 3 versus 2. They've only got about 15 seconds to play with here, though, Tim, so they've got to be goddamn quick. Dan, still holding inside of Dining, always finds another. Oh, Yuzu's, you can't mess this one up, buddy. He finds one. He's now got to stick the defuse. They haven't really got the time. Always. What an angle to open up. Can't quite find the man. Does Yuzu stick it out? He can't find him. He's going to do it, Tim. M&M take map 1, 7 and 5. But my God, does it come close.
Oh, what a finish from Yuzus there. Pros don't fake, Des. Once you get on that diffuser, sometimes you just got to see it through. You can win by kills, but you can win by that objective as well. He knew that he had some cover there. He knew even if his teammate didn't get the kill, it was going to burn a couple of crucial seconds on always trying to get to him. And that plant spot, Des, just inside of the wall there, that's what hurt Empire ultimately, because it just provided the cover the defenders needed, and it just shows the fine margins that we're dealing with here in Siege.
7-5, and outside of that last round, I mentioned it several times throughout, very dominant rounds to the round winners. We didn't come down to many big clutch situations, but hey, I'll take it. It's like a movie where heavyweights are boxing. It's like, bam, and he goes flying like, and then punches him back, and he's like, the other way. It's like that back and forth.
What is it like, Des?
It's like, and
Absolutely beautiful.
Top tier acting, Hollywood, I'm available. Either way, screamer of a map. I'm really looking forward to Coastline now. I know it's Empire's home turf. I know they'll feel comfortable there. But the thing is, Yuzus just dropped a 13 bomb. He can hit shots. Tyrant can do the same. We saw Nello getting a 4K. What's that all about? There are some big hitters on this team as well that I think could really put on a show for us.
Honestly, I think this one's just going to continue as an absolute brawl between the two of them. Like you say, all the way through it was, right, M&M are in the lead, Empire in the lead, M&M are in the lead, Empire, it was just back and forward. There was no dominant team realistically. This is one of the closest matchups that we've seen so far, and I cannot wait to see more of it.
Well, we don't want to wait any longer, so let's get to a quick break, and when we come back, map 2, Coastline is round the corner. Welcome back to the A stream where we are live with M&M against Empire. M&M have won their map pick on Oregon 7-5. Two heavyweights exchanging blows, and no, I'm not going to reenact the sound just for this guy's pleasure. I'm Des. This is Tim. There you go, Tim. One more for it.
He did it.
I bought his ponytail. I'll give him the sound for the day. It's not as good. It's almost as good as your. Do that for me. What was he saying? It was like putting them all in the bowl and just going.
Exactly that.
It was beautiful.
What it was like.
What can I say? If ever Ubisoft needs some in-game sounds, we you guys. Anyway, Coastline is the next map coming up. It is Empire's map pick. It is their home. It's where they have fantastic success. M&M, not so much. I'm thinking, though, with how they've been playing so far in the competition, outside of the game against NIP, against Sandbox and that last map, they're looking like a very strong team, Tim. And just in case you missed the stats, here's what you missed. 14-5 for users.
We expected it from him coming into the tournament. It's been a name that's been on a lot of people's lips, and he's gone fantastically well. But look at that joystick on the flip side. You gotta look at this both ways. 5-1 on the entry. That is certainly an area that M&M need to be improving on Coastline.
In the first 3 rounds, Tyrant got his only 2 entry kills, and after that point, Joystick had his number. Started sitting at the top of White Stairs, shooting back down whenever Tyrant swung. Joystick was just better and did close those out. Unfortunately, that doesn't guarantee a map win. However, let's look forward onto Coastline, a very aggressive map as we know. And for M&M, or Empire, I tell you what, the M at the start of both
difficult.
names.
I've done it a couple of times.
It's caught me 3 times in this opening segment. It's not a good sign for Coastline, is all I'll say to you, Tim. But for Empire, they are regarded as being quite a time-sensitive team. They'll leave things to the last 15, 10 seconds or so and then make their push happen. Coastline being one of those maps where pretty much every single site borders into the outside of the building, makes life a lot easier for you to hop in a window and plan to get a little bit of limited control and just go for it. So this is why I think it plays so well into their favor. They get to retain the fragging power, but then also find themselves in a spot where it's not so difficult for them to get and execute off. They are also one of those teams, and I did clock it in the last map, that rely a lot on their own individual gun skill. They don't feel the need to push as a block of 3. They can go in by themselves and believe that they will win constant 1v1s. It's a very broad and confident style, but historically has worked pretty well for them.
I think it'll send a real message if M&M can get a win here, because, as you say, coming in onto Coastline, frag-heavy map against a front line of always Dan and Joystick, like you say, it suits Empire down to the ground when you think about what we know about this team. So if M&M can come away with anything, it is going to be impressive. That much is for sure. We're going to get right into the action now. If you're just joining us, M&M, they won map 1. It was Oregon. It was a slugfest. It was a battle. It was a war. It was a brawl. It was whatever you want to call it. 7-5. They went toe-to-toe. Both teams had the lead. Both teams had big moments, but it was M&M who come away with the all-important map win. Now then, we're going to move on to map 2. Empire, they need to tie things up here. If they don't, they will get 0 out of this matchup. If M&M can win here on Coastline, it'll be a full 3 points to them. We've got the bans raining in. A couple of unusual ones. There's Twitch and Nomad.
I have had some interesting stats or outcomes sent over to me here by Spry Bunny, so thank you very much for this, in which they've said Empire are locked in first place if they win 2-0 and NIP wins, no longer a thing, or if they win 2-1 and NIP wins 2-0. So if they can go on and win this series over the next 2 and NIP win 2-0, I'm not sure what the score is going on over there, things can start looking good. If NIP win, they are locked into the top 3 if they win overall, or if they lose 1-2, unless NIP wins 2-0. There's so many possible outcomes, Tim. We can get ourselves very lost
love
in
it.
this. I'm sure you do. For me, I look at it and go, just let me cast some siege. Just let me get away with that. That's plenty. Someone also DM'd me saying, Shepard found a good plant pot there, Des. What can I say?
All right.
I tell you what, this is the funny thing. I mess up so many lines in a cast because I'm just like, all the way through and through. You do it once and it's like, right, blow that wide open. Let's talk about that bad boy.
I do it once and you're getting DMs rinsing me. Ridiculous.
I love it. But you know what? I also love seeing a Twitch band away. I've been waving that Twitch banner for, well, one, since the wildcard skin came out.
That's all you want. You just want the wildcard skin.
Best skin in the game. And also since the rework came through, where again, those Twitch drones can now jump. They can shoot. I'm a firing my laser. Long range. It can look up at all kinds of angles. And she gets a normal phase, a normal drone in the droning phase. So lots lots of reasons why I'd want to ban her away. Of course, not ignoring what many people called the best gun in the game for the longest time, the F2. And I think for both of these teams, we've seen them play it. I know Solotov plays it on MNM. So looking at that, it's kind of a self-ban to also dish some damage out to Empire on the other side.
Interesting on the Nomad side of things. So when we look at Coastline, we look at a map that's actually quite difficult to roam on if you've got a Nomad playing against you. Reason being, there's 2 staircases. There's 2 ways to get back upstairs. So one, thank you very much, Medics. We've now got Medics joining us. He was taken up with the overtime of OxG's game. Sayano very kindly stepped in. But Medics now joins us for the first time so far in Invitational 2022. He was very excited to know he was coming in for some overtime.
Delighted, I'm sure. I did actually have Medics explain to me that Sayano just couldn't deal with us anymore.
It's fair.
It was getting stupid. The plant pot thing really took him over the edge.
I can imagine it.
He couldn't hang around anymore, and he was like, right, Medics, you've dealt with these 2, you can tune them out, you can crack on.
My point regarding the staircases was, if you've got a Nomad on side, once you've got top floor control, you just put an air jab on either staircase, and you're pretty much safe on the top floor. So as a defender, you're going to deal with a lot of pressure then down onto you on the bottom floor, because you can't rotate back up to try and hit them on the flank. So taking that Nomad away just opens that play style up. But interestingly, it's Empire that have taken it away, but M&M have got a player like, look at that from Dan, clear pigeon shooting at its finest. M&M have got a player in Tyrant that we've just seen loves those rotations and flanks, and they've opened that up for him potentially. So something to watch, something to watch.
Tyrant, a matter of pixels there in which he could have seen Scyther on the swing across, and I think Scyther's just spotted him out of the corner of his eye as well. Tyrant darting away on the Vigil and looking to keep himself safe. Is indeed joined up by another member of his team. I imagine it's Solotov on that Oryx. The 2 of them looking to cause trouble downstairs. The dangerous duo and all the damage they can do to teams who aren't wary of them. We already saw it back on Oregon a couple of times. So Empire being slowed down and pulled into a game of not rushing or, you know, being pressured against actually executing, but on clearing out these roamers. And a run out from Yuzus. Why not?
Why not? M&M just getting very loose around the map, not tying themselves down to site, wanting to make it difficult for Empire to be confident in entering the building anywhere at the moment. Yuzus going to take another drone out. That leaves Empire with only 4 Des. So M&M doing a great job on the information game here, just really denying those drones coming in. And what that does is it forces Empire to have to face check everything. They have to peek everything. They have to go in ADS. It slows them down and it's riskier.
Empire are far from at the peak that we once knew them as being at a couple of years back. But one thing they did say during their low time that they aren't the best at is their droning. They'll drone something 4 or 5 times and then not commit. Maybe some of that's starting to bleed in here, but it's not going to stop Scyther finding the opener always into a second. When it rains, it pours for these 2 teams. They find the entry and they've consistently converted it into additional kills.
35 seconds left to go though. M&M still with a strong presence on side of site. Nello is in there inside a service, and I think Neo has made his way back as well. Yuzus is looking to join them as he takes 1 or 2 out on the flank.
Oh.
Nello gets joystick, and all of a sudden with 20 seconds left to go, it's 3 versus 3. Shepard has to bail out of the window. His cover's gone, Des. He can't get that diffuser down now. Empire are going to have to react here. Always is pushing in from that Sunrise side with Scyther in tow. Shepard's getting the diffuser down. Can he stick it? Absolutely not. It's Nello from inside a site once again, Des. Is this man he's just an absolute demon inside of the site, shutting it down from Empire. Going to be round 1 going to M&M.
It's one of those where he was just unaccounted for, and I think it was smart play by the Roamers. They dropped into Courtyard, or at least one did. The other was out towards Lobby. That just sucked the attention from the 2 Empire players that weren't planting. And whilst their attention was over there, like you're seeing here, Nello just slips around and even has time to swing round and collect another kill. Really well played by M&M, and Empire just being distracted by those Roamers. We keep on talking about them, Tim. You're kind of damned if you do chase them, but also damned if you don't.
That's it. Yuzus coming from that top floor, just dropped the hatch. Important kill, like you say. Another one came in from Neo at the same time, and it just opened the round wide up, because at that point Empire were looking to get the diffuser down. Shepard had already gone in through the kitchen window. You can see how important those 2 kills were by the fact that Shepard bailed out of the window again and was like, nope, that ain't going down, I'm out of here. And then the cover just wasn't in place. Always and Scyther were in the right place. They were on the Sunrise door, but they just weren't able to watch over because there was just too too many other things going on at that point from Neo and users. Too many challenges coming in. It was just really nicely timed from M&M.
Oh, it's beautiful. And now we get the Mute Mozzie to really double down on the pain. If you feel that they were running out of drones in the last round, well, now they're going to start being stolen away just to add some insult to injury. Solotov moving away from the Oryx and stepping across onto that Mozzie. Elsewhere across the team, things are looking pretty similar. Nello, once again, leaning on that alibi. And many will look at that and go, well, surely Alibi is a roamer, yet he's playing its site. Why? Well, you saw in the last round the exact impact that those decoys can have. When it comes down to land, you know, you're kind of shooting as soon as you see a pixel change. As soon as you see anything that resembles an Alibi, you're going to start shooting. And it stung Shepard in the last round. He had to get back out the window, so why not stick on it? You also have the Bailiff for opening up sites and doing rotates, all the things that a side player needs to do. You also have the shield on side. Again, another very critical part of a setup. You could bring the smoke, but here they're leaning in a bit towards playing with the Storm, being a strong gun for them, and also, of course, that shield being there. You're never going to say no.
Tyrant just having a look towards main door here. There is one just outside of there. I don't think they see him crossing across because they're only looking up towards the white stairs. Dan actually moves away towards service door, just peppers a few shots through. But Solotov and Neo currently still underneath. I think Tyrant's made his way back upstairs now, up the white stairs, but there's still two to be dealt with. Solotov's the particular threat down there, is because he's got the nitro in hand and looking at a potential hooker-sided plant. It will be there for vertical denial, but I tell you what, things just fell apart quickly, didn't they? 3 kills coming in for Empire, and M&M all of a sudden find themselves rushing back to site because site was empty for a few seconds.
And the funny thing is, all their utility is still intact. It was just a war around VIP that Empire have come out on top, and inside about 80 seconds as well. Tim, they've got half the round still to play with here. They've still got tons of utility in back pocket. You name it, flashes, frags, all 5 members still to go. They've got a lot to work with, but take a swing and lose out. Scyther hits the deck, not going to find himself finished off, so should be able to get res back up.
2v5 at present, as you say, it's either likely to be picked up there. Joystick just taking a little bit of care to cover that angle before going for the resuscitation, but they've got drones to cover them as well, so Empire are going to be fairly comfortable here. They've got a minute left to play, so there's absolutely no need for them to rush here. Sometimes when you get into these situations, 5v2, big man advantage, you think, let's just pile into sight and get those kills. You're going to come out on top more often than not, but it's still a risk that you don't necessarily need to take. Just take your time, work your way in, build that pressure, think about getting the diffuser down. Neo finds Scyther. This is how it happens. There's one kill comes in, and then they just chip away at you one after another. So Empire just need to take the time and make sure they're getting this right. Shepard's going to go in to get that diffuser down. Joystick on the cover. Perfectly played. Double from Joystick. Nicely done from Empire.
Just holding this long angle there and stopping any C4s coming in. Well positioned, well set up by Empire. Not panicking, even with the clock, well, being at 1:40. They had so much time on the go. Got distracted there, won't lie, by Fluke screaming in the booth next to us. Sounds like they're having a ball over there. Small spoiler alert for those of you that aren't watching that game. Cover your ears now. Sonics took the first map away from NIP, which spices things up. I mean, in my predictions it don't, Tim. I'm pretty sure I said Sonics would take it. I think you went the same, right?
Yeah, I think so.
You've been damned by NIP this
I've given up on NIP. I just cannot predict them right. I predicted NIP to win game 1 and 2. They lost both of them. So I predicted M&M to beat them in the 3rd game, and then NIP come out and destroyed M&M. And so I just can't get an NIP game right. So I went for the Sonic.
I mean, Mr. Latam
Sonics have looked good as well. Sonics have looked good.
They had, to be fair, outside of their throw against Empire that earned the whole basement.
That was day 1.
Yeah. Well, it was day 2, wasn't it?
Was it? I thought it was the first game, Sonics versus Empire.
No, I think they beat someone 2-0 on day 1, and everyone
they
looked great. And then against Empire, they...
It happens.
And play baseball!
Sonics have looked good.
They have looked very good.
TSM have looked good. Oxygen have looked good. I know they've had a tough result today, but Oxygen have looked good.
You can't, unless you're down 1 key, Tim, you can't win them all.
No, exactly that. And, I keep saying it, but for me, I'm not going to go as far as saying NA are back, but NA are looking good, and I'm glad to see it.
Knockouts is where it really starts to count. We'll see what happens when we get through onto Monday, which will be stage 2. For those of you who aren't aware, Sunday is our break day. Tomorrow is the last day of groups. Monday through Wednesday is our playoffs. We then have a break day on Thursday, and then Friday through Sunday is going to be where all the action kicks off. The finals. We've got the next season reveal panel. We've got the Year 7 panel that I am.
I've not even been thinking about all this. I'm so excited about the games. Right. I've not even.
Tim, you started vibrating. Stay still, mate. Come on, calm down, calm down. It's okay. You still got a week yet to wait for that, mate.
Usus is going to open things up. We don't have long to wait for an opening kill here in round 3. Finding a nitro onto Shepard. That'll be a nice freebie for him. Going to find us now 5 versus 4. M&M looking a little bit more comfortable inside of this round than they did last time around. where Empire, let's be honest, they bullied them. They just went in and took them apart inside a site. They've gone to the same site. It's Hooker once again, and this time they are having a much better time of it.
Hibana, you don't strictly need on this map, and you look at it and go, well, Hard Breach isn't necessary. It's just very valuable for getting things like the quad wall opened up so you can force the player behind bar out. Admittedly, you can do that these days because now the bar that you plate behind is soft-destructible. This one to the left of Nello. If you blow that out, well, suddenly you're a lot more restricted. Nades can come singing through. It starts to really sting. So it's not required that you have a Hibana, but for Empire, it's more preference, I think, to be able to force this one opened up. He's holding a bit further back and just watching through to the doorway, using those decoys to bait out Empire and not know there is someone on the other side. But the work is coming in on this hookah doorway, Tim. For Empire, it's a different attack to last time round. It was Aqua they previously pushed in through, and M&M have got to know about this. Tyrant starts his move.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Empire just mixing it up, not wanting to rinse and repeat. I think, you know, they got away with it. They got in there and got 3 kills. That's not going to happen every time. So this time, let's push from Hooker doorway. But M&M, they are certainly showing a better survivability here in round 3. Really sort of making it difficult for Empire to get in and make any sort of headway. Always looks like he might have a little look towards Cool Vibe Stairs, just throws a little bit of utility out there, but doesn't really push in behind it. Dan, however, does find Solotov. 50 seconds left to go, and this one is likely to come down to the last 15 or 20 seconds as a bit of a flurry. Dan tried to make the challenge, but M&M, they just don't need to peek this, Des. They can hold on for the time being.
Let Empire sweat a little bit. They've got to make a move at some point. You can just sit pretty here at the top of Vars and wait for the plays to come in. 2 nades still on side, including 4 flashes that Empire can just yeet in towards Vars and start making those players move. But look at the line they've drawn here, Tim. There's like a battle line between the 2 sides. The swing up onto the window as well, looking to do some damage, but it's Neo and Yuzu's finding 2 back the other way at 3 versus 2. 15 seconds on the clock. I need to see Scyther and Joystick do some magic here, Tim.
They've had to rotate very late in the round, so it gives them only a fraction of the round to do anything about this. Scyther cut down, Joystick cut down, Users Nello finished things off. A much better defense of Hooker and Billiards coming out of M&M there, basically because they survived inside a site past the first minute and a half, Des.
Yeah, that's basically a good way to justify it. Of course, in the prior round, 80 seconds in, 3 were dead in VIP, and the round very quickly went south from there. That is the only ingress that Empire have found so far in this game. After 3 rounds, M&M sit at 2-1 on the defensive side. The game overall generally has an attacker lean at the minute. I'd argue across a good number of maps, you're seeing attackers do very, very well with the recent changes that came in. For M&M to be up 2-1 after those first 3 rounds, the first quarter of the game is looking good. They now get a full reset and can play through those sites once again. Kitchen Service is going to be where they head into next, and if we follow suit, I imagine we'll have to step into an off-site next time round, given Hooker and Billiards was only just closed out.
M&M did well last time around on this site, but I think there was not an element of luck, but it sort of could have gone either way. They were very reliant on the play from Users, particularly being timed as it was, Neo picking up a kill at the same time, and it just sort of broke the spirit of Empire just at the right moment. This time, I think Empire will likely pay a lot more attention to that roam game. Let's not forget, Empire banned away the Nomad. So when they're getting hit on the flanks, when they're having players drop in behind them, to a degree, they've done that to themselves. They've made it more difficult to cover those flanks, to cover those angles that they maybe get pushed late on.
Absolutely. Let's see how things shape up then. Now we are into the action phase. The drones are done and dusted. Or the droning phase, at least. I just got a DM that I had to show Tim of... it was like Bill and Ben, the Flower Pot Men, wasn't it? Yeah. Really old cartoon. It was just saying after that plant pot joke, that's you and Tim.
I mean, if the cap fits.
If the what fits?
Cap.
I thought you said the cat fits.
Oh, if the cap fits.
If the boot fits is normally the expression to the civilized world.
It's not?
Yeah.
Not in the
if the boot fits, if the glass slipper fits, wear it.
Okay.
All right, Tim. Let's go then. Let's see how things start shaping up. To begin with, Shepard is off the board. It's been a couple of times now. He has been the entry death. In the previous round, it was to a C4. Here, instead, it's a bit of a different story. He's just been melted off the face of the planet. And no Hibana on side. Not as critical for this site generally. There's not a ton that you need to get opened up, especially now teams tend to play down towards security and leave the lobby side into service open, because you can then spray your whole way north and shut down a would-be planter. You've got joysticks out at the top of white stairs. Yuzu's on one side and Neo playing below. So somewhat trapped in here, but does have support from Dan. There's a swing coming in. Whew. Potentially it was, but no one's pushing down the white stairs, so no concern.
Cyther's going to drop the hatch into bathroom, start opening up that floor straight away. Empire confident that they've got top floor control, but I think there might just be one M&M player still left up there with them. There certainly is over in Aquarium, if my eyes don't deceive me. There we go. Solotov moves up to join the one that I'd seen over on the Aquarium side. And that's going to be 2 M&M players up there to potentially hurt Empire on the flanks here. Joystick's going to get the drone out, and that work that he is about to do is extremely important because it's going to be about keeping Always and Cyther safe at this point, and they need to be very aware of the potential push coming in. I think Joystick's definitely seen them over there. Information fed in. Solotov taking a little token shot, but he's going to drop himself away back down to that bottom floor. M&M holding on pretty well here, but they still haven't dealt with this roaming user. I
love how we get to the 60-second mark, and that is the exact moment where Joystick goes, right, I've held white stairs enough. I don't think there's a flank coming up here. I'm stepping away. So rather than a drone holding that down forward, they've committed an operator for a whole 60 seconds, if not a little bit longer, to sit and do that. Users isn't aware that he stepped away. Dan now taking control of Hookah, which is going to force the Oryx away and back down towards site as the grenades start to rain in. It's looking good for Empire at this point. They're starting to get the control. They've got the verticals, but that clock, Tim, as we always say, it waits for no one.
Here goes Users. Takes out the drone. Empire have missed him. I don't think they're aware of his presence upstairs. They thought the flank was going to come from white stairs, but the call was coming from inside the house. Users was already there. He was already established. He needs to make a play. Joystick tries to push inside a service. Nello manages to find him. Solotov onto Dan. Always manages to trade one out there, but it all starts to fall apart for Empire. Users hasn't made his presence known until now, where he cuts down Cyther and finishes off the round for M&M. That is gonna be round 4 done. M&M with a good lead now on the defense of Coastline.
It's looking great for them, 3-1. And really, the one round they lost, you could put down to a mistake on their side, right? Overcommitting inside of VIP and being punished as a result. But now they've gone through that site, now they've gone through Hookah and Billiards, they've got to step into a site they haven't yet played. And rather than Penthouse and Theatre, generally starting to see a bit more play, I'd say, in competitive level. We see it in EUL a couple of times. Teams like Heroic really enjoying bringing it out. These guys are going to step into the double bar site of Blue Bar and Sunrise. This really, you're looking for a plan from Empire to come in through pool entrance in the northwest corner of the room. This is where things like Nello on the smoke is really going to shine, and for the first time he steps away from that alibi. Keep a close eye on his denial game because it's going to be massive, and your likelihood is you're going to see a few members from M&M head to that top floor and look to contest inside a Hookah.
Empire were fortunate not to get hit by Users harder than he did find the final kill, but he slipped through the net, and Empire have got to be very careful. Obviously, they'll be unaware of that as well. That's the danger here. Because he contested them from down inside the main lobby, it might be a little bit like, where did he come from? But they're not necessarily going to know that he dropped courtyard to get there and that he was upstairs with them all along, and they just had no idea. So they need to be careful about that. If they're going to look for that top floor presence, which they may or may not do this time, they need to make sure that they're not allowing M&M to sit on their flanks. It's possible that they just negate that by going directly to site this time. They might look to clear out Hooker at a push and then just go horizontal. We'll see which side they push onto. If you're looking at a blue bar attack, you've got the option of taking control of Office. You need Aquarium with it, realistically, to be confidently safe, and then you can push in towards Blue Bar. Thank you very much, medics. You go through that wall right in front of you, the plant spot being behind the bar. Alternatively, you come in from the poolside door, you take out the reinforced walls, which you can see. There's a Banshee there as well, and you get it down behind the other bomb chassis. At the minute, Empire stacking up around the map. I don't really know which the push is going to be. I think they're going to look for the top floor clearance to begin with.
They all started lobby side, so it's going to be an east to west take or a full map clear. You start on the top floor, you have to work from east to west and top to bottom. So it's a lot for them to achieve inside 3 minutes. This is where, again, my concern about their timeliness has sometimes come back to bite them. They have rotated a couple over to the ground floor here. It's Dan and Shepard looking in towards pool entrance. So like I mentioned back in the setup, that is where a plant tends to come in from. They'll be waiting here now and doing droning work while the rest of the team get into position, get some vertical control. It's why you've got Always playing on the buck. They also want to force the roamers back to site as best they can, then look to nade them out, clear them off, and then try and make their play.
Absolutely, looking to clear out that utility. We've got the Banshee gone now, so some access being gained slowly. They're going to try and breach that wall, which means they'll force away anybody playing in there. There isn't anybody there at the minute, but it will just make sure that that is the case for Empire. Tyrant is in a difficult spot for Empire here over in office. He does have a long angle towards that pool door, so they need to be careful, but they haven't been careful enough with Joystick as Solotov finds the headshot to open things up, and that is once again advantage M&M.
I'm a little bit nervous because Nello's been chewing through those smoke canisters. He's only got the one remaining, and really you need these to deny the plant spot itself. It's kind of like saving C4s for below for a How has Nello got away with it? He found so many. It's a 2 for himself while the rest of the team have slaughtered everyone else that stands. It's a 4 versus 1. Shepard, normally the first death, is now the last one left alive, and there is no hope for Empire in this round. It's looking to be a shutout and a 4-1 scoreline to M&M.
Hello just going wild on the pool door there, stepping out and finding himself a big 2k, and M&M, they're growing into this now. They're feeling confident like they did against Sandbox, and they're looking dangerous. They're willing to take the challenges. As you say, Shepard left all alone. He knows there's a man in there, but there's about 2 pixels between him and actually seeing the Maluset of Tyrant. And M&M, they're not going anywhere now. They know they don't need this kill. They don't need to challenge and peak this. They're just going to continue, although Users, he feels like having a little bit of a go. Shepard still knows that Tyrant's there. The challengers come in, but the time is ticking away. 7 seconds left to go. This is all meaningless at this point as Tyrant finds that final kill. M&M lock it out. 4-1 now, and they are truly in the driving seat against Empire.
I mentioned outside of that one round, they've just been ridiculously dominant. Empire struggling to get started on the attacking side of their own map pick. I mean, M&M did choose a defense, and maybe they're saying, you know what, defense is probably the better one for us. And Nello, for all I said about only having 1 canister left, he did retain it in back pocket. That was a huge play to go for. If that failed and he got shut down, they lose the ability to deny a plant. You look towards the Jackal then, for example, to smoke off Sunrise, step in, get the plant down, and get the hell out of Dodge with no way of being denied. So a very risky play, but one that pays off. It's that constant question of risk versus reward. Is the risk worth the reward? In that round, absolutely was the answer.
Empire choosing to take their tactical pause at this point in time. Just going to try to iron out whatever it is that's going wrong at the minute, Des. Right now, it feels like it's more about M&M than it is about Empire. M&M just being able to move too freely around the map. If anything, I think Empire maybe need to look at their map control and just stopping these players from being able to either, like Nello did, aggress into their face on pool door, or whether it be Users just slipping away and disappearing on the top floor, not getting picked up on drones. Empire never really feel in control of the territory that they're taking.
Obviously not forgetting, if you're seeing on your screen now, there are 2 players on Empire that are not playing in the venue. They did test positive, unfortunately, at the start of the event, so have been isolated to their rooms. Generally okay. I think Shepard tweeted yesterday, he's not feeling 100% still as a result. He is still, of course, here delivering, playing in cases, getting down to put the diffuser down in a number of situations across both maps, but you can't deny that's going to have some impact on the team, of course, at LAN. You all want to be sat there in the same room playing together, so circumstances set to one side. Empire putting on a relatively good show, coming close on Oregon still. As it stands, at least, top of their group, but that could change once this is done.
They're going. I don't know if it's mathematically confirmed yet, but Empire are going through. Like, let's be honest. I'd be very, very surprised if this team does not make it through past the group stages. I'm willing to stake on that, to say that they are going to be through there. So it's not the end of the world for Empire, as you say, especially with the circumstances being what they are. I think we're going to see when we do get into those later stages, maybe hopefully Empire being, a little bit better even than we're seeing them so far in the groups. That might be the case, but ultimately M&M can only play what's in front of them, and they are playing it extremely well right now. They have got their number. They're absolutely all over them. There is nothing that Empire can do right at the minute.
Absolutely. Well, for Empire, it's going to be another east side start. Hookah and Billiards is the site. So rather than starting on the top floor, a few members have started on the ground. A couple now rappelling up towards the roof and looking to do some damage. Get it cleared out on the penthouse theatre side and swing your way across. And smartly so, because that's normally where you'd expect to come across players like Solotov, Tyrant, potentially Users. And Tyrant is down near White main stairs at the minute too. So he is off on their own looking to cause a little bit of bother for them. But Empire so far being composed about things, still with 9 drones left alive, are slowly squeezing them back towards sites.
Tyrant is on the roam. He's just going to be working underneath. He's got the Nitro in hand, I believe. Has he? Yes, no, he's got Impact Nades. But they do have 2 Nitros on side. Users and Solotov. I would imagine it's going to be Solotov on the Mozzie looking to play underneath if anybody is for that Nitro denial. And Tyrant will be down there supporting him, I would imagine. But right now, Empire are just focusing towards the top floor. They're looking to get themselves established in VIP. So I would imagine we're going to see a bit of pressure coming onto Hooker Balcony later on as well. And they're trying that same push that they did last time around, which didn't really pay off for them, Des.
EMP at the ready to open up this wall, or not as much open it up, but more disable the gadgets all scattered in this corners, electro cores, ADSs, everything scattered here to try and keep M&M safe. So once they have an idea as to what they want to achieve, you'll see that come singing through. Another drone taken down here. Empire down to 5 with half a round still to play. And finally, that shield on Vars gets taken out. It's the entry kill coming in for Cyther. It's been 3 rounds in a row since Empire have found an entry kill, but finally they find one.
And it was something that we commented on, Des, coming in from the last map that M&M needed to improve on, was that entry, and it's something that they've done fantastically well so far, but not this time. Cyther, he manages to find himself one. Is this the round that we're waiting to see for Empire, where they get themselves back into it? And Shepard was a little bit lucky there, I think. It's got Tyrant just underneath. Oh, look at the timing, Des. It's absolutely terrible for Tyrant.
Again.
Just keeps trying to get that peek onto him. He sees him time and time again, but Cyther just keeps dropping away from the edge and he can't quite get the shots onto him.
He shot him off to the left as well. I'm really confused why he didn't pull the trigger there. It's normally a Tyrant special to flick and pull the trigger. But there maybe a little bit slow on the uptake means that Empire keep all 5 alive, at least for now, but the time is not on their side. 22 seconds still to play with. They've got to make their move now. And here comes the pushing from Cyther potentially. Still a little bit uncertain. Trying to blow the man out who sat behind the rotated wall. C4 coming in from Solotov at 4 versus 4.
What a kill there. Neo managing to find always, and it's just falling apart once again for Empire. Shepard's in though. He's getting the diffuser down. He's tucked in the corner. Can Kaid find him? No. That's an important kill from Shepard. Dan on the cover at the same time.
Fast.
It's 2v2 now. He has to stick this. They know where he is. Tyrant's able to get that final kill. 5-1 half for M&M, but boy, did Empire make a game of that in the middle.
They did, but they left it too late. Again, 20 seconds on the clock. Empire classic, and just when I thought Coastline might be where we see them really pick up the pace here, put the foot to the ground, to the pedal, whatever you want to call it, and really accelerate into the lead, it simply didn't happen. M&M now switch onto the attacking side with only 2 rounds between them and 2-0 over their EU counterparts.
Oh, that was something.
I love that. It's so casual from Shepard, like, stop planting, kill guy, plant again.
Yeah, it was
brilliant.
Oh, that timing for Tyrant. It was almost like, you know, one of those like gadgets where something will be swinging across and it just misses each other every single time.
Yeah.
It was a little bit like that. The movement of it, it was like every time Tyrant looked up, Shepard, just dipped away from the edge. It was excruciating. But M&M, they come away with it. 5-1 on the half. What a defensive masterclass from them on coastline that was. And they now move on to the attack. But don't you write Empire off yet. If there's a team that can bring themselves back into this, I am certain that it is Empire. They will not know that they are beaten, and they're going to come out swinging here, looking to take a few rounds on their defences.
Alrighty, well, they've got to do it. It's literally now or never. They're rocking out the Mute and the Mozzie with the C4s in back pocket, but mainly focused, of course, on denying away the information game from M&M. And just like Empire, Neo picking up that Thatcher. Generally, if it's open, teams are going to pick it up. Not so much to open walls, but as we saw from Empire in the previous round, to disable Electro Claws, to switch ADSs offline. It makes it very easy to take out a shield, for example. So, really, you're looking at pace, I'd say, on the attack, right? You can't justify being slow when you've got a Thatcher on side.
No, and I think, you know, you've got Empire on the ropes. Don't give them a chance to settle. Get in there, sucker punch them, find that opener, you know, really put them on the back foot. 1 round and you've got them at point here. You know, you're really laughing. So, yeah, absolutely. Last thing they want to do is let Empire just settle into this defense now. So, M&M actually being quite aggressive to begin with. The drones are in, they're shooting barricades out, they're looking to get underneath. They know that Cyther's playing down there with the shotgun, and we're going to have Tyrant moving in from service by the looks of things to sweep across kitchen. And I like this, Des. They are going in with a plan. They're going in looking to clear Scyther out immediately. They're not messing about here, M&M.
Well, think about the feedback the observation we've always had of M&M is generally very good at getting inside maps and taking a lot of ground control. So much so that inside 60 seconds, one is already below them here inside of Hookah and Billiards. I just saw someone slipping in. I think it was Solotov getting across. Yes, it was. And he wins the entry. How on earth has he slipped through the net and managed to get underneath them like that?
That's absolutely what M&M needed. As I said, a strong entry just to let Empire know that just because you're on defense, you're still in a game. Solotov's waking up, Des. He finds one onto Joystick. That's 5 versus 3. And M&M, they're really starting to put M&M against the wall here. They're taking them to task and they are taking them apart. Users is just looking up through that hatch. He knows he's going to get peaked, Des. He knows it's coming, but he can't stop it. Dan somehow on the reverse angle gets the kill, and Empire still fighting here on coastline.
He finds the feet there, I think, before Users had the reverse. It's unfortunate that matter of perspective that he was just not going to win out against the hatch. For Empire, it's a small advantage to gaining the round. And I say advantage, it isn't really an advantage because you're still down in a 3 versus 4. For M&M now, it's about using the clock. You've got 60 seconds to play with. You've still got a lot of gadgetry online. You've got nades to play behind. You've got a lot to play. You've still got, of course, 3 smoke cancers and a C4 for Empire. They've got a lot of denial tools. So you've got to be baiting those out now rather than the last 20 seconds, because once you get past that 30-second mark, Shepard can stall this out all day long.
Exactly that, and that's something that M&M need to be very aware of now, is that time management. They're trying to push towards that Hooker entrance. They've got Nello, they've got Tyrant up there working it and trying to open up onto Cool Vibes, trying to just give themselves what they need. That's going to be unsuccessful as the EMP is used up on the roof. The radius is such that it can disable the gadgets, but there's somebody who can shoot out the pellets, but it doesn't matter when Solotov goes route 1. Shepard's down here, Tyrant follows it up, but no, they just can't get him. The kills do finally come in, but Shepard was just the honey trap that dragged them in there one after another, wasn't he? And Solotov, Tyrant both being taken down on that angle, but it doesn't matter because it's mopped up from the Hooker door, and that's going to be M&M putting themselves on map point, and surely this race is run.
We spoke about trades not really being too present in this series so far, and although it wasn't quite a direct trade, Tyrant did follow in the footsteps 5 seconds later up Cool Vibes behind Solotov, and Empire just weren't ready. They were thinking about the res at that point. He steps up and finds the kill and basically shuts that attack down before anything else can come to light. And Shepard, I spoke about him being a pivotal part of that defense. He had 3 smoke canisters in back pocket, didn't get to use a single one. So things going well for M&M that he was the target they found and downed quite early on. It's looking good. 6-1. They might just be about to 2-0 Empire, Tim.
It was a nice quick decision from Ty. I think the information that's probably come in from Solotov there is, I've downed the man on Vars. Because as soon as you've got that call, you know that you're pretty much safe. I mean, Tyrant wasn't completely safe to push up Cool Vibes, but as you say, that pressure then is maintained because I've downed the one who's going to challenge you with the shotgun, so you can go and have a look. And it was a nice quick decision from M&M to do that. But moving on, we are in round 8, and M&M are having an absolute field day. It looks like they're practically on vacation here on the Ibiza island, where we find ourselves on coastline. Empire just slipping out of this one, Des. They're not really putting up a fight. There's nothing they can do that is right, and I don't think it's necessarily their fault. It's just M&M are beating them to the punch every single time. Joystick here, inside of Sunrise, just looking to try and hold back the initial push. Solotov reaching for the nade. He's going to head back to the rifle for the time being, but he knows exactly where Joystick is, and Joystick bails just in time. He's going to move his feet behind the half wall there and try to get a new angle onto that pool-sided door. As the nade comes in, he knows that a push will follow.
Looks like they were trying to blow something out up above than rather worrying about Joystick, who has slipped his way back down towards Pink. And nade coming in behind him and almost connecting. C4 coming out towards pool entrance. Oh, doesn't quite finish us. Solotov, it was close. A matter of inches there, keeping him alive. And Joystick holds on to Sunrise, at least for now.
What an initial trade of explosives that we're seeing there. Both teams just trying to keep each other at bay. Dan has managed to move himself around. He's there to support Joystick potentially. He's inside a blue bar. He's got a hole in front front of him that he can work through if that push continues. But I think M&M are aware of this. The Sledge just going to open the window there, and Solotov looking to get aggressive towards Blue Bar, forces Dan to drop back. But we've got damage on the side of M&M. Now Solotov and Neo just being chipped away at, but Dan, he's going to take a lot more as Solotov finds the kill. And here come M&M, Des.
It's just rolling on through at this point. Here comes Joystick, wanting to challenge out a little bit deeper. Nello, the one holding close. If he finds the right way here, he could get a shutdown and remove this pressure. He looks the wrong way, but Nello covering for his teammate. That's what it means for this to be a team game. They find another shutdown, a 5 versus 3, and I'm starting to get very worried for the side of Empire. That said, there are only 2 drones left up here for M&M, Tim. So these last 60 seconds, they're playing mostly blind, to be honest with you. And those last 2 drones, you can see exactly who they're for. Solotov and Neo both on the drones here, finding out what the next port of call is.
Time to start pushing forward now, M&M 5 versus 3. It's time to prove just how lethal you can be and clinch this one out. Don't let Empire back into it. We've seen so many teams so far at the Invitational unable to close out these 6-1, 6-2s, and it shows the quality that they're up against, that teams are able to fight back. But for now, we seem to have reached a little bit of a stalemate. Always is just sat on the security hatch. He knows that there's potentially one underneath him, and as the crouch walk comes forward, Tyrant's going to get himself caught out here, but no, Always has pulled away from it, Des, and Tyrant slips through and gets the kill onto Scyther. That's the one that Always was covering. Nello goes in for the plant, but it's not going to be needed as Users gets that final kill, and it's going to be M&M with a huge 7-1 victory. 2 maps to 0, finishing this off on coastline.
I really thought stepping into the hornet's nest of the Russians, M&M would face a big challenge, but that's been a nice vacation, as you say, Tim. They've checked in, gone straight for the pool, and had a lovely relaxing stroll through that map and arguably through the series. 2-0. Outside of their performance against NIP, they have looked phenomenal in this tournament. And the best thing is, look at how they got here. They went through Kavana, they went through Vitality, they went through Secret, they've gone through Sandbox, and now they've gone through one of the best in Europe in Empire in comfortable fashion.
Great play from M&M. Really enjoyed watching them this morning. They looked completely different to the outfit that we saw against NIP, and they give me a lot of hope for them for the rest of the tournament as well. They are racking up the points now. They're another team that are pretty confident in saying we're going to see move past the group stage. Again, I don't know if that's quite confirmed yet, but I would be fair that Users is there with his tape measure, just checking everything out he needs to know.
Well, for those who are curious what that means, he uses his tape measure to make sure everything is perfect. The height of the monitor, how far away his keyboard is from his mouse mat. He goes all in. And when you're putting up numbers like he was on Mat 1, 13 and 5 or 14 and 6, whatever it was, can you really blame him?
To be honest, I'm going to be asking for the measurements, and I'm going to be setting my desk up the same. That's a real exclamation mark sense, isn't it? Like, I want that setup.
Let's get our talent manager on the line and just be saying, yo, can you go and get us a tape measure, because we're going to need it. I wonder if we position our chair or our desk or our devices a certain way, we'll cast better. You just don't know, but clearly there's something in the water for M&M because they're playing like thunder right now. I love to see it.
Yeah, it's so exciting to watch. Obviously, you know, it's nice to see a UK team doing so well, but it's not about that. It's the fact that they are just pure entertaining. I defy any region around the world to have watched that team then and not found it fun, not found it exciting and enjoyable Siege to watch. They really are going to become a fan favourite if they carry on like that.
Like I say, it was heavyweights going back and forth time and time and time again. Their last series, can you remember who it's against? Who else is in their group? There's 20 teams to remember. There's a lot of teams for us to go through.
It's very, very tricky. Sonics. I haven't played Sonics yet.
That is going to be one hell of a game, because you've got the likes of Grixer and Rexon coming up against this front line of Tyrants.
I tell you what, it's going to be a challenge for them. That's what it's going to be. I can't wait to see it.
It may even decide the top spot in this group. That's just how close it will come.
It could.
I am very ready for something like that to shake down. Well, we are done from Bill and Ben, the Flower Pot Men. Let's go to a break. When we come back, our analysts will break that one down for you. We'll see you guys later.
Welcome to Rainbow Six Siege Rank Up by Game Plan. This strategic training video series was built for you to push your boundaries and breach into the next level. With some of the world's top players like Pengu, Jesgoat, and Zeronic guiding you, your next rank increase is only a victory away. Not sure what operator best fits your team? There's a lesson for that. Should you flank or be patient? There's a lesson for that too. Lessons are split into 5 tiers, so whether you're a seasoned veteran or brand new to the scene, you're guaranteed valuable tips fit for your rank.
Welcome back, friends, to the Command Center live again from 6 Invitational 2022, and I have a business proposition for you. On one hand, you give me 4 months in an organization, and I give you Challenger League, UKIN, EUL, and 6 Invitational playoffs, round of 16. That is exactly the sort of trade that we had with M&M, and by God, they made it happen. I'm Milosh, with me on the analyst command set. What do we call you? A commander and...
Couch. I like the couch.
You call us a couch?
Yeah.
You call this a couch?
No, but like, I thought you call us a couch. Like, that would be... That's how I thought you were phrasing it, but we're not, I guess.
We are Team Couch, and that's what I'm down for.
Cool. Yeah.
Team Couch here, chat. We got our good friends James and Anne to break things down here for a victory for M&M, and not just a victory, but a resounding 2-0 defeat Empire. We talked about this before. We both mentioned it. This is EU versus EU. This should be the comfort zone, and it came out for M&M.
Yeah, I mean, to think about that, Empire literally got second in the EUL finals, and then for M&M to come in as a newly EUL team and to beat them on an international event in a best of 3. That is a really good prospect for their upcoming year in EUL.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to qualify for the EUL. We've seen teams do that before and end up trickling down and not having such a good result. But here, they come to 6 Invitational and they take down not only, like you said, the finalist in the EUL finals, but also Team Empire came runners-up at the Mexico Major. This is a serious competition, and M&M have shown that they are well and capable of playing at that level.
This is a tough time for Empire. We know that they're not playing with their entire roster in here. 2 of players are still in quarantine as we speak. But how much of an impact had that happened, or had that actually had on the game? But also, hey, they played really well over the past few days, so we can't really use that anymore as an excuse. M&M really showed up, and that's what really mattered in this game. And yeah, map 1 came us through. We went to Oregon, and I gotta say, this was kind of a... It's not something that we usually get to see as a map in EUL, to be completely honest. Like, yes, we see it, but Empire then always kind of step on it, and it ended in a 7-5. Still a close one. What happened on it?
It was a close one, indeed, and I would say M&M maybe didn't have the start that they wanted, and I would say Empire really read into the plays that M&M did well. If you have this downstairs or upstairs defense, rather, we know that M&M likes to play that vertically. They like to take it from downstairs, throw nades up, even use a buck to get these defenders out of their standard positions. And Empire just put a mirror window downstairs in kitchen and was like, all right, cool, you come take my mirror window. Unfortunately, it was then to die there, but some other good adaptations that we saw was for the kitchen dining defense, where they had another mirror window around the bathroom area, whereas M&M would like to take the top floor control, open up parts towards bathroom to force players out. And that was about where I think we really saw M&M struggle, because once they realized, no, we can't really take this small tower control, they tried to run towards main, lined up, and then they got killed from the right window.
There was a pretty nasty 2K there. I feel like going into this map, we'd expected M&M to do well, and so we didn't get too overexcited for their prospects of an upset once we saw the 7-5. But that said, we saw great things from them and from Empire. It was clear that M&M were here to play when they won 2 out of 2 Dorms attacks. That was just really, really clear. Empire didn't end up going and retrying that bomb site. They're like, okay, this ain't working. Let's stick to the tertiary sites. Overall, though, I think M&M are going to be very happy, especially the fact that when they switched to defense, they were able to win it out, even if it did come to an incredibly tense 1 versus 1 ninja defuse in the final round of the map.
Yeah, that was a very tense defuse.
What do they say about pros?
They don't fake.
They don't fake. Exactly. No, that's exactly what users do. That was really nice to watch, though. I mean, it was a retake kind of, and not just in that round. There were quite a few instances where M&M was set up on the back foot, whereas they lost either 1 or 2 players, and they still managed to like either retake the round or retake the round plus retake the entire site, because most of those players of M&M in that final round in Oregon weren't even on the site when the execute came down. So for them to retake it and to do that ninja defuse, all of us were on the edge of our seat in the talent room.
Well, you know what, it seemed like in that last round round, Empire were not really around to save the day, but it didn't seem like they were around for Coastline either. 7-1 for M&M, absolutely smashing their opponents. We've seen Nello at the back. I mean, you were there, old man. You were there. We were in Tokoname.
I'm old now.
It was 2.5 years ago. How that long ago was last time Nello played on the big stage.
Oh, and
4 times.
Everyone remembers what he did, right? In Tokoname, Japan, the 1 versus 4 against Wildcard. And this is a support player, and we saw he might be playing support for M&M here today, but he certainly is no stranger to popping the hell off. He was insane. Remember that run out with the shotgun from Sunrise Bar?
Yeah.
He's like, I got one, I got another, and he got so hungry for more. It was just so good.
Yeah, good performance from him though. I mean, it's your support player, so you might expect him to not do too well when it comes down to kills, but I think you've been positive in both of them. Just a solid performance, really.
That's pretty good. Maybe some other support players would like to learn from that. I'm not naming anybody. Let's have a look though at our MVP, because we might be talking about Nello, but he's not the only one on the screen on the team. There's quite a few of them, and there's users here. Our MVP for the game, 1.4 rating on this matchup, and not too bad against the second-rated team in the EWEL.
I would like to argue that he had a slower start to Oregon, but after that he's been so influential in a few rounds. Playing that vertical control, I mean, at one point he missed like a diffuser going down, but still getting some picks from those vertical plays and being able to do that retake, especially in that last round, I think that's where he definitely earned that MVP spot.
Yeah, I mean, also, you just look at the scoreboard, 21-9, the KD, that's 3.0. Insane KD ratio from him. Of course, kills on everything, but like you said, he's a vert player, he plays the sledge. Mute can be an aggressive operator or a passive operator, depending on how you play it, and he certainly showed up. Uses is a player that has had a really strong reputation within, I know, the UK scene, also within the Challenger League scene for a really long time. Always been known to be a really good player, and he's been, well, with this roster for a very long time now, a year and a half just about. So even though there are some newbies on the roster, it's nice to see that the old guard is still holding up.
Yeah, and something that we did talk about back in the talent room is that this team is quite flexible when it comes down to playing operators. You mentioned that he plays the vertical operators like a sledge, but even if it comes down to a situation where someone else needs to play the sledge, the team is still very willing to adapt, and we saw it coming in from their attacker bans as well. What M&M does a lot is ban one attacking operator that they think is really annoying, and the rest of the team can just adapt to that. They really don't mind what operators they play.
Yeah, I was going to say, you also mentioned before we went into the game that M&M love their Valkyrie and Empire always banned that. Didn't seem to stop them from running around and just destroying everyone. So, hey, M&M, I'm very impressed. Very, very impressed.
Oh, very impressed with you two on here. And your first Invitational. You've done a few of them at this point. Come on.
I think, yeah, a couple. So have you.
A couple. Just saying it casually.
Feeling good at this time. Well, James, and thank you very much for breaking things down here for the second matchup. But there's still another one happening.
I can hear that. I hope you guys can hear that.
You can hear it pretty loud. There's something happening in the back, and it's NIP playing the Sonics. Let's take a look at that on the stream. See you in a bit.
Was most necessary. That is going to be that first round in favor of NIP. It was a close call, we have to say. It should have gone the Sonics' way, but maybe due to that lack of utility, we weren't quite able to open up all the positions. Of course, we will never know if their plan from the get-go was to go for the drop through the hatch. Either way.
Hey, Stream A.
Hello, Stream A. I was going to say, we have to welcome a couple of thousand people.
I just interrupted you there. When you're about to do like a big thing of like, well, let's welcome them. I just went, hey, hi, what's up? We're here, Sonics, NIP, bam, you know these teams. And bam, Sonics are unfortunately one map down. They lost Coastline. Let's fill you in a little bit with a little bit more proper.
Let me just pull up the whole round history here.
Well, we don't need all of it.
No, but I mean, we
give them some fun numbers.
Give them some fun numbers.
Give them some fun facts about the showdown so far.
It turned out to become an 8-6 in the end. And entries, funnily enough, were also 8-6. However, most of the time the entries did not actually lead to round wins. NIP, they made use of a tactical timeout call by Sonics after they won a round. Proceeded to win for themselves. That was the moment when Sonics was up 5-2, and suddenly it became a 6-5. Sonics closed the gap, however, NIP won in overtime. And that is the story of Coastline. And that leaves us now here at Clubhouse. And for those of you who are new to watching Rainbow Six Siege, there is some sort of universal rule that will be drilled upon you by any LATAM caster. And if you watch any event as well internationally, and it is do not take the ninjas to Clubhouse. And even though the Sonics just got quite close in that very first round, The round win still in the hands of NIP, and that is what matters most at the end of the day. There is no, you know, other lasting factors if you lose members throughout a round.
I think that's the one thing that you can sort of see if you have a quick digest of all the intel. If you missed the previous round before, that there was only one player left on NIP and only 2 of them have been able to be dropped on the side of Sonics, and yet still the round is their favor. This time it's an early swing. Psycho leans in, takes care of Grixer as 3 drones pummel their way through the open CC breach here with the limitations that we talked about a little bit. Obviously Cabana and Maverick gone, Kaid's off the board, but Thatcher with obviously still Ace and Thermite on. Sites like this, you're going to see standard takes. You're still going to see not the true amount of limitations, because a combination of that Thatcher and that Thermite will be able to crack open, and then Selma here on the backside to get your rotations into the bottom. Muzi, he's out of there. He is toying with the idea of taking a little bit of a stretch here. If undroned, he could get a pretty mean rotate round towards the lounge side and back up that player where there's already a double down, a game that NIP love to play.
Entirely Garage is open up now. That is right for the taking on the side of Sonics, and it is very important to get the Garage control. They open up the breach at the very first 20 seconds of the round. Garage is often the next step. You need to get these mezzanines under control, and that's exactly what the Sonics are currently doing. You create a rotation afterwards, actually find Kamikaze through 2 walls there. Rexon able to get it down. Not quite to confirm yet, but it provides them some time. The opening will be made and flashbangs are being tossed in. The plans can soon start to command. Super, however, is still on that balcony. No one else is there to provide the cover, and as Yeti's already deep inside the side, he's being slowed down by a Banshee, but they have to be careful that there's no utility coming in from below. For example, Psycho still playing out there.
Yeti has pushed himself closer and closer. There's obviously the player underneath Lounge. It looked like there was a jump out over on the balcony side as well. Kamikaze's injured, but with all the hands and C4s, it's a wide swing that Yeti's able to pick up on his farther away position. There is a body underneath. They still have Lounge control, and that's really the only bit NIP have. You can see them dropping off and going for the rotate here. They're trying to stretch themselves back round, back up the side of red. It's explosive, but it's Sonics that are able to lock it in. The plant goes down. Now, as they double up and funnel their way up to the top of red, the first is knocked back down. Psycho suddenly just sees a smattering of his teammates' bodies, and, well, they know where he is. There's not really a huge amount he can do right now with all the openings, with all the control of Garage, and all the way across opened up into his favor. Sonics, they battle back, and they get their return and revenge to 1 apiece.
And this is exactly what I said. Them forfeiting the Garage. Not quite sure why, because honestly, as soon as that wall opens up in the first 20 seconds, which it should at this level of play with a Thatcher available, there's absolutely no excuse that that wall will stay closed for longer than any 20 seconds. The Garage is going to be that tricky part. That is where you need to fight to get control. But they just dropped. They gave it away, and you might be all right. That's okay if you have utility to cancel a potential plant. Think of C4s. Think of a bulletproof on the side, which can give you information where the plant's actually coming down, but it was none of that. Just an impact and a guess, but it was the wrong guess, and eventually they weren't quite able to find Super, who got the plant down in the end there, and that leaves us at 1-1. However, with the Thatcher available, it should be more attack-sided to some extent. Walls are supposed to open up quickly. There is nothing you can really do against it, especially not if they combine the exothermic together with the Selma. And this, by the way, that hatch being open and the Echo being on the board indeed is a beautiful trick. It will be portrayed later by our observer. I don't know who our observer is, by the way, today.
It's Cyano, I believe.
Is it Cyano?
Nod with the camera.
Nod with the camera.
That's not a nod, that's a wiggle.
That's shaking.
There
we go, it's Cyano, all right.
That's how you know they're a professional observer.
Exactly. They respond to whatever you say.
Okay, I'm gonna take a second here and just put a little bit of the weight onto this game for the group. Obviously, the people on Group A or Stream A, you just saw the result that happened between M&M and Empire. For context, NIP currently are not secured at this point on the groups. This is their last chance to earn points. If they get 3, they are locked in. Sandbox cannot jump onto them. Currently, they're even, and they lose their head-to-head with Sandbox, so they need a point. Sonics just need 1 to be secured, because although both these teams started this game on 4 points, and Sandbox obviously still need the 3 from a win, potentially against Team Empire tomorrow, to have a chance, Sonics just need 1 to be entirely secured. They just need a map.
Opening will be made from the side of Strip. Long angles will be watched by Yeti, and this is going to be the first of openings onto the bar and stage site. And now Julio stuck behind this small bar here, needs to try and hold off as much as he can. He has a reinforcement on the back, so the long angle will not be utilized, at least not yet, until it potentially gets opened up by Isam. I mean, Rexon is quite close. He could literally open it up as soon as a drone from Grexa comes around the corner. You see it as well on the top down. It's opening up. In the meantime, Julio is going to be stuck between a rock and a hard place here.
Yeah, they're buried in a pretty tricky situation as the Selmas start to stretch it out over the stage, setting themselves up for a performance of, well, we're going to try and replicate what we did before. A grenade rolls, nobody is actually caught out by it, and, well, Super actually finds the first onto Julio and goes to stick it afterwards. Grexa with the cover round on the far side, and Pino at least bites back, but it's a 2 versus 4 now. However, the diffuser has just been recollected, going for a replant. Musi just misses, gives the game away, and gets picked up by Rexon with a beat cover, Kamikaze. Well, he's a little bit late to those Echo drones, so he's just going to see if he can utilize it to maybe get some intel and information. However, this from Sonics, it's a heck of an opening and a heck of a catch. They don't quite get him and pot him on the billiards table immediately, but he's still entirely surrounded by the circling Sonics Sharks, and they're a little bit hungry. 2 rounds in a row for them.
2 rounds in a row indeed, and they are starting off strong yet once more here on Clubhouse. It's good to mention, attack again should be favored with the way the defense went. Yes, 2 of the Heart Breachers have been taken out. However, the Thatcher is on the board and you still have 2 left. It is no longer year 1 where we just had Thermite and later Hibana joined the fray. There is plenty of ways to open up now. Multiple operators have these can openers as well, which of course gives you this many opportunities.
You love saying can openers.
You know,
do you know whose fault?
The man who's currently taking photographs is the one who introduced it to us. There we go. Quickly pose,
sorry. Blue's off camera. So you first worked with Blue in Sweden not too long ago in Gävle, and the Americans, the NA casters, which I'm sure you've heard if you're Sonics fans, they call them can openers, right? Little hard breach pockets, and you have not been able to stop saying.
I've taken
this is the fill into the timeout here.
Yeah, just a quick fill. It's fine.
It's fine.
You know, sometimes we have to interchange a little bit with the culture.
Yeah. Is that the cultural divide?
I don't know. What do we have then?
I don't think we... It's a technical timeout. So this isn't either of the teams' tac timeout. The mic's there. Although, yeah, Bob's mic is down.
I mean...
it's hard to tell because sometimes they have them down and sometimes they have them communicated.
He's not talking yet, but
the mic is down. Let's just assume it's technical. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's a little bit of a problem. Okay, it is not. So the coaches will not be talking. Sorry about that. Just to get it. We wanted to make sure we gave you the correct information, and we should always trust this. It's always the fun thing of guessing based on who's talking, but they'll get it sorted out sooner rather than later. And either way, it puts us in this situation where things were starting to slip away from NIP, and, you know, they have a moment to talk amongst themselves here. Look at that setup of Joe, bro.
Into it. Like the real director of Siege there. Just
there he is.
Instead of Ash. Eliza Cohen. No, most of the names as well. Either way, yeah. Actually, I saw it's quite funny. Something I'm just going to fill here. NIP, the players, they all have like a little towel in front of them. They're green colored. I'm not quite sure if they're specific ninjas in pajamas towels. Either way, they use them for if their hands get sweaty, just to make sure that you have the optimal grip on your mouse afterwards. I also have these little heat pockets on the side of Sonics. And of course, often hot towels as well, just to make sure that your hands stay in the optimal position, because cold hands or sweaty hands, this is not very pleasant to play with. And it might hinder your performance. Either way, the Sonics have started off quite strong. 2 rounds they managed to pick up. NIP only the first on Church Church Arsenal, that was. They will be going back there. I'll give you that spoiler alert. But it was quite close, we have to say. The Sonics, they did come quite far, and they almost managed to pick it up. It was a 1v3 in the end, but it was just the fact that the diffuser was dropped, which allowed NIP to pick up the round in the end. And the other 2, I mean, Bar is still a bit of a tricky site, you'd say. Doesn't get played that much, isn't won that much either when it's actually being played.
Recently. It's had a little bit of a pop-up.
Yes.
And I think we've seen it more times than we ever saw it in its entirety that it was an option before it was worked.
I totally want to thank myself for this.
In just this tournament alone. That it was entirely a meme site before. It was
It was not a meme site, Emmy.
Club had 3 valid sites, and then the bar had a rework. And it's not to say it's, you know, a fantastic site, but it
was horrible.
It has, but now it has options, and now it has explorations, and we've seen different ways of holding it as well. We've obviously seen the Echo play that's pulled in from a couple of different regions. When we saw it from APAC play, I think it was Cyclops played it the other day, and we got to see them do that thing where they entirely opened pretty much that bar wall into the corridor and set themselves up with deep angles from kitchen and the stair set, and sort of utilized it like a back ballast bastion, which is a bit risky because of all the windows and ways you can break in via meat locker, but still, it's these little adaptations, these translations. I think generally the consensus is try and keep vertical at least for as long as you can. But either way, it's the great minds of the many regions of Siege.
It definitely is. Just waiting, by the way, for the technical issue to be resolved, and then we get underway again. So it is a bit of a mind game now. Who is going to be staying focused into this kind of situation? As it does take you out of your focus just ever so slightly. It's something you'll have to learn to deal with. I mean, I remember on my first LAN that I've ever gone to as a commentator in the Netherlands, I had an 8-hour delay.
What?
Yeah, my first game.
Your first game had an 8-hour delay?
Yeah, that was something else. They forgot to install Rainbow Six Siege on stage PCs.
Okay, well
who guesses that when you're on LAN with thousands of people, the download might not be super fast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, those things happen. And we'll be back in as we fill the time with a couple of stories as soon as possible. The most fun rehost I've ever had, or situation I've had that delayed a game, was 2 of the players had an argument about their girlfriend. It was very dramatic.
Okay, yes.
And this was a really long time ago. This wasn't anything proper. I get the sound. I see the sound. We're back in. Now I don't need to fill time with this.
I was just debating, how does that work out? I mean, I remember when a player accidentally stepped onto the power cable of their entire block and just like 200 PCs were suddenly without power.
Amazing.
Good old days,
A player did accidentally kick off another player's. I think it was just in the practice room whilst we were here, though. I think it was an OXG player. I maybe vaguely recall seeing a tweet from an NA team where somebody turned off somebody else's computer with their foot. Either way, we're back in. Sonics. They've been able to thread 2 rounds in a row. NIP, they opened with a success down here, but to be honest, it was a bit scrappy and a bit close. They handed over a lot of territory quite early. Now, I am never really going to sit here and tell NIP how to play. Well, to be fair, most maps, but Clubhouse specifically, because it is so well defined by them. I believe the statistic is the last 7 times they've played it, they've won it every single time. They are hot property on Club. So those adaptations, it doesn't matter what I say at this point because they know the game that they want to bring to it and they've proven that they can bring it very, very well. But still, for my money right now, what we're seeing from Sonics is a really good step up. Their control of the space, their positioning and when they want to put the pressure from outside of this take, this time round, the way that they're doing their approaches, the CC lock-in, the movements that Yeti was making where he dove his way through servers and tucked himself in that close corner to set up the crossfire angle. Those are the things that we started to miss a little bit on Coastline.
And those are the things that have to start showing now again. Now, we are back at the basement. And there's a bit of a roam going on, mind you. Muzi and Pino currently not directly on the side. However, they are slowly starting to fall back as they descend the stairs together with openings being made in the jacuzzi wall in the meantime. That's super putting up some pressure here. Now, some of you might be wondering, why would you open that one up? It's not on the side. It's just to create that extra bit of pressure, create an extra entry as well. We all know window hoppings are quite dangerous. It costs you a little bit of extra time as well. And this way, there is a quick rotate back to the outside area if you need it. This time around, still no heart-breaching gadgets available on the attacking lineup. 4 grenades, 2 smokes. And we have that 3 Selmas, 2 in the meantime, and 1 more extra thermic charge left. So they probably will be going for another hatch drop again, I assume.
So a different pace approach there that we saw from Sonics is Grixer very quickly got himself into the stock room and made sure he had the cross angle towards the player that last time was quite late on blue. Here, Yeti's going to pop open that stock supply hatch down towards blue and then start their stretch towards the stage on the other side. They used the Selmas to get open Moto before, and then it was a bit of a pressure point of that final remaining exothermic onto that hatch in kitchen. If that's where you want to play the plant, you've got to be delicate. Uh-oh. Hansen just survives. scraped by all the shrapnel in the world, but bloodied, you can still hop along. It takes a bullet to kill in this game, and sometimes the players try to ignore their health as best as possible. As long as they're still running around, it doesn't slow them down, nothing more.
Bit of health coming back up from the side of Grixer, of course, using the adrenaline surge to get Kansan in a bit of a healthier state here as he starts to open up all around the hatch right now, just to make sure that it's not going to be challenged as much. Pino, however, is standing by with a nitro cell in hand, waiting for the hatch to potentially open up. It's a grenade to get sussed in, but that won't scare him. He tosses it in, but it's not going to be hitting anything as it falls short and won't be able to stick onto the ceiling at all. 3 men now inside that kitchen. You can already tell what kind of a take it will be. They will be dropping down his hedge. Psycho is important here with the actual thermic. He gets it. He gets the impact trick on it. There is no extra thermics left. There is no Selmas left. They need to go for an additional take right now.
That was entirely so worth the trade of Psycho's life there. He ran for it. Now they're going to see if they can breach and put some pressure onto this side. Slips past. Stunned anything, and Rexon down the corridor. Kamikaze battles back from Dirt, Super, and Julio either side. 5 seconds. Kamikaze sets himself in for Super on the far side. Plant dug in, dropped off. That is a Sonics that suddenly went, we got to be down there, and then they just absolutely burned through the hole that NIP had left, found a corner, stuck behind it. Sometimes your plan B is go, go, go. They went.
There we go, a man gave his life to stop the hatch from opening up, and normally you would say that is it, 20 seconds left on that clock. There's no way they can come back from this. And then the Sonics, they just start rushing every single other opening they had created beforehand, which of course is Selma into Dirt, which is the hatches in blue in Moto, with the staircase going down as well, trying to challenge the mirror window as best as you can. And you know, we had a man going prone right behind that minibar, and at that moment in time, what you heard was a continuous rain of fire coming around the corner from an LMG.
Oh, they
hands
go.
of Grixer. They don't stop firing. They don't need to reload, and so there's nothing you can do.
And then they keep going.
And they keep going. You have a Vector. You're out of ammo within 0.5 seconds. That thing can keep on firing for 10 seconds straight, so you're not going to win that pre-fire battle.
So, here's a change. That a lot of C4s in the buckets of NIP. They are adapting their hold down below. They're going to see if they can limit, obviously, the intel game. They play the mute jammers quite tall. They'll put them all the way to the top. There's one in gym usually. There's one in the bedroom as well. They try to waste as much time on top here as well. And Psycho is going to be that stretch, that extension. They've adapted, obviously, with the Goya, with the shields, with the swing round. They give themselves that stretch to try and pop and put the pressure onto the plant once and once again. The change was sort of flirted with on the idea of Sonics. They had a Ying for a moment, but since pulled back and set themselves up for more of the same take they've done before. The danger is those C4s, because it was close to having a capitalization. If they can try and turn that into a little bit more of a shout of saying, get off our floor, Sonics, well, with how late Sonics leave stuff, it might turn into a really costly affair.
Now Exothermics, Selma's already being used on either side from the Sonics. As you said, they need to get these C4s to come in and find a kill. If they do, it's going to be an opening kill. Maybe at least it will be beneficial for them. But NIP are currently not in the favored position with the way that the bends went. I think Sonics is in the better position currently. But if NIP pick up yet another round, it's going to be a completely different story. If they find 2, with the way that the bands went, I think that their proficiency, their expertise in Clubhouse is going to be able to guide them to a win if they manage to keep their heads cool.
Oh, Kansan had him on drone, and Psycho didn't really have an idea. We just saw it on the other side of the gym equipment. He went for a swing, but hesitated. That hesitation got him a great take. Musy's able to lock off Yeti on the far side, and he's just going to sort of hold himself in the structure. He knows that they're wasting time, and this is a play that we haven't seen NIP do. Regardless of the amount of times they've put this infrastructure up here with the reinforcements, with the mute jammers, they never truly stuck behind it. There is another fight. There is a take from Kansan, is able to get that little bit of control back, but this is the first time we've seen these blows happen. This is the first time we've seen removals, and now you look at the timer. At this point, previously, Sonics were knocking on the walls and the roof of the kitchen and the site itself, and they've never really had a lot of time anyway for the execute.
Now, you've lost your Thatcher, which is, of course, not the end of the world. There's currently no electronics being used. However, there's a mute jammer on the board, a couple of them, which means that the drones are not quite going to be able to get the control or get the information they want as more hatches are starting to be opened up right here by the Selmas of Rexen. They are preparing themselves to go for that very final take. The question, however, will be, is it again going to be Church, or are they dropping for Blue or Motorcycle, as those hatches have already been opened up?
Kamikaze with the canisters is just going to stop the push potentially here from Blue. There it is, underneath the hatch, because at this point, when you've got all three, why not just limit one of their approaches and their chances? Here's some of the grenades rattled down. That one rattles a little bit closer, but too far. He's allowed to stay where he was. Second canister, second pop, second burn, 15 seconds, and he still obviously has a little bit more in pocket here. There's a spray. Kamikaze drives himself forward, is going to get behind them, finds another. Kamikaze on a deep dive drive all the way around the back. Rex locks off one, but barely any time left. They cannot find that missing connection without a diffuser. Well, that is NIP.
Such an important kill on that diffuser down there. It stays up on the top floor. They're forced to go for fights instead of trying to get the case down, and that leaves us right now in a situation where NIP have that second round, the opportunity to fight for a third. And if they manage to get that one as well, it all started, of course, with Muzi being able to fight back at least a little bit and deal some damage. But that diffuser kill was the most important part. The time ran out right afterwards. We get another little pause coming up.
Another little pause?
Little pause.
Another little pause. And it is... I mean, it's 2 rounds. It's 2 rounds for NIP now on their defense, as you said. And there is a lot working for the attackers in this moment in time. And I think we'll have a better story once we get to the side. Sorry about this, it's another tech issue, so we'll hopefully be back in sooner rather than later. But it's also worth noting and sort of looking at the fact that the 2 rounds that NIP won were down to the pressures of time, was down to the fact that the clock ran out. It was still close and back and forth, and yeah, those are a veritable way to set yourself in the strategy. It is your 6th player. It is that entity that helps and drives the defenders. But in the same moment, in that same sort of movement, when you're trying to get that statistic of how solid are they, how much are they holding off, time is something that Sonics could surmount. Time is something that they have before. It doesn't become a steady reliance for them.
For sure. As we're just trying to get everything sorted, the 6th round will wait for a small bit before we get to see it. Seems like for now it would be a gym bedroom push, but it of course hasn't been locked in yet. Waiting for everything to get sorted, and as we go for another quick pause here, it is again the focuses that get disrupted ever so slightly. After the previous pause we've had, it was a one-on-one in rounds. It was Sonics that managed to get Church, but it almost went wrong, we have to say, because that was the fact where the impact grenade came in, destroyed the exothermic placed on the kitchen hatch, and they had to go for a panic push. Drop every other hatch you could and hope that it all sticks together, and stick together it did. Second round, however, it was again getting quite close. The Sonics had an advantage. However, the diffuser carrier dropped as they took a gunfight onto Blue, forced again the gunfights to be forced out, and unfortunately this time, for Sonics that is, NIP was able to come out on top. So 2 times where the end of the round seems to be quite panicky, quite chaotic, but still managing to win it in the end.
Now I think this fix might be a little bit longer. I don't know if we potentially having a look at something else.
I think I've heard there was an interview.
An interview. So, as we get all this sorted out, obviously with everything on the line, we want to make sure that it's all clear and cleansed. We're just going to throw it to a quick interview to get a breakdown from the players themselves.
My name is Julio, my nickname is Julio as well, and I'm support player for NIP, Ninja de Pyjamas. I like to play support, Kamikaze find his role as support, and the other 3 like to play really aggressive and like intermediary and aggressive, so yeah, everyone's really happy. Like to be world champion is really nice to defend the title, but we don't feel like extra pressure. For us, it's just another tournament, you know. We always want to win, you know, so we were not that happy in Sweden, but like we were really bad at Mexico, so we stepped it up a lot, so it is good, but we always wanted to win. I think even these losses that we get is even more motivating than win a tournament, you know, because sometimes we get comfortable, so we are always in these ups and downs in esport half, you know, to always be competitive. We never get tired, like everyone on the team is really competitive, you know, so you always wanted to win. Sometimes we have ups and downs, like I said, but it's normal for everyone. So we're never like satisfied, you know. We're always trying to change and to be better, you know. Just try to be better always and never be comfortable with the current position of the team, even if we are playing good. I think everything at our group is really good, you know. We play best of 3 better, so we are really confident. But yeah, we are analyzing all the things, and yeah, all the matches gonna be hard, you know. I don't know, man, really who is the weakest team, because all the regions are like balanced, you know. The APAC was not that good, but now they are really good. We were like analyzing sandbox VODs and like, oh man, they're really good right now. If we don't win the championship, I hope some Brazilian team win, you know, to maintain this Brazilian dynasty, because we are from Brazil, you know. If our region is good, we're gonna be good with them, you know. I think that now it's a really good time for the Rainbow Six scene, because all the regions like had the ups and downs, like NA, EU, now we are the best region, and APAC is being better, so like I think this year is gonna be more balanced, all the regions, and it's really good for the scenario. I hope you guys are prepared, you know, and remember that we are the last champions and we're gonna be really strong for this tournament too. Let's go. We're gonna win again.
Hi.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. We're back. We're still in the middle of a game. If you've missed it, we are just quickly getting a technical issue sorted out for one of the players. So we are filling time, and I guess they're filling themselves, that little booth with all the computers and the players, with a little bit of tension because of everything that is on the line.
Yeah, this is where experience comes into play, of course, because it gets you out of your focus. It is not the best thing. I mean, especially if you're just getting in that groove, NIP just won that round. But now Sonics have an opportunity to reset themselves again. They're like, all right, let's calm it down. Let's just take it for another round. I mean, there is one to go on the defense of NIP. And they want to win it. NIP wants to win it. Sonics want to win it. I still think the attack is slightly favored with the Thatcher, of course, on the board. And the Sonics, they bring it out yet once more as well. As NIP going for the gym and bedroom this time. A sight we haven't seen yet today.
That's it. I mean, it's... Obviously, we get a slightly different perspective because we have multiple different feeds. They've gone to it on their choice a little bit, and then they've gone off it. They've sort of pulled themselves into it in a way. They've dabbled with the idea of, let's go to gym. No, we can do this, we can do this. And at this point, to try and pull themselves level, I think they've got to see if they can get any trick out of the book. And a bit of a surprise factor in sight might be that surprise factor. And a sight to see if them on an even 3. There's a handful of C4s and the intel that might come across. There's the stretch and extension towards the CC side, which is always generally seen and expected here on the play around. Red turns into a bit of a bastion, which is why it has the support of the Banshees, of those little Wamine discs and donuts to catch all of the danger.
Round 6 to be underway. Let's see how this one will be working out. For NIP, it's a new site, one they haven't gone to before yet. Of course, we know that they are quite efficient in opening up. Sonics, that is, as they are using that EMP plus Selma plus exothermic, which makes it really difficult for defending teams to even defend against it. And NIP, they have decided, you know what? You're right. Let's not defend against it. Let's just have them, let them have it. And with that, of course, these openings get created. The attackers have these points of ingress, and those are difficult to defend against.
The wall gets popped on the far side, but it's a standard procedure at that point. That's always going to sort of get cracked open, apart from that one time we saw a bandit trick from Cyclops earlier on, but that's not really common anymore at this point. It's just that eventuality, but you still have to do the clear from all of the opposite side. You don't quite have that safety, that stretch that leads its way all the way through. There's actually the setup and angles into gym from the far, far side that you can see. Musi is stepped up on that hole, that angle drives all the way through. It means you have to get this clarity. You cannot just try and force and funnel your way through. And then with Julio protecting that extension in the middle of construction, regardless of the pressure that gets put in, Sonics aren't going to have the easiest approach here. The drones start the ping on the bubble, just keeping a keen eye. They have the Banshee in the corner too, and it's just a heck of utility in a very hot spot corner.
Now, one thing to mind as well, both exothermics have been used by Super, one on the construction wall, one on Jacuzzi, meaning he's not going to be able to open up onto the bathroom at all. Rexon is the one that will have to do that, of course, with the opportunity of potentially using the Selmas. I believe there are still 2 left, so needs to make sure that he doesn't waste them or dies before they get the opportunity to. Otherwise, you're going to have that player just sitting in there and finding an angle as soon as you try and go for the plant. The bubble has been taken out, however. Grenades have been tossed in. Selmas will be tossed in now as well by Rexon to create a little bit of a longer opening, but now shields become a bit of an issue. Trying to look through these windows, find if there's an opening they can go for, and Super ready to go for a plant is going to be covered off by the smoke, but pre-fires are coming in. There is going to be another bubble potentially looking through there. Pino is coming from below, might have a nitro available. Yes, indeed he does. And that is going to be dropping the diffuser to get away with another kill from NIP.
Yeah, he's going to see if he can get it picked back up and potentially rotated around, but with Pino underneath, it gives them no true security. Pops himself back out, but there it is. Psycho swings around, a handful of seconds left. They entirely fed themselves into that absolute churn of players and bodies in the gym itself. They're able to find 1 on the far stretch to make it a tally of 2 total, but the third round for NIP comes just at the turn of the half, tacked on with a double. They've been able to find a bout of momentum here, and they're about to shift to their attack, and potentially the last we'll see of them today versus Sonics.
The 3 rounds NIP have won on defense have been written down in my notes as in 0.0 time left. Diffuser got killed. Round 5, diffuser dropped on the hatch. Round 6 stopped the diffuser before it went on. So the 3 rounds they won was it to the fact that Sonics tried to play that objective. They wanted to get the diffuser on the side and lock it off with 45 seconds on the clock. However, NIP managed to assassinate Super as he tries to get that diffuser on the board, and as a result, they play all around it. That is suddenly their win condition. They have it under control. And NIP, 3-3. That's a decent split. Now onto the attack themselves. We'll be using a pretty similar lineup. Thatcher, Ace, and also the Thermite, of course, with the exothermic charges, will be accompanied by the Sledge and the Zofia for some soft destruction. Potentially an LMG even on the side of Muzi. Oh, definitely an LMG.
Definitely.
Yeah, well, I was looking at my screen, which doesn't include it, but
we have it on. Yeah.
Yes, so many screens here.
There is a. I mean, it's good unless, as you said, you try and pull from information.
Yeah, from the wrong screen.
Yeah. The wonderful work.
Which, in the first time I started casting this at some point.
Yeah.
The first SI during one of the games, but I've learned now. Changed, man.
So, the stretch down into the basement. Heaps of intel and information. There's a solidity there from the pockets of Kansan and Grixer. They have the extensions. They're not playing themselves tall, though. The limitations on, I guess, stopping the drone game approach that might come through. No Mute, no Mozzie, which became a big factor of NIP in slowing down Sonics on the approach across the map. But to be fair, the way NIP opened their holds down here, they weren't always the most progressive. They seemed to find themselves stumbling and sort of suffering that approach from Sonics that screamed its way through those early floors. NIP, they obviously still have the same sort of pocket utility that was brought against them. It's standard, especially with what's on the options here of being able to have their approach breached and broken across the top now, but what they do keep in their pockets, by the looks of it, is both exothermics. It sounded like that was just a standard breach to get themselves across the top, and that one extra bit of utility can buy you so much extra if things fall apart, as it did for Sonics once.
Could be an extra Selma you have left in the end, and you could potentially use to get rid of a mirror window on the triple wall, which suddenly makes that position a lot more viable. Psycho has to be careful though, as he starts hammering up the floors. There is some members on the side of Sonics opting to go for either a quick shotgun burst or potentially a nitro cell to be tossed back at him. As long as that is on the board here, his life is in a bit of danger. Of course, he wants to dislocate these players out of the back of the Arsenal room. They want to go for a potential drop as Kamikaze opening up the dirt tunnel here. Yahtzee will be in there, but will be forced to fall back just ever so slightly as he's no longer sure whether or not he will be safe or not.
Dirt becomes a plan B. Dirt gets itself prepped up and it allows a player to move through, and as you said, with the play on the hatches here and the Thatcher, they're going to get that potentially locked in. Maybe that's a quick roll towards the back line just to stun anything, and that's the Selmas popping, but there's no mute jammers to stop this anyway. It was a well-coordinated attack against utility that didn't exist, but it's better to be safe than out of Selmas. The first gets impacted off, but it still means Kansan cannot continually play that. The second hit the mirror window dead on, I believe, or just on the split side of it, so it pops it open, and that's a second. They still don't have a right route through, but they do have a third one to try and be popped down. They're waiting for a swing to come through. There it is, a long line, and this one will connect, but the canister is just going to stop the full swing through. 30 seconds. They're stacked up right above Kitchen. Pino goes for the drop. Pipes becomes a little bit of a bout and a boust, and Julio has got himself all the way deep in Moto. It's a spray through, one more, and suddenly they've entirely plotted themselves through onto this Pipes wall and Church side. Julio, he's looking for the swing round, the cover on Kamikaze. He's going to see if he can stick it on the far bit. Rexon can't quite get the width on the angle, as they're just going to be safe all the way through the plant here. And two Sonics bodies cannot quite get themselves in. Pino with one, and Rexon with finally one back. And wow, that was a very clean attack there from NIP.
I'm going to say this is why you don't take NIP to Clubhouse here. They knew exactly what to do, and even if there was a Mute Jammer, the EMP was ready. They're not using none of these hatches because there is no Cade on the board. Everything orchestrated, everything into perfection there, and they know exactly how to go about the matter of business there. And managed to pick up that very first round on their own attack, and it was clean. Not the flawless, because they lost one body, but it was a very clean and orchestrated attack. Nothing really seemed to slow them down in that case, and that is what you like to see. That is the NIP that many, well, viewers will love at home.
I mean, it was kind of unstoppable. And it's that sort of moment where you could see Sonics were trying some plays and ploys. They tried to pull themselves back, impact trick, but nothing sort of stopped NIP. They made sure that they just kept on continually applying the pressure across the board. They had the drop come through onto Moto. They obviously still had the watch and the crossfire that was able to lock it from the main door right the way through into Church. And it's tough to try and pull stuff out of that sort of approach before it is already knocking on your door. Here, Jim, it's going to be a different swing in. Obviously, there isn't so much clearing of the rest of the map that NIP have to do, but at the same time, it makes it a little bit more awkward to get your intense lockdown and clarity inside. Standard lineup that's coming out as a sort of extension here from kind of both teams. You can bait and play against it. You have to catch on a lot of explosives in the pockets of Sonics too, and they've got themselves set up, potentially stretched and ready for a hold here across the top of red as well.
4-3 current score. NIP already one map up as well. For those of you who are just tuning in, it was a map that Sonics was leading comfortably 5-2. However, their timer they called themselves led NIP to be able to mount a comeback. As a result, win it in the end. Now, quick opening will be made into CCTV on the eventual side, but it provides an opening, an entry into that eastern side of the building, potentially to take control of cash as well, and suddenly you have the construction in your hands, which directly borders, of course, the big site itself, the bedroom. Opening as well into Jacuzzi. That means that from both sides now pressure can start to arise, and with Rexon on their own, it seems like NIP is aware of the fact that someone is not where he's supposed to be. Someone is sneaking about on the map, and they're trying to hunt him down. And with Rexon trying to go back up these main stairs, there could be a drone ready. There could be something waiting. He could be spotted out, but it seems that for now at least he's allowed to go back towards the site or set up an even bigger flank. He at least gave away his position just slightly as he shot at the bar. And Kamikaze has a drone quite near, so he might have heard it, but they're just waiting for a potential flank to happen, and Rexon needs to pass through this door before they realize.
There it is. The drone goes ahead. Psycho has the cover in the pickup. The Jaeger's just going to pull away. Doesn't need to take the fight. That's the thing about this game. You're being dangerous. You're wasting as much time as possible, all the way through onto strip, even, and hold yourself steady. They'll either come and fight you and have to have their focus put intently towards you, or you get to come a little bit later to the party and make sure that your boys on site just aren't dropped by the time you're able to return. They're still eyeing up some pressure here, and Muse's obviously been able to get into Cash. They have that stretch, they have that range of rotation. Yeti's tucked in on the corner of logistics with a bit of an angle all the way down the side. The hatch, I believe him, or I assume, is potentially still closed to give him that much confidence, but there it goes right there, and that's where he then goes out of there. Yeti is forced into a trickier situation, 45 seconds.
45 seconds a D. The pressure seems to be coming down a little bit from the construction side of things. NIP all around the side, but not truly in it. They need to hit it all at the very same time. A punch hole there gets spotted, but not at the right time. And now the Prisma will give away some of the information to the side of the Sonics. An upside down repel will be a problem here for the side of Kansan as he just sees him run past. Pino takes a small amount of damage here. Kansan misses the opportunity to get a free kill down onto Muzi, who stays alive, but Pino will be able to find a kill. Muzi doubles that up. 14 seconds. They need to get a plant down. Psycho goes down. Kamikaze needs to enter as Grixer gets yet another kill.
There it is, all the way locked across the top of 2 versus 1. Hey, remember when I said there's a player underneath? He can't quite get the angle. 3 seconds. They have one more choice, one more option, one more ping, one more play. He's hopped up. He's safe, and they're going to have to go for a rotation instead. Rexon, he pulls himself back around, and he knows the split is the first outside. Can't quite get it over the patio furniture. Kamikaze cements it inside the second itself. It's 5-3, 4 in a row for NIP at this point, and they have started to churn this into a game where from the beginning it was away from them, but here Sonics are struggling to keep up.
This is exactly what I said. I think the attackers are truly favored here. And yes, Sonics got quite close here. It was a difficult side to attack due to the many windows that need to be hopped through. But when they did get that first round, when they did get that second round on their defense themselves, NIP already knew, okay, we're in a good position now. And they even found a third afterwards. That truly puts them in a good position now, where they are 5-3 up. It's a situation that NIP has been in before when they were the ones suffering the lead that was from the Sonics. And Sonics decided this time around, we'll call the tactical timeout when we are actually on the losing part of things. And that might be a difference maker here. At least you take NIP out of their momentum just slightly, and you have an opportunity to directly counter the attacks that have been going through. Jobro might have seen something there about an entry player going through, about an early death that seems to be haunting them, because the last 2 rounds were both entries and plants on the side of NIP. So maybe a small change of operators or a small change of playstyle is exactly what they need.
And we are back. CCTV and Cash. NIP 1 round away from putting themselves on not only map point, but series point as well. And Sonics, they found a 3-1 lead slowly fizzle to a 5-3 deficit. And to be fair, this is kind of close to where their opponent sat on the previous map, though on the other side of it, as they now find themselves suffering the consequences. But we remember how Coastline went. It went away from them. NIP, they were able to pull it back, so it's still far from over for Sonics here. They just need to see if they can hold on to 1. And suddenly it's only a difference of 1. Build on that, and maybe you can try and break the mantle. Otherwise, you'll find yourself, unfortunately, sitting on that very heavy map and series point.
Definitely something that Sonics do not want to endure as of yet. Now, let's just pull it back. The Sonics have not played CCTV Cash here today. However, NIP has. What the Sonics did back then is open up the main wall within 20 seconds of that round. Due to a Thatcher, a Selma, and an Exothermic all being placed at the exact same time, there's nothing you can do in that case. Of course, right now, there is only going to be a mute. They might not even have to use an EMP right there, but potentially will, just to be sure about things. Actually, what's happening here is an opening already into that garage. This opening will allow you to hold the window, so any potential drop back from the player inside the garage, which would be Kansan in this matter of time, would be able to be picked up by a player holding that angle. NIP as well don't really seem to be wanting to get Pino over to go for a double take, so just the Exothermic will be placed. Not even an EMP will follow up, because they know exactly what operators are on the board right here. No need to double down on things, and he saved that utility for another place.
Rexon under a lot of heat and fire here. Here's the Selmas popping off behind him, and sees the drone, drops out and falls out of there. Isn't going to get caught as of yet, but clearing Garage is in some books just as important as actually getting the kills inside of it. Kansan is on the second story, waiting to try and peer down from the rafters and lock down anyone that goes for the swinging on the door. But with those ADS and with the idea of his echo drones kind of feeding when somebody's going to enter, it will come down to the support that comes elsewhere. And Lounge, while Muzi's trying to eye it up, suffers a little bit on the way out the door, but they've already been able to clear some of it. There's a drone dropped. Potentially some of the control there. It might have even been actually a Claymore from the pockets to just protect the staircase, and getting rid of that utility is something that, well, maybe will cost them. Here it is, though, for next bout, the fight that's going to happen over to that single player.
Prone up there, you see the feet sticking through every now and then. A grenade is coming through, but there is still ADSs that will be catching things up, so a gunfight needs to happen instead. A small amount of damage will be done to Kansan, who knows that the push from the stairs should be inbound. Currently no one watching the cameras. There seems to be a bit of a freightness coming through from the side of the oil pit, and it's going to be Kansan who gets the opening kill. That was due to the fact that he was distracted by the PC utility out there, the ADS, and now a second man of NIP needs to start coming through. Yatai drops, but it's another kill that comes through before Grixer trades. It's a 3-3, but the garage is under control of NIP.
Musy's looking up red right now. They're going to see if they can try and put some pinch pressure on the far side of this. They've been able to stack some modicum of control, but it's not quite comfortable. Finally, they have themselves inside rafters. They can angle up towards that default plant spot there, and there's not really anything in the pockets of Sonics to be able to throw over the top apart from these smoke canisters. They'll have to be played to perfection if they want to try and break away from this final 30. They're aware of this. They're able to slip by. Grixer hopped up, finds one more, looks for another, and there it is! Is able to take entire control of the bodies that try to blow their way and bowl themselves past the top of the rafters. There's a fourth for his trouble. There's a timeout that's brought them some success. It's a 5-4. 1 round is the separation now between them and the team that is otherwise just ahead, but there's still that pressure. That was their third attempt on a defense.
That's it. That was their third attempt at CCTV, and it will now be locked for 2 more rounds. So the first time they can play it again will be round number 12. If they manage to live that long, they need to find 1 more successful round somewhere, at least, to find themselves to be able to play it again. And Church will be brought out again by the side of Sonics. The site that was played into the perfection on the execute inside of NIP. So they have to try and find a counter to it, and that is potentially where this timeout also came into place. All right, this is what happened. This is what we need to do to stop it. Let's bring that bandit. Let's see if we can potentially find a way to stop any of these Selmas to pop off. And this is where the bandit comes into play. You cannot EMP that. You cannot EMP an active trigger because he'll just put down the charge at the moment the Selmas start to pop, and with that you can defend your utility.
The bandit in the pockets of Grixer here, and on this side, it's one of the rare times where they can still have a usage. Obviously, the way it was played before was that stretch and the push, but with the Thatcher on the board, you're going to have to be kind of quick and hot about it. However, you're looking at the limitations in the sides of NIP. You're looking at the fact that it took pretty much all the Selmas to be able to get themselves a rotation through, and a sightline is one thing, and it is a big thing, because then it allows utility to start to fly through as well cleaner, let alone the angles it can open up, which were punished before. But if you can stop that becoming a rotate, suddenly you've made yourself a little safe shell, and that does probably include some of your utility being destroyed in the Thatchering, but even just catching one might be a turn of force that could bring them a little bit more success.
And there's a bit of a roam going on as well. Rexon, who's playing on those rafters, but will drop now, just like Yeti. So all 5 members from the Sonics will be back on the site and taking their positions for a potential push to come in from NIP at some point in time. They've opened up on the top floor to taking control just ever so slowly, using breaching charges where possible. Actually a lifeline used from Musy on that first wall. Thinks it's not going to need to potentially to take out a shield later on. I mean, Super has placed one. There was also 2 bubbles on the floor, but most likely we'll try and take control of that with grenades or even an EMP. As they're slowly starting to clear that first floor. Now the call comes through. It is clear. No one's out here. Start opening up. We can make this pressure happen. Let's just do what we did before.
Getting rid of that camera from above, not contested by C4s below, and Psycho's free to start opening up these angles, but last time there were 2 Sonics players that started off around that highly sought after territory underneath the kitchen hatch. Yeti, he pulls back. As that wall gets popped, he's going to make sure that he's actually in a position to be defended by some of his utility, but this is exactly how NIP approached before. They open it up. It becomes an option, not a necessity to their push. They don't try and isolate and send a body through. I guess it depends on how this next portion goes, and this is where a lot of focus comes onto Grixer. Drones come through, they know a bandit's in play, and Rexon's actually going to find the opener against Musy. The Sophia is gone. The Thatcher, that rolls itself through. You can hear a lot of explosives being popped over, and some of it gets caught out. Not all of it is able to pop off, and as I said, if it's just the cost of 1, that might be a bit of a make or break difference, but it sounds like the impact couldn't quite hit the next 2.
All right, so we just got called that the next game will be starting as well. So the A viewers, you will be seeing the command center as well, as Kamikaze will be starting to go for a plant, or at least try and get into a position to do so. The super gets dropped and brings it back to a 2-on-3 situation, a 5v4. Plant going down, the cover of Pino.
The two teams at the bottom of Group B fighting for survival today, and both these teams liquefied by Team Liquid. We are talking about Cyclops versus SSG. I'm Jackie Jing, and I am with Jess and Fresh. I'm really excited about this matchup today, but I know we got rid of the cursed coin, Fresh, so...
It had one success.
There's no more coin, it's 50-50.
It was 50-50.
That's what coin is, yeah.
No, it's in the account, we're done with it. But I'm not gonna lie, I really don't know where the chips are gonna fall in this one, Fresh.
No, it's a strange one because both teams have showed really good things, Jess.
Yeah.
Both teams have showed not so great things. It's hard to know where both teams are at.
Yeah, and I mean, if we had the coin, this would actually be a match to sort of do it on as well, where you could just flick the coin and go, well, actually, that result could be the ending of that, but we also need to set the stage for what this match means. I don't think a lot of people know that this match will affect the standings for both of these teams very, very, I'm going to say that it's going to actually answer who will get out of that 5th spot. Okay. I know a lot of people won't really believe that, but I do truly believe with how FaZe has been stepping up, that at the bottom of this group, they're the ones that are going to have to step up. Cyclops in last place on your screen at the moment, they're the ones that really need these points.
I don't know if you guys saw the Cyclops play area yesterday, but one of them put on a mask and was like, and then right after took the mask off and had game face on. It was like the best thing ever. But Jess, I want to pick your brain about Cyclops. They're either genius or frankly, it's just madness. So do you think they can make this chaos work for them, or is this going to hurt them?
I mean, for those who've been watching APAC North, where Fresh and I, have been delving deep into this team, we've heard from their Italian coach Hybrid and how consistently they want to be able to use the chaos as their identity. They want that to be their philosophy of how you can play the game, that you don't have to conform to one certain meta, and they want that to work. Now, against certain stylistic play styles in certain teams in certain regions, that does work, Jackie. My problem is they can't identify when it's not working or when they're being read, and when they don't identify that and shake it up, the other team just automatically runs away with it.
And that cost them last night against Liquid.
Absolutely.
That's exactly what it was, is they ran away with map 1. I wrote in my notes they got 1.9 of a map because they were so close to getting over the line 2 maps against Liquid. As soon as that stopped working, they couldn't identify and they just kept running their heads against the wall just repeatedly, Jess.
Yeah.
One thing that I did identify from Cyclops, which has been a thing that happened in Six Invitational 2021, in Mexico, it's happening here as well. Individuals putting in really bad individual performances.
Yeah.
So Blackray, Aniton, sorry, not Blackray and Aniton. Aniton, Suzuki, and Gatarada, they're all negative by Aniton's minus 17, Suzuki minus 18, and Gatarada's minus 20 already. That's only over 2 matches.
Yeah, that's really bad stats. For those who don't know what CAG has usually got in their motto, it's kill, 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 and if you don't kill, we'll find out another way to win. And if you're negative on your stats in the one thing that you usually do the best, yeah, you're probably not doing a lot else very well. And we are some of the biggest supporters of APAC North in that team, but Jackie, oh God.
Yes, we got to talk about their opponent, SSG here. We have their roster graphic up. Fresh, I was really shocked that SSG took down the November major winner FaZe early in groups, but then Cyclops took Liquid to 3. SSG was beat by Liquid in 2 maps. I just feel like they haven't really gone into a groove yet.
It's interesting because they're taking on, so they've gone against FaZe and they've gone against Liquid, who are the 2 LATAM, very similar playstyle teams that you expect kind of coming the same thing out. They dispatched FaZe really, really easily, and then they came unstuck against Liquid. That's what is the question mark for SSG, because people were getting quietly excited about SSG as soon as that FaZe result come in.
For sure.
It was murmurs coming through in the talent room, on social media, on the players, the teams talking, are SSG back? Are they the real deal? Wanted to see them kick on against Liquid, and then they just didn't.
You know what? I'm going to counter that. You and I, we agree about a lot of things. Great minds think alike, but I'm going to actually counter that to say that Team Liquid is such a good team, and we don't know if that steam will run out in the playoffs, should they get there, or they will absolutely get there, I think. And as a result, SSG has gone up against one of the most formidable opponents that in the entire tournament at the moment that we weren't prepared for. I actually think SSG is in a really, really good position. Only a couple of their players need to stand up, and Skies, who's negative, we speak about negative players, actually was the one to pop off on that historic game #1 for them. So there was so much potential across the roster.
It feels like a minus speed bump for me.
Okay, I would agree
they'll continue
with that,
on in the group, and they'll probably get themselves out of this situation. They're coming into this as favourites against Cyclops.
Yes.
One thing that I would like to see is the superstar from NAL, Houghton, increasing his kills, because he's getting a lot of entry engagements. He's got 20 entry engagements over 2 matches. He's only +3. However, he's -5 overall, so he's not winning his gunfights. And we know he was the MVP of Stage 3 in NAL. He can win those gunfights, so I need to see him step up, and I think SSG could be a force going into the playoffs bracket.
We actually have the map ban phase ready. I think we're getting the information on the screen right now, so let me know what you're both thinking here. Jess, what's on your mind?
I mean, one thing to preface this map ban for all the viewers out there is that in recent times, CAG has played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is that the entire map pool? Yep. That's the entire map pool. In the past 3 months, they are willing to go to every single map. And Villa, I mean, you're looking at that going CIG's worst map, yeah?
No, what I'm looking at is these 2 maps have a very similar map pool. I've got them both having Villa and Coastline as their 2 disliked maps.
You feel?
Neither like Villa, neither like Coastline, so I'm not surprised to see both of them banned away.
Because when CIG played the quals, for those who don't know, in order to qualify in the APAC region, both North and South, you have to go through this sort of weird pseudo kind of like mini tournament to be able to qualify beyond APAC. And that's what CIG did to get here. They played Coastline and they won it in there. So clearly it's in their arsenal.
I have both teams having an almost identical map pool, which I've never really seen before in terms of preference, but also the fact both teams also play 7 maps with confidence.
Oh my goodness, we get Chalet again. Mind you, how good is Cyclops' Chalet when, let's take into account the fact that they only beat IG, which is Invictus Gaming, in the quals on this map. I'm wondering whether or not they felt confident from that win, and actually in the end, international stage, they might be biting off a little bit more than they can chew.
Bank the decider, so we've got Chalet, Clubhouse, Bank. I have this as the 3rd, 4th, 5th preference. It's almost like these 2 teams, I've referenced it before, is that they've got an identical map pool in their preference and their liking. Different results, of course, but in terms of their banning preference. So I thought they might go to the 3 middle maps, which is exactly what they've done.
Yeah, fair enough.
And so I feel what I expect to see from this is both teams are comfortable playing all of the 3 maps. I don't think anybody's necessarily won or lost in the map ban phase.
I think the first 2 maps, CAG picking their map pick, and then SSG rather picking Clubhouse. Clubhouse was good for them at SI only. That's what people don't understand, is that previous to SI, they were getting beaten on Clubhouse.
Just remind me a second, where are we?
Yes, but that's their map. That is like their identity map. So if there is a map that they could go to dismantle CAG, sure, they got to ban the Monty. I can't believe every desk I get on, we're on CAG.
We're talking about banning Monty.
Please ban the Monty, because unless you are going to pull out the funky Oryx and have really good strats like we saw from Rogue, you will lose to Anaton. He will destroy you. You must get rid of it.
I'm not going to lie right now. My hands are sweating, and the energy coming from the play area right now.
Yeah.
Cyclops is a lot more tame than we saw yesterday, and I feel like SSG's feeling the nerves as well. I mean, a lot's in the line.
Because if CIG win this, there is a serious opportunity that CIG pushes SSG into the bottom rank, and not only that, forces them to stay there based off the next matches we have in the next 2 days. Both of these teams will play in the next 2 days, so let us not forget that if they lose this SSG, they will be in that bottom spot, and they are looking, dangerous.
Oh, so much on the line here, but let's get to it. Cyclops versus SSG. Intero and Pengo, take it away.
All right. Thank you so very much. We've got our 3rd matchup to go, and, well, it's been fascinating sitting and listening to Ninjas in Pajamas versus OXG, but this one is equally as important. CAG versus Spacestation is the matchup that you and I are going to be walking through, and none of the groups here at SI have been settled, so there is a possibility for CAG to pick up 3 huge points, ditto for Spacestation.
Indeed, there very much is, and yesterday, Cyclops almost had a phenomenal upset against Team Liquid. They went the distance. I will look at my notebook because I don't remember the scores exactly. It was a 1-2 in terms of map score for the side of Liquid. 8-7 Cafe went to Cyclops. 6-8 to Liquid on Bank. And then we had a quick 3-7 again to Liquid. In other words, Cyclops, they almost had it. Fresh Jack spoke about it. He said they had 1.9 maps, and that's because Bank was oh so close. Cyclops sitting on match and map point for a very long time, couldn't close it out, and then Liquid swooped it back on that 3rd map of Villa.
We actually watched that entire series inside of our green room, and we were losing our minds as to how commanding Cyclops was, especially at the start of that series. But it ultimately ended up being for naught because they ran into the juggernaut that is Team Liquid. And of course, Team Liquid are one of the favorites here at the event for very good reason. They are so consistent. But Cyclops gave them a run for their money. Not only do these teams tend to share a map pool, but they also share a very animated spirit inside of the server. You haven't been able to see it, but on our screen, teams have been talking back and forth, and there's been lots of camaraderie here between both Cyclops and Spacestation. Let's set the expectations. Cyclops, statistically, is one of the weaker teams here in the tournament. They squeaked in like the other 3 regions had through the qualifiers. They were the representatives of APAC. They come in, it was a bit of a sloppy qualifier, but Cyclops is here, and I don't really know what the general expectations were for the team, but they haven't been as successful as their own expectations, I'm sure. Spacestation have not had the greatest run internationally over the last year and a half, but they haven't done so poorly at the 6 Invitational. The problem is that SSG can get wrapped up deep in their own head. Against a team like Cyclops, who are extremely ruthless, very unpredictable, and they can beat you in terms of gunfights, if you're a fan of Spacestation, you have to be worried about the mental state of your team.
Yeah, when you go into the first map of Chalet, it's a map that's widely known for aggression, especially on the defense. Roamers spreading across the map and challenging the entry points of the attackers. And you have to wonder, SSG, will you ban the Monty? Just kind of brought it up. We all know Aniton really likes this operator, and not only does he like it, but he's so phenomenal on it that it's feared among the ranks of every single region. And I'll say, not a lot of teams have banned it so far, so SSG, don't make that same mistake. And even if you do not, at the very least, you gotta respect it and you gotta try and counter it because it's a huge win condition for the side of Cyclops.
Absolutely. We're just waiting to get into the lobby. I'm not exactly sure what is taking so long, but we'll update you as things unfold. This group in particular, Nick, has been completely up in the air. I mean, let's be frank. Almost every single group has been up in the air. The only group where teams have been locked in thus far is, well, Group D being the one most noteworthy. That's Damwon Gaming's group. They will make it out as a #1 seed, but as the matches continue to roll forward, other groups are finding it as well. TSM and Furia have made it on and cannot finish in last place in their group. Team Liquid also clinching a spot moving forward, as does M&M Gaming. So slowly the pieces are coming together for what happens next. If you are unfamiliar with the way that this event is organized, there are 4 groups with 5 teams apiece. At the tail end of the group stage, which ends tomorrow evening, 1 team will go home in each group. The remaining 16 teams will then get split up into an upper bracket and a lower bracket. It's a double elimination event, which means that if you start in the lower bracket and you lose a single match, you're done. That's it. You don't win 2 maps, you go home. In the upper bracket, if you're one of the top teams and you finish in the top 2 of your group, you have some room for error. You can lose a game, go down to the lower bracket, and still stay alive. In terms of this group, if you wanted to pull up the stats on them, you'd look towards Group B. This is Team Liquid's group. FaZe Clan and Rogue are also in the group. Spacestation and Cyclops are actually in 4th and 5th. At the moment. Now, later on, Liquid and FaZe will be playing each other. Liquid have clinched a spot moving forward. It means they cannot be eliminated from the group, but they're still going to fight for that first seed, assuming that they don't have it just yet. You hear a change in the music?
Yep.
You feel that energy in the air? It's time to get underway with Cyclops versus SSG. They're going to do battle on Chalet, Nick, as this will be the first of at least 2 maps that we see.
Absolutely. 48 in favor of Cyclops, 52 in favor of SSG. A vote much closer than I personally anticipated. We're going to be seeing the operator bans. Cyclops starting on defense means they ban the first attacker, and that'll be on your screen in just a second. Bang! It is the Ying. We spoke about respect. We spoke about SSG possibly banning the Monty, but instead, it's Cyclops respecting hot and cold's Ying. So brutal on that operator. It's a huge value factor for SSG on maps like Oregon, and I'm sure, actually, I know for a fact, they also play it on Chalet.
Now, For what it's worth, neither of these teams have played Chalet so far here on the 6 Invitational. Apologies if we are just retreading old ground that was said on the desk. We are aware that some of you, especially upon rewatch, might not have the desk component alongside the actual live action. So if we're repeating ourselves, apologies. But we're doing it for the show, man. Chalet showed up as a tiebreaker map between Liquid and SSG, but other than that, it has not appeared in any of the matchups that these two teams have played in, so we are on new ground when it comes to the 6 Invitational. Of course, both Cyclops and Spacestation have played Chalet outside of this event if you go back into their respective regional leagues. Operator bans are in, Nick, and walk us through them. We talked about Ying Yu in particular. Thatcher is pretty normal. Valkyrie and Mira, nothing special about either of those on a map like Chalet.
No, quite standard. SSG, it's worth noting that they are pretty much known, in my opinion, for target banning specific operators whenever they play opponents on each and every map. But this time around on Chalet, it's pretty standard. And I think it's because that we haven't really seen either team played at this event. I'm not sure either team knows exactly what to expect. The Ying ban, as I mentioned, I think it's a safe bet for Cyclops. Of course, we can question the no Munty ban, but at the same time, SSG, I'm sure they got a way to break it apart, and they start on attack, so if you can just rack up 4, 5, 6 rounds, go on to defense, I don't think the Munty can carry you that far. Remember, we do have a second stream, and right now it sounds quite exciting, so I'm just gonna let you guys know at twitch.tv/Rainbow6Bravo, that is where the action is happening. I believe Sonics and NIP are still going at it, as they have for quite some time. Last I checked, at least they're still going at it, but yes, this stream, it is Cyclops SSG, but yeah, want to let you guys know that there are 2 streams, A and B, and this is the A stream. We are going to bar on this first defense from Cyclops, and we're going to be expecting the roam game, and that is exactly what we're seeing. Anderton and Black Ray making their way through Master Bedroom and getting cheeky on the spawn peak.
So, by the way, we do have an update about the other stream that's going on right now. For those of you that don't want it to be spoiled, mute or deafen, rather. I keep saying mute. I don't know why. Maybe it's...
Mute your microphone.
Deafen for the next 10, 15 seconds or so, maybe 20 seconds just to be safe. Here goes. Ninjas in Pajamas have beaten the Sonics 2-0.
Okay, that's it. Yeah. Again, I gotta say, wow, in case you guys just undeafened. Wow, what a score, what a situation at our hands.
What a performance.
Yeah, I will say, the very first map in particular between those two teams, Sonics and NIP, go back and watch it if you haven't later on. I'm sure the last match that just happened as well might have been a banger to follow along.
It means that Liquid and FaZe are the next ones up for what it's worth. So that's the next match to come when eventually it does come around, because again, we are not spoiling the results of the previous matchup. 1 minute off of the clock right now. Space Station barging in the bottom floor of the map, opening up the wall inside a snowmobile garage, and now applying some of their attention onto the wall that goes into that back bar. This is a really pivotal spot for teams to play out of. It is a power position. It allows you to govern over a hatch upstairs in a library. It allows you to watch Big Window. It allows you to watch the actual bomb sites itself, and it only really leaves you susceptible when reinforced from main lobby. First kill of the series, by the way, is on the Gator. Down the Wamai goes, and SSG with Bosco getting that kill will start off the festivities.
Very nice for them. You could question Gatorada. Why is the new meat jammer on that wall if it's so important? But that's the thing. It's a very big map. You gotta choose. We're excited to put the utility down. And speaking of utility, there's nothing on these blue stairs, which means Rambi can just walk on up. He might just find something free. There is no refragability. It's just him alone. I don't think he's gonna get too aggressive, but you never know, as Cat can just be running into his face at any given moment. They're known for their aggression, and Gatorada and Black Ray both taking a ton of damage while we're watching Rambi creeping on up.
It was Fultz who was the one doing some damage to Black Ray. Not sure for Gatorada. Rampy still on these stairs. Suzu not too far above him. The magnet waiting patiently. Anything that's thrown in that direction will be eaten on up. Rampy makes some noise, giving the idea or illusion that he's going down. The nade misses. Suzu still alive. One from Black Ray onto Fultz. Teams equal at a 4v4. And now Bosco falters to Aniton. The smoke getting on the board. SSG with that early advantage, but they are very quickly losing the plot as yet another body goes down. That's on to Rampy. Hot and cold, sheets gets the grenade, but a nice two-piece as an air jab knocks off Hannington into the nade, but it doesn't matter because off-site and off-screen, the remaining players from SSG get gunned down one by one, and Cyclops on their own map will start it off with a round win.
And there is that energy that Jackie was talking about before the match started. That is Cyclops, that is APAC, and that is also often LATAM. Whenever these teams play, there is no doubt if you are in the vicinity of the area that you will hear them. And you will hear them each and every round, and that kind of mindset, that kind of vibe that you're brewing inside the team, it can carry you forward, especially because if the vibes are high, so often will the performance be as well. And we speak about SSG, sometimes they can get inside their own head, and if you're starting on Chile and you got Cyclops taking the first round, even though you got the opening kill, that can be quite frustrating. You gotta keep yourself into it, and that's why having that yes man or funny guy inside the team can really make a big difference. Speaking of doing stuff, we see Force actually bringing out the Osa here. That is an operator that Cyclops himself have brought up multiple times on Bank when they played yesterday against Team Liquid. It has an interesting, I would say, win rate or success rate. It's a very situational operator, much like other shield operators like the Monty, like the Blitz. But of course, when you play the Osa, you get to bring a gun alongside you, and that is something that most players would much rather have than a shield in front of your face.
Yeah, there's a 6-pick actually off of the Osa for SSG earlier on, and I'm trying to remember who it was. I think it was Bosco who'd originally picked it. It might have been Hot and Cold who ended up flexing off of that operator. And we've seen some Osa play so far, but not exactly as prominent as you would expect. Smoke grenades with a decent weapon and a gadget that, if the defenders don't have impacts or nitro cells, can be quite pesky and hard to deal with. The benefits of an Osa increase huge when you're on a map that has lots of verticality and lots of windows. A great map for it would have been Consulate had it not been removed from the map pool.
Very
but
true.
A map like Cafe is ripe for Osa.
Yeah, even Chalet and as well on Bank, which is where Cyclops brought themselves, it makes really good sense to use it. Here we go. It is Chalet this time around, and again, SSG taking it slow in the beginning, making sure they play together. Bosco, of course, on the Nomad will make sure that runouts, they are covered, meaning that SSG can sit nice and tight on these repels. They're going to be droning out, gaining information so that they can make their next move and make their next decision. Nothing really happening. CAG not responding with aggression. They're actually waiting around, but Gatorada might have stepped one step too far as Fultz finds his head.
And SSG gets the leadoff pick again, but they did not succeed past that on the previous round. There's a smoke tossed out from Fultz. Very worried about pressure from the library window. The player from CAG and Black Ray falls off, but not before throwing out those impact nades. Still, 2 of the glass Osa shields, or Osa windows, depending on what you want to call them, available. Some people call them shields, some people call them windows. I mean, they're both. It's a window shield.
Yeah, window shield, I'll take that. Remember, it is a two-way window shield, so both teams can see through it. It is basically see-through. Ayagata now trades it back, evening back the man score to 4 versus 4. That's a punishment and revenge because Fultz was the person who took out his teammate of Gatorada. Now, Annington creeping around. He doesn't have much help. He has the barbed wire. And Ayagata on those trophy stairs, not too far away either. SSG, 47 seconds left, needs to start progressing through the map. It's much of a standstill here as no one's really moving, and that's going to bite the attackers in the rear.
From above, with that ARX in hand, Rampy surveys what could be the bomb site if anybody's inside of it. The answer is no. Ayagator on the back stairs, guns down Bosco, Rampy tosses out a nade. It gets Ayagator, and down he goes. 3v3. 20 seconds left. SSG not too far off of the bomb site. Diffuser in the hands of Skies. Not doing much. SSG at risk of stalling out. Suzu with the ult in hand takes out Rampy. That's one for CAG. Another one adds to it. And there's only a single kill left to Skies in the middle of the bomb site. He's good for a single kill, but that's all she wrote. And CAG, just like that, are up 2-0.
It almost seems like SSG is expecting much more aggression from the side of Cyclops, or at least they'll be moving around the map more, because the plan so far seems to try and find the opening pick, which SSG has done successfully twice in a row, but they've yet to get around from it. That mid-round from SSG really slowing things down, arguably standing still at times. We see here, the first nade came out towards the bomb site with 25 seconds left. Very much no verticality from the side of SSG either, which means they really had limited ways to break it apart. We all know Cyclops, where they thrive are the gunfights. So if you bring it, you really gotta go 100% in, because they will not miss if you give them the option. They will hit you each and every single time. We've seen it against the best teams in the world. They do not miss. Basement is up next. We are going for a side rotation, working our way through as we are getting wins on the defensive side. Going from bar to kitchen to the basement. And next up, if Cyclops, they can make it a 4-for-4 if that's what they want to do. They got all the options on their side for now. And until SSG starts breaking apart their defenses, it will continue to go on this way, I'm afraid. Gatorada bringing mute once again. They've chosen to reinforce off the wall to trench. They do not want to extend out, want to play it more safe. Thatcher is banned, of course, which is why Hot and Cold is bringing the Maverick, because you need some sort of way to get through these walls. Otherwise, it'll be no fun.
Keep our close eyes on that denying of the gadgets and moving on forward. Nice roam play from Cyclops above. That's Anyton on the Vigil. Fresh was talking about this in the green room, and he said when you're looking to take map control and playing up against a team that roams very effectively, a Vigil is an absolute nightmare in this event, and we've seen it many, many times. SSG are usually proficient at droning, though, so it shouldn't be too much of a challenge for them to isolate these offsite players from CAG, but they're playing well with each other. There's backup for Anaton, as Suzu is not far off, playing on those library stairs. Black Ray down below, not particularly connected to them, but still taking up space as well. The split in that sense for numbers should be 2 of Cyclops on the top floor, 1 on the middle floor, and 2 in the bomb site.
Yes, that is the safest way to play it. That way you ensure full map control on all 3 floors, as well as keeping sites safe. And of course, in every single given moment of the round, you want to ensure that the bomb site does not fall into the hands of the attackers. Hayekat's a Thunderbird shotgun, and we've seen that once before. Elevate was the team to bring it, and now Cyclops joins them as well. This is Apex supremacy, and I've known DevMata right now. He is laughing in the green room because he's loving what he is seeing. And SSG, they might not know it's coming, but oh, once he starts firing towards their bodies, they will know for sure. The damage that shotgun can do is really brutal and extremely hard to play against on this close quarter bomb site of basement. But that is only if SSG cannot break the walls, because once they get broken, the range gets opened up and Black Ray takes a ton of damage. But again, remember, there's a Thunderbird on the board.
That is correct. And the Thunderbird has access to the shotgun, not the spear. So close range will be the name of the game for a Gators operator. Black Ray can get back to one of the Kona stations, then the Alibi will be in significantly better shape. And for Black Ray, miles and miles ahead of the rest of the team in terms of kills with 5. For a second, Skies saw some limb, an appendage, by the doorway leading into blue and is waiting for a peek out, but looked the wrong way and you'll be punished for it. Trying to give as little of his own body away with the Thunderbird playing close. Bearing 9 will be the primary weapon. Nades get tossed out, 2 big kills from Skies, he'll start it off. From above, Anyton can cover through the hatch, but you'll have to drop to get to the bomb site. You're losing the rest of your teammates. Down goes Suzu as well. A nitro cell from Anyton goes out, does not connect. Trapped inside a connector and under fire. That means the Vigil will have to walk on down. Adarada shooting away. 1 for Anyton on the flank to come back in, but the diffuser will be the most troubling aspect for Cyclops. Gadarada still watching these angles. Not much you can do, just continue to flick away, no real intel. Where is Anyton? That's the real question. Heading through blue to assist the rest of the team. And the Kona stations will actually give away Anyton's position. But nobody from SSG is too keen to engage. They wait back quite patiently, and they have tons of time to do so. Skies is in, that's 3 kills. 4, not attainable. Anyton says no thanks, that's enough. But with very limited time, you've got to find those last 3 players of SSG and hop on the diffuser. Almost impossible to see that done. Try as they might, it was a good effort from Cyclops, falls short. And on the 3rd round, Spacestation finally gets on the board.
Yep, on the board we are 2-1 scoreline, and the Thunderbird stations, or Kona stations, did quite a lot of work that round. Not only did they reveal the positions of Anyton in that 2vx, but they also managed to fully heal up 2 players from the side of Cyclops. So value-wise, the Thunderbird doing really good job, but ultimately it doesn't really change the round. One-shot headshots will always be one-shot headshots, and gunplay. Doesn't matter with the health, because as long as you're precise, you will fall really quickly on land. Remember, we're playing 0 ping, 0 latency, amazing hit reg. That means almost without with guarantee, everybody will die extremely quickly. Remember, some weapons on the attacking side can do upwards of as much as 47 damage. That means 3 bullets, you're out.
All right. Bar and Gaming back again for CAG. Their rotation does not include that master office bomb site above, Nick.
Nope.
The one thing I will say about Spacestation is even in that round that they won, they still didn't manage the clock all that effectively. And I complimented Spacestation's ability to drone because historically it's been strong. Against an unpredictable team like Cyclops, that might be a bit of a challenge. And it's also not just the team, it can be the map. You and I cast MIBR versus Na'Vi earlier, and on Chalet, both teams struggled a lot with gaining map control and working the clock in their favor. We saw both MIBR and Na'Vi stall out repeatedly on this map. So maybe it's just the map and the current state of the meta and the way that teams are playing it that causes all of these issues. Spacestation, once again, they're good to get the opening picks, but then past that point, they struggle through the mid-round at decision-making. And it was Skies to make space on his own in the previous round. When you open up that wall from Trench, the defenders like to play farther back. Keep one inside a connector, another defender playing close, but not in a position to die from an engagement in that opening, and then a third over by blue. On top of that, Cyclops had some players roaming, though they were able to get back to the bomb site when the call was made. Ultimately, Spacestation again almost fell victim to the clock. They get the diffuser down, and the post plant, it's mighty fine. On a map like Chalet, with a bomb site like Bar Gaming, SSG were quickly in the building before, taking the bottom floor, moving up to Bar, but not really being able to do too much after that, because Cyclops again was roaming. SSG didn't know that, didn't know their positions, and got picked apart one by one.
Yeah, SSG going for a more limited style take so far, and you spoke about the Na'Vi MIBR game. That was actually a 5-1 side swap in favor of the defenders. So out of 6 rounds, defenders win 5, attackers get 1. That was the case for both teams, and we didn't really see attacking wins until OT, because that was the Na'Vi MIBR situation. They won't spoil the outcome, but that's what happened. Faults now on the Nuke. That was the 6 pick, so they shouldn't know the whereabouts. And of course, when you activate Nuke's gadget and you shoot an Alibi Prisma, you actually do not get spotted. That is one of those benefits that Nuke can have, which means Black Ray's operator of Alibi will be rendered not useless, but a little bit less impactful against the likes of Faults himself at least. Now, Basement has been gained control of by SSG. We saw earlier that engagement, but Cyclops, they're up above. They want the first floor, they want the second floor, and Black Ray, he wants a kill. He gets Bosco. That's almost too easy because he was on a drone, I believe. That means now that the advantage is on the side of Cyclops. Black Ray continues to hold on. Library control still on the side of Cyclops. Force again, he has the basement, but Parker, you can't do much with this because the bomb site's all the way across the map.
He's playing Nook, so at least he can get up those basement stairs, but you need to open up that wall into the back bar, as you and I had talked about before, whether you do it with a Maverick, whether you do it with a Hibana, etc. The hard breach that's being brought by Spacestation is exclusively held by Skies.
We've seen this before.
Loves playing this Hibana, and is this going to work? No, it actually looks like it eats by an ADS that was not cleared out.
Yep. That seems to be the case. C4 was thrown towards Hot and Cold as well. Doesn't land, doesn't get the kill, of course. We saw what happened. Volsto sneaks in towards the bomb side, takes out one, but gets traded back by Anitune. That's very good job for him. That's from up above. But that means that Hot and Cold could jump in, and that opens up the round for Rambi. That means 3 versus 2 in favor of SSG, but they got more work to do. 30 seconds left. All members up above. Cyclops, they still hold the bomb site, but they do not have the verticality because Hot and Cold got the hammer, and he's going to start swinging.
Aya Gator on these library stairs as one of the players from Spacestation will start to walk down head-to-head with Rampy. Both great shots, but Aya Gator somehow wins it. Rampy, were you just not expecting it? I'm not entirely certain. All of a sudden, this leaves Hot and Cold in a 1v2. Bullets firing away, and the 2 players from CAG are just simply too strong. Spacestation on, again, another puzzling round, and CAG reacts to that one quite well.
That is one of those rounds where you gotta question SSG, what is going on? It sucks because they had the mid-round adaptation. Foltz got the kill, which opened up the round. Yes, it got traded back from Anyton, but that enabled the rest of his team of Hot and Cold and Ramby to get inside of Library and get 1 kill each. But then it falls apart simply due to a gunfight between Ramby and one member of Cyclops, and unfortunately, they fall a little bit short. Now, we're gonna see some fun from Anyton because he says it's Capcan time on that kitchen dining bomb site. And they're going to get active on the roam as expected. They want to cover as much ground with these traps as possible, especially if you're expecting Foltz to sit on that nuke and crawling around the map. Foltz, though, he says, not anymore. We're going to play the Twitch this time around. An operator that we don't necessarily see that much of, actually banned quite often at the Invitationals. Been a target pick. We saw M&M earlier against Empire actually banning out the Twitch a handful of times. And they also had a formidable game between those two. A new team in M&M against a veteran such as Empire. There are so many good games to be had today. As you said, Parker, Liquid FaZe, they fight later on today as well. So you can pick and choose which games to watch, but they're all going to be great.
Absolutely. And honestly, Cyclops versus Spacestation is a matchup that I was very eagerly anticipating because we didn't know how these teams were going to clash with one another. Stylistically, we didn't know how they were going to clash meta-wise, and as was pointed out by the analysts, despite the fact that they have a similar map pool, that doesn't mean they play the maps the same way. A team in Europe that plays Bank might not play it the same way that a LATAM team does it, just as an NA team that plays Clubhouse might not play it the same way that an APAC team does. So you have to keep an eye on how the teams play it and then assess the matchup based on their history and the way that the meta is shaping up. The one thing that has become quite common on Chalet through the course of this event is how freely teams rotate and play off-site. Yes, there will be roamers everywhere, but the unpredictability factor on Chalet so far has been wonderful. I once again refer back to MIBR versus Na'Vi that we casted earlier today, and the fact that both teams were so adept at just moving around the map quickly, it forces you to be on your toes with entry and with drone work. Spacestation actually have 3 of the 4 opening picks thus far, but that's all they get. They don't end up getting the round after it. They've only got 1 round to their name. So we'll see if they're capable of being better than that. Foltz is on that flex pick, as you talked about.
Yeah, Foltz flexing very nicely. SSG still working on that roam clear. They've now managed to get the trophy solarium area of the map, but Cyclops are going to keep moving around. Remember, they do have the Capcan in play, which means late round, if SSG are slow once again, you'll have to start wondering, are they going to be checking the door frames or running straight through them? And that can mean catastrophe, because those Capcan traps do a mighty fine amount of damage, but damage what Bosco wants, he takes out Gatorada. That's the mute off the board, but the gadget will stay alive, doing its job, denying the breach from the side of SSG. So, now I gotta progress further. Ayagata, inside of Kitchen, has made his way back to the bomb site. He started up above before, which means it's just Anyton all alone. He has to try and do some damage because otherwise he's gonna be helpless as SSG will start making their way down the trophy stairs.
And nade cooked and ready as once again Spacestation finds themselves on such low time, and now they are on an evil man count. An equal man count, maybe even an evil one, as Anyton walks in and takes out Hot and Cold. Still upstairs inside of office, policing this part of the map. As it's right over top of the bomb site, it is crucial that this be held on to for as long as possible. A nade from Rampy sails out and it collects. An advantage once again back in the favor of SSG. These off-site players from CAG will be so crucial. Sky's taken down by a Capcan trap at this level. That is remarkable. Now it's Foltz to get tased away at, and he doesn't know where it is. Finally, with only just a shred of HP, he's taken down and finished off by Black Gray. This is an unconceivable round. CAG are everywhere, all at the same time. They take the first half 4-1.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that hand motion was, like the wheel is spinning around or turning or something like that. But yeah, time and traps. That's the two things that happened that round. SSG were so slow in the mid round again for the third time overall in these first 5 attacking rounds. And that's when the captain comes into play. When you don't have time to check every single door and every single window, that's when the captain shot might just take you out. That's what happened, and Anderton also got a kill with his weapon. BlackRay got the 2k there at the end to finish off the round. Well done for Cyclops. They're maneuvering correctly, and SSG not really sure where the information game was happening because they droned out master bedroom, they droned out office, they had arguably half the map from that piano double door, but they never droned beyond it, so Anderton could just walk on in, take out Hot and Cold on the sledge, and then it's disaster. You lose the verticality, you lose some grenades, and you also create this chaos effect where, oh, SSG, they thought they had control, they thought they had an area secured, and then Anderton said, no, you actually didn't. So SSG need to go a little bit faster, drone a little bit more. But again, it's very much easier said than done because Cyclops are running out the map and they don't care at all. Now, they have not gone to the top floor bomb site of master bedroom. It's been bar into kitchen into basement, into bar into kitchen, into basement. We're very much singing a song, and maybe that's the hand motion we saw earlier, the wheel going round and round and round, because that's what we're doing with the bomb site rotation. We're just going from one place to the second to the third on repeat, and so far it's been working out. The only round SSG has won so far was on the basement the last time around, with Kid Skies planting on that default position and the C4 missed from the side of Cyclops.
Well, this is a fateful round for SSG. You've not burned their timeout just yet. Both teams still have it available, should they want to pull it on out. SSG haven't been able to have much to show for these entries. They've kept up in terms of kills, though. They're not having that much of a problem in the fragging potential, but it's the execute that is the big issue. And that doesn't fall squarely on the shoulders of Skies, but his inability to get in and get the diffuser down, except for the one round where it happened, the only round, in fact, that SSG has succeeded on back in round number 3. The fact that Skies does not have a supporting cast to clear out around the bomb site, despite the fact that Spacestation have 5 of the 6 first bloods, yet only have 1 round, that shows again that the issue for Spacestation is in the mid-round.
It's a nice nade. Nice swing, nice shots, good flashbangs, forcing BlackRay back, and SSG actually, they don't want to contest any further. They know they got 1 kill, they got some damage as well, and that's all they would like to have for now, because they've gotten the half of the map that they care about, which is library and fireplace. I don't think they're going to be making the move into master bedroom because it's too far off their objective, which is going to be fireplace, blue stairs.
It's opened up in the wall from back bar. That's where Rampy is right now. On the ground lays one of the players from CAG, and Rampy sees him doing a ton of damage to Anderton. 2 bullets is almost to the entirety of Wamai's life. And the player from Cyclops just walks away. Anderton doesn't want to engage again. He's got a magnet available to toss on out as the rest regenerate. 1 minute to go. We talked about the mid-round for SSG incessantly. This will be their last time to prove us wrong. Nice shot from SSG as they clean up. The 3 players from CAG, all of whom have died, have been a bit too aggressive, and sometimes it can burn you. But this was the weakest bomb site for Cyclops, and the only site that we saw SSG win on. Finally, some firepower from CAG as Rampy is no more, but yet there is still a massive numbers advantage favoring Spacestation. It slowly narrows as Folks will join Rampy down below, and so does Bosco, all right. Anderton had retaken to mid. Now it's Suzu, also working with Anderton down below. They are both weak, but so is Hot and Cold. Skies is the only one at full HP. Hot and Cold creeps up very tepidly. Skies is planting, and now Hot and Cold is down. That means that Skies has to take matters into his own hands, and he's behind the snowmobile, getting chunked away 5 HP. Secondary out. This is a hopeless situation, and frustration will go in. He doesn't die, but neither does CAG. A 5-1 first half for the Japanese squad is almost as good as it gets.
That was essentially a 2 versus 5 or a 2 versus 4 from Cyclops. Again, frustration. That seems to be the word that we keep bringing up because SSG, such frustrating rounds not going their way. That was arguably the best or second best round we've seen from them. Round 3 basement attack, that was great. This round of round 6 basement attack went really, really good until that last 40 seconds. Yes, indeed, it was a 2 versus 5. Suzu got the vertical kill. Anderton on the roam find one as well. Drop back down, they reunited on side. Skies, last man standing with 2 seconds left, could not plant without cover. And SSG are now going to that defense. Now, this looks very much like the Navi MIBR game, because I said it. 5-1 side swap in favor of defenders. That's what the score says right now. 5 for Cyclops, they were on defense, and 1 for SSG, they were on the attack. So, if we just repeat those numbers, that takes us to OT, and then the team can fight it out. But that, of course, is only if we mirror the exact matchup of Navi and MIBR, which I highly doubt that we will, as these are two very different teams. We're gonna see Hot and Cold bringing out the castle. We're gonna see Folks on the Frost. He's played now, I think I count 5 different operators. And of course, 4 of those were on the attack, as this is the first defending round for SSG. Sky's gonna set up the bomb site instead of dining with the shotgun, while Hot and Cold restructures the windows up above. SSG fully extending upstairs into Master Bedroom Office, as you would expect. Chalet, typically how you want to break down the defense, that you want to move either 1 floor up or 1 floor over from the bomb site. So, if the bomb site is inside of kitchen, you're going to go upstairs into Master Bedroom Office or go over in towards bar and library. That pretty much accounts for every single bomb site in Chalet, so if you guys are curious what teams are doing, keep an eye out for that and see which one of those two the teams use.
Well, LMGs in spades, by the way, 2 in the hands of CAG, 3 actually. They like running this. This was a similar setup that we saw in terms of operator lineup that was brought against Liquid. So Cyclops favoring the munition dumps that can come on in. Hundreds of bullets at their disposal between just 2 operators at a third, and that number continues to increase.
350 between 3 LMGs, by the way. 100, 100, and the 150 on Sophia. That is a lot of bullets that you can fire without having to reload, and that is exactly why it can be so difficult to play against. When you have Frost and UMP on Castle, you're not going to be having fun.
That's a really preposterous amount if you think about it. As a defender, you got to think, are you kidding me? When is this finally going to end? Poor Aruni and Mozzie are sitting here being like, I have 16 bullets in mine.
Yep, 16 is so few.
You sneeze and you're out of bullets on those operators. All that said, nades were so successful for SSG, they seem to be as well for CAG. 1 grenade used, and it's already claimed the first target on Nabasco, but then Anyton falls. Both teams trading back and forth. Rampy's still on the windows, watching his teammates fall around him. He tries to get to safety, but he's caught down below inside a trophy. Black Ray does that, and Cyclops is up 4-2. It's a 5-1 scoreline. That means match point for Cyclops if they can find these last 2 players in Skies and Foltz.
We've seen this exact situation before, but it's reversed. And this time around, Cyclops, they've been so efficient and so quick on their attack. They have a whole minute to work with. They got the sledge alive, which is very useful because, as you see, breaking down the castle barricades and breaking the floor up as well. The reason why SSG lost their attack in this situation was because of the traps from Anyton on that Capcan. Folks, he has the frost trap, so CIG, they need to be aware of it. But being from APAC, I feel like they're used to it. Skies almost gets taken down. That's again the verticality coming into play. Gonna see how the 2v4 plays out, but Skies running to the basement as the last man standing on the defense. Skies, that's not where the bomb site is, my friend. It's inside of kitchen.
Wow. Cyclops are making quick work of this. I don't know if they're aware that the games have gone a little bit longer today, but they're looking at our run of show and saying, oh, are you behind? Have the matches been a bit too competitive? Well, we're going to fix that for you. And Space Station heard it and go, all right, we're cool with that. Yeah, we're okay with that. I would like to remind you that both of these teams enter this matchup as 4th and 5th in their group. Rogue has the day off. The top 2 teams in Liquid, who have clinched at least a top 4 spot in the group, and FaZe, who have not, are playing later today. They might actually be live right now on twitch.tv/Rainbow6Bravo, but I don't have access to see that because I'm just standing here watching our live game feed. Once that match is underway, you can go over there and tune in to it. But for the time being, stick with us because this is an unpredictable match. Shades of the match yesterday.
Yeah.
Liquid had their hands full against Cyclops. They finally woke up, and in the 3rd map, Liquid prevailed. Will Space Station end up on the same trajectory? Well, so far, the script is going the same. Cyclops beating up on a team that historically has quite a lot of international success. I don't know how much farther it's going to go. This is CAG's map. I would be far more concerned if this was Space Station's map, but this is CAG's map. So who knows what happens when we go to Clubhouse.
Yeah, and Clubhouse is like SSG's identity of a map. I think the analyst, Jess and First, kind of spoke on that. So you would expect SSG, if anything, to lose out the first map of Chalet, but then come back really strongly on Clubhouse. But then we talk about the mental game. How are you feeling inside the game? If you go from Chalet into Clubhouse with a ton of frustration, you have to wonder if that will affect your performance, because it's going to be a long series for SSG. If they lose out in the first map, they gotta go all the way here, then they gotta go on to Clubhouse, then they gotta go all the way to Bank, the third map decider. Or, of course, you can just lose it on Club and that's that. You don't gotta worry about Bank at all. But if you're SSG, you do not want to think that ever. You want to go the distance, you want to make a comeback, and you want, of course, to win. And that goes to both the players, the coach, and the fans. And if you're Cyclops, you can be extremely happy and proud right now, but keep in mind that Cyclops, they tend to get sloppy and overconfident once they have the lead. They are known to almost win a map and then somehow still lose it. I don't want to say they're throwing, because obviously it's not intentional, they would never do that, but it does almost seem to be that way sometimes.
I will say that the first map yesterday against Liquid and CAG, despite it being a CAG victory, still went by a scoreline of 8-7. Liquid finally woke up, and things went okay for both of the teams, and you walk away, and then Liquid wins the next two maps in okay fashion, doing so in overtime 8-6, and then in more convincing fashion in 7-3 to end the day. And it was a bit of a mood ruiner for CAG fans, right? And even just for an impartial observer, if you want the team that doesn't historically win to win, the chaos timeline, as it's often referred to as, then you don't necessarily want a match that's been as close as it is to be a blowout in the final and third map. That said, Liquid obviously asserted their dominance, but Cyclops giving them the gears shows you that they can compete. This is the same Cyclops team that almost made it out of the groups in Mexico, that gave birth to the freakiest freak scenario we've ever seen, where there was a rematch because there needed to be, because of the tiebreaker, and then Team 1 wins it, and then they go on to win the whole event, etc. So Cyclops clearly are a skilled team, and I don't want anybody thinking otherwise. That said, match point for Cyclops, SSG will have to win out and then go to overtime in order to beat Cyclops. That is a heady task. That's at least 25 minutes where Cyclops will not be able to win a single round. And after SSG has taken their time out, they're hoping that it pays immediate dividends, because if it doesn't, that's map number 1 in the books for Cyclops.
Yeah, and when we speak of Cyclops or 8-Pack, we often say crazy gun skill, but honestly, they are so much more than that these days. CAG can be described as they don't care about the meta. They don't care about the way they're supposed to play the game, but it's a trade-off 1-for-1, but Hot and Cold still oh so low on health. And yeah, as I was saying, Cyclops, they don't care about the right approach. They play it their way. It works sometimes, others it doesn't. And speaking of that, it's an LMG with a silencer of all things. Neck comes out, forces Hot and Cold to swing, but oh boy, that aim is crispy.
A nice play by Hot and Cold, who was on just 1 HP, and maybe a little bit of restlessness there from Gatorada, as he was unable to connect, despite the fact the team knew Hot and Cold was in that corner. That's what the nade for, was to zone out. Gator gets one back, though, onto Fultz. We see a twitch with the DMR instead of the F2. That is an abnormality. Smokes get tossed out. In a brief moment, there will be a pause to pull the Legion Mine out of his foot. A 3v3. Can't call it a standstill. But Skies will greet the first player to go down the stairs. There you go, AUG in hand. It's the Capitao with the LMG. So many bullets. 30 more to go. Nothing Skies can do. Suzu down for the count. That's Hot and still on a tear with just 1 HP. What will he be able to accomplish? Diffuser getting planted. And there you go, a jiggle peek from Hot, and he's insane. A player who they have been so critical of internationally, suddenly hitting the marks. In a 1v1, Bosco finishes the deal against Anaton, and it's a denial of the map being clinched for the Japanese squad. SSG answer back, but again, it's a butt clencher.
It is a butt clencher indeed, and I mean, what are we saying?
Am I allowed to say that? Can I say that?
If I said booty earlier, you can say butt clencher as well. I think we're in the clear here. If not, you know what? We can just leave and not be doing this tomorrow, but honestly, I'd rather be here and do this again.
If you suddenly hear me get silenced.
Oh boy. We're seeing LMGs with suppressors. We're seeing Twitch playing DMR, which should be illegal, but unfortunately it is not. We see a round go the entire way to that 1v1 with very few seconds left between Bosco and one member of CAG. Oh boy. In other words, Hot and Cold 4K, ace denied, doesn't manage to go all the way through as he suffered a wallbang from the LMG. We've seen quite a lot of 4Ks at SI 2022. We've seen very, very few actual aces, which is all 5 kills. Dan from Empire got the very first one, I believe it was yesterday, and I don't actually know if anybody's gotten one since. I haven't heard about it. But yeah, as I said, I think it's the third or fourth 4K that we've seen today from multiple matchups. Hot and cold, unfortunately, not the first North American to get it this time around, but he's 8-8, so he's 1 for 1. He's doing quite all right. Let's look at the kills across both teams real quick. 8-8 Hot and Cold, 4-6 Bosco, 3-7 Foles, 6-7 Ramby, and 4-7 Skies. You look at CIG, pretty casual stuff down the line if you start top to bottom, but then you see Anderson, 12-6, playing Capital LMG, having too much fun if you will, and Gatorada playing LMG Finger silenced, of all things. That means you do a little bit less damage, you have a little bit more recoil, but that's just about it. You still keep the 100 bullets, you still keep the grenades, you still keep the value of the gadget. The silencers, they can kind of keep the enemy second guessing, where am I being shot from? What's happening? What's going on? And when you're playing as chaotic as Cyclops are, I'd argue it's actually not a bad approach to have.
Well, unpredictability on defense is something that, once again, we have seen on Chalet all day. Can CAG bring it on to attack? The answer in that previous round was yes. The LMG with suppressor, coupled with the fact that we saw the Twitch DMR, which, as you said, should be illegal. I honestly think it's brought because, A, the DMRs on attack all do crazy damage.
They do.
If you think about the damage that Blackbeard's DMR does, that Maverick's DMR does, the problem is always the rate of fire. But the buff to DMRs has been their soft destruction. They blow open walls in a shot or two far better than most ARs and SMGs do. That's a big perk of having them. You saw it in action when Ayagator was shooting through the wall over towards Trench Wall with that DMR. It opened the whole thing up.
Oh, the fire. Ramby falls down. They had the 1x disc, they had the ADSs, and somehow, with a nice lineup from Aniton, went for the window, cleared one thing with the smoke grenades, came back to the trophy window, and then used the fire from below, actually evading the 1x discs from the side of Bosco. Cyclops doing a really good job at problem solving this early thing in their way, and that's often where teams go wrong. We speak about APAC not being the greatest region in the world, but honestly, Parker, they are goddamn close these days around.
They absolutely are, and it was tweeted out actually by Ali Mao earlier where he said every region is on the same level at this point, and this is a very competitive event. As somebody who often sings the praises of LATAM supremacy, well, I would take his advice, or I'd take his expertise over just about everybody else. 2 kills for SSG, answered back by 1 from CAG, a swing from Bosco through that soft destruction, and now the same position for him. Skies on the stairs, could come head first against Black Ray. Gatorada getting into the action as he just tries to merge slowly with his other teammate. An explosion over that window from SSG, and they know exactly where CAG are going to come from.
Look at him checking for the first trap. That is again, the APAC approach, right? I feel like I would have forgotten about it by now, even though Force has boarded 2 rounds so far. But making sure you don't get caught in the first trap is a very good approach to jumping in a window. Otherwise, your teammate will be in a 1v3.
Retrievable, by the way, but in dire straits. Oh, what did you just talk about? The Frost Mat. He walks right into it. Skies and Fultz clean up one of the 2 players inside of the Frost Mat. Pog Mat, as they call it. And we are looking at, again, as so many of these maps are, a very defender-sided Chalet. That's 2 rounds in a row for Spacestation. Again, they've got 3 more rounds to win in order to go to overtime. That is still a very narrow window. I think this is a CAG timeout, by the way. We'll wait for official call because Spacestation has already used theirs, but you got to get in it because just emotionally, Cyclops might be in rough shape.
Yeah, that, and I mean, you got many more rounds to go with your CAG. You can lose the next, it doesn't matter, then win the one following that, and still, you got it, because you are on map point. It is map 1 on Chalet, and I think taking the time out now to really talk things through and try and close it out. You do not want to go to OT. We spoke earlier about how, you know, CAG, they don't really close out rounds. They seem to get the advantage, they get the numbers, and then somehow enemies, they make a comeback, either via adaptation, they get used to the playstyle of CAG, or simply just because CAG, they seem to, I don't know, not try less, but just not really try enough, if you will. They seem to play with a lot of fun, which of course, that is a good approach to the game, but also you gotta make sure you get 7 rounds on the board. Then you can laugh, then you go next and do the same thing again. They were showcasing us a bit of operators while you guys were watching the player cams. They were hovering the Lion, hovering the Jackal, hovering the Dokkaebi. They're trying to figure out what the exact approach will be, and of all operators, we almost saw a Gridlot 6 pick, but Blackray changed his mind. It'll be the Flores instead. Anyton, bring out the Lion for the first time. They want to ensure that the members of SSG are going to be standing still when they want them to. The only player that can move will be a player inside a mute jammer from Bosco, as there's no Vigil on the board from SSG. The roam game not going to be as strong as it was from that of Cyclops.
Every single bomb site now being shown as this bedroom and office bomb site comes into play from Spacestation. Something that's been talked about in the North American League is the flexibility of Spacestation on these bomb sites, and it's been a hallmark of almost every single team here at the Invitational.
Yeah.
Teams will go just about anywhere, and I have no doubt that when we go to Clubhouse on the next map, we will see all 4 bomb sites.
See a bar.
Bar and Stocks play rate today has actually been decently high across all of the clubhouses since the first match this morning.
Yeah. And that is surprising, but then again, when maps have been in the map pool for quite some time and you are at a big event, it's not atypical to think that players will start bringing pocket strats for those specific bomb sites. We also saw a new team such as M&M. They're showing a different way to how to play Oregon. For most teams, that is like a standard way of approaching it from current Pro League teams. They're like new up-and-coming Tier 2. They just qualified, but they got funkier strats, and I think that's a nice way to put it because CAG themselves also very funky in their gameplay, not afraid to try out different things, and so far they've had like 3 different playstyles, I'd say, on attack. Some have been really fast-paced, some have been slower-paced, and right now they're trying to figure out which one works the best as they're bringing out the Lion. Standing still right now is a slow one.
The Lion running the DMR as well. This DMR love from CAG. I'm waiting for Suzu to get off of drone to see if the DMR is being brought from Maverick as well. First Lion charge is going to go out, and no, it's the regular M4. So you don't have to worry about 3 DMRs on this team, but both Anyton and Aegator will be running the exact same loadout in terms of weaponry. Fascinating. First kill goes to Gadarata, and another one of those EE1Ds will be burned, but Anyton falters. 14 kills for him, by the way, quietly amassing an impressive body of work.
Yeah, and actually, we see opening kills going mostly in favor of CAG, but often also traded right back from SSG. This is the 3rd time in 4 rounds where the opening kill has been answered back within just a few seconds. So opening kill doesn't mean as much as it usually does. That means that SSG playing tight together, not allowing CAG to run away with the man advantage, and that is exactly what you need to be doing because it is map point. You cannot lose this round. You need to claw your way back from that 6-1 situation that they found themselves inside of. And they're doing a pretty good job so far, winning the last 2 rounds. They need more.
They absolutely do. Again, one of the issues here on Chalet is the ability for teams to drone in and gain intel. 5 drones available for Cyclops, and they're all on the players that are still alive. Blackray and Gadarata have both of their drones in action. As long as they stay alive, they can pilot them somewhere else on this map. Toying with the windows is the Maverick. Gadarata is down. Aegator is 1 HP. This is not going well for CAG. They are getting absolutely demolished right now by Spacestation. The remainder of Aegator finished off by Rampy. On Repel is Suzu, looking into office and off. All right, down below, 20 seconds left. Gadarata surging through the bottom of the map. All of CAG are repositioning over by the trophy stairs. This is a deliberate call. Hot and Cold could potentially net 3 kills, but look at, they're just walking up the stairs and he's there. A triple kill for him. How about a quad kill? He dies, but CAG were all out of options. My goodness. And they end up all getting buried in the same spot. Still match point, but SSG 3 in a row.
You'd think having 3 players in Cyclops running at you would be scary. Hot and Cold stood his ground.
He's laughing.
Yeah, he's laughing. He's like, oh, you ran at me. I took all 3 down. I got injured. It doesn't really matter. It's a trade. SSG can be happy. They won the round. And again, we're getting closer and closer to that comeback being enabled. Yeah, Hot and Cold. Good job, Hot and Cold. Good job. I would have personally just run away if I saw that, run to bathroom and say, you know what? Time is running low. My teammates will be there. We'll figure it out. But sometimes you gotta stand your ground and just take the fight, and that's what they did. 6-pick coming out from Hot and Cold. He wants to get onto the Warden. This is funny because the Ying is banned, first of all. And secondly, CIG actually showed their signature pick of the Munty, but they 6-picked off it from one shield to another, Munty to Osa. And we saw this in the earlier rounds, actually from Fulps on the side of SSG. They were playing the Osa for a little bit, didn't really find that much success for it. But for the basement attack of CIG, this could work quite beautifully if they manage to get open up the walls. This will create very long angles. You can then put down the Osa shield and then play behind it, safe and sound. You got the cover, and the only way that SSG can play around that is they have one impact from Rambi, who will likely be roaming, and then they have a C4 in Hot and Cold and a C4 in Bosco. But remember, C4s can only be tossed so far, so as long as Anderton puts his shield back far enough, well, the C4 simply won't reach, the shield will stay alive and the cover will stay there the entirety of the time. Skies denying the walls with the Kite Claw. That's going to be a big problem for CIG, as there is no Maverick on the board, there is no Thatcher on the board, as that is banned. All that they have is explosive, they have grenades, but they only have 2. If you miss, you only have 1 left. And remember, they need 2 grenades to strike true, as there will be 2 Kite Claws on this map to stop them from achieving their objective.
Talon shield put out, Talon window put out, whatever you'd like to call it. That's the Osa shield. And a nade goes in, dislodging anybody playing on the stairs from down below up to the main lobby. Sky's playing in that spot. He gets droned out. There's barbed wire there as well to alert him of any presence of a player heading down. Electric Claw firmly planted on that hard wall, and you need something to shake it off. CAG have not really brought anything to deal with it. So what are they going to do to shake it away? Are they going to instead opt for another part of the map? There's only 2 Electric Claws at the disposal of a Kaid, so that means that unless there's an additional operator put in, like say, I don't know, Bosco's Mute, that you will have some difficulty opening things up. But just like that, they've actually managed to do it. They get it open, and now they all stand behind this shield. They're going to smoke and go for broke. In goes Anaton, down falls Black Ray. SSG are gunning them down. This strategy from CAG seems well thought out, but it is in fact not going the way they want. Hot and Cold, the first casualty for Space Station. Anaton behind the shield, the deployed shield for Osa, not a deployable shield, but one of her own. Diffuser in hand. Tries to bait it out. Wary of what could happen down the main stairs. It's a 2v4, so you have to rely on the Thermite to cover. A potential drop as there's Rampy from above, called out, spraying through, lots of damage done to Anaton. Still there though. As now you've fallen back, you have to surrender some control of the garage. This was a go for broke strat from CAG, and it did not work the way they were intending.
I really respect the try to rush, but then again, you don't go for the plant instantaneously. Anderton was sitting there, waiting with his gun up, expecting a fight from SSG, but joke's on you, there was nobody on the fireplace stairs. There was no one up above to respond until you gave them so much time to respond, rotate around, and therefore get into position. And now, you're in quite a bad situation. You have almost no health, that's your last smoke grenade, you don't even have cover, because Suzuki is going up above. You have to pray that the smoke is enough, but it's not. Sky has a C4, Rambi stays on the roam, and they both find 1 kill each. Now, we're getting very close for SSG.
SSG so in control of this half, and the defenders are continuing to put up good performances. I like what CAG attempted there. I really, really do, but there was just a couple things that they needed to have done before that. Number one, the smokes did not fully obscure their push in. There was hesitation with the Osa shield, which didn't even go in first, by the way. No. The Osa shield was either second or third even through the breach. You typically want that to lead the charge and have smoke fully blanketing it out. You have to bait out the nitro cells as well, and most importantly, that staircase leading from lobby needs to be watched. If you don't have somebody physically there, you need to ensure that nobody is going to rush down it, throw an impact or a nitro cell to take you out of action. So Space Station on CAG's map have mounted one of the more impressive comebacks that we've seen so far through the 4 days of the 6 Invitational, and are now a single round away from shooting this first game into overtime.
Yep. So far, we've seen 1 round win on attack from SSG and 1 round win from CAG on the attack as well, which means heavily defender-sided Chalet. Something that only a few months ago we would think would be impossible, because this map started out as quite attacker-favored, and then over time kind of evened out depending on the playstyle and team, of course, in question, and the operator bans as well. Nowadays, somehow, someway, we're finding ourselves in the opposite spectrum, and I think it's because the teams have started to figure out how to play the map more. As we spoke about on the defense, people roam a lot more. They understand that map control is super important. It's not as simple as just walking in if you're attacking. No, because there's going to be 3 or 4 defenders running around, and you then need to somehow figure out 1, where they are, 2, how to kill them, and 3, you only have 3 minutes on the clock from the beginning, plus you gotta run up towards the building before you can start droning. And that has been the issue for both Cyclops and SSG and Na'Vi and MIBR, as both of those teams played the very similar way on Chalet. So that goes to wonder, is it better to spread out thin on the attack, cover more of the map and keep the defenders guessing, or is it better to stay together with 4 or 5 people and shove around the map? It's very hard to do the hammer anvil strat, because if you spread yourselves too thin, then you're just exposed to runouts, jump outs, and of course 1 versus 1 gunfights, and that's a 50-50 chance at best.
Back at All Reliable, by the way, for CAG, they do not have a single hard breacher on the board. Instead,
oh boy,
they are running with this LMG strat. I don't know if they're aware of this, but, you know, the LMGs cannot shoot through reinforcements. Once again, it looked like a quick get into the map and take no prisoners style of gameplay was what they were going for. It does not work. They shoot out one of the castle barricades, but they don't repel on in. And the greatest counter that Spacestation has is a frost. There are frost mats, and if you have not droned and think that you can make a cheeky entrance, those mats will be there to greet you.
Absolutely. Rampy juking the fire by just an inch. He doesn't have a lot of space to work with. Those discs have now been burned in ADSs, of course, but they will recharge over time. That means the longer SSG can delay for, the better for them. Cyclops, they've burned most of their utility. They have no nades. They only have 3 flashbangs and 1 arrow left from the side of Anitun. That means SSG, you're in the driver's seat. If you don't overstep your boundaries, there's no way for them to take you out. I think they know this, and they're playing their cards smart, because they are waiting for CAG to make the first move.
And CAG just tried to do it with Suzushi, taking a ton of damage. Gatorada dropping Rampy, and another lined up too, but on the floor doing the worm is Bosco. Fultz in on it too, Skies as well, a double, and it's Anitun against all of SSG but Rampy. It almost certainly seems like overtime, unless Anitun is able to pull off one of the most insane clutches we have ever seen in the history of Rainbow Six. And I say that without any hyperbole. The things required to go right for Anitun quite high, but immediately things go wrong. That's the round, and that's the second half. Space Station put together 5 rounds in a row. Cyclops in major trouble on their own map. Overtime is required to put this one away, and it's old familiar for Space Station. They just won 5 defensive rounds in a row. Well, they're going to go to defense right away, and then get a second crack at defense if they win this first round, because then you need at least 1 more. So we'll see. SSG defending twice. Cyclops defending once. Very first bomb site is going to be downstairs on Garage.
If the script is true, as it was earlier in the day, as we keep bringing up in the Na'Vi MIBR game, we're going to see attackers somehow, for no reason, start dominating in overtime. So if you're SSG, you're looking at it. They won the last 5 rounds of defense in a row. But funnily enough, they only got the opening kill kind of once, because every other time they got it was instantly traded back. So CAG, on the paper, did really good, but SSG did even better by managing to close out the rounds 4 versus 5. And now we need to see once again on the basement, where last time it got kind of bloody. Cyclops have been throwing these kind of, I'm gonna call them one-off strats into the face of SSG. Parker, you called them, I don't know, side rushers or something like that, or something of that like.
Is that what I called them, Nick?
Side rush. What you had to?
What did I call them?
I don't know. You were like getting fast in there kind of playstyle vibe.
Getting fast in there kind of playstyle vibe strat is exactly what I called it.
Exactly that.
Exactly.
It's a long name, so I'd recommend if I can to shorten it down, because on a strat book you need like another piece of paper to like extend.
We'll workshop it. We'll workshop it.
All right, we'll workshop it. Anyway, basement it is. Hot and cold actually bringing out the Vigil, which means the roam is now enabled. When you have impacts on the Vigil as well, as we saw in Rampage previously, you can make use of verticality. That means if CAG doesn't clear out the map, they're going to have a very bad time with the flanks. And that's also why Susu C bringing out the Dokkaebi is going to favor them quite nicely. Wow, look at that. As that will help them take out the roam, you get control over the cameras once you get the opening kill. And again, opening kill is oh so important for that exact reason of the Dokkaebi. You get even more value out of it.
You just saw a vault in from CAG and they shot the ground underneath the window, which leads me to believe that they don't know every single operator that Spacestation has, and they are worried that a Frost might have been 6th picked into, because if you are certain there's no Frost on the board, there's really no reason for you to do that. Maybe a goo mine from Rampy if you think it's on the window, but you're looking out for those Frost mats. And with the prevalency that SSG has been running Frost, that's a good assumption to have. Obviously, the whole point of the 6th pick is to conceal one of those operators. Bosco is under heavy fire from Gatorada inside a piano. Continuous spam marks coming in from this position, but Bosco's now fallen off. The hatch was open, and he's been able to get the hell out of there.
Remember, this is a basement defense, and SSG are just all over the place. There's only really Falls and Skies inside, with the last 3 remaining players roaming 1 floor up above. They'll start working their way down as the time progresses, because SSG, they don't care too much about the map. They want the bomb site to be safe, but if you can burn the time and kill some drones and burn some utility, you'll put yourself in an even better position for once the bomb site becomes the play. Meanwhile, all this is happening, Anyton, he's painting something on the wall. It looks like a square, and so far, looking quite nice indeed. Those edges are nice and soft, they're not that rough, and that means that it will have a way in. The wall has now been made soft. That's something you can do with Maverick if you go from left to right or right to left. And that will create them an entry point into sight. But with 40 seconds left to go in this 5v5, that does favor the defenders. But then again, Gatorada gets the opening kill onto Rampy with a second onto Bosco.
All of a sudden, the guns are hitting their marks for CAG, overwhelming the defenders of Space Station. Skies and Hot and Cold, the only 2 players to have broken double digits are left, and Hot and Cold will continue to add to his tally. He's got the wall carved out. It's Gatorada in tow, but Hot and Cold at such close range is able to win that fight with a single HP to his name. He'll walk out and reclaim his spot upstairs inside a lobby. Finished off by Gator, and it's Skies in a 1v2, make it a 1v1. Keep away from the Kaid, 7 seconds left for him to bide time. The thing is that Anyton has access to the fuser and he'll play around it, but you don't beat Skies in that close proximity, not like that. Suddenly, Space Station Gaming have done something that's been impossible for this entire map, and it's grabbed the lead. It's SSG on match point.
So, fun fact, I'm going to break some hearts here. If Gatorada didn't use the silencer on the LMG, Hot and Cold would have died, putting CAG in that 1 versus 2 with ease. But because Gatorada used the silencer, it allowed for Hot and Cold to win the gunfight and survive with 1 HP. So fun fact, as fun as silencers can be, sometimes they achy break your heart, and other times they're fun as a party. That's what I'm gonna say, because I was gonna say a bad word. Fun as a party, that's what they are. Bar. That's where we'll go. SSG have to show that they can do this on attack. If they do just that, they'll have won the last 7 rounds in a row if they can muster up this attacking win. Cyclops continue to get the opening kill time and time and time and time again, but they cannot convert it into a round win for their life. And that just means, again, SSG, the clutch factor we always speak about.
I actually find this stat particularly funny, Nick, is that in the first half, a 5-1 half in favor of Cyclops. It was SSG who got the majority of the opening picks. In the second half, a 5-1 half for Space Station. It was Cyclops who got the majority of the opening picks. So both of these teams have been very successful when it comes to starting off the killing. But the follow-up killing is very subdued for these teams. So it's almost the inverse of the stat line where we say, well, you know, if you get the first pick 80% of the time, you win the round. This time, it's you don't want the first pick. Do everything in your power to avoid that first pick. The rest of the team, I beg you, don't get in there and get the first pick. Let the opponents have it. And you know what it's going to end with? It's going to end with round 15. They're all just going to be in the same room. All 10 players, nobody killing one another because they don't want to give it up.
It's like the sacrifice. We sacrifice X player to then win the round, and that's honestly quite worth it if you ask me.
I believe the official call is blood for the blood god?
Blood for the blood god would sound very accurate, Parker, and that's what we've seen so far. Blood each and every single round. And I don't think this round will be any different because SSG doing what they did on one of the the third attack that they had back in the day. They're gonna take basement first, open up this wall into stock. That's gonna allow them some pressure into side, but then last time they worked their way outside the basement and started working first and second floor. Gotta keep an eye on the timer because last time SSG was on attack, which was a while ago, that was their problem. They kept stalling in the mid round, they kept taking too much time. When the time is low, they run it through, but they make mistakes, and that's how CAG claws it back.
SSG usually had a kill by now. We are firmly in the mid-round with about half of the round to go, and I think I just spoke it into existence. Bosco punishing Anaton, the best player for CAG, 14 kills, and more importantly, playing on that very pivotal role of smoke. So you've got an avenue into the bomb site that will no longer be protected by those gadgets. It is an active gadget, meaning that smoke dies with them in pocket. A minute to go. SSG hit an adrenal surge, and now they can afford to wait a little bit. They don't need to immediately push into the bomb site because they got that first pick. They can still do drone work and then assess where they want to strike.
Absolutely true, and again, as you said, they can now just wait. They can now execute at 20 seconds, 15 seconds, it doesn't matter. There isn't anything to stop them besides the guns and 1C4 from Gatorada and SSG. They want to make sure they hit this site with knowledge, with information, so that they can make the right decision, because if you misstep, that's going to be the round and you go 7-7. You want to avoid that as you walk in, but Bosco finds one with Rambi following up shortly after. Ayagata answering back. The chaos unfolds, but SSG, they come out on top. 2 versus 4 with 15 seconds left. And Suzuki on this blue stairs can't do enough. The last player is Gatorada. He's also up top. Yellow ping comes out and he finds the diffuser of hot and cold, but now he's left all alone. 1 versus 3 and time is ticking down. SSG will start planting once again. Is there information? Is there a ping? There is. He's trying to find the angle. He can't quite get it because guys, he finds him, and SSG somehow, some way wins every single round in a row to take Chalet, the first map of this best of 3.
7 maps in a row. 7 damn rounds in a row to take the map. I am just, my brain is melted inside of my skull, Nick.
Oh boy.
This is...
We saw it all.
When we looked at our matches today and we knew we had CAG versus Spacestation, we said to each other, you know, this can go one of two ways. This can be a real close nail biter, or it can be an absolute stomp. And I mean, you might have a messy game, you might have a clean game, but so far it has lived up to its billing. Both of these teams, knowing that they are towards the bottom of their group and they are playing like their lives depend on it. The thing for Cyclops is that their map was Chalet. They just surrendered it 7-8 to Space Station, and you said that Clubhouse was interwoven with SSG's identity. Well, guess what the next map is? It's Space Station's pick on Clubhouse.
Clubhouse time. I would like to preface right now before the ban phase after the break once we get there that I would like to see a Monty ban from SSG. Fully out, take it off the board. Anaton did showcase it on Chalet, but then 6 picked off it. I think SSG can be super comfortable if they get a default Clubhouse, right? The way that most teams normally play it, and the way that Chalet is. You know, out on the map at Roamers, it's hard to control your opponent, especially on attack. That's where they struggled. But on Clubhouse, it's much more compartmentalized, it's much more default. You know what to expect, you know where the enemies are going to be, and that's where SSG are so much stronger than the likes of Cyclops, presumably.
Presumably, because we saw Cyclops go out to a massive lead in the first half, and then SSG reeled it in. We have not been able to accurately predict almost any of today's matchups. If you think about it, almost every single result has been the opposite of what the majority of us as casters have guessed. So most people going into this matchup would have guessed that SSG would take it. The first map goes in SSG's favor. You're right there, but anything can happen. On Clubhouse, SSG are going to look to knock CAG out of today's match. We'll see exactly what happens, but first a break, and then we'll be back with more Rainbow Six. Map 1 is in the books between Space Station and the Japanese squad of Cyclops Athlete Gaming. And would you believe it? On Cyclops' map, it's SSG who pull off a remarkable 7-round comeback to win the whole thing. So now we go to Clubhouse. Before we get there, we're going to bring up the game summary for you, so don't worry at all. But Clubhouse is next for these teams. This is one of SSG's strongest maps, always has been. And as you said, it is a part of the fabric that is Space Station.
We all know the SSG basement roam. I think that's kind of what spoke their identity towards SSG, because they have this strat on the basement where they roam around, they got the castle and bar, they're going top floor, and everyone is now seemingly doing that same thing. So, of course, SSG kind of pioneers of the map. Map summary of Chile that we just played is on your screen right now, and we see some high numbers here.
Just look at rounds 8 through 14. Unbelievable. just unthinkable. Wow. Killing. And really, Hot and Cold and Skies carried the way. Hot and Cold is the MVP of the NAL, and guess what? His performance at international events over the last year has not been very good, and it's raised some questions about whether he is a big fish in a little pond, because when he gets to Mexico, when he gets to Sweden, his performance isn't particularly good. Well, I gotta ask some questions about him as a player, but today he has answered them so far. And I gotta say, kudos to him for doing that. He showed up big, he had a couple huge rounds, and he looks very confident. I wouldn't think that against a team like CAG he would do that because of the unpredictability that they bring.
You say Hot and Cold, but I want to talk about Skies. 15 kills playing support, trying to plant multiple times, of course. But also what happened, no plants really came down, at least not in the last half of the rounds. But Skies doing what he did on the role that he was given, also breaching the walls and making sure that SSG could progress to the map. Really, really impressive. And you know, there is no I in team. You need everybody to work together in union, and that is what SSG did better than the side of Cyclops. We are now in Clubhouse. We're getting in. Map bans are on the way. First opening ban from SSG as they will start on defense, and they actually take off the Maverick, which means Monty is open. I want to see it. I know Jess wants to see it. I know Dev Marta wants to see it, but will Cyclops actually have the strength to pull it out?
Not entirely sure. We've seen a couple Monty plays so far this event. It's a fascinating operator to watch. Buck is gone. That's an operator that Hot and Cold or Rampy can play. They're both very familiar with it. And more importantly, while it is not just a target ban, Buck is pretty versatile on this entire map. It can be upstairs on the CCTV wall, it can be inside of kitchen, it can be the hallway surrounding it over top of the main stairs. So you remove a really versatile operator, like I said. Joining him is Mira, and what's the last to go? Unlikely that it'll be Valkyrie, right?
Oh, whoa.
Alibi.
Alrighty-o. That's a target ban. I said earlier on Chile that SSG, in my notes, likes to target ban enemies on each and particular map. Alibi on Clubhouse is not played that commonly. It's actually played mostly on the gym defense of all things. You can kind of use the Alibi prisoners inside the windows of master bedroom, gym, and construction, kind of acting like a frost trap where if you jump in, you don't get injured, but you do get spotted by the red ping, and also the Alibi prism kind of blocks half of that window frame. So once you're shooting to the side, you're just gonna get spotted. It's annoying, it's frustrating, and of course, I mean, we can expect Cyclops to probably play it on basement roam game or something along those lines, but yeah. Target ban from SSG, we'd love to see it. And of course, Cyclops paid their respects as well because they took the block off the board. Not super common, but if you're against SSG, not a bad choice at all. Basement is where it all begins. Remember, there is no Mira either because Cyclops took care of business. That means that basement becomes, I don't want to say much harder, but I do know that SSG with the Mira open, that's how they managed to win rounds. Last time they played Clubhouse, that was against FaZe, and that was an 8-6 victory to SSG. So against one of the best teams in the world, FaZe Clan, who won Sweden Major, SSG managed to win 8-6 against them, and that speaks volumes to how good SSG are on this map. And now Cyclops, they really have a hard task ahead of them because guess what? We're kind of seeing the SSG roam in full effect, although without the castle. But we'll get active, we'll be on the map, we'll be running around, we'll be burning time and making life hard for CAG.
Oh, to be a fan of CAG must be so tough.
Very hard.
Coming close and then choking it in the clutch. Time and time again. This has been a struggle of a few teams here, actually. The Sonics fell victim to it earlier today, as did OXG. It's something that Rogue has struggled with as well, and something that Leon Gids talked about yesterday after their matchup. So many missed opportunities or good potential. So, if you are CAG, you just got to clean it up. That's it. The final 30 seconds, the final couple rounds, when pressure is the highest, you have to play with a bit more confidence.
Yeah, it's almost like CAG, they managed to kind of surprise their opponents for a couple of rounds, and then once that effect wears off and you acclimate, it doesn't really work the same way anymore, but they started off pretty strong on the previous map of Chalet, starting off pretty strong now. That's Rambi off the board, a key player of SSG, but then again, one player isn't. Good trade back by Bosco onto Gatorada, but he's gonna be stuck inside a gym. He does hatch the hatch next to him, but it has not been opened yet. He has 6 bullets in his magazine. It's nothing compared to an LMG, and that's what Ayagata has, and that's what he shows. That means that Bosco then falls next, and this is quite an efficient roam clear from CAG. They found 2 kills, they got half the round to go, and they forced the last remaining roamer of Hot and Cold and Falls to walk back into the basement because you've simply lost too many people and too much ground. And yeah, if you're a CAG fan, Parker, it's a very stressful time. They're looking so good sometimes, and just 1 round to go in Chalet, they weren't looking as good as they are now. It's going to be a good game to come.
That is absolutely correct. Cyclops have seemingly found new motivation and a new lust for life on a map that might not be the one that they are used to playing at such a level. I don't know what Anaton is doing, but he's waiting, calling for a drone to come in before he drops, because the moment that he does, that Banshee is going to open up, and immediately SSG is going to know of his presence. 45 seconds now, and Skies will be the one to take on Anaton when he does drop. You forced him off of the alibi on defense. On attack, he's going to play more of these utility-based operators. Double hard breach as well for CAG, and it's working. Both Black Ray and Suzu are on drones. SSG have allowed them an opportunity to walk into church. Not all these walls are reinforced. So if you drop, you have to take the gunfight to SSG. Hot and Cold has been so good over the last map. Can he keep it up? Black Ray walks in. The answer, no. Suddenly, CAG are just mopping the floor with Space Station, but they fight back. Skies with a shotgun in the midst of his own smoke, getting the call. He'll smoke down towards the main stairs and now go through blue. Diffuser planted. Suzu stops Fultz on the retake, so the second best player last map has to do what he can. Flashed out, he knows that there's a player over by blue, and he runs towards Oil Pit. They're all flashed up. Sky's re-engaging, and he looks the wrong way. A huge round from CAG to start Clubhouse.
Absolutely phenomenal, absolutely massive, and very, very impressive. Once again, CAG getting really loud and really excited, thumbs up and all the things alike. And then we see SSG not having as much fun, but we see a smile from Skies. He knows, guys, we got more rounds to come. We did it before, we can do it again. If this plays out the same way, you could almost argue that SSG will have an easier time the second time around because they know it's possible. Why? They've already done it. And to be honest, the way that round went in favor of CAG by getting those early picks, the way they did from that master and gym bedroom window, it's one of those situations where it happens. The strategy from SSG wasn't bad. It simply just happened the way that CAG, they found the kills. We all know it's an FPS game. You cannot just rely on strategy because we all got guns. We pew-pew, whoever pew-pews the hardest, they can win even though they don't have the best strats.
Well, upstairs to gym and bedroom. Space Station could have gone anywhere, every single site unlocked. And they're going to bring out a Valkyrie. Fultz will play on this same operator twice in a row. There's no denial, by the way, on any of these walls. So if you're going to fully reinforce CCTV and cache and jacuzzi wall, guess what? It's going to be really easy for CAG to get through it. Second round in a row that Cyclops will run the duo of Hibana and Thermite. Thatcher still being brought out, but I actually think Thatcher's utility is not fully needed here because of what's being brought from Space Station, but you can't really afford to risk replacing Thatcher with something because then a Bandit or a Mute comes out and guess what? You don't have a Thatcher to take care of it.
Yeah, that's the mind game you kind of play, because you can 6-pick off the Thatcher, just like SSG can 6-pick off the Mute, or the Kaid, or the Bandit, etc. And that's the beauty of the 6-pick. In case you guys don't know how it works, basically, when the round, right before the round begins, both teams will see every operator, all 5 from the opposing team, and then you get the option to change one of those operators into something else that the enemy cannot see. That is the 6-pick. Each team has one of them available every single round, and no, they do not stack up if you do not use it, so you might as well every single time. And that is exactly how you can look at the Thatcher and the wall deny between SSG and CAG, where you can 6-pick around it, mind game your opponent, and try and get even more value out of your lineup. Technically speaking, the Thatcher in these rounds, not hugely impressive. It doesn't grant you that much value. The only thing you can kind of destroy, or at least disable, is those Jaeger ADSs, but now we see CAG getting aggressive, Parker.
And there's a kill from SSG onto CAG. You said they got aggressive, all right, but it doesn't work out off the hop. Black Ray takes down Rampy. Still from above, that's the Logi hatch. Some of the off-site presence from SSG has been narrowed down. Nice shot from Suzu onto Skies. And SSG's numbers will go down yet again. Back in favor of CAG, who will march away with 90 seconds off of the clock and that advantage. I don't know if Bosco's aware that one player is inside of Logi. He sees the foot, lights him up, and then pivots, but that's over towards the top of the stairs. It's another death for SSG in hot and cold, meaning that Fultz and Bosco are the last 2-1 standing. Ayagator and Black Ray have both been softened up. They're still standing. Watching for SSG, and Fultz in the middle of the bomb site will do some damage. Bosco working well with him, and it's Bosco to double up, leaving Suzu now puzzlingly as the last player from CAG. Having this crossfire established, walking in with hard walls, some damage being taken away, looking to the right, worried from the left. You have to focus on both of the ways into the bomb site. Instead, with the diffuser in hand, the focus for Cyclops will be to get these kills, not necessarily go with the objective, because of the fact that Suzu will be immobile, and will continue to fight these members of SSG who will now engage in some keep away. There's intel in the bomb site, so you don't necessarily have to have your body be in that position. There's a call from Suzu as to where the last one is. Nicely played on the Bosco, but Fultz is there to swing on out. SSG had that one covered, and the teammates had each other's backs. It's a tie game at 1 round apiece.
I mean, that is just payback, isn't it? On Chile, there was a 2 versus 5. That means 2 members of CAG, 5 from SSG, and somehow CAG came out on top. Now that round was a 2 versus 4. Fultz and Bosco hand in hand, even though Bosco only had 20 or so health. Very impressive, and that's kind of how Gym Bombsite plays out. When you're all coming from one direction as the attackers, it makes life a bit easier for the defenders, and Bosco doing a really good job making sure Office was in control of SSG. It's a very important room on that bomb site because it connects everything together. As long as you have Office control in hand, you can be quite happy with your position. And CAG opted to try and go for kills on the entry into bomb site, but the early kill from Bosco shot that down dead in its tracks, and then they were left puzzled, trying to figure out how to come back into the round, and they just couldn't because SSG guns were just so much better. Now we're seeing ourselves onto CCTV, so we're working our way through the bomb sites. Started in the basement, went to gym. Now CCTV as the third bomb site choice for SSG. We have yet to see Bar, but I'm sure it'll be there at some point in this game. Bosco, of course, showing the Bandit, and it makes perfect sense. Why, you might be asking? Well, let me tell you. Maverick is banned from SSG. That means that the walls cannot just be made soft. This now enables operators like the Kaid, like the Bandit, and like the Mute. But then you gotta consider the fact that Thatcher, he is open. That means the Mute is not as strong because you cannot trick the wall with him. You can put it down, then it gets EMP'd, then it's nullified. It does not matter, it doesn't work. Same thing with Kaid. So Bandit is the best choice for this exact scenario. So all eyes on Bosco to see if he can trick the wall successfully, because that'll be a huge indication on how favored SSG will be to win the round.
Well, CAG like this lineup, they'll go with it again. For those of you that are coming from a time machine, yes, Finka is now in meta. Very much used by an awful lot of teams. Con 6, grenades, a relatively good gadget, and it doesn't screw with your recoil control as much as it used to.
It's very true.
That last part is critical. Okay. I understand bringing the AR-33 on Flores, but bringing it over the LAD-5 on Thatcher is definitely a choice.
That's the one that surprises you, Parker? Of all the choices we've seen today, that's the one?
CAG's choice of loadout has been very odd. Yes, I will say that. Running a suppressor on an LMG, running tons of DMRs, these are not what we see across the rest of the world of Rainbow Six.
Shotgun on Thunderbird earlier on as well in Chile. We've seen pretty much every single possible loadout from these teams.
Okay, but that's not that weird.
No?
Lots of teams can run a shotgun at close range, especially if you're going to play those rat angles.
Sure.
And the way that CAG was playing the Thunderbird was very much in firm rat territory, so queen rat, if you want to go that far.
Sure. CAG, on the other hand, they've made their way to Master Bedroom. They've yet to breach the CC wall because, as we spoke of earlier, Bosco is there with the Bandit, making sure that that doesn't work in their favor. Now the question comes, does Bosco rotate to the construction wall or does he stay on server? Because the main push from CAG is going to be from Master Bedroom connector, and they have their hard breach inside the wall. Bosco hasn't rotated yet. With this smoke being tossed and it's shooting need to follow, that should signify Bosco, hey buddy, you gotta get over here really quickly. That EMP confirms it, but Bosco doesn't move. They're gonna give up the wall, and that means CAG has a way into sight. Now, they gotta figure out where are the players from SSG. They only have 6 drones left.
Did you see that? Both of Gatorada's nades failed.
Yes.
Both nades from Gatorada did not make it through the opening above. In fact, the second one came scarily close to blowing up and taking out the thermite charge. Speaking of these teams, thermite charge goes off, wall opens up. First kill goes to SSG, they continue onwards. Rampy's been lost, but everything else is working in their favor until all of a sudden it isn't. CAG gets on the board, and multiple players are downed and finally finished off. Suzu at half HP again in this 1v2 position, 5 seconds to go, but this one is a much more difficult task. He gets finished off by Fultz, and SSG will take the lead on their map, as they're now at 2 rounds.
Poor Suzu, honestly, back-to-back rounds, being 1 versus 2 against some of the most disciplined players on one of the most disciplined teams that I have seen in current Rainbow Six Siege in those 1vx positions. I praised SSG last time we cast them for this exact same purpose, and I will do it again, because they play those 2 versus 1s so beautifully. They're not surrendering, they're not dropping bodies, they're not overly aggressive peeking, they're really playing that 2 versus 1 as if there are 2 players alive. If one person gets into a fight, second guy swings, vice versa. And those rounds, you need to be winning. Losing a 2 versus 1 basically speaks to the lack of discipline or lack of communication from your team, but oh boy, we are here. It is the Monty Supremacy Aniton activated. It is, however, a basement defense. So the Monty is great, do not get me wrong, but this is arguably the weakest bomb site for the operator. There's usually 2 ways where to gain the value. First of all, you gotta clear the roam, right? That's what SSG is doing, and you can be quite proficient with Monty in that regard because you can speed up the process. But once you get to late round, you can only really go dirt tunnel or go into blue, and neither of those options are necessarily cool. So therefore, if you're at CAG, you would really like to get some early picks to get that man advantage, just like you did the previous time around. Repeat that process, you're in for a great time. But now, you also have 1 less gun up, because the Monty has a shield.
Absolutely. But if there's a team that's going to be able to pull it off, it's the one squad that we have talked about incessantly running this shield operator. I expect you to be hypercritical of this because of the fact that you are the Monty main to so many people.
I'll be watching, carefully, judging, but not judging too hard, because I will say the way Aniton and APAC in general chooses to play Monty is extremely different from the ones of North America and Europe. And those versions are the ones that I'm the most familiar with, and it's much less aggressive than that of Aniton. He has this trick where he will prone, drop shot, and that basically makes you extremely accurate with your hip fire, but you're also vulnerable on the ground as you cannot move. That's something I would never do, but it works for him.
Right. This is the beauty that we see in all of these different metas, Nick, is that teams bring things from all over the world, and sometimes it works out and sometimes it doesn't. Maybe it's DMRs on operators that have really good assault rifles. Maybe it's a shield operator who's going to be on the floor doing the dinosaur. Who knows? First minute of play, and that is all done. CAG quickly advancing to this dirt tunnel door, and Aniton is waiting at it. I don't know if SSG assessed that there's a Montaigne so close by. Fultz can see some of the door is shot out. Hard to tell from the silhouettes if Fultz is aware of where the position of the Monty is. There's some roamers still from Space Station. We see Hot and Cold above. Bosco is down below, or actually is with him.
I like this.
I find the SAS skins can be quite tough with the...
They can, the whole smoke situation.
Nicely tossed nade from what appeared to be deep inside a dirt tunnel onto Fultz by Armory. Down he goes. The Monty can walk in with a bit more ease now. He's lost about a third of his HP, a quarter of his HP to the toxic canister that was used by the Smoke of Skies. 2 more to go. The thing with Fultz is that while you're losing the player with 7 kills on the team, at least his gadget is still there. Another toxic canister will go out and dink Anaton for a tiny bit of damage, but really nothing more than that. It's Gatorada to breathe on in as the second grenade from Gatorada goes. A smoke in the hallway as Hot and Cold still plays by the stairs. He knows he's getting pushed from inside a bar, so he's prepped for that. But they're crouched, still spam pinging, he'll fall back. Another smoke goes out, waiting for them to encroach upon his space. Ayagator sees but is in the wrong way. Bullet tracers over the head of Hot and Cold. What is the Monty doing down in dirt? That is the real question. Waiting, patiently biding time, while the Smoke of Skies uses the last one to do some damage. But Gatorada is in, by the way, and there he is, a 2-piece for him. SSG fires back. They're in a 2v4. Things are not going well, but Skies, one of his own, Rampy another. The Monty's still in deep. Suddenly, the Monty is down from a shotgun play, and it's the Zofia to break on in with Rampy near blue. It's 2 seconds left. Rampy playing keep away, and that's the round for SSG. They're hyped up. The Monty experiment, it worked, and then it didn't work. Nick, SSG, 3 rounds in a row. It's 3-1 for them on this first half.
Great distraction, great use of Monty. You took dirt early. The last toxic bait came out. Gatorada somehow snuck into sight, got 2 kills. The hero from SSG once again is Skies, who somehow has a different shotgun than the one that I use when I play mute or smoke, because I cannot do that kind of damage myself, but that just means that he believes in his shotgun more than I do. Well played by SSG. Once again, CAG, they got the opening pick, but they did not get the round. We see Rampy here running all the way down to pit set. I know you cannot plant, and even if you do, you gotta stick it for 7 seconds before it goes down. That leaves me plenty of time as a 3-speed bandit to get back and take you out. Playing it safe is extremely smart, and I spoke last round about SSG's discipline. It shows time and time again, and as well as the fact they're very well coerced in Clubhouse. They've played it so many times and so well, and it clearly shows in their decision making and their gameplay.
I say all this about SSG, and I say all this about Cyclops. Look at the scoreboard for Cyclops. 4 kills, 4 kills, 4 kills, 4 kills. Anaton cannot buy one. Now, was on Monty last round. You even mentioned that they play the Monty far more active in its role than a lot of the more passive Montys, and that's okay. The top performer from CAG going quiet is not great, but the rest of CAG are pulling more than their own weight. You would think that based solely upon the kills that this was a much closer matchup.
Yeah, absolutely right. Usually when a team has very close kill feed, which, you know, CAG right now, they're all on 4 besides Anaton, that speaks to team performance, all doing stuff. But then remember, almost every single round has come down to the wire. 1v2s, 1v1s, etc. So obviously, the kills will be that way. And if Folks didn't have 7 and shared more with his team, for example, had he given 3 to Hot and Cold, then SSG have a very even kill count to that of CAG. So numbers are a bit skewed for that reason. It's not very much far off, but I do think we'll continue to have a tight series on our hands. SSG on the gym defense have extended over to garage and CCTV. They have impact holes above the reinforced wall inside of cache, and they also have 4 impact grenades nearby to ensure that if CAG tries to breach the wall, they will get punished. Now, this is where the Hibana comes into play. You can use 2 pellets at a time, really burn out those impact grenades, or you can be super lazy and super quick and try with an extra thermite charge from Thermite, but that'll cost ya.
There goes one of those Maestro cameras, affectionately referred to as bubbles by some of the teams. Bubbles. Just by the doorway of construction inside a bedroom. That's not ideal for SSG, and very good value out of that Rotero drone. Flores does have a deceptively large amount of utility, and people don't really think it through. One well-placed Rotero drone can take out a deployable shield and a bunch of other gadgets placed around it. So people need to be more mindful, I think, when they play this operator. I actually don't see that much of him in ranked. I don't see much of him in casual either, and I think the player base overall is really sleeping on his value, because even if you're not in a team environment, you can still get an awful lot from this operator. So right there, already on. Oh, CAG clears out one piece of utility. Hot and Cold the very first kill, but Gator might follow up. Playing over by Logistics, Bosco got spotted hopping through. But for now, no contest until Bosco looks the right way. 2 kills for Spacestation, and nade from Gatorada claims Rampy. Rampy has been very ineffective so far in this series. In terms of the score sheet, we don't know what he's providing in terms of value outside of that. 30 seconds to go, and CAG have lost their Thermite, they've lost their Zofia. The 0 kills of Anaton, and then Gatorada and Black Ray are all that's left. And SSG have not relinquished any control of the bomb site. One player charging on in, Gatorada. You can hear the sound of the silencer as he guns down Skies. Black Ray is next one in through the breach, but hasn't done that just yet. They don't know that Hot and Cold is inside of Jim, and he guns down 2 of them with Fultz adding to the tally. Suddenly, the first half has gone very much in Space Station's favor. The scoreline is 4-1.
That's what happens when you go to SSG's map pick. They're going to look a little bit better, or in fact, a lot better in this first half. That'll be the last defensive rounds now upcoming for SSG. I want to talk a little bit about the previous round. We saw CAG looking towards Garage, looking towards Server. Once they droned it out, they figured out, you know what, we don't really want to do this anyway. They rotated all the way across the map to Jacuzzi, to the windows, etc. And the weird thing about CAG is that almost every single round, they have 5 or 6 drones alive. It's not uncommon that I see one player with 2 drones in his pocket, basically not utilizing the information available to them. And then you see how Hot and Cold got those 2 kills in Gym. No one droned it, no one checked it, but there were 6 drones alive, only one of them, I believe, being active on the ground. And that just means you got the time, you got the players, you got the kill potential, but you also gotta start using those drones to better effect, because information is such an important part, especially on a map like Clubhouse, where you're limited on entry points and you never know which corner is safe and which one isn't. That means we're now going through the cycle. Basement, Gym, CC. Basement, Gym, CC. Back here for the last round of defense for SSG. Similar setup as previously. Bosco on the Bandit. Last time what happened was at CAG. They went to Master Bedroom. They went to Construction. They breached the wall. SSG couldn't stop it. And that was about that. This time around, keep an eye, because Hot and Cold brought out the Kaid as well. Anaton brought the Monty, which means Gatorada will be in the Thatcher. Now we'll see this time if the Monty can be activated. Last time they just played very passive around the Monty. They were kind of stalling around, waiting for those toxic babes to be used. And SSG, they held on for quite some time. And we'll see the experience pays off this time around. No smoke on the board for SSG, mind you.
That is correct. They've got some denial, though. They've got double denial, in fact, with both the Bandit and the Kaid in play. And an Electric Claw will be juggled on this wall to prevent more of the garage from being taken over. I assume that with the Mute in play, that the Mute Jammer is going to be the first line of defense on the wall, but the remainder of it will be used for drone denial.
Yeah, so there's like an EMP economy, right? You put a jam on the breach, 1 EMP goes out. You Bandit trigger it, 1 EMP goes out. Then you have Kite Claws. If you can bait out 3 EMPs with a mixture of Bandit, Kite Claws, and Mute Jammers, you're laughing, because then the attackers cannot breach the walls. You're absolutely correct.
And you can see both the Electric Claws are currently placed on these walls. This Monty experiment will happen again. It's the last time that we're going to see it from Cyclops, as this is the final round of Cyclops on attack and SSG on defense. A 5-1 scoreline for SSG would be pretty nice. If you really think about it, when was the last time CAG, other than this first round of Clubhouse, they've only won a single round in about an hour at this point, which is, it's really tough. That must be quite demoralizing. This Monty on rafters, though, can prove to be a major nuisance, especially if there's nothing to slow them down. There's no Banshees in play. There's no Goo Mines in play. So Hot and Cold is going to wait, because he might be baited out from the doorway. Or he might be focused on from below. A-Gator's in and could stun Hot and Cold, who's playing in this position. I'm sure he knows there, but the Monty's going to walk right up. Pinging away this current position, this would be an easy kill if CAG can get some coordination, but it's a bait for Rampy to pick up 2 kills. The top of rafters. The Monty will now languish, and a Monty becomes far less effective the more of your friends are around. There he goes. Hot and Cold and Rampy both had his attention. CAG have surrendered the first 3 deaths, but they answer back with 2. Suzu and Black Ray on Nabosco and Skies.
You'd think the Muncie would be the distraction, but it was actually Matthew Stevens on that Red Rock Rafters. Ramby finds a 3rd kill of the round with Black Ray last man standing, but no, it's Hot and Cold and Ramby, the duo on Catwalk to do it all and find almost every single kill for SSG. That's the defense over for them. They now gotta go on the attacking side and show CAG how to do it right.
Well, no timeout has been called yet. The teams will swap sides. SSG is 2 rounds away from ending this matchup. Cyclops will move to what is typically the more favored side on Clubhouse. But as we said in the earlier matchup, and I hope every single caster is saying, Clubhouse right now is the most. I actually have to check today's stats. It was. Is the most attacker-favored map in the map pool, which is wild to think about.
Yep. And just to remind you guys where SSG started, they started basement and went gym second. CAG, a little bit different peace of mind. They're gonna say gym is better, we go there first. Mind you now, the alibi ban from SSG is going to show in effect. I would assume that this is where CAG would bring it the most, if anything. They cannot this time around. They will bring the Frost, however, another classic pick. Normally we see that paired with the Castle, but this time around for CAG, it'll be the Ella. Very curious to see the... Oh, actually, it has a Scorpion. I was waiting for the weapon. It's a boring Scorpion, no shotgun, but mind you, Gym defense does have a lot of long angles. It's not as easy to play close quarters, so I do like the choice, although I would respect the shotgun as well. Those Grismod mines are going to be very valuable because we all know that the main stairs, attackers love to creep in. You see the shield now inside construction. That's going to help them in that mid-round once SSG comes to the clear if they choose to go for CCTV. But SSG has to make a decision because you got 2 options. In fact, you got 3. You can go below, you can go Jacuzzi, you can go CC. But we already see right now that they breached the first layer of the wall. That's the Ace. They have 1, 2, make that 3 Heartbreachers, Ace, Hibana, and the Thermite. They did not opt to bring the Thatcher. They only have 2 grenades. So the utility from SSG is quite small and will have to be used to perfection. Otherwise, you're gonna run into trouble.
Trouble's the middle name of most of Cyclops with how they've played so far. But oftentimes, and in this matchup, the trouble has been on Cyclops' inability to pull off an attack. Time for them to switch it around as now they go to defense. Jim and Master, you already did a count of what is available utility-wise for these teams. Grenade will go in to potentially clear off this wall. Does it get it? Does it get whatever denial there is? A mute jammer potentially? Well, they've opened it up. I like the Ella play an awful lot as well. That's something to fixate on. The Scorpion at close range can absolutely shred every single attacker that ends up in their line of sight. Could have even brought the shotgun, frankly. CAG have moved some of their utility around, knowing that the push is going to come from over on Jacuzzi side, or at least an early push could, with how SSG has opened it up.
Yeah, and now we gotta start wondering, will SSG go down below or stay above? Because the grenades on the attacking side have been so lethal throughout this tournament, and especially for SSG. They're gonna try and break down this bathroom wall, but there is a jammer in the path. The only way they can clear it is the grenade from Ramby or vertical from below from Force on the Sophia. So again, limited options because of the utility not being that great on SSG. They got the ways to breach, but the jammer is gonna stop them dead in their tracks. There's 2 players down here, and that's enough for Gatorada, or at least it's too much for him because he gets taken down by Force. Opening kill for SSG, and now verticality comes in play. The jammer we spoke about, that will be gone. That means you can breach open bathroom, and that's a great way to start off this push. The execute, the mid round is great for SSG.
Bosco actually flubbed some of the X-Kairos there, and wait, did he mess up all of them? all of them an entire round of X-Kairos unless they got shot off the wall, which I didn't hear. Bosco might have simply done it just too close, and all 6 of those pellets would have ended up in the same spot.
Yeah, but he has more to go. 6 more on the wall. Actually, make that 4, but Aya got a great shot onto Skies. That means the thermite's off the board. That's gonna cost ya, because that means no smokes and less flashbangs. Bosco has 3 flashbangs in his pocket. They can come in very handy for this bathroom clear, but no, he just uses his gun, takes a bit of damage, but it's rampy to find one on Black Ray. Trade it back. Oh, Aya got a sniper in hand. Falls now almost onto side. Aya got inside a bathroom. Still somehow, and Hot and Cold managed to find the kill, but now the time is ticking down. 0 seconds. The plank goes through, cover from Falls, walks in through the door, and oh my god, it's a mess. It's an absolute bloodbath. The pistol in hand. Oh, Hot and Cold. He ends it. He finds one more round. That is map and match point for SSG. Let's attack inside.
I gotta say, what a surprise that round was. A messy engagement inside a bedroom, and Houghton pulls it off. Hot and hot and hot. Oh boy, it's steamy in here, ladies and gentlemen.
I gotta really had a difficult position here, playing inside a B2 bathroom, top floor, and it's in pistol. Couldn't make it work. It does such little body damage. You gotta find the head, otherwise you end up becoming the dead. And that's what happens when you face the AK-12 from the side of Ace. And yeah, SSG, they had so much heart breach, yet they struggled so much with that bathroom wall. It was way too troublesome for them. And I would have said, maybe if they had more grenades, they could have gotten even more damage without having to risk things. And on potentially the absolute final round, we get to see Bar. Now, the final test for SSG, and we also clear out the holy 4, well, trio. What's 4? Trio's 3. What's 4?
The quadra?
The quad trifecta. That doesn't work either. The quad effect. All 4 bomb sites.
Oh, the quadfecta.
Quadfecta. We see all 4 bomb sites. That's my point. Works. They're difficult. And CIG will show once again that Bar is a viable bomb site, although the win rate it bounces. Sometimes it's great, sometimes it's not, but we're seeing it more and more. I do think SSG can be quite prepared because in NAL specifically, this is a bomb that is more played than in other leagues.
That is absolutely correct. And I said I was wondering if we were going to see it get brought out. SSG didn't do it. They like the church, gym, and cash rotation. Cyclops are not going to leave anything on the table. I will say it is a bit odd that Cyclops have not called their timeout in this map. They can do it at any time. I wonder if they're just in a position where they think, oh, sheesh, this is over. Because I have to ask you, as a former player, is it even worth taking the time out if you think all hope is lost?
I mean, ultimately and ideally, you would never want to think that, but I will be honest and say that sometimes it does happen where it's like, guys, this is not going to work, let's just play it out. Or perhaps you feel like you don't want to give SSG the time to breathe either, because remember, the way that CIG plays is kind of like in-your-face craziness, right? Timeouts, they kind of speak the opposite language, where we're talking slow, we're giving you time, you can breathe, you can think, you can be free. So I'm not sure if it's a momentum-based thing or just like, as you mentioned, maybe a bit of giving up hope. They were so close on Chalet. They almost went the entire distance. They lost 6-8. And now here, it's an absolute one-sided stomp. Bar could be the bomb side to bring it back into their favor, but that only means it's 2-6 in round score. They need a lot more rounds. In fact, CIG will need to win every single bomb site and more just to have a chance to go to OT and then have a chance to win. And SSG, they don't want to make that happen. They want to end it up right here with a 7-1 scoreline and prove that Chalet was a bit of a fluke, that they can do better and they can be dominant. These are arguably one of the best teams in North America. Yes, they didn't win the NAL finals, but Stage 2 and Stage 3 in their region, they were the #1 and it wasn't even close.
Now, they're definitely coming in with bigger expectations. They are former world champions. Still world champions, depending on how you want to use the title, as the title doesn't really go away. Once you win the 6th Invitational, you're a world champion for life. So,
yeah, that's true.
It's true. It's very, very true. That said, it's Bar stage, not Bar stock, bar stage. Whether a team wants to execute through stock or through strip club, that is perfectly up to them. Wait, hold on a second. Wait one moment. Nick, don't mind me. Rampy is just in the middle of the bomb site, and it certainly seems like it's absent. He doesn't know where anything is. He'll take out the Maestro camera. There's nobody in there. Sky's destroying the second, and now the whole camera is gone, and Skies will plant in the corner. They're being spotted by that bulletproof camera. Skies is underneath it, and there is no decision-making from SSG that will point them in the direction. Nice shot from Rampy. He comes online at the right time. Bosco down as they trade back and forth, but the diffuser is the ultimate prize, and right now it benefits Space Station. 30 seconds to go. A kill hole through Garage, on through Lounge, softened up. Nice shot from the Goyo of Black Ray. He will not be able to get more than that. Rampy inside a kitchen. The rest of his team clobbering CAG. Suppressor on Gatorada's UMP does nothing. Aniton looking for kill number 2 to keep Cyclops alive. He fires in, hopelessly, desperately, sitting on the diffuser. They know this, and Rampy seals the deal. A disappointing second map from Cyclops, but Space Station prove that Clubhouse is their home. They win the series, 2-0.
Absolutely. Cyclops, what looked like a weak second map, we gotta look back on the first one of Chalet. They looked incredibly strong, aggressive, and confident, throwing so many odd strats. And I say odd, not because they're weak, but because they are interesting. That's a bad word to use, but it's the best one I can do. They're out of the box, and no other region, no other teams are really bringing this to the table. It's so much fun to watch these guys play. I hope they can stay in, but they have a rough path ahead of them with this loss to SSG.
The math for Cyclops is really grim moving forward, and while as far as I'm aware they are not officially eliminated, it's a long road, and it's going to rely not just on them winning their next match, but more importantly, the right teams losing. So, whew, boy, it's... That's honestly, that is hard as a neutral observer to watch, because after that first round from Cyclops, they win round 1 of Clubhouse. SSG wins 7 in a row. What did they do on Chalet? They won 7 in a row. And it is almost unthinkable for teams at this level to be putting on that level of domination, and yet SSG do it. Cyclops is the unfortunate, victim of it. But SSG, a dominant performance. Is this a show of strength from them, or is this them going up against a team that is underperforming their own expectations?
I think it's a bit of both. I mean, if CAG had played the same way on Clubhouse as it did on Chalet, this would have been a very different story, right? But then you gotta talk about, well, SSG, they don't really play Chalet as much. They haven't really shown it at this tournament so far. This was their first time. And well, we kind of saw what happened. Without prep work, without SSG comfortably driving the conversation, they struggled more. And then, I mean, we don't gotta talk about Clubhouse much. They know what they were doing. They knew exactly what that could be done. The only thing that could really, I guess, break the wall, so to speak, would be Aniton's Monty. They tried it twice. They didn't really find any success at all. SSG played beautifully around it both times. First round in the basement, the smoke canisters were used amazingly. Second time, CCTV defense. It was hot and cold and Rampy on the catwalk rafters. Megan CAG looked like fools, to be honest.
There's a lot of work for CAG to do tomorrow in their final matchup here in the group, but Space Station walks away with 3 big points that they so desperately needed. That's it for Nick and I today, but there's still more to come here on our A stream. One more match until we're done for the day. And don't forget, on twitch.tv/Rainbow6Bravo, folks over there's another match going on right now between Liquid and FaZe Clan. On this channel, though, we'll throw to a break, and we'll see you in a couple minutes.
Surprise, surprise, Cyclops versus SSG was a roller coaster ride. Yeah, that map 1, Cyclops dropping a huge lead there, and then SSG just stomping them on map 2. I'm Jackie Jing, and I'm with Fresh and Jess. I was telling y'all, that was hard to watch, but also fun to watch at the same time.
Yeah. I'm not sure if you can hear me.
I can hear you fine.
Can hear me. Excellent. Well, I can't hear any of you, but I'm great at reading lips. So this is how we're going to learn, you know, to be the best at it.
Okay, give it a go, Jess.
Oh, don't
He's
do that
trying
to her.
to make... No, it was.
Surely Jess is the consummate professional, so she's going to be
Thank you, Jackie. So you read the lips there perfectly. Knew it was a compliment, you know, the body language. No, you're absolutely right. Let us not forget that for SSG, they are ex-world champions. Not the entirety of the roster in its full, but for the core of the roster, they're world champions. We know that they came back in that series during that world championship. This is a team that, through the core and their coach Lycan, who I would say is one of the best coaches in the entire world at the moment, is meant to be able to come back regardless of the adversity that they're facing. They faced adversity in that map 1. Oh my God, they faced adversity. And it's about being able to read the room a little bit and then react from there. And I think SSG did that. Had they have not, I actually thought they would have got bowled over.
Yeah, we kept on talking about SSG's resiliency. It looked shaky on map 1, but they found their composure, Jess, for sure.
Yeah, I think composure is a great word for it. I know you and I were sitting there and we're like, oh, this goes one of two ways and we can't work out which way it's going to go. And then round after round, they painted it on the board for us.
And that's the thing, SSG will have watched the Liquid game yesterday and saw CAG win the first map and then saw how they imploded it during the second map. I would imagine one of the first things Lycan said to the boys is, we don't let them start, we don't let them take a big lead, which is exactly what Cyclops did.
They still did it.
But as you did mention, the world champions, they've been through this before with not just in a single map, but with maps to play for. So they've got that smart, they've got that experience they can draw on. That's exactly what they did, because they got, what, 7 rounds in a row? 5 rounds in a row to take it to overtime, and then the 2 overtimes as well to win the first map. And that really was the turning point in the whole fixture.
Yeah, there's a lot of veteran players on that team, and they have that experience. I do want to talk about Cyclops a little bit, though. We knew this was going to be genius or madness, people. We knew what was coming, but Cyclops definitely lost their marbles. The pocket strats, they could only work for so long, Fresh.
They could, and I've got a clip that production will line up in a very short second, but Dev Mada put it really nicely. He said a lot of teams have strats, and then they have pocket strats.
Yeah.
Cyclops only have pocket strats.
Oh, what's in my pocket here?
What's in your pocket?
It's a clip.
So
oh, wow.
The clip that I'm going to roll here it's a basement attack. And I love the use of the OSA. I love how Cyclops are trying to incorporate the OSA. But look at the score. It's 6-4. And they're trying to play like a ranked style play where they put an OSA down and they rush the breach. They don't consider anything else whatsoever. And this is where, in my opinion, this is where Cyclops really lose themselves, because they're so stubborn. They try to stay true to their identity. And they ended up losing that round.
Yeah.
And it was very easy because SSG knew exactly what they were doing it. It was one-dimensional. And it's what you would call a pocket strat if any other team did it. Whereas Cyclops do those kind of things all the time to their own detriment, especially when they've had a 6-1 lead.
Imagine that's your default. Pulling out 2 OSA shields towards Snowmobile, putting your smokes in the most abhorrent positions possible.
Yep.
When I saw that strat, I truly believe that was just a Hail Mary from CAG. But deep in my heart, I'm wondering if that is their primary strat to push bottom floor, and that is a scary, scary sort of picture inside my head.
Jess, when I was watching with you, I was like, is this a mental breakdown with Cyclops? And you were like, no, girl, this is a technical breakdown.
I actually think after watching Cyclops' series throughout the group stage thus far, that they lost before they even flew to Sweden. No, let me give it context. I know we love CAG. We love it.
The home region.
Let me give context to what I mean by that, and especially to the Japanese fans who know very dearly that I love them. I think, and I don't know what the coaching stuff, how it is split amongst them, who's the strategic coach, is it, Fuji, is it whoever, that if you go onto Clubhouse, for example, I'm going to use this example, you go onto Clubhouse and you're attacking bottom floor and you have only one strategy that you've done game after game after game, even after you've been counted. You do the same kitchen hatch push, you do the same Monty down dirt tunnel, you do the same thing, and each and every time it fails for you, and you have no other strategy anytime you go up against any other opponent. If you came to 6 invitations, you came to the World Championships with one strategy, That's one, embarrassing. And two, I don't know whether or not CAG truly believe that they could just win based off any kind of mid-round adaptation should they need, because they certainly have not been winning.
Feels hard to say, but it's kind of like domestically they're great and internationally they're not. And you've got to question their improvement internationally because it seems to be stalling itself out.
Yeah.
It seems to just be, I don't want to say it, but somewhat happy to just come to these events and go out in groups.
I don't think they are. I think they truly are very sad with themselves when they do lose. When their philosophy that they don't have to fit into the meta, that they don't have to fit uniformly into the puzzle, when it's not working for them, they go, that's okay because that's our identity. We'll come back stronger. And every time they say, we'll come back stronger, they don't come back stronger.
Yeah.
And if you come to this event, I want to see you push the bottom floor of Clubhouse in 4 different ways, confidently, not bring the same composition each and every time. I'm very passionate about this because this is our region. It's one that people crap on all the time and I'm sick of it. And thank God for Damwon Kia for rising to the occasion and bringing everyone else up and the bottom sort of floor for us up. And I want them to come here and not do silly things like that. Before they got on the plane, they lost. And what a shame.
Well, Cyclops, they're going to have to go hit up the drawing board. Great victory, though, for SSG. But thank you for your wonderful analysis, Fresh and Jess. But you all know we got a game going on right now, Liquid versus FaZe. So we're going to head on over to Stream B. So don't go anywhere. You do not want to miss this match.
The main stairs. Just trying to show presence here to cause some respect to come out for the members of FaZe. Won't really work for too long here, though. Astro quickly puts the Argus cam down to keep Overwatch on that. And welcome, by the way, to all the viewers of Stream A. We just finished up with the CAG match, so we're going to bring you all in here now to check things out on Team Liquid versus FaZe. If you weren't with us earlier, you missed the first map where Liquid weren't able to control things after a bit of a back and forth affair. Liquid went up 2-0, FaZe went 4 rounds straight, but then when Liquid got onto the attack, they took over and were able to ultimately win it in the final round of regulation, 7-5, and are now already on their way to a second map here on Bank.
Before things get too hairy, we'll fill you in on the interesting rounds we've seen. FaZe botching a post plan as they both hop out of the north windows for upstairs when Liquid's members are all dead, not able to defuse, unfortunately enough for them, as well as some other mishaps happening for FaZe on their defensive end that could have gotten them effectively 2 other rounds and might have possibly have won them the defensive side and the map, but we'll have to see. We just switched sides now, and as we're halfway through this round, FaZe is starting to make headway on the basement.
Basically, if you're a FaZe fan, you might want to go and get a drink or something because it's been rough here a bit. You might just want to wait and see how this one pans out before you commit yourself too heavily towards it. But
might be heavy drinking. That might be the only heavy thing that's happening at the end of this.
But there is hope yet for FaZe. They redeemed themselves primarily on the attacking side back on Coastline. They're going to look to pull off the same thing here on Bank. We've been seeing a lot of attacker-sided maps, and this one should potentially be no different here as FaZe starts to line themselves up for the basement assault here. At the same time, though, still going to have to drain out all the defensive utility. 0 of the Toxic Babes have been forced prior to this point here, so Ass just going to start bleeding them in one after another here. He has no pressure against him. Might even try to preset this one if the angle works out in his favor. You can see Souls trying to creep in, trying to see if there's maybe a window for him to sneak towards it and find a diffuse plant, but will not end up happening. Second Toxic Babe now out. The third one will come right after this one. I think there'll only be about 10 to 12 seconds remaining when the time that third one fades away. So once again, going to be a very short window. Only 1 or 2 plant attempts at most for FaZe to try and make this work. Waiting for that one to work its way out. Actually, looks like the third Toxic Babe did get stopped. Nitro thrown out, but that's going to be caught. Ask as well here, along with Palu, able to take down 2 players attempting to support the plant, but they don't stop the plant itself. It goes down on the ground, and now we enter a 5v3 post-plant scenario to see if FaZe can hold on and negotiate a third round for themselves. Bullet holding on for himself here, and not only that, but getting the kill versus Palu, who had been a massive thorn in the side of FaZe up until this point in the round. Ness wrapping back up, though. Him and Reset's going to find 2 very important picks, leaving everything on Souls from up on top, but he defends his own position here, as well as the defuse, and they're just going to walk right into it here. Suddenly, it's realistically a 1v1. Reset's trying to get himself on it. He has to stick this at this point, and Souls will know it. Can't actually find him so easily, but no, he jumps off to take the duel there, and now it won't matter. Yeah, he's got back on the counter defuse, but there's no time left, so this round is going to FaZe.
A little bit of a mismanagement and utility there from Liquid as well. They had 3 Nitro cells. That other smoke coming in very early as well. They only used 1 Nitro Electro Cell to try and fend off the plant, and then past that, they just let it go through. That's not what's supposed to happen in the slightest. Obviously, some of those members off into some pretty, far off spaces, like the garage, for instance, like what we saw inside of that. But past that, Liquid doing a pretty good job of being able to resurge up the stairwell and take those fights. The biggest thing is that they still had a member drop back downstairs, which just left the 1v1 up top. And if you saw the HP after that initial engagement, the last remaining FaZe member had literally like 5 HP. So if they kept that stack up top, they win that round right there, and that would be 5-2 in favor of Liquid. But unfortunately not. They choose to drop back down, which is ill-advised in the moment. The high ground wins it for FaZe in that one.
With FaZe winning out that round, they're right at the cusp of tying things up here. Early days, however, inside of the half, so plenty of opportunity for Liquid to rebound outside of that basement hold, and indeed, they are going to abandon it. No retries this early on for Liquid. They're going to go hunting for a more successful site and look to try and find it instead towards open area where they can spread their wings a bit more freely, especially inside of the early round, and try to waste the time of FaZe. Also, much greater capability to actually try and find some opening picks against FaZe with those extended positions. Specifically upstairs here, we can see their Thunderbird deploying into the usual spot towards Janitor. There should be at least one more than likely player going to be trying to hold a power position somewhere nearby.
Well, now for FaZe, they've been able to get one round on the board already on their offensive side, so more than likely all of the blunders that happen to their defensive end already out of their minds as they try and push themselves forward here on Bank. Bullet will repel himself up towards the balcony, and Astro will start looking in towards Electrical. As for Liquid, they've extended themselves upstairs here for the open area defense. Palu and Ness currently on the marble stairwell, working their way back down. Ask also inside of Tellers for the moment as they've pushed themselves out towards the north side of this mid-floor.
Oh, the rest of Liquid here being so cautious about the way they shift around just in case FaZe has taken a bit more map control than they would consider. This nade could be a winner. Reset spots it coming and is able to get behind another bookshelf there to save his own life. Hot ping actually onto him. They want to force him out of the room entirely, which means FaZe might try to go for this play here super early on. We can see it. Astro on the inside. They get the intel against him, but the kill is smooth against Ask, and they're able to take him into a down state. No confirmation onto that just yet, so there is a possibility we could see him get revived if he gets far enough away from that door. You can see Reset sitting right next to him, but Reset's a little bit concerned for a player to walk up, so no opportunity going to be given. Palu instead will be the next to fall, and technically the first to fall here outright. Bullet will now move in, get the confirmation off onto Reset's Ask. Did get himself back up, but he's only got that 20 HP left, so it's going to have to hope it's enough here. Cameraman finally the first to fall for FaZe. Nets will get himself out into the main stairs first floor hallway and trade that one back out to make the scoreboard a bit more palatable here for Liquid.
Feels as though FaZe has already done so much inside of this round, and it's only 1 minute and 10 seconds here for Liquid to fend off the remaining members of this FaZe roster. But it's seemingly all Nesk at the moment. He'll tie things up, going down into the 3 versus 3. PSK to add on and Ask to put it into the 2 versus 1. Bullet currently 10 and 5, but do they know where he lies in wait? Currently here inside of the office. He could get a pretty cheeky kill onto Nesk if he doesn't look into this area while rotating in through archives, but he's just going to play patiently here. Knows that FaZe has to do something, and instead of the 2v1, they do not want to mess this up.
And if Liquid are smart, they would have noticed the case dropped as well, so not even going to be forced to make a play in that regard. Bullet, as a first step, is going to have to go back and be able to pick that one back up over towards the break room. So Bullet realizing once more that no one on Liquid's going to potentially challenge his position inside of admin. Finally have to swing out and go make the play himself here. He's going to try to line up a nade shot, but he sees it coming. However, uses that to be able to take down Ask, so the round is not over yet. That's a plant opportunity at a minimum that's going to be opened up for him here. Hot ping's going out as fast as they can be thrown against Bullet here, but Ness doesn't want to challenge it. He's looking for a smooth angle. He should be able to get it. He is going to let that plant go down, but no, he doesn't want to give up the death. The round goes over to Team Liquid by default here as we reach a null timer.
Oh, I'm sweating bullets with how close that one got there by the hair of his chinny chin chin. Does that timer hit 0 and Liquid will get away with the round. 5-3 as they'll pick up their very first defense on this side, and it was looking pretty hairy early on there as FaZe was able to deal some very very serious damage to these Liquid members, especially around the Teller's space. But luckily enough, Liquid have a Nesk, and he's shooting pretty straight today.
Yeah, Nesk saving the day inside of that round as well. That was a 3v5, by the way, folks, from Team Liquid right there. And Nesk got it all started and did a whole bunch of the heavy lifting. I believe at least 3 kills on that comeback from him. So excellent stuff to be able to keep his team in control at what is now once again a +2 advantage, restoring where we were at halftime, and obviously pushing us 1 round closer. The ultimate 7 that Liquid need to not only shut down this map, but 2-0 their opponents in the series.
Well, this is interesting. It seems like FaZe thought that Liquid could have possibly have went back down the stairs or something along those lines. Astro is going to be bringing the secondary hard breach here for Nook. That's the thing that I've got on my mind right now, as I'm figuring out what they would possibly apply that to inside of this space. But past that, they already have other hard breach to be able to achieve a lot of things. Cameraman with the Maverick Torch can assist them in getting rid of some of the utility in the behind these walls, but they can also just man it from the windows as well and get rid of these mute jammers, so that's a little bit more straightforward and requires a lot less heavy lifting, so we'll more than likely just see that, so that Souls can get those open. But as of right now, Liquid have just been doing so much damage to the FaZe members in a lot of different senses, so we'll see if they can continue to do so. Looking into the defensive setup just a little bit more, they will be manning the elevator hallway, at least on the 2nd level. Top level will be manned as well, as they put mute jammers on both of those walls to restrict FaZe from gaining access.
He's wasting no time. Cyber specifically just popping open all the barricades over here on the rappel to open up possible peeks to throw in. You don't want to open up every single one of them, because then you have to risk hop-outs and silent ones at that, potentially being thrown against you from Liquid if you overcommit to your rappels and don't have enough pressure to watch all the windows here. FaZe as well, wasting no time taking their own bits of access inside of the building. Square was left open for the taking over at top side. Now I say open, there's going to be that soft wall leading into the site that they'll have to be constantly paying attention to in the event that someone from Liquid wants to swing out against that. That's a pretty rare occurrence, but still, they have to be keeping a watchful eye over this, because not only could they get aggressive against them, but they too could also find an advantage, as there's quite a bit of a vision pain to go all the way back into the site. But things start out well here for Liquid. They get the first kill yet again as Bullet, easily the most powerful fragger inside of this map for FaZe, has fallen by the wayside. It's going to be an 11-6 record as of this round for Bullet here. Not going to be able to fight, however, on that Yana, and Liquid will have an easy time chilling out now with a 5v4.
And it's the struggle bus now for FaZe. They're trying to keep Liquid off of match point, but this is looking like a Liquid round, at least for now, after taking down the main frag for FaZe. Liquid still holding on to a lot of important areas, especially around the main stairs space that we see Nesk in right now, just simply waiting to see if anyone wants to step up to the plate. Astro will sneak up and grab the case at the top of Square as Cyber sneaks in as well. Obviously a soft wall here, and he can abuse that with the sledgehammer, and he will do so. Chooses to hop outside so he can assist in manning the windows. Only going to take a little bit of HP due to that drop, but that's about it. PSK does have that 1.5, so he can contest at range, but obviously those ARs are going to be dealing a little bit of extra damage, so he's really got to worry about getting all those body shots in and onto him. Cameraman will take out resets. Nest to fight back onto Cameraman, though, as it's a 4 versus 3. Astro will start the plant off now, right inside of the smoke, and seemingly no one aware of this situation, as the plant's just going to go off, and FaZe already have the crosses set up for the windows.
Liquid, an issue that kind of is surfacing again that we saw happening from time to time back over on the inside of our first map for Coastline. Just nowhere near enough presence in the site. They have to pay too much respect over to FaZe's attack, and as a result of that, a very clean plant is gifted on a silver platter over to our friends from FaZe here. Liquid still going to look to negotiate position to get back in, but they've got a lot of rappel positions to deal with here. Not only that, Square retake too, so this is looking rough here. After a great start was found from Liquid too, they backed up far too much and have given FaZe all this real estate to play with. PSK, a futile attempt more than likely in a moment to get himself on the counter defuse, and it'll immediately be caught. It's not much longer until Palu is knocked out as well. Another one up on the board for FaZe. They are not giving up just yet here as they come within 1 round's grasp with a scoreboard again.
I don't even know if you can really give that to FaZe. That just seemed more like a sloppy round there from Liquid, especially since they have Echo in play as well. They have zero idea as to what's going on inside of their own site, and he walks in and plants inside of a smoke with basically everyone alive on Liquid. That's not supposed to happen. So for Liquid, they're going to allow FaZe back into this in a certain sense, as FaZe has gotten their 4th point here, trying to tie things up here at 5. Liquid are going to abandon ship when it comes to the top floor, as they will reinsert into lockers and CCTV.
Let's see how the reattempt for Liquid will go on the basement, as this worked out for FaZe on the previous attempt here, able to negotiate themselves a pretty successful win. So this could very well become a fatal mistake for Liquid if they allow FaZe to come out on top of this one once more. And on top of that, push forward to a 5-5 scoreline. Very, very tense matchup once more here. Could go the full distance. These two teams are trading it out, but Liquid still feels they're in good control. So they've attempted this basement hold one more time and are going to bring a very similar flair to it. The Mira is in check here as well for Nest. Hopefully add a few better intel gathering capabilities, and the fact that they're going to be able to maintain additional pressure over here from Red Hall, get the intel through the Miras, and then maybe go out for a swing, maybe get some better utilization on those Nitro cells this time too. But a big changeup has shown up even in that regard as well. And actually, give us a second here, folks. We are going to go for a rehost from the looks of things.
Yeah, well, looks like something go on here, so get things figured out, folks, and once we do, we will be back. Shouldn't be too long, though, so just go grab your drinks or something from the kitchen, come on back, and I'm sure we'll be back into the map. Just had a little bit of a sound issue for one of the members, so just gotta make sure those in-ears are working, and once they do, we'll be right back.
Everything will be pretty much the same, though. Once again, operator picks and all that is going to be forced to be relocked in the same exact way that they were done just now here. And thankfully, we didn't actually get too far into the round itself, so not a whole lot being revealed in terms of either team's setup. But either way, though, expect things to be relatively the same in terms of said setup, like we were talking about before, the mirror window coming into the folds there, hopefully allowing for Liquid to get better intel about when and where that plant attempt is going to come down towards, and hopefully allowing them to properly utilize the one Nitro they did have to properly fend that one off. They get that case down on the ground, especially considering how low time both of these teams have been pushing into the site. That will more than likely mean victory for Liquid here if they're able to put that down onto the ground.
Absolutely the case, my friend, as Liquid are likely talking out how that last round win and trying to see what they can possibly do with this downstairs defense. It's been back and forth between these teams, but it really hasn't been clean siege across the board. We've been seeing some pretty sloppy rounds from both teams, as this bank especially, for some reason, has just been the hair-bringer of problems for both squads.
Yeah, absolutely the case here. Once again, both these teams still feeling like they have the confidence necessary to close things down. Both teams feeling like they can play fairly aggressively from their defensive ends as well, even though once more, this has been a fairly attacker-dictated series so far here, with FaZe now trying to bounce back and nearly accomplishing that feat already by jumping onto the side for themselves. This one more round would finally tilt the equation to the other direction here. They're currently up by 1 round overall on the half here. They are able to find just this one more. They'd be up by 2 and finally be able to tie the scoreboard up at a 5-5 overall scoreline here.
Well, for Liquid's sake, you're really hoping that they can get something going inside of this next round. They're more than likely going to be looking to play in towards the basement. More than likely not going to be laying too much time on the 2nd and 3rd floor, just because it can be so damning for the players that try to do so. We saw the same thing happen inside of the Na'Vi game the first day with Oxygen, with Doki all the way upstairs, and he constantly got picked off because of the pressure exerted from the offense. As for the previous times, though, that we've seen, especially for Liquid's sake on their offensive side, we've seen some pretty clean executes into this basement area, especially because of FaZe's roam strategy around the open area, the last time around. And as well as with the basement, like we saw with Liquid's round, they had a really good opportunity to be able to take that round. The only mishap that they happened is they pushed 2 people upstairs. They're able to kill the open area player, but there's still one in square. And, well, one of those Liquid members dropped back down the hatch to be able to try and assist the other member down low, left the other one in an isolated 1v1 up top, and wouldn't you know it, he lost the gunfight, knocking the other player down to 5 HP, but, I mean, at that angle, it's very hard to contest. They would have kept that other body upstairs, more than likely a Liquid round, but hey, it is what it is. That's Siege.
These mistakes that can be corrected fairly easily, though, more stylistic issues rather than faults directly of the team's internal strategy. So once again, as long as Liquid has caught on to those things, they're going to be looking to quickly renegotiate and reposition their players into stronger spots here for when the push comes in against FaZe, as we get deeper and deeper into this round. And what's more, if things go in the favor of Liquid, they will be 1 round closer and only 1 round away from shutting down this series, and still keeping the overall advantage relatively the same too, at a +2 in their favor here. So you got teammates still talking about things as we work on getting the lobby ready to rock and roll here. It's looking like we are almost good to go, so just another minute or two, and we should be good to resume play here and see if FaZe are going to be able to give us another successful attack on this basement side.
I'm jealous of these sick-ass tattoos that these guys have. If you saw, we got the R6 tattoo over here on one of the FaZe members, as well as Nesk actually has Valkyrie on his hand as well, which is pretty sick, man, I'm telling you. It just is one of those things that once you start getting tattoos and you see other people with really cool tattoos, you're like, oh, I should get more tattoos. I'm telling you, you get addicted so very quickly. But either way, folks, we are just moments away from getting back into Liquid versus FaZe. We're just finishing patching up the little odds and ends here as we rebuild this lobby.
Yep, guys, once more, if you are just joining us, we want to welcome you to the series here. It's Team Liquid versus FaZe, our third out of 4 series to be played out here today at the 4th day of the SI 2022 qualifiers. Both these teams have been playing their hearts out, of course. Both are certainly wanting to try and take the lion's share of points. You should keep in mind, folks, that this group stage is not super brutal for teams that had a good start here on days 1 through 3. You only need to get 4th out of 5th place to maintain a position in our playoff bracket, which will be generating very, very soon after the games tomorrow finish off here. But considering how close some of these groups have been, once again, don't want to leave yourself vulnerable to a potential upset if things should go awry for you. And on top of that, you still want to try and fight for as high of a seed as possible. That's potentially going to give you a more favorable matchup, as you'll have more than likely a first seed leave you versus the 4th seed from another group, so on and so forth.
And I actually just noticed that R6 tattoo on Soul's arm, it actually has a Batman logo
I saw it too.
which is so sick. Because if you guys notice, FaZe also actually has some Batman jerseys and stuff like that, and some apparel from that, which is pretty dope at the end of the day. Liquid's had some really cool jerseys over their time as well. If you guys remember the Marvel jerseys, those are probably my favorite, like the Iron Man and Spider-Man jerseys and stuff like that. Some pretty sick esports merch coming out in the last couple of years.
So once again, folks, unfortunately, it doesn't look like we have a quick fix on the issue just as of yet, as I noticed that player had to drop out and rejoin. So we'll update you as soon as we have something, but once more, so working on making sure we have a solid fix, making sure we have as good of an environment as possible for our players before we go for the absolute resummation of play here. And it's like we're getting close. Just want to confirm everything's good more than likely once the players get in, and then we should be good to hop back in the server.
Hey, silence. Let's see what we can get going here for the Liquid guys. As Silence eyes down the camera, looks like we're just about ready to go, folks. And we are indeed. The lobby started. You can't see it just yet, but we are indeed in the reveal phase as we are getting back in here. We just want to make sure that everybody can use their ears this time around before we get too deep. Zofia will be the 6th pick yet again here for Cyber, but as we all know, that had to happen. Unbeknownst to Liquid, though, obviously, so that's why it was 6th picked in this fashion. Start off with a Sledge, then pick back into the Zofia. You do not want to give any extra information to your teammates, or rather your opponents.
So let's see here if this break was the little bit of vigor that Team Liquid needed to come up with a winning strategy for this hole. Like we said before, though, operator lives are going to need to be the same, so setups can be a little bit different. We are going to see the immediate pop of the mirror window that is placed over on the far wall leading to the back end of servers. That is going to punish anyone from FaZe that tries to take this control early, because immediately you can see Liquid fight out against that, and on top of that, it's going to be a bit more difficult to not only support the planter because it's a bit of an awkward angle, but it's even more difficult just to get the wall open because things like Exos and whatnot can be fairly easily shot out on the usual positions that they would be placed at. Even things like Mavericking opening that wall, it's going to be nigh impossible when you consider you would have to peak the angle itself quite a bit to be able to make the line up on top here. Just Swiss cheesing as well, the other wall. A little bit awkward for FaZe to be able to clear that up, but shouldn't be too much of an issue here in the grand scheme of things, considering they have the breaching charges. Not only that, but the lifeline available as well there on Cyber.
Well, now for Astro, make an immediate entry into the building, a pre-fire onto Nest as they will get back downstairs. Secondary hard breach now for Astro, making a lot more sense. Seemed like they thought that this was going to be a downstairs execute instead the last time around when they had to play into CEO, but still worked out pretty handedly for them. Last time we saw them utilize Zero for this exact setup, but obviously this works out too, as they will still have the secondary hard breach. Cyber will be putting the breaching charges down that we usually see the Sledge roll fulfill that connects this, so instead it'll just be those to connect these rooms and make the rotations a little bit easier. Liquid setup though favoring more of a turtle, as Ask will be inside of blue here with some ADSs and other things around the deployable shield.
Ask continuing to wait out his position.
Well,
over
actually, no, I take it all back. There's literally nothing here. I don't even think Resets has a disc inside of this space.
Yeah, pretty sure you're right. He's just...
Oh, no, there is one. Thank God.
One little cheeky one in the corner there. The drone has seen it, though, so that there's probably going to be pretty quick pressure, I would imagine, from FaZe to try and force him out here. At minimum, the nade dump will come in here, and that'll get rid of the one magnet, meaning once more his deployable shield and his position overall will become quite vulnerable. Another drone moving in kind of reconfirms the obvious thing they already knew, which is that there isn't a whole lot of resistance to this play. Ask will get himself in position, and it's important to note too that the potential dump of grenades, as long as they're not actual frag grenades, he's going to be all right because he's got those smart glasses there. So flashes, for instance, going to be able to see through that. Smokes, going to have no problem seeing through that. So just to make sure that there is going to be too much frag grenade pressure and that he'll be able to avoid the large majority of that. He actually goes for a swing and no, pays the price for that one. Cyber saw it coming from a mile away, was waiting for an opportunity to punish that potential play, and is going to do exactly that, handing over server on a silver platter with a player advantage now in FaZe's pocket.
Yes, indeed, but very low time now and only one member of Liquid taking any heat inside of this, so it's still a 5 versus 4 and very doable for the Liquid members. Lots of utility being poured in towards site now, but you can hear Resets discs grabbing a lot of this, but FaZe looking to execute pretty quickly here. Cyber moving around the hatch, grenade out here for Cameraman as well. That'll do some serious damage to Nesk, and that's exactly why you want some ADSs down to 1 HP. 26 seconds remain as Yana Clone will grab some extra information. Soul's looking for a plant spot as he takes quite a bit of heat here from the Toxic Babes. PSK will be able to take down Astro's. Cameraman will fall to Nesk, and now the plant doesn't get stopped. Actually, it will, I do believe. Yes, it will, but it'll actually be from the gun of Palu instead. Cyber to fight back now. With only 5 seconds remaining, they more than likely need to go for the guns instead, but no, it'll be Liquid to shut it down.
And so Liquid barely scraped by on that one as well. Thankfully, the resistance, specifically deeper in the site, the hold for security was a bit of a mixed bag there, and they allowed the plant to go through. Thankfully, however, all the support for that plant fell by the wayside, specifically the supports coming in from the upper hatches and over towards the garage and main stairs area. So Liquid was given the freedom they needed after they picked up those kills to punish the plant, stop it with only about a second or so left on the actual plant timer as well. And slowly but surely, things ended up falling into Liquid's favor with the time bank running it down to a 0 point. FaZe now up against the wall in this series. They need to run the next 2 rounds straight, so they're going to take their tactical and see if they can come up with a winning strategy here for what's going to be a staff room coming up here to potentially save themselves. If not, Liquid's going to take this one with a potential 7-4 or 7-5 victory and a 2-0 overall on the series.
Last time we went to this site, Liquid had a successful defense, although it didn't start off looking that way. It was 2 easy picks for FaZe inside of the Archives area, with Nesk having to pull them back from the brink, as he was able to pick up a triple kill, I do believe, in that round, at least a double initially, to at least set things straight inside of the 3 versus 3, and then later on rotating in and making sure that the plant did not go down in order to achieve victory. As of right now, Liquid 1 round away from sealing the deal up against FaZe, not only on their own map pick, but FaZe's map pick as well.
So that pause should be coming to a close here in just a moment. You can see the coach just giving his last words of encouragement and a high five as well for good luck. We'll see if it worked out here, as indeed his mic has now been muted, and we're heading back into the game here as he flips that back up. Do or die time for the FaZe members. Let's see indeed what they'll bring to the table. Zero is back in the fold. Most notable changeup we immediately see there for the operator lineup. Double heart breach once again, but never mind. We're going to see the Maverick get switched away. They'll just be sticking with the Thermite instead here, as the knock is coming in here for Cameraman instead.
Well, now back into the Nook here, so going to have a lot of secondary hard breach unless Cameraman ended up changing that up and has frag grenades this time around. It's going to allow him to be quite sneaky around the map as well. So we'll have to see if he can use that Hell device to good use and possibly get in behind the Liquid members, especially inside of the Teller space like we saw them occupying before. Going to be reinforcing the elevator walls with a mute jammer here as well, just to make sure that things cannot be opened up immediately for FaZe that could lead to a couple of frags onto the Liquid members, as that is going to be a pretty safe space for them to be able to rotate through. And a little later on here, Resets will be setting up the mute jammer. He's going to set 3 of them on this wall, and that's mostly due to the recent nerf that Mute received to the vicinity of his mute jammers.
So with FaZe now out on the board, let's take a look and see what their opening play is going to be here to try and fetch some control across the map here. And we're going to see a can opener get used really early on just to deal with the castle barricade that was positioned over a break room window. Not too much of an issue overall to be able to use that this early, as there's still a good amount of excess. And again, the hard breach charges themselves, the Exos currently contained on Souls, those really only need to be saved for the main wall for Square working itself into the staff area itself. Aside from that, not a huge need for hard breach on this site. Assault, Liquid initially with some presence upstairs looking to fend off the play from FaZe, but they don't stick around for a very long time, immediately culling that back and falling down to the first floor here, where they're going to try to play a little bit more into the Tellers and Archives rooms to try and waste some time for FaZe now that they've taken top square.
Well, Ness could be setting up his last Kona station here inside of the open area to hopefully play some solid defense around. Liquid still waiting for the entry here from FaZe, but obviously FaZe needs some extra insight before they spring to. Looking for some ATM clearance here for Cameraman as well, and that's exactly what I thought was going to be happening with this knock. As they're looking to see if they can possibly get their entry point. Nitrocell out, does some damage back to Cyber, but Reset's also taking some of his own, but that's the pick. Oh no, what the heck just happened there? A ill-advised nade from Bullet will take down Astro. Don't exactly know what happened inside of this, but this is the third blunder inside of this map from FaZe where somebody's died because of it.
That's not Mortar meta. Coming back to bite a team finally here. Somebody mistimed their nade and it came back and hit him apparently. Just guessing, but yeah. No idea how exactly that ended up transpiring, but a super unfortunate turn of events as it's just, again, gifted the 5v4 over to Team Liquid. They can now breathe a sigh of relief and just chill out here. Wait for the potential opening. Oh, nice bank, though. That's going to grab PSK and take him out of the fold here. No impact trick going to come out against the hard breach. Souls will be able to pop the open area right open for the taking here and allow the rest of FaZe to move in through staff.
Ask in a pretty interesting space right now inside of Kitchen, playing on top of the bomb chassis. Adopting this angle here into Square. FaZe have got to hop too soon. 40 seconds remain as Cameraman will pick up resets, and they've been waiting for a very long time for that one to go off, as all of a sudden they have the man advantage. Palu will pull it back, though, as the damage starting to come in onto the Liquid members. Bullet springs forward, and that's going to be a FaZe round there, as they're able to collect it after I don't really know what happened inside of those opening minutes.
A really surprising outcome to that round, given everything that built up to it there.
I mean, if I'm being honest, that was just such a Liquid blunder, it's not even funny. I don't even know why you're standing in relative distance to that when you know the grenade's coming through. You're just asking to get blown up. So it's just super unfortunate there for Liquid. You have the man advantage, play the man advantage. It's just, there's so much going wrong for both of these teams.
No trade setups after the breach is made. You just got 3 players kind of standing off on an island all on their own. Not even really a rush take coming in from FaZe or anything either. Just really loose play from Liquid, and they never try to tighten it up to fix things. So
from both of these teams, it's got to be very frustrating for both of these coaches right now to see exactly how this is breaking down. But either way, Liquid still with an opportunity to close this out inside of regulation here as they head back towards the top floor, where Liquid just simply allowed FaZe to plant the last time around. They're going to make the same wall here. And last time, FaZe simply smoked the angle. Sledge opened the wall and were able to walk in and plant inside without a single Liquid member knowing, whilst PSK had some yokai drones around the space. So very interesting stuff happening here. Hopefully we'll see if Liquid can try and batten down the hatches and assist themselves this time around.
All right, Liquid still up on map point here, going for the fully loaded map twice in a row here. Able to take it 7-5 back on map number 1 and looking to repeat that very same amount of success here on map number 2. For the FaZe roster, however, they need to stop this from happening. They need to trigger overtime just to save themselves. That's really going to guarantee map number 3 for themselves over on Chalet, which, to be fair to you, again, should be a pretty fun affair if we do end up making it to that point. With the teeter-tottering between these two teams continuing, it's made it very hard to predict how one round is going to go, let alone an entire map here. So we'll hold our judgment in terms of who may be winning this round and this map until later on here. Maskell gets spotted out there on a bit of an extension towards open area, but still going to maintain his position. In the meanwhile, here comes Cameraman booming up through main stairs. Did not manage to hear the breach from down below, but wow, saved by, once again, just a player who's not ready to take a battle there. Palu is given a second opportunity to turn that fight around against Cameraman because he's busy chucking a nade out. Meanwhile, speaking of nades, Bullet is going to be able to throw one against Nesk, and because he tried to maintain that position, it wrapped around him. You can see where it blew up as well. Some people might be a little confused, like, wait, there's an ADS there. Yeah, it looks like it probably went too low, so the ADS did not have any line of sight to be able to stop that. And again, they knew where he was before as well, so they can take him out. Liquid, they'll find a response, though, against Astro, and it'll be resets to Nick. Not only that kill up, but he gets the drop shot off on a cameraman to eliminate him, too.
Minute and 45 seconds remaining, and it only takes the first minute 15 for all of this action to happen. Reset's now downstairs, and he's going to play out his life and see if FaZe want to try and rotate into him. Cyber now moving in towards Teller, so he'll have control over the stairwell, but we really shouldn't be seeing Resets try and reaggress just yet. There's still so much time remaining inside of this round for him. FaZe, as of right now, looking towards the sky. Will be repelled on the north windows here. Soul's getting a drone in to spot out exactly what's going down with these Liquid members, as they've cleaned a lot of things up in the current moment. Obviously, Bullet still on a heater, as he's been the saving grace for FaZe in a lot of different moments. He'll tag up Palu here inside of the Checkers office as we get down to the last minute.
Indeed, 60 seconds remain here. Could be the last 60 seconds for FaZe for today as well, as they're going to need to try and summon some strength to get them back into the fold here. Cyber unable to stop the Toxic Bait from imploding, and that's going to cost him actually a fairly small amount of HP as he gets out of it relatively quickly. At the same time, the advances from Liquid are going to come out as a result of that player being pushed back. Bullet makes up for it, though, by quickly pushing himself into stock here. Cyber's going to move himself outside since he's not the case carrier, and he's going to repel to be able to support Souls from that position. While Bullet will instead move over towards the breach. However, Cyber gonna get caught while trying to move up on top of that. Souls now needs to move in with no support and only 20 seconds left, looking for the exchange before he works himself in. And he's gonna get it against Asp, but at a heavy cost to his own HP. Bullet now watching the flank from Palu, making sure that he's not gonna be able to waltz right up against this. And here we go. Souls, where is the play? Where is the plant? You don't have any time left. You gotta go for it. He's gonna attempt it over here behind the couch. Palu already taken out one. Bullet holds on his own, but he still needs to get the case down, and that's it. GG has been called. Liquid take it 2 maps in a row, 7-5, and a 2-0 overall in this series with 3 additional points coming in for their group standing.
Liquid absolutely electric after that 2-0 win, a 7-5 here on Bank, but honestly, one of the sloppiest maps that I've seen throughout the entirety of this tournament. A lot going back and forth in between these teams, a lot of things that they're more than likely going to want to look into and try and fix up, but a win is a win at the end of the day, and in 2-0 fashion, FaZe will not get a single point for this one.
Possible method to the madness, just to maybe give some justification as to why we were seeing teams playing like these really like default type of strategies and whatnot. These teams know each other fairly well and are probably, you know, synced in when it comes to scrims and whatnot, so maybe they didn't want to reveal anything. Maybe there was a little bit of mutual respect there and they wanted to play this map a little bit straightforward. Like I said, that probably has a little bit more to do with how the groups are standing. If both of these teams are in relatively safe positions, I think that that's more likely, but it's been a while since I've checked in on the group standing, so I'm not entirely sure if that was the case coming into this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely, my friend, but I can tell you this, both of these teams definitely can take it to a lot of squads, and we definitely had some interesting interactions, I will say, in between these two across both maps. Some pretty interesting strategy, I would say, but that's for our command center to break down, folks. We're done over here on the casting desk. We're going to send you to a quick break, and we'll be back with our command center.
teams from NA. We're talking TSM and DarkZero. TSM, though, they have been looking sharp, fantastic. DarkZero, SA has been a little bit of a struggle. I'm Jackie Jing, and I am with Dev and Ann, and I'm excited for this matchup. Dev, you're telling me there's some stakes here, right?
Oh, yeah, there's certainly a lot behind this game. For DarkZero, really shocking tournament so far, but any win here against TSM will guarantee them playoffs. They will make it through the group stage should they win, even if they drop a map to TSM. Of course, TSM, on the other hand, they've already locked playoffs, but they're fighting to guarantee the upper bracket of playoffs, that second, third, or fourth place, first place rather. And if they get any win here, they lock that in as well, which means they have a second life when it comes to that bracket.
A lot on the line here. And TSM, they took down Furia in 2, took down BDS with BIOS in 2. I mean, they're sitting pretty right now. DarkZero should be scared.
Yeah, I reckon that DarkZero might feel a little bit scared coming into this game. They're currently 4th in the group, and like you mentioned, they will have to win this, because if they don't win this game and BDS might win their game, it's going to look really bad for them. And the chances of them getting out of the group, if that is the case, I don't see it happening for them.
Yeah, and I feel like we've all been talking about TSM's Trinity, Merc, Bolo achieved. I mean, they have just been killing it.
Yeah, absolutely. Achieved, and Bolo in particular, 1.19 rating between the two of them. Just players that you always look at. You know that we're going to be telling our spectators to be watching them, making sure that we're getting their POVs for all the insane shots that they're hitting, especially on those entries. I know that TSM have had some role changes overall. They've constantly been changing things, but now with Merc on IGL, it just really gives some freedom to those fraggers to just absolutely pop off.
And we were talking about SI being a struggle for DZ. They only beat BDS. DZ and TSM are both in NA, though. So these teams, they know each other pretty well. Do you think this is going to help or hurt DarkZero?
I think it's rather going to hurt DarkZero. I mean, they played against each other 3 times, obviously, because you have 3 stages of NAL. In stage 1, they played against TSM on Cafe. They lost it 4-7. In stage 2, they played against TSM. Even when Pojaman was subbing in for Geo, they lost 0-7 on Cafe, whilst TSM was playing with a sub, like their coach technically. And in stage 3 was the only time where DarkZero actually managed to win versus TSM. It was only an 8-6 win on Oregon, so it's not looking too good for them if you compare their history of games domestically within NAL.
Yeah, honestly, pretty damning head-to-head stat, but we can see the TSM guys stepping up. Look, they haven't made as many roster changes as other teams, certainly not as many as their opponents, but they have been making all kinds of role changes, and seemingly it's been working out. Once upon a time, Merc was known for running in there, headshotting people, and typing GN in chat. Nowadays, he's known for leading from the backline. He is the in-game leader, and from what I've heard, he's been doing a phenomenal job talking to the NAL guys. This team has come to life despite coming through that open qualifier, despite failing to make it to the 6th Invitational based on their top 16 world rank. They have really impressed so far. They haven't even dropped a single map so far. They're first in their group with 6 points, a 2-0 over Furia, a 2-0 over BDS, you mentioned earlier, is actually, that was with Rafale. That was when BDS were playing, in theory, at full strength, and TSM did away with them like it was nothing.
Yeah, they might be surprising a lot of people with how good they've been performing, and we're going to take a look at the player area to see how they're all just setting up, and well, they're looking quite calm, and I would understand if they would feel quite calm because, well, they're literally top in the groups right now, they're undefeated. They shouldn't feel too scared, should they?
There's pressure, right? Because for DarkZero, this game means making playoffs or being eliminated from the tournament. And for TSM, they've already locked playoffs. But the nature of our playoffs format, that first place from the group goes straight into the upper bracket and gets a free game. Second and third go into the upper bracket, but they still have to play one match before seeding into the rest of the bracket. And then if you end up 4th, coming out of your group, you don't get a second life. You go into the lower bracket. TSM, they don't have to do much to get locked in for that upper bracket. All it means is getting a win here, and they will guarantee that. Of course, they're yet to play Elevate as well, which will be quite a different challenge, but I think for now, focusing on DarkZero shouldn't be too much of one.
And we have DarkZero up on the screen now, and we've talked about this at length. It just seems like they're just struggling to gel, and we talk about chemistry so much and how important it is. Why do you think that they're struggling to have this synergy?
I feel like they might be struggling a little bit because, well, as we mentioned in previous games, it's usually Hyper and NJ that are this fragging duo, and they're supposed to be just getting in and getting a lot of kills, but if you look at Hyper so far in the tournament, I feel like he's kind of underperforming.
Yeah, it's funny really, because you look at this team, star-studded roster. Once upon a time, Hyper was arguably the best North American player in
hands
the league.
down. He was untouchable.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You got a two-time world champion and Canadian leading this team from the behind. You've got NJR, you've got Eclipse, even Pamba. Like, these guys are all absolutely nuts. But you know what's funny about this team right here, DarkZero? They seem like when they get into the server under that banner, they are less than the sum of their parts. You would think that you've got 5 amazing players, you put them together, you add some team chemistry, and they exceed the expectation. And sadly, DarkZero have had the opposite effect.
Yeah, I mean, the team hasn't been together in this shape or form in a very long time. It's been 4 months since they had the recent roster changes, and this team is known to have to take some time to gel together with the team well, and they even mentioned it themselves, like, you have to take time to find out how to play these situations with your new teammates. And well, while Hyper's had the worst rating of the team so far, NJR is doing pretty okay, and even their support, Eclipse, has had a pretty decent rating so far. And I think what they're struggling with mostly so far is the effectiveness of operators. We've mentioned it before with, for example, Canadian on Shelly. He couldn't really determine whether he wanted to play Flores or Yana because neither really seemed to work well for him.
Yeah, and it just comes back to the roles as well. It's not just the operators, but Canadian sadly has seemed to really struggle finding his feet, what he needs to be doing on this team. Of course, a lot of that contribution is going to be in the energy, it's going to be in the communications and the experience that he brings, and notoriously Troy Canadian. Well, boy, does he come to life when it gets to LAN, and that's where we are right now. All these players sitting side by side, but we just haven't seen that out of DarkZero, not yet, and we're waiting to. We are just desperately waiting to see these guys pop off and show what they're made of. Canadian could be gunning for be the first person to win 3-6 invitationals, to raise a hammer for the 3rd time, but it's a far cry. I don't think it's going to be possible, not with this DZ roster.
Yeah, Dev, we were like, he is going to be coming after that 3rd hammer. We've been saying that repeatedly. How do you think he's adjusting to this team?
Difficult to really give him much credence, sadly. It's just it's been such a tough slog. Like you said, 4 months it's been, and the team historically struggles with roster changes. He is, though, however, reunited with BC, as you can see right there, the coach standing behind him, the original EG duo. So it's nice at least that we have a bit of a throwback there and a bit of a nostalgia. Sadly, it just hasn't come to form in the server.
Dev, you're so sweet. You're like, well, it's nice for nostalgia. And we do have our map ban information up on the screen right now, so tell me what you're thinking here.
Yeah, okay, it's TSM that has the first ban. They ban out Club, which themselves they have a 50% win rate on, and it's an okay map for DarkZero. I think if you start looking further with the Cafe ban coming in from DarkZero, that makes so much sense. I mentioned it before, they lost against TSM in NAL twice on this map, and one of them even was an 0-0, an 0-7, so you don't want to be playing that map again against TSM.
Yeah, look, going to Villa, though, for TSM's map pick, statistically, this is a really strong one for them. They've won it 3 times in recent history. Funnily enough, one of them was against Furia earlier in the 6 Invitational. They also won it twice in the North American qualifier for the 6 Invitational. That was against Parabellum and One Shot LFO. Both not necessarily teams at this level, but both convincing wins. On the flip side, DZ actually just lost that to BDS.
Yeah, you could mention that this is probably one of DZ's worst maps, Philo, so a good pick for TSM, and, well, I hope that DarkZero can do something on this map. They, on the other hand, pick Coastline, and, well, they haven't really played that map as of recently. TSM has not played it either, and
they're most
TSM actually
map for TSM.
Yeah, that's what I was going to mention. TSM banned this map almost all of the time, so that is going to be interesting, not having seen both teams on this map a lot. As of recently, it is TSM with an Oregon ban too. That was the only map that they've lost against DarkZero in a previous game, and, well, I think the one thing we'll have to mention is DarkZero having the last say in this, and they banned Chalet, leaving Bank open, which is a map that TSM has a 100% win rate on, and that
This is scary, right?
Yeah, that's confusing to me.
It's pretty scary for DZ here, just knowing, obviously, they already go in as the underdogs, funnily enough, despite having a number 12 world rank and TSM having a number 17 world rank. DarkZero are always going to have a struggle here, and the maps do back that up. Like you said, Bank being the decider. Should we get to it, which, to be honest, I don't expect us to. Even if we do get there, like you said, TSM are flawless. They played it 4 times in recent history, plus 24 round differential and a 90% attacking win rate. I mean, in contrast, DarkZero, they really struggle on that map. They've only won it once in recent history, and they've lost it earlier in the NAL finals to Sonic, so it is not a strong point for them. If there's anything that you get out of this pre-desk seminar right now, it should be that TSM is absolutely favored to dumpster DarkZero in this series.
Dumpster? Oof. I was going to ask you all for predictions, but I think you've both been loud and clear here. It's not looking fantastic for DarkZero, but we shall see. Our teams are ready to go. So DZ versus TSM, Dez and Ace. Take it away. Yes, I said your names. I love saying your names. Dez and Ace, Dez and Ace.
She did it again. Earlier on, she was like, you guys are like fanboying for me. And now it's the reverse, where she's like, oh, I love saying your name. Des and Ace, Des and Ace. Oh, thank you. Yeah, that's kind of what Jackie's like sometimes, isn't she? She's a great cheerleader.
She's the most amazing supporter. She's the most amazing supporter, Jackie. She's super positive all the time.
DarkZero may well need Jackie's support because it is looking for rough for them coming into this game. You've heard what the analysts had to say. Some of you at home may disagree, but given DarkZero's shaky form so far throughout the group stage and TSM looking on fire since the NA closed qualifiers, well, Tim, I think it's fair to say many are favouring them coming into this game. And starting on Villa, TSM's home map, I'm a little bit nervous for DarkZero.
I would be too. I think what's fascinating about this game, obviously it's the NA showdown, but for me it's sort of like the problems that NA have had in DarkZero, still kind of there, and then the solution to the NA problems in TSM and the performances that they've shown us. So it's gonna be a real clash here, but like you say, Villa for me is very, very important because I don't know about coastline between these two. Like you say, we've not seen an awful lot of it, and I just think TSM are hitting shots at the minute, Des. We saw them 3Ks, 4Ks all over the place the other day, and I think they're going to be very difficult to beat on a frag-heavy map like Coastline. I do.
I mean, even on Villa, like the other day against Fury, you referenced it there. Round 3 was an ace coming in. We had a 4K from Bolo the prior round, and Achieve goes off. It's, you know, all of them are getting involved and in the mix and really making big rounds count. But even when they aren't popping off, the team play is still stellar. In we go then to Villa for map number 1 of this final best of 3 of the day, unless you're also counting B-Stream. There are 2 going on at the same time. TSM versus DarkZero, a real NA classic. And you know what I'm most excited about, Tim? I'm most excited about the shouts coming from that side of the room when this gets underway.
Oh, there's no two ways about it. We're going to be hearing from these teams, absolutely, and they're going to be hearing from each other, I would imagine. I wouldn't expect anything less. Bands start coming in. It's going to be Flores to go first.
We spoke a lot about the Flores bans that we've seen over the last few days. Teams targeting it against specific teams that like using it. We've referred to, I believe it was Damwon use it on one of their maps about 80% of the time, but this is a spicier ban. The Sledge coming out. Yeah, I mean, we know that's a really popular pick for Achieved on this team, right? It's his go-to bread and butter operator. And given the nade meta that we're in right now, where Sledge fits into pretty much any lineup, that may well remove a couple of frags if you've got to bring along something like a Buck instead.
Well, you know, we've seen the development of this, you know, I'm not going to call it a frag meta, but we're certainly seeing a lot of frags. It's not the whole top and bottom of everything, but we're seeing success with them. We're seeing kills with them. Get underneath, use your nades, get them to explode just below the floor, and they get the kills. So it's going to be interesting to see this played out without. Obviously, there's still Finker, there's still Iana, there's still Maverick, there's still operators there that are going to bring along those gadgets in place of the Sledge. But on Villa, when you're on those lower floor sites particularly, you want your Sledge as well. So that's maybe going to get us seeing some Buck, or you could bring other soft breach options, use your soft breach chargers, for example. Maybe an Ash creeps in. I think the Sledge, we're going to see here how important Sledge has become recently, in that we're going to see a few operator picks that we wouldn't normally because he's not there.
Tim, this is TSM's Matt Pitreich. So why have DarkZero chosen to start on the attack again?
Maybe they're confident, Des.
That's it. The mind game. We're confident. That's what you're riding on with this.
Yep.
Okay. I'll believe you. I'll back you on this one, but I imagine TSM were giggling to themselves with delight like a child in a candy shop at the thought of getting to start on defense here on Villa. We'll see how they start things off. It's inside Aviator and Games. The Bandit and the Mirror on side, also looking in towards that Frost that we don't see a whole ton on this map.
I mean, in theory, starting side shouldn't really matter. You know, technically you do get the same chance.
I do hear this argument a lot.
But there is a big but here, and that's when that halfway mark comes. If you're 5-1, 6-0 down, that is not the same as going in to your defensive half 0-0. You know, in reality, it's not. There is that mental proponent, but you'd still do potentially get that same opportunity. Heading into round one then, it's going to be Aviator Games. We're going to have the defensive, and as I said, some interesting pickups already. We've got Geo on the castle, we've got a Bandit in play, we've got a Frost on Charla, we've got the Mirror brought along by Merc, and I like what I'm seeing. We've got TSM stacking up towards the north side. Definitely playing into a potential DarkZero push from that side of the map, but Eclipse is getting himself straight up to join Hyper and NJ on the south side. They're lower floor, he's upper deck. He's going to get himself onto the balcony and start looking in towards Study as the setup continues still 40 seconds into the round for TSM.
This is probably more that adaptable setup that we saw coming in our game earlier on that we cast today, where it was about the 2-minute mark where we had the team of M&M actually putting down their final mirror in the basement of Oregon. They were waiting to see where the attack came from. So clearly feeling they have a better idea on this one. That's why TSM have chosen to hold on to it until they get a sniff at where the attack is coming in. Either they've spotted a couple out on the Study balcony, or they've just heard the window getting smashed open and thought, you know what, that's That's what happens when you ban away his sledge. Even if he's on the defense, he's going to feel a little bit stinted. Great first kill coming in, and a good start for DarkZero in the round.
It is a great start there, achieved suffering to time in there. It wasn't really missed shot. He saw the arm as the nade was about to get released, but then the animation of releasing that nade just took him back into safety, and Hyper able to react very quickly to get the kill onto the Bandit. 5 versus 4 and a lot of pressure coming from that Study side, Des, and the thing is, that's DarkZero not playing into TSM's utility, so right now those reinforcements, mirrors, anything else on that north side is all for nothing if they're going to push in through Study.
These mirror windows have been cracked open, so life should be a little bit easier if you're on the side of DarkZero. We get towards that final 60 seconds and things are going to have to speed up. They're squaring up for a push to coming up the Red stairs. Misses out on the Gon 6. It doesn't stop NGR from charging his way forward here with Hyper. The two big fraggers on this team stepping forward and looking to make magic happen. That line of fire straight through the soft wall. Down goes Geo. NJR carrying on his march towards victory, looking for a second. It's the Mirror sat in sight towards his left on the other side of Map's table. Bolo looking to come and hit them on the flank. Merc finding one onto NJR. No doubt the call coming in that yes, they are on the red stairs. So all Bolo's got to do is tuck in and wait for the next call to move to shut down Hyper.
DZ working well here from both sides, but Merc manages to level things up. Bolo finds Pamba, and this means trouble for DarkZero. Des, it was looking good. They were getting themselves into Study. They had red stairs, but they never dealt with the north side. We talk about how that avoided the utility, but it didn't avoid the operators, and that is where they get punished from as Bolo moves back across, but Eclipse finds him, levels it up 2 for 2. Eclipse gets himself another onto Merc. This game is going to be explosive from minute 1. That much is clear. Pressure on the bar door. Canadian finds Charla, and DarkZero take their first attack on Villa. Hands up. Hands up. Who had DarkZero winning the first attacking round on Villa against TSM?
And who had Canadian being the one that wins the 1 versus 1?
And I don't believe anybody's got the hands up right now.
You just knew. As soon as I saw it was him stepping in for the fight, I was like, if he wins this, he's going off. And sure enough, turns to bark over towards TSM, basically saying, sit the hell down. We're here to play. Great first round from DarkZero. It did look a little bit dicey, admittedly, as the mid-round settled in. They had their push coming up red stairs. It sort of fell to tatters as Bolo picked off Pamba. NJR fell by the wayside. It looked a little bit thin on the ground. It came down to that very final 1v1 after a couple of kills swung their way, though. The Canadian, not normally the one you'd expect to win in a situation like that, but does closes out the round, and DarkZero find a critical attacking round win. Rather than repeating Aviator Games, TSM are now going to step up to the north side of the map and will be defending inside of Trophy and Statuary.
Yep, going to switch things up immediately. Obviously not happy with what went on Aviator Games there. I like what DarkZero did. As I said, a lot of investment was made on that north side, and they just basically went up red stairs, cut the map in half instead. We're not going to play into it. They did lose a couple of lives from there, but ultimately, all's well that ends well. They had that split push coming in from north and south side, and it was just a little too hot to handle for TSM. Bollo's going to be playing underneath on the Valkyrie this time. Nitro in hand, so we may well find him keeping himself down there, looking for nitros, but also potentially looking to just keep operators out of kitchen and dining, particularly for as long as possible.
They've lent on that Jackal for a couple of rounds too, and don't blame them at all, you know, it's a good flex operator to bring along here. Where you don't have the sledge on side, you can still do the work of opening up the floor underneath you with the ITA shotgun, the secondary that Jackal brings along in his arsenal. You also have the smoke grenades, and when you haven't got something like a Twitch on side, which we're seeing more and more teams bring, it's just a bit of added juice when it comes round to the execute. So 3 roles being filled by Pamba here, the Roamer Hunter, the smokes for when they go for the execute, and of course the gadget for dealing down with the Roamers overall. It's just looking good that he has so much to offer to the team.
NJR's looking to get himself into kitchen and dining, as suggested. He's going to be playing into information, I would imagine, unless they manage to spot out the Valkyrie cameras that Bollo was down there placing. So there's going to be a little bit of information for TSM to work for, at least. Now, interestingly, Gio had himself positioned down on the main stairs. He was just keeping himself out of the way, and this could be a problem if he's not identified. He's actually moved himself up now into study and maps area, so he's not going to be too much of a threat to NJR down on the lower floor there. Pretty safe to do a little bit of work and start getting rid of some utility at the minute. No big challenge coming on the ground floor from TSM, Des.
Yeah, not looking to meet them, which, as I spoke about several times today, is a choice they've made, and they accept there may well be consequences. Consequence number 1, coming in towards Achieved as he eats a whole ton of damage off his HP bar as a grenade from below connects in. The second one, not quite doing enough damage, but Canadian knows that he's done a bit of a tickle on towards Achieved's health bar. By conceding it, they do enable this kind of play. The ITA from below, like I mentioned, coming out of Pamba. The shotgun, the grenades coming in, as well, from Hyper and Canadian. The impacts from NJR. Really, if DarkZero don't find a vertical kill in some sense here, or a way of moving defenders about without that Jackal, they're missing out on a massive opportunity that TSM have given to them for free.
Achieved is just on such low health at the minute, trying to play against that wall. We see Merc having to dip back as his Wamai Magnet is going to eat up that nade. Bolo eats up Pambazoo there with a headshot, finding the first kill of the round. That's going to be 5-4 in favour of the defenders then, but Hyper, a beautiful little peek. It didn't need a headshot as Achieved was on low health anyway, but you know what? He's going to style it out and take it anyway. Levels things up 4-4. Bolo taking damage. Merc, however, is the one with the next lethal shot, this time onto Eclipse. 4 versus 3, DarkZero. 15 seconds left to go, need to get moving. Cannot do it! Bolo, Merc, Gio. It's a trifecta of kills that rain in at the end of the round, and that's going to be TSM leveling things up, and the shouts, they're just as loud.
Well, Merc was so busy shouting he didn't get his fist bump, and he turned around like, wait, go, I'm sorry, come back. Too late by then. Pojo had moved on. He had other things to be dealing with. Some great shots coming in that round. The one from Hyper that you just saw on screen a second ago, absolutely beautiful onto the gem that was Achieved's head. Got the shutout, and ultimately time ran a bit too low for DarkZero to be able to be patient anymore. We're forced to push in, and TSM get the closeout. We rotate now into the offsite, so no AVG repeat coming in for TSM at all. Instead, just going straight onto the downstairs. This time it's going to be Canadian playing Jackal duties, and I expect you'll see him again playing on that vertical, making use of the ITA, because they'll need that in this round if they're going to be successful. They've clocked themselves to go into the offsite because we've also got 6 breaching rounds in the back pockets of a couple of operators on the team, looking to help them open things up. I imagine that's the Ace and the Zofia.
Round number 3, it will be then, 1 apiece, and I mean, I think all of us are hoping for a little bit of an NA throwdown here. We want these teams absolutely wailing on each other, and it looks like we might just get a little bit of that action. DarkZero actually not looking too bad so far. They're on the pace, they're finding the kills, and it's been close for the first couple of rounds, down to the final 10 seconds there before TSM could mop them up in round 2. Round number 3 is going to see TSM defending on the lower floor this time. This is where we're really going to see maybe a bit of a difference with the sledge not being available. We would normally expect him to get into the top floor, open up all that floor. This time instead, as you can see, on NJR and Eclipse, they have both brought along those soft breach chargers. That's your alternative. They've got 6 of them. They get them in there, they're going to rip the floor up. They've also got the impact grenades for NJR as his special gadget as well. So there's a lot of work that can still be done on those soft surfaces.
Absolutely, yeah, just doubling down on that point as well, because it's going to be the pivotal part. We said in the last round, really, they needed to be making use of the below, failed to do so, lost the round. I'm not saying it's the only reason, but it was definitely a key factor. You've got Achieved, who's lurking around downstairs here too, looking to cause a bit of trouble off towards the south side. More of a perimeter player than so much being on a full roam. He's just there to kind of be the welcome party. Hand you a glass of champagne as you step in towards the site and say, welcome to the party, good sir. For who it is that he welcomes first and foremost, it's going to be down to decide in the next 30 seconds or so. As they start stepping their way forwards, even Merc may be able to give them a bit of a hint of, hey, these guys are coming from this direction, be ready, and look to maybe toss a C4 out to stop them.
I think it's important to mention what's at stake here for DarkZero as well. Of course, TSM going very well so far, but points in the group have been few and far between for DarkZero up to this point. They are in the mix with BDS and Elevate, fighting over that 4th position potentially, and who will go through to the playoffs. So DarkZero, every point matters here. Every map that they can win could be crucial. They've got another game to play tomorrow. It is going to be down to the wire for them, so really this is an opportunity for a good performance. It's a team that they're very familiar with. You know, they should know exactly what they're expecting coming into this one.
It's kind of BDS they're warring with at that bottom side of the table as well, who I believe are playing on the other stream. So lots to be still said for this group. It's far from a closed case. It all depends how many points they can get from the respective maps they're all playing in over these 2 best of 3s. They see the side of the arm. Canadian narrowly getting a bit of a tag down, but not enough to put any real threat onto Chala. Steps things away. About from that point, knows that he can challenge across as and when. Canadian losing more than he really bargained for in that exchange.
Pamba's still got himself locked into those red stairs there. I think he's wanting to push into Memorial. He's going to do it, and he's going to take down Charla there with the F2. Moves in, gets himself an angle through to Laundry, which will allow his team to aggress forward. Meanwhile, Geo finds Canadian. We've just got them trading in either direction here. Bolo and NJR directly take each other out. There's the swing from Pamba, but the trade comes in again from Achieve. 2 versus 2. Eclipse in a position to potentially get the diffuser down here. He's got Hyper on the cover, and I think he might just stick this Des. He should have time. Achieve is coming in, but he's going to be too late. There goes the impact nade. He's low health, and he takes the death. It's 2v1. It's all up to Geo. About 10 HP left. He cannot even take a bullet here, and that is exactly what will happen to him as he steps through the door. Hyper finds the kill. DarkZero protect the diffuser, and that is going to be another round for the team in purple.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff. It's where it starts to get spicy, because we came in again assuming that we wouldn't see DarkZero particularly holding a candle to TSM, not less because it's on TSM's home map, but because it's TSM versus DarkZero. But 2 rounds on attack out of the first 3 is a wonderful start. And just a heads up that we will have a quick tech pause here. Bolo just leaving the game to rejoin us in a second. He's had a small bug, but once that's addressed, we'll be back into the game in no time at all. We will return back to the start of the cycle, Ace. We're going into Aviator games, and hopefully TSM have more success this time round.
They just weren't able to stop DarkZero pushing into sight there. It was Charla in Memorial who just got absolutely gunned down by Pamba, who went in, and just all the pressure flooded in from behind. It just ended up, you know, all the strategy went out the window. It just came down to gunfights erupting everywhere, in and out of sight, people going down left, right and centre. Let's see who's left standing. And unfortunately for TSM, the 2 that were left standing were the 2 that had very low hit points at that time, and it really put them at a disadvantage when trying to fight back on that retake. We've got a game sorted out. We're back in now. It's going to be a quick turnaround. We're going to be Aviator games this time, with TSM defending this for the second time. Defended it back in round 1. DarkZero, interesting push. They came from the south side and they came from red stairs. TSM had invested a lot of utility on the north side to potentially stop a push coming from that direction, but DarkZero just didn't play into it. So I'm interested to see what TSM do with that this time. My guess is they're going to have a little bit less over that side.
Well, it more came down to that 1 versus 1 against Canadian at the end, from the 2 versus 2, not really going the way they hoped, to a 1 versus 1. So although I really thought TSM had done the hard yards in the early to mid round and got the control they needed, they shut down the red push incredibly well with a good flank coming out of Bolo too. Ultimately, it counted for naught as the gunfights were being won by DZ. So personally, don't feel they've got to change absolutely tons here in order to be successful. Just don't let them slip through the net as you did previously, else you will get another earful coming out of Troy. Of that, I have no doubt, Tim.
The thing is, you can just see how much it means to him. You know, yes, he's won the competition before, but you know, all that sort of stuff doesn't matter because he's here to win it now. That's the point, and it just bleeds out of him, and it feeds into the team. And you know, I'm sure that it really does get the pulses racing and fighting towards those victories, especially when you've had a tough start to it as well. And if you start feeling like you've got that confidence, you're playing better, you've fixed a few things, it's certainly going to drive you to do more. Now then, DarkZero looking like they are going to push into the north side this time around. There is some utility expended over there. We've got some reinforcements. We've got some players that are located in that direction, but they don't have the mirror to play into, for example, this time. There's a little bit less sort of active utility there.
Absolutely. I mean, with this full clear off to start with, yes, it means you've got more of the map to work your way through, but it also means you should be able to cover your backside. Here it's less about the backside, it's more about Merc already greeting them, because previously it was more perimeter play and looking to meet them as they got further into the building. But for Merc, it's as soon as they've stepped inside of the room itself, he's already looking to contest. They've whittled through a number of drones already for the attackers, but it won't stop Canadian getting the entry onto Merc. And with these two being the IGLs, that means more to Canadian than you'll ever know.
That's going to give them the advantage, 5 versus 4. Bolo still playing underneath, but I think Pamba's aware of his position here. He's just going to hold on this window for as long as possible. If Bolo tries to rotate or move across, luckily for him, he's going to head in a southerly direction. Finds NJR, but immediate trade there. Well played from DarkZero. Good team play. It's not ideal to lose NJR, but what happened there was the comms were instant. Bolo's killed me from living room, so then immediately Pamba knows he's moving away from me. I can get a freebie. In he goes, picks it up. Nice trade. Well played, DarkZero.
I feel like we saw more trades in these first few rounds than we saw in the entirety of M&M versus Empire early on today, where trade play was just not a thing. It often came down to the individual skills. So really interesting seeing the difference between this inter-region matchup and the one that we had earlier on today. With that control on the north side established, DZ can now start thinking about the execute. The problem is, Tim, they've only got about 40 seconds left to do it. They're going to be a bit forced here, a little bit pushed in to say, right, you haven't got time to mess around here. Direct to site is the way to go. They're going to open up the vault and then potentially look to get something going on down 90, whilst Hyper, as he has done before, will be the one trying to force his way in through Aviator door. Achieved is on the downstairs, mind you, and I think he's still got a C4 in back pocket. Yes, he does. So they'll have to watch out for him, because if he's got a good read, good information on where the plant's going down, he could be lethal.
Achieved manages to Achieved manages to find Eclipse. A good kill for TSM to slow things down here. We've got once again a game that is going wild in front of us. Time is ticking away though. Canadian has Diffuser. Doesn't even really have time to attempt the plant there. TSM managed to just burn enough away. The goo mine coming in clutch for them towards the end of that one. And DZ, they get no further ahead. 2 for 2. The thing is, you've got to look at it this way. They're going to expect TSM to get 4 rounds on defense. That's pretty much your benchmark for a defense on Villa. DarkZero have already got there too. They're the ones that have reached the benchmark. If they can find one more round here, it's been a successful attacking half.
Absolutely. And it's easy to look at it and say to DarkZero, hey, you guys are just too slow here. You're not getting the pace you need to. Look at the different layers of problems that TSM made for them in that round. The first one was them even trying to get inside the building. You have Merc inside Trophy and Stantry firing a bunch of bullets, burning through 3 drones, really grinding them down to a halt. Then they got in towards Red, and there was a couple more things to worry about. There was Achieved on the downstairs, for example. There was Hyper having to hold the Aviator door for them because they needed someone to be ready for a rotate to come in. By the time they got everything done, set up, control of top floor with a couple of drones downstairs, they were down to 40 seconds. They didn't have time to go and deal with the Chief, which is why he found the freebie onto the Ace when he came walking into the building. So I don't know if it's more of a bit of a one-directional focus from DarkZero, too site-centric and not worrying about those below, the perimeter rooms, for example. But that's where I think there needs to be some more control. But then I imagine the immediate response coming from DarkZero would be, with what time? There is essentially none left. 3 minutes does disappear before you know it.
Round number 5 then is going to see TSM back over on the north side. Trophy and statue area, site that they successfully defended back in round 2. They pretty much gave DarkZero the lower floor. We'll see if they choose to do that again. Maybe with that sledge being off the board, it is DarkZero's ban, but maybe it just gave them a little bit of confidence in doing so. Achieved is playing down there for the time being, looking to challenge on towards Laundry Door possibly, but he just dips himself away. But definitely going to be playing in that dining kitchen area for the immediate future, so certainly not giving up quite as much to DarkZero this time.
DarkZero really counted on this being downstairs itself as a site. I think because they saw how things went down in round 2, where TSM quite confidently won, I don't know, or just looking at how it went down in round 3 where DarkZero won, they were like, well, maybe they think they can correct things there and they'll try and bait us with a step back into dining and kitchen because it is available. They've got 9 breaching rounds on side. The IQ to use from below to shoot gadgets out through the soft floor. Again, just feels like they've kind of read into this a little bit wrongly, rather than expecting TSM to follow the same rotation of sites.
Pretty coy first minute so far, as there's not really been any direct gunfights, any challenges onto each other. DarkZero collecting information here, but you've already touched on time for them, Des, and they need to make sure that they're not letting it run away from them. We're certainly not at that point yet, but we are coming towards the halfway mark, towards that 130. You can see the drones still buzzing around at the feet of NJR. I think they're just still a little bit concerned for the potential of Achieve. They don't know where he is at the minute, Des. He's slipped away into the basement, and it could be a big problem for them. They're not droning down there. Obviously, time is a factor in that. Canadian's going to come in to join NJR and start taking those gadgets out, but Achieved could pop up and cause a problem at a moment's notice.
What I kind of see as an issue here is NJR and Canadian are on the downstairs. They've got the control, but they've still got drones going in ahead of them before anyone on the top floor makes a move. When NJR controls dining kitchen already, you don't need drones upstairs. Well, you do need drones, but you don't need to also be droning further in downstairs and wait for the all clear before you go in. If he's got control of that room, no one is going to see for you. Step forward, get to work on a wall, do something. Because right now, all 3 members of Pambazoo, Canadian, NJR on the downstairs have been sat on drones for the longest of times. We're down to 45 seconds. They haven't looked to getting the triple wall opened up. Canadian's got himself below and I think has removed away the key gadgets that were slowing things down for them. But there's no Mute, there's no Kai, there's no Bandit. They've got to make the move happen.
Hyper does so in finding that first kill onto Bolo. That might just get things moving for DarkZero here. Could be the catalyst. They're starting to get that triple wall opened up, at least the access that they need. Achieved has made a little bit of mess of his flank there. He does make the challenge, but he runs face first into NJR downstairs and takes a ton of damage, trying to move back up Astro. He will manage to re-peek and find NJR. That's great play from Achieve there. Hyper finds Merc with Geo onto Eclipse in the mix as well. Canadian 2v2, 2v1. It swings from side to side here. 3 seconds left to go. Hyper, no chance. TSM somehow able to hold on in the slew of kills that DarkZero managed to find.
I think DarkZero, I mean, I called it in the mid-round, they just made it a bit too predictable to know what was going on. Okay, they've opened up Master Wall at the 60-second mark. They've got no time to clear anything else. What are they likely to do here? Now, they're probably going to push in towards the triple wall and come in through Master Bedroom door. So DarkZero just sat them, sorry, DarkZero, TSM just sat there and said, if you want to come, then go for it. We're ready. You had Charlotte chucked in ready with the smokes. You had 1 or 2 of them, I think when you had, I think it was Merc who ran back up towards Astro stairs. 2 of them challenging onto Astro window as well. It's just a bit predictable right now. TSM are reading DarkZero very, very well, responding to what they're doing, and on DarkZero's side, they're not doing what other teams have done, which is acknowledge there is a problem, such as a roamer, or that they are running short on time and going, okay, the risk we have to take here is we will step into Master Bedroom and start opening walls up and looking to make a play before we fully got downstairs control. We've got a player in there who can choose to fight someone. We accept that as a risk. They're almost following the checklist a bit too strictly here, Tim, and I think that's what's really slowing them down.
Yeah, maybe just need a little bit of flexibility within the round.
That's it.
Sort of make those decisive calls and just go with it. NJR was unfortunate there on the challenge. He got lucky to begin with. He was the benefactor, if you will, of the siege timing. He was just coming out of the kitchen at the right point when Achieve tried to make his peak, but then somehow on low health, Achieve come back for more and got that kill. And those are going to be the ones, those could be the fine margins, Des, that lose this for DarkZero. It's 3-2, it's close, it's tight. Every gunfight matters.
Here's a classic for you, Tim. A living library defense with an extension up and towards Aviator gains in the hold inside of Vault. Now, I'm not going to sit here and make bold claims, as others may have done, that Europe was the first to pioneer this, or saying that NA were the first to open a certain wall with Habana on Oregon. We have a little throwback to that one. What I'm seeing here is what we saw back in Europe, where I think it was Vitality and BDS were some of the first to pioneer this, where inside a vault you can open up some really good holes that essentially see down to the north side of Living Library. You can stop plants going down inside of the site, as Charla is wonderfully demonstrating for us right now, and stop any kind of north push from being successful. You can then always look to fall down the main stairs to contest anyone trying to push in for a south side plant. That's where Bolo's playing right now, and it just gives you really, really good, healthy control. Hyper has just jumped into Art Studio, by the way. If he gets the push through here onto Bolo, that breaks this whole thing wide open, so he's got to be very careful about where he plays.
Bolo has dipped himself away onto main stairs, just taking a prone position up so he can hold a tighter angle. There's two on the downstairs that are just looking to push a little bit towards DarkZero's lines, I think. The mirror being used just for trying to pop the drones out of the air. Still 7 drones available on the side of DarkZero, so plenty of information coming in for them. A couple of those will be Twitch drones as well, so that just racks the total up even further.
Double air jabs on that door as well, coming up from the basement. Beautiful stuff. I love the mirror window, by the way, here, because normally you're relying on those on the vertical plate to make this work. A smoke can deny everything. What a shot! Merc standing up and eating a face full of bullets from NJR. A second coming in as well. A much better start for DarkZero, Tim, because they've got 2 kills and we've still got 80 seconds to play. Beautiful
exactly stuff. What they needed there, just taking 2 down. 5v3, DarkZero can level this up at 3-3 on the scoreboard. Hyper just coming together with Bolo there. Both managed to escape with a similar amount of health. Charla manages to finish him off though. Pamba finds Bolo, so neither of them live much longer after that fight. 4v2, effectively 4v1. It's all up to Achieved. He can do nothing, Des, as Canadian shuts him down, and DarkZero managed to take a level half. 3-3 on the attack of Villa. Ooh, could this be boding well for them?
It could, and it's looking really good, right? I mean, it was good that they got the first couple of kills there because that set things in motion. You saw a couple of things happen once those 2 kills came in. First one is, they went a little bit deep in terms of Hyper. He went charging his way through the site, past the mirror window, and paid the price to Charla, who was still behind him in Mudroom, so not droned out to the west. At the same time, off to the east, inside Red Corridor, you had 2 members vaulting through the single window and start their push forwards. They were a little bit slow on making the action happen, and this is what I spoke about with, I want to say it was Oxygen yesterday. They see an opportunity. Yes, it was Kino on this map. You see an opportunity, you charge through and get 2 kills.
Confidence Kino.
Confidence Kino. The other 4 members of the team, they spring into action. The second he calls, I'm in sight, I've got control, they all make a move. The rest of DarkZero there were a little bit slow on the uptake. Admittedly, we're probably saying, well, there's 3 left. Let's not panic here. Still take things slowly. But I was just a little bit nervous that Hyper might get himself caught out by going too deep. And sure enough, Charlotte did find 1. Thankfully, was traded out and gives DarkZero a good 3 rounds in the first half. Now they switch on to the defensive side and now start things off in Aviator games with a very similar lineup to what we saw all the way back in round 1 from TSM.
Okay then, Aviator games, as you say, will be our starting point for DarkZero. We've got 2 over on the north side and a lot of utility again, just the same as was played into previously. DarkZero basically avoided this by coming up red stairs. Very similar setup though. We'll see if TSM give them the pleasure of heading in from that side or whether they decide to circumvent.
I want to say the second mirror is probably inside of Games Room. No, I can't see it on the wall looking in towards Study, which is normally where it would be. Maybe it's looking in towards Aviator. Yep, there it is. Thank you very much. Easy. It's interesting they've committed one all up towards the north side, and I believe they've also taken the Bandit up there as well, right? So looking at ways to deny away the triple wall, to give them a mirror facing in towards Astro. This is a lot of utility towards to dedicate towards trying to keep the attackers at bay. But TSM know, again, it's a problem they've got to try and deal with. So where the same sort of issue was created by TSM on the defense, they've now got to attack into one that's arguably twice as strong up towards the north. I just hope we see DarkZero back away in good time. They have no downstairs control, so nades can start singing.
Eclipse is going to find himself on the wrong side of one of those. He takes half of his health away there as Achieved manages to find his man, but just not quite close enough to be lethal. Canadian, however, could be lethal here as he creeps his way up from the basement. He knows that Achieved is operating underneath now after Eclipse takes that damage, so it's just a matter of time until Canadian decides to try and push himself into the kitchen to make the play that could end that vertical pressure from underneath. For the time being, TSM have got themselves good control of the north side, looking to aggress on into 90 corridor, and this is where they then start building pressure onto site itself, using that map's door, potentially even gaming room door, to get themselves on there and try and find lines onto those anchors.
That one nade from Achieve basically ended that whole roam in record time, blew up all 3 of the electric charges, put Eclipse down to half HP, and the team must have said, look, you got a C4, just get yourself back to site as fast as you can. We'd rather you be alive here for when the push does come in. So good of him to back away. It does give TSM the agency now to start their push forwards, but the big bad Nadian, he's like a wolf, but one that gets put down by the hunter that is Achieved. A nice opening kill, and what would have been a very deadly flank has been shut down incredibly quickly.
A very important part of the play there from TSM, closing out Canadian, because it could have been a big moment. It could have been very dangerous for them to have him moving up the flanks, especially with the time remaining, because TSM don't have a choice now really but to continue this aggression in towards site. Achieved, he's going to take the hatch out. He was hoping to catch Pamba with it, but he will be unsuccessful. Bolo, however, manages to find Hyper with a nade. Pamba's just put himself in the line of danger there, and Merc proves why as he finds the kill with the F2. NJR trying to aggress onto him, but Geo's getting the diffuser down right now. TSM are in full control here. 5v1 could be a flawless round. No, that will be avoided as NJR manages to find the melee kill onto Merc, but that is likely to be all that NJR will find. Taking a ton of damage in the process. More shots rain in. It's Charla that finds him, and that's going to be TSM with their first successful attack.
A very convincing one at that as well. Again, they dealt with the roam setup coming out of DarkZero in record time. This is the difference I was speaking about, where in previous rounds you saw DarkZero droning for what felt like a lifetime just to make the most simple of moves of stepping into a room or getting a nade in a key position. What do they do here? Straight inside, even knowing that you've got Canadian out on the roam, they get a nade underneath, force the mirror back and step forward from there. They have flank drones set up to watch Canadian. Otherwise, all their attention is towards the site. They hit it in good time, they find some critical kills and get the plant down. Much more timely, aggressive and pacey coming out of TSM than what we saw from DarkZero in the previous few rounds.
It was the split pressure as well, north and south side. Once they've got that in there, they've got Merc out on the balcony, and it just made it a nightmare for DarkZero. They are going to go back to Aviator games this time. Slightly different setup as they don't have the mirror here. It's going to be the Goyo instead, so I would expect to maybe see a little bit more attention to site this time.
Also got Canadian being the one stepping off the Bandit, giving that over to Hyper, who's been their go-to entry, and he will pick up the mantle of playing the Goyo. With the Jaeger and the Wamai on side, it does feel like we step back about... God, when was the utility meta really in full swing, Ace? Good, 6 months, 12 months. About 12 to 18 months ago, really, actually. Yeah, it was a good while back. We are seeing some iterations of this still in use, in the same way we're seeing Mute and Mozzie be a thing, but like you and I have really commended the dev team for, we don't really see an overwhelming dominating strategy anymore. It's more like in pockets or in niches on specific maps by specific teams. Makes it good fun.
It's more about having a style and doing it well.
Yeah.
At the minute, it's like it feels like anything can work. Yeah, feels like anything can work, and that's always exciting.
Which I love. What I do like about this is really, in a strange way, TSM have kind of put themselves into a corner. They banned away the Flores that would be the go-to counter to this kind of setup. Now they've got to deal with a lot of anti-utility. They've got to deal with shields as well. There are 4 of them on this side of DZ. They don't really have the tools outside of throw nades, of which they'll have to burn through ADSs, magnets, you name it, if they're going to be able to make good use of the utility they've got to clear away that sort of utility on the other side. It's just utility versus utility.
Utility.
I've said that word so many times, I think I'm going insane. It could just be that it's been another long day, but I think I'm going...
I mean, it has been another long day. We do plenty of them at the group stages. We love it. We wouldn't have it any other way. It's exciting watching all the games, casting the games. It's always good fun. But we do get a little bit delirious sometimes by the end of them.
We can do. I know yesterday got a little bit wild. I was like mourning the loss of my iPad when it died on me. I was like, no, come back to me. It is fully charged today. It is more than usable for this series. Pleased to report. Let's see how things shape up. DZ holding on to the main stairs down towards the south side for now. Canadian coming up the other side when he realises, well, there's not going to be much use for a C4 given where TSM are pushing in from. Achieved has got that control downstairs once again, so even without a nade-bearing operator, he's got some damage. Bolo steps up but immediately gets traded out by Pamba, who's down to a simple amount of 5 HP, being pressured by Merc, but wins that fight and holds on to main stairs, keeping himself as the king of the hill.
That's what DarkZero needed, because all the pressure's coming to south side here, and south side, you can't really push in until you've cleared main stairs, because think about what happens next. If TSM just go into study to try and get through to site, they're going to get hit from behind by the Jaeger on main stairs, so they have to get that cleared out. It's not an option, really. DarkZero showing the importance of that. They're doubling down on it, Des. They've got Hyper there on the Bandit as well. They've got the Goyo shield in place. 55 seconds left to go. TSM, I'm not sure that there's a way through this for them. Ace manages to get in and clear out that shield. And that is as simple as that. Moves both of them along, but that fire's going to burn for 10 seconds, and we're going to find ourselves down to about 35 seconds before this TSM push can really find its teeth.
They haven't cleared out the shield as well on maps. Like, this one is a real bugger to deal with. If it's not dead, they'll hold this pixel angle, they'll sit someone behind it, and you become a little bit entrapped. We commented on it earlier on, but a great step in. Eclipse bringing down Geo. Probably a question as to why Geo swinging by himself there, because the diffuser's now also down and cold. Charla looking to step his way through, wanting to use that shield against DarkZero, but it feels more like a bait, to be honest with you. They're looking at it thinking, oh, we can use that, and DZ are like, no, you cannot. Eclipse, a second great shot coming back through. Achieved is all alone. This looks to be a DarkZero round. A second swing at the bat, and they will be successful. A closeout by Hyper. DZ bring the score even once again.
Much better defense. Interesting that both of the defenses that stacked up the utility heavily on the north side were the ones that failed, Des.
Yeah.
The two that focused on site were the ones that managed to get it over the line. DarkZero leveling things up 4-4. It was a nice defense from them. TSM just lost too much when trying to take those main stairs, and DarkZero were able to hold on. So well played from them, and it brings us to 4-all, and you just know that this one is going to continue back and forth like this. Neither of them willing to give an inch. Looks like we might just have a timeout here. It is indeed going to be TSM taking that. Obviously just deciding they need to slow things down a little bit here. So far, there's only TSM that have had 2 rounds in a row. They won round 4 and 5 back to back. Other than that, it's always been alternate.
I did quite like the small moments of team play in that round from them, right? 2 pushing on the bottom side of main stairs to try and contest the 2 players that were there. At the same time, 1 swung in from study door to try and contest in the same direction. But Pamba, as I said, was king of main stairs, did not want to give up his land, and held on very firmly. And that really decided the round from that point forward for TSM, whether they liked it or not. So here, clearly a few things they feel they can work on and get coordinated in time for these next few rounds. Not forgetting, this is TSM's home map pick. DZ coming into this game, many were saying, not particularly high expectations, but they are matching TSM blow for blow, and they're on the defense. It's not a bad place to be in if you're DZ.
It's not really, no, because as we say, you know...
Sucks to be a BDS fan right now.
We do, you know, expect to see the defensive side of Villa have a little bit of an advantage, but that said, it was 3-3 on the first half, so we never know. As you quite rightly touch on there, Des, this does affect the other teams in this group as well. As we said, we've got Elevate, BDS and DarkZero all sort of fighting over that sort of 3rd, 4th, 5th and jostling as to who's going to finish where. 5th place, of course, will go home after the groups. At the minute, correct me if I'm wrong, Des, but it is 1 point for BDS, 2 points for DarkZero, 3 points for Elevate. So they're all within a point of each other, if you will, or correct. 2 points if you look top to bottom. Yep. So very, very close. In a system that can give 2 or 3 points for a win, that keeps us tied up very, very tight. You know, every point is going to count here, and DarkZero currently sat on 2 points. You know, you look at it and think, wow, you know, if they could get the 3 points for a 2-0 victory here, put themselves up onto 5, you sort of think they're going to be looking safe for a 4th place then.
This is the difficulty, right? Tomorrow, you're going to have Elevate playing against TSM and DarkZero against Furia. BDS, this is their last game happening on the B stream right now. Whatever they get from here, they're going to have to stick with. It then comes down to the other teams and how things play out. In a way, TSM and Furia tomorrow become the deciders of BDS's fate, and that is a scary concept given how DarkZero are currently playing against TSM. Merc and Hyper to kick this round off are not too far away from each other. A couple of walls between them, but they won't know that right now. They will do very soon, I'm sure, when they start coming to heads on things. We are downstairs in dining and kitchen in case you didn't quite clock that just yet. Hyper moving his way back up towards the top floor. Well, up through top floor, back up towards being above the sites to join Pamba, who's trying to hold it down against the aggressors that are TSM.
Gio is just sat outside of Laundry at the minute, around the corner. He's got Diffuser in hand, which would suggest that is potentially where the final push, the final execution is planned to come in from. But obviously there's work for TSM to do before they get there. They're going to want to clear top floor, make sure there's no vertical angles to hold Gio away from getting that plant down, and also try and pick up any roamers that have extended into Living Room Library or anywhere else in the map. But top floor is their focus at the minute. There's 2 players, I believe, from DarkZero up there. We've got Canadian just up and down red stairs as well. Eclipse and Pamba, indeed, I think, are both up on the top floor.
Oh, Merc.
Here we go. We could have a little mix-up between Merc and Canadian, but a Canadian just overextends, exposes his head, and Merc removes it for him. But Hyper, Pamba, they come in, trade and counter. Bolo finds NGR. Des, every round is like this. They just go toe-to-toe and punch each other until one of them drops.
That's how it feels. The IGLs especially. I swear Canadian and Merc just cannot stop meeting each other in these rounds as well, and it's always pretty early on. Traded out immediately there, Merc. As you see, both can now call for their teams from the back line. Not a bad spot to be in. Bolo almost finding himself gunned down from above, but still standing. 3 versus 3, and TSM have still got buckets of time to work with here, to be fair, Tim, but only 1 frag grenade left to their name.
Bolo, like you say, has got himself inside a sight there. He's potentially in a position to help Gio get this plant down. This could be a little bit cheeky here. He's watching the vertical angles, and that's exactly what Gio's going to do. DarkZero aren't aware of this, Des. They're doing absolutely nothing to stop it. But Eclipse comes over at the very last second and manages to deny it. There's a Falcon cam feeding info as well. Bolo takes it out. He can collect the case and try to go again, which is exactly what he's going to do with only 15 seconds left. But this is not going to be easy. Still verticals to play against. He does, however, secure it. Bolo down very shortly afterwards. It's up to Achieve. He's effectively 1v2. He flips to the Gun 6. That's not going to do him any favours, Des. DarkZero able to get in. Eclipse manages to get the disable on the diffuser there, but they might have been kicking themselves for letting Bolo get that down to begin with. It was only a fraction of a second afterwards that they were able to take him down, but one way or another, by hook or crook, DarkZero get it over the line.
I know you're the kind of man that will always talk about you didn't get the verticals, boys, and absolutely not. They just said, look, go direct to site, don't stop at go, don't collect $200, carry on your march. And to be fair, once you've got that lateral control, like, why not try and find a spot where you can get away with this plan? But you're seeing why it's so pivotal to have some form of vertical control or a way of denying it. DarkZero using the verticals beautifully and then rotating down red stairs to come for the contest. They find themselves 5-4 against TSM, and just like we've seen from most other teams at the competition so far, we're going to step into our 4th site. It's going to be Living and Library. All 4 sites being used by the majority of teams. I love seeing that amount of variety. So far, DarkZero have not stepped into Trophy and Statuary, so who knows, maybe we will go there next. At least in this round, you've got the Warden coming on side, so 2 shields on board once again. A couple of C4s alongside the Bulletproof. That Thunderbird, always an interesting one. We've seen so many varied uses where it's used out on the roam, somewhere all 3 are grouped together on site, and people just run through and...
I think it was Elevate that started with that one, wasn't it?
I loved it.
Yeah, it was fascinating to see the roamers just sort of dashing down corner alley as they just got juiced up by 1, 2, 3 as they ran past, and off they went again. It was like a little pit stop for them.
Get yourself refueled and back out on the roam. Yeah, absolutely. Turns yourself into basically having a base. It's got like a med center for you. It's incredible. Let's see, though, how things go. TSM really got to start bucking their ideas up here. They made a couple of trade-offs in prior rounds that DarkZero have then really pressed and taken the advantage of. For TSM, I expect a Southside start here, pushing into Study, breaking open Vault, and forcing DarkZero off this top floor is probably going to be part of their plans, given how it worked out for them last time in the previous round. Spoiler, it didn't work very well.
Pamba just looking to maybe take a little bit of a peek and get aggressive for DarkZero there. That's maybe what they need, you know, just take a round by storm, just grab a kill at the beginning and give themselves that advantage while they try to hold on to Aviator games.
Just grab a kill, Tim, just do it, yeah.
I don't see what the difficulty is. But after taking his initial shots, the barricade shot, he's not going to overcommit to it, and I like to see that. Nothing wrong with giving it a try, but don't overcommit. Pamba drops back and he's keeping himself on the main stairs. Eclipse is inside of Aviator as well to try and hold them off the balcony. It's quite important is Eclipse's position at the minute because he's the one that stops Pamba being rushed, basically, and when he's being challenged by Charla as well, he can't watch the study side himself, and this is the idea. You challenge main and you push into study at the same time. There's nothing that main can do about both, but Eclipse is there as an important part of that defense to hold them out.
Really getting stalled in here, but the difference again here that you're seeing for TSM compared to what you saw from DZ is whilst the work is going on above, Charla is also pushing his way into piano and looking to contest. So there's two things going on at the same time. You're not waiting for one to finish before starting the next. That's the thing that I felt DarkZero missed on some of their attacks. Hyper here, hoping to be able to swing himself out. He's just got the angle basically lined up. Then if the man sat down at the bottom of 90, you can see him here. Surely you can see a pixel of a leg or something stepped out, gets drone through. Now the push starts to creep up. It's Merc coming in for the challenge. Will he see the man? Yes, he will. Hyper didn't expect him, and he's going to lose it out. Merc to get one, but yet again, he has been traded out. Every time Merc finds an entry, there is another member of DarkZero there ready to back up the unfortunate benefactor of the death prior to trade it back the other way. Now TSM stepping on the gas, find two more, and a 4 versus 2 kicks in.
Getting broken into pieces right now, DarkZero 2 versus 4. As you say, trades is something that they've done very, very well, Des, and if they can continue to do that, it at least keeps them fighting in it, but this one, it hasn't been possible. Charla's going to find Eclipse now. It's all up to NJR in a 1v4. I'd expect TSM to think about how they can get inside of sight and start getting that diffuser down. The nade goes in. It's going to force NJR into a dead end here, Des. He's cornered, and that is when he may just be most dangerous. He's full health on the smoke at the minute, but he's being held from the hatch. There comes the drop. He manages to get him, but that now leaves them aware of exactly where NJR is. Gio's getting the diffuser down, almost certain to be successful. Flashbang is out, will not catch NJR, and he's trying to fight out of a box here, Des. There's absolutely nothing he can do. He's got lines of sight onto him from both sides. Bomb chassis shuts him down, and that's going to be TSM closing it out on the bottom floor.
5 apiece, keeping it even, Tim. That magical word overtime feels like it's going to start looming over this game any second. We are guaranteed to see all 12. This one, a little bit better coming out of TSM. I mentioned how they were looking to do multiple things at the same time. They were taking control in certain areas while getting control up above at the same time. That just kept the side of DarkZero a little bit stretched, but I need to come back to it. That's the 3rd round in a row. Merc has found the entry and then been traded out straight after. That is a really good sign for DarkZero that they're playing together, always in close proximity of each other. In fact, I believe it was Pengu who once said, generally you should always be within 3 seconds of each other so you can play for that trade.
That's it, it's important. I think, you know, the LATAM teams excluded, it's something that everybody, I say excluded, it's something obviously the LATAM teams can do as well, but we do know that the LATAM teams, they play a little bit more solo because they are very confident in their mechanical skill, and they will quite often win the 1v1.
Empire are exactly the same.
You know, they'll quite often win the 1v1 gunfights. If you're that style of team, you can sort of get away with it, but like you say, you still really are going to benefit. Even if you don't necessarily need, you're still going to benefit from that close contact with somebody else.
I mean, think about it. Empire do it, M&M do it, Na'Vi do it with Doki, for example. There's a lot of teams that do play that kind of independent entry, the one who wants to push forward, go aggressive. Just like how, again, we're seeing these different stylistic tendencies between different teams. Aviator games, we step into. For round 11, will TSM take it and move us to match point, or will DZ take it and move us to match point? You'd rather it be TSM here, I'd say, because otherwise you're looking at a defender advantage, knowing that TSM are then going to attack a site of the choosing of DarkZero. They could go to Dining and Kitchen again, or they would be able to go into Living Library, or they could step into Trophy and Statuary. That's a lot of choices they have on their side with which to try and bait TSM into a less than optimal lineup in exactly the same way that TSM caught DarkZero with those 9 breaching charges attacking a top floor site.
Merc and Achieve stacked up near the laundry. Bolo looking over towards the Astro window for the time being. So I would expect to see some north-sided pressure with a little bit of underneath vertical play as well. Pretty much stock standard for what we've seen so far. Bolo's not messing about here, Des. He gets himself inside. Just going to complete that reload, so he's ready to go and looking to move through now. He's got a drone going ahead of him. We've seen this from Bolo before. He picked up a 4K when he did it previously against Fury, and now they've also just picked up on somebody
Canadian.
playing underneath. It's going to be Canadian on the Ella there. He's been spotted out, and it's maybe time to get himself out of dodge, but the challenge comes in quickly from Achieved. And this is something TSM have been doing well so far, Des. They recognise where somebody is, and they get somebody there quickly to deal with it.
It's either a flank drone or they're actively droning him. It's not so much they're committing people to go and hunt him down, they're just letting him come to them, but always making sure he's being caught out by drones. It is really, really good to see coming out of TSM. Bolo's got himself on 90 now and starting to work his way forwards. Droned in by Geo. Again, something else this team has done very well throughout the competition is this droning in your big key entry players. But now he's in a pretty key position. It's on the rest of the TSM team to catch up. Achieve sat in study. So slowly they are boxing in these site players of DarkZero and looking at what the next step is going to be. For now, it's clearing out Volt, sprayed through the drone hole, not going to find himself going down. If they're not careful, DarkZero Eclipse might be in a spot of bother here. A grenade rolling over the top, not connecting onto the man, but the wall is at least opened up.
More Habana pellets will be applied to allow proper access into the vault. 90 corridor now being pretty much completely in the control of TSM. Canadian's still active underneath Des. He's not actually moved himself back onto a flank yet to be able to make a challenge. 45 seconds left to go, and time will not last forever. He needs to think about doing so at some point. Eclipse has been forced out of vault here, so he's just trying to front up and play right onto map's door, but it's not going to be easy. He's supported by the smoke, and he's in a tough position now. He's backed into a corner. Merc is going to go in. He knows that the man is there. Merc's going to take a ton of damage as he takes a lungful of that toxic babe canister, and the ping comes in to let him know where Eclipse is playing. He gets the kill. Charla finds one. NJR manages to finish Merc with the toxic babe canister. 4 versus 3 now, and it's up to TSM to try and get in and get this diffuser down. They get a kill. Can they get another? Yes, they can. Geo's planting. TSM, they might just do this at the finish line as they're looking towards that map point, and they're going to get it. It's Bolo pushing them on to 6. One more round, TSM. One more round will get you Villa.
They're looking really good so far. These last couple of rounds especially have really warmed into things. Again, they've now got to face against an entire 4-map choice or 4-site choice coming out of DarkZero. They're going to take a timeout. They know that one more round means they get themselves through to overtime, and that is where things can really turn on its head. They have that choice of sites. They've got a good amount of time to have a discussion on both teams here about what is the game plan here. How can we surprise the other side? We'll see what the impact of that looks like in just a moment. For now, it looks like more of a chat amongst the team themselves rather than BC weighing in, just looking on it as players, knowing that Troy is in control here as the IGL and they can figure this one out.
Well, we've got to look back to the last tactical pause as well, which came in from TSM. It was just before round 9, but of course, when you take a tactical pause, the other team get the opportunity to speak as well. It's not just down to the ones who take it. And on the back of that last tactical pause, DZ came out and won the next round. So they've shown a capability to, to use that time well, to see exactly what's going on, and to come back with a plan. So, maybe they do that here and they come back into round 12 and they can manage to take us onto overtime. That's going to be an achievement against this TSM side, who have picked Villa, who are good on Villa, and DarkZero are really stretching them here, possibly pushing them all the way into those added rounds. At the minute, it's going to be the 12th round. We're just about to get back into things here, and I think we're going to be playing Trophy and Statuary as our last site.
Interestingly, DarkZero haven't gone here yet throughout their half. They've been to AVG 3 times, they've been to Dining and Kitchen, and they've been to Living and Library. So I hope TSM are ready for something a bit different here, because this one they may not have seen for a while coming out of DarkZero, given it is one of their least favourite maps. It's worth stating for DarkZero, although we're all sitting here doubting and saying, oh, surely they can't beat TSM. To them, I doubt they really care about upsetting expectations. To them, it's about the points. As a reminder, we've already touched on it once, they are stuck in a dogfight with Elevate and BDS to be a team that makes it through. For every map that you win, you get a point. If you go 2-0, you take 3 points. The lion's share all comes your way, and it can be a great way to keep yourself going as we hear cheers once again erupt on both sides of us, some from the casters, some from the players. Sounds like a very exciting game over there as well, Tim.
Certainly does. Elevate and BDS. Of course, I mean, it's worth mentioning, if Elevate win 2-0, none of this is really going to matter for DarkZero in terms of qualification. If that's the case, then BDS won't collect any more points. They don't play tomorrow. They won't be able to catch up to DarkZero. BDS will be confirmed in 5th place in the group if Elevate can win in 2 maps. So DarkZero really fighting for their life over there.
I've just heard as well about the score that happened over there. Elevate won 7-2 against BDS in the first map.
So this it's do or die for BDS now. 1 point will tie them on points with DarkZero, but probably not enough because obviously they had the loss to DarkZero. So I'm not going to say that it actually confirms it at this point, but that's somebody else's job to do, but it's certainly looking dire is what I will say.
This is where now TSM don't just become the kind of adjudicator, they now become judge, jury and executioner tomorrow, because BDS need to win 2-1 to get 2 points, and even then that doesn't catch them. They can't catch Elevate now, I don't think. No, they can't catch them.
No, they can't. No.
So DarkZero have got today and tomorrow to get 1 point. It's done, Tim. I think BDS are.
Give or take.
They are actually done. If DarkZero win a single map in this series, BDS are done.
DarkZero are trying to do exactly that here in round 12. They're trying to keep themselves alive and push this one into overtime. It'll be a best of 3 rounds if that does occur. DarkZero on their final defense. Eclipse has taken himself all the way down to the basement. TSM currently looking to push themselves into dining room and kitchen and try to get some ground. Charles taken some damage along the way. He's the only one. He's just below half health on about 40 HP. Hyper currently holding on behind 2 deployable shields, trying to make it as difficult as possible for TSM to get into bedroom. Oh no! He's found his way into one of those frost mats. He may be picked up, but NJR goes in for the finish. Merc does start things off just prior to that with a kill on Canadian though. 4 versus 4. And TSM, they're hanging by a thread here if they want to win it in 7.
They've got rid of Canadian at least as well, so sort of a 1-for-1, but you've lost Bolo. You've lost his nades in this case, died with both in back pocket. You've lost the Finker Juice that has helped them quite a bit throughout these rounds. It's stinging. And now Geo down to about half HP, swung onto by Hyper. It's looking a little bit dicey. Trying now to get these off the wall, can't remove every single one, so 4 will go through. Now it's about holding down to Master, where there are 2 or 3 members of TSM starting to crawl all over it like a spider over its web as they start to close in on DarkZero.
Just applying those Wamai magnets liberally there to just try and catch as many throwables as possible that might come in so they can continue the defense. Caught out from the red stairs though. Eclipse, I picked him out at the beginning of the round in the basement. He's coming from behind. Can he get himself another backstab? Probably not. He's been spotted out. He finds Geo for 1, and that is now all down to Merc to do this on super low health. Picked up by Hyper, and DarkZero in the round. Des, we're going to overtime.
Oh, I've been dying to hear those words all day, Tim. So glad it's come out here and now. DarkZero, they have to attack twice. Not that it matters too much, because across both halves, we've seen a 3-3 split. The 2 teams, you can't separate them no matter which side they might be on. But TSM, they get the choice of sites here as well. That can arguably be the difference maker. They're going to start things off for us inside Trophy and Statuary. It's like throwing all the way back to the start of the map. On map 2, we saw a castle setup coming in. We're seeing a castle here once again, and TSM love bringing that mirror. That's going to return along with the Jackal.
Right. Trophy Statuary for TSM. Let's have a look at TSM's defences on Trophy Statuary. Round 2, round 5, both of them successful, Des. They were able to just sort of handle DarkZero, I think is the best way of putting it. Round 5, it was a little bit slow from DarkZero. They did manage to get themselves a flurry of kills in the mid-round, and that seems to be always what it came down to for them on this site. It took them a long time to prepare, but then they were just sort of scrapping in the mid-round for what they could get, and TSM able to hold on. Let's see if they can do the same again. Bolo is going to be out there just applying some cams to study, so there's going to be a presence on the south side. Maybe Merc himself achieved his coming over. Bolo was just there for the utility of the job. Geo's going to be castling off the closet, so again a focus onto Master from TSM as well. They know they're potentially going to face pressure from all sides basically.
Going back to the issues I had with DarkZero in the first half. Not being willing to step into the next phase of the round before the current one has been complete, i.e. they took a long time to get downstairs control, and only then did they really make a move up on the top floor. I want to see him channel some of that TSM energy. Be willing to take a couple of risks here. Don't worry about the roamers. Get flank drones on the go and deal with them when they come to you. It does, of course, require you actually watching those drones, and that's another issue altogether in itself. But pace is what I'm looking for here. They're starting things out on the south side. 4 members all pushing in from the study side of the map and being contested currently by Achieved and Geo.
Gio just very quickly opening up some last-minute holes there with the shotgun to give himself the angle. Out comes the Nitro. Hyper manages to avoid it. Canadian and he can continue the push into Study, but they're going to have to deal with Achieved and Gio. Gio's just making himself a little bit mobile. He's actually going to drop back to elbow and push into short in 90. Just relocate himself a little bit, but he needs to be careful because Pamba is on red stairs at the minute and could be a thorn in the side. He's got himself back to sight. Merc is going to drop back as well, so it's pretty much all on Bolo underneath at this point.
I think Pamba was hoping to catch Bolo on the retreat back through red, but he's taken the long route round, gone up through Living and Library instead, and will just come back up Astro stairs. So a good fallback. You've drawn in a bit of time. You've drawn utility, like the Ace Salma's coming out, for example, an EMP. Started well for them, and they've lost no one in the process. So a good start for TSM. 90 seconds left for DZ. They've got to get a wiggle on now, Ace.
They really do, like you say, time ticking down, and they're not really in control of anywhere in the map that they need to be. Bolo takes the jump out. Can he get his man? No, Canadian just reacts quickly enough and takes Bolo down. That's the Valkyrie gone, and that's advantage DarkZero. But as we've said, Des, time has been the issue for DarkZero on the attack sometimes, and it could be their downfall again. They need to get moving, get control, get confident, and start pushing towards site. Coming into the final minute, it's advantage DarkZero, but it is a fine margin.
Oh boy, Canadian finding Merc as well. Again, the IGLs just keep on clashing throughout this fixture of 5 versus 3. No Achieved, a massive 2K coming in on the jump out, catching them completely unawares and equalizing things once again. 40 seconds to play. This is where things can fall apart for DarkZero. They've lost 2 of the big members in this round that they really needed to be counting on, and it will come down to NJR, Hyper and Pamba, the 3 more fraggy members on this team, to make a difference.
They've got to find the frags. That is the key here, Des. Pamba moves through. Can he find Castle? Absolutely not. Gio takes a lot of damage and then is put down. Hyper moves on, looking for the next. They're not interested in confirming kills right now. They want to confirm plants. Achieved knows where he is, sees the gun barrel, but NJR and Pamba, they've got the cover, Des. They've got the kills, and they've got the round. Round 13 goes to DarkZero. They are ahead once again, and they could finish this off on the defense here and now.
Like I said, Tim, they need one map in this series or tomorrow's series, and they will be through to the playoffs. They are 1 round away after so many looked at them in the first 2 or 3 play days and said, what is this, DZ? Why are you playing like this? It's not good. Well, it doesn't matter whether you can see it as good or bad. They're about to secure a spot in the playoffs. Of course, the actual position is still to be determined. They could hop up towards seconds if things carry on. But right now, they've got to focus on what's in front of them. And that is this round, round 14 in Aviator Games. If they win this now, God, they'll be having a nice little relaxing time in the break, I guarantee you, because someone will probably grab them and say, boys, you've done it. You've secured your spot. Now go out there and get more points.
The thing is, when we get to the end of group stages as well, you look at these games, and quite often we talk about games that, in terms of the standings, don't always, mean too much because standings might be locked in. But the point is, in a tournament like this, it always matters. It's always important. Because we've said it before, and I'll say it time and time again, I'm sure. Winning is a habit. No game here is meaningless. You don't come into your last group game thinking, we don't need a win here, it's fine. Because that loss before the playoffs could be the one that just breaks your momentum, that just breaks the mojo of the team. So you really do need to just keep pedal to the metal, keep going. If you're finding wins, keep on finding them, because it is a habit, it is a mentality to just keep that winning rolling. You've got that belief then that no matter who steps into the server with you, they are going to be beaten. Merc is going to take a few pot shots onto the Study window there, not catch anybody. You never know what you might find through a barricade, so it's always worth a couple of bullets. We do see it occasionally, but for the time being, DarkZero keep themselves safe. They're going to try to lock this one out here and now.
Sure enough, Shell. Looking on the defensive side, once again, it's Canadian off on the roam, by the way. That Malusi just stuck in Narnia somewhere underneath the rest of the map for the rest of the team. DZ actually playing quite tightly packed together for once. There is no extension up towards Trophy and Statue. There is no roaming below with a C4. There is no intent to slow TSM down, so DarkZero in a way just kind of conceding the map to TSM straight out and saying we'd rather play this one a little bit more safely. We're confident we can win on the site itself, so why risk losing a member or two out on the roam? It'll be about chewing through these drones. That's going to be a big thing for them. They've just found 2 in quick succession, but the more you starve TSM of that information game, the better. I'm not concerned about TSM's time use here as well. We're still 1:45 on the clock. They're just about getting themselves into red landing. Bolo looking to push his way down 90 once they manage to force these members a little bit further back, and there should be no point of concern.
Halfway into the round then, don't have an opening kill yet. Hyper back into Vault, TSM take 90 corridor, pushing onto Elbow, and their attack is going well so far. Pretty much the same as we've seen them do previously. They'll try and get Geo down here with the Hibana, more than likely open Vault, make it difficult for the defenders to play inside of there, and then try to push map store and get the diffuser down. But there is certainly work to be done, but Bolo might just be able to find one here. Desi spotted him through the drone hole. Doesn't quite get his throw right. It just bobbles back at him, and Hyper, he lives to fight another day.
Have to work on his pitching arm there a bit, I think, Tim. Hyper still sat at present. They need to get this opened up, and I'm kind of surprised they didn't just spray the top open and at least force him out of Vault, because that would make life a little bit easier. Another impact comes through, blows it off the wall. They've still got 3 impacts to play behind. This could be a real war, but Pamba has his own war going on downstairs. It's achieved, taken off the board. A great start, because that's the buck as well, Tim. They can't open up the floor so easily anymore.
Absolutely not. They're going to have to maybe find an alternative here. As you say, the impact nades just continue to come out. 30 seconds left to go, and they can't keep dedicating time to trying to open Vault. Hyper is going to take a lot of damage, though. That forces him back away from the challenge he was making onto maps. Merc just looking to clear out utility from behind that Vault door to clear out the plant spot. He takes his shots into study. Not going to find anybody at this time. Pamba! No, it's actually NJR that gets the kill. NJR with another. Charla finds Pamba. NJR with 3 days. DarkZero are riding into a Villa win on the back of NJR here in round 14. Bolo goes in, spraying with the LMG, but all that happens is the clock ticks down, and DarkZero take that round, take the map, and take a first step towards victory against TSM.
Not just that, Tim, but most importantly of all, they guarantee themselves a spot in playoffs. BDS will not be able to take them out of this position, and with Elevate taking 1 away from BDS, they cannot catch up. BDS are done. DarkZero, what a recovery against a team that no one had you winning, not alone least on their own map choice. It was Villa being picked by TSM, yet they've come in, 8-6 them, and this could be the start of something beautiful, Tim.
It certainly could. They're going to be going into Coastline for the next map, and it's something that's a little bit unknown from both teams. We don't see a lot of it, but it's going to be an absolute brawl, of that much I am certain. But what a finish for NJR there. 3 kills at the end to just drag that one over the line.
I got so excited thinking it was Pamba that hit that shot as well. I was like, if he'd hit it, it was an absolute screamer, and my scream was justified. I'll take it with NGR getting the shutdown at least as well. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. That really does beg the question now, going into the next 2 maps. Could this be a 2-0 to DZ? They're looking pretty good.
You wouldn't have thought it coming into it. Obviously, DZ have struggled a little bit so far, but I love to see them waking up now.
Well, it's the time to be waking up. No more snoozing for them. Again, it's all about the impact this has on the playoffs as well. I know that it kind of already decides the group, but it sends a message if you're a DZ fan or a TSM fan, or even just a global fan. You get to see a good bit of siege between these 2 NA teams. We'll go to a quick break, and when we come back, map number 2 awaits us all. Welcome back to TSM versus DarkZero. We have just seen DarkZero defy expectations and win 8-6 on overtime on TSM's map pick of Villa. Now, we go into a map that we very seldom see these teams actually play, Tim. It's going to be Coastline. And if we weren't already seeing enough of a frag fest on Villa, we're about to get double that on Coastline.
Absolutely cannot wait for more of this. Villa was just like a slugfest. They just went at each other so many times in the mid-round. It would be 4v4, 4v3, 3v3. It was just back and forward, unreal. I mean, you can see it from the stats in front of you. Look at the kills. Bolo down to Charla, 12 down to 9. Hyper down to NJR, 11 and 10. Like, everybody was getting into it. Was just like one massive team fight, and just everybody had to just get in there and take swings. It was brilliant.
I do want to touch on Merc's entry stat of 4 and 2. Looks impressive in isolation, but got traded out in 3 of those. So it was like, oh man, it's a real sucker. You know, good response from DarkZero as well to shut him down pretty early into most rounds. Did mean he could IGL from the cams, but it made at least one gun was offline and no longer involved in the game. Looking forward to Coastline, Tim. We leveraged a bit of criticism towards DarkZero around timeliness, that they were leaving it very late in some rounds. I touched on this for Empire early on today. As a team that struggles with time as well, Coastline felt like a very good map pick for them. They then step in and get absolutely fragged off the server by the Marshmallows. So, it isn't always a good sign. Doesn't mean everything will go absolutely right, but you get a sense DarkZero, they could take this. They could take a 2-0, and what makes this really interesting then is the whole group opens up, because if DarkZero win here, they are 1 point behind TSM, who currently sit in first place. This group has still got so much to settle tomorrow.
Honestly, I absolutely love the group format from this year. Absolutely love it. It's like we're coming into the final day. There's still so much to play for, still so much to be decided. Teams are absolutely at war with each other, and we haven't even got into the knockout phases yet.
That's it.
Unbelievable, Des.
It's unbelievable, Des.
Bans are raining in. It's going to be Thatcher that kicks us off. No surprises there. Who will be our second attacker? TSM taking out the Flores. Pretty popular so far.
I keep on saying it, Tim. It is an increasingly popular ban. More and more teams taking it away. You know, Lems on BDS, who are now knocked out, in case you missed the news, often said, you know, it is the strongest operator in the game right now. You've got to be fearful of him. I wouldn't be too surprised to see bans coming in, and that's exactly what's happening here at SI. Valkyrie, a very common ban. We didn't see it banned away in the last map. It was picked up in about half of the rounds. And the final ban coming in from DarkZero, maybe a mirror, maybe not. It is definitely a mirror. So the C4's offline, the Black Mirror is offline, everything taken off the board there, where she can make some sites incredibly hard to get through when you've got this questionable presence on the other side. It's like Schrodinger's wall. Is there someone behind it? Is there not? Only way you'll know is when you swing it, and they're going to swing you back.
If they're there.
If they're there. But you just don't know. Only until you swing it do you know. Unless you drone it and you're a good Siege player, in which case, fair play.
First out is going to be Penthouse and Theatre, one that we don't necessarily see too often, but has crept its way back into popularity. Basically, after the changes that we saw to Coastline, we did have some recent attention to the map. It wasn't huge, but it was enough to just change up the flow a little bit. We made a couple of the windows smaller, changed the service area and where you can plant the service kitchen, things like that. Yeah. And Penthouse Theatre did come back into it a little bit, because VIP is now more defensible. You'll notice if you're just coming back to Siege and you're saying, what's the other changes? Well, the VIP window is gone. The double window is no longer there. And if we hop over there quickly, there we go. Thank you very much.
You're making Easy overworking.
I know.
Feeling well.
I know. Easy did tell us that before he came in. Thank you very much for your speedy reaction there, Easy. It was just so that we could see, at the time, Pambazoo was reinforcing the wall. It's been made into a soft wall that can now be reinforced, and it makes VIP much more defensible. Quite often, I'm thinking of Kayak on G2 through the EUL stage. We'll quite often see somebody play in there, electrify the wall, and just really try to hold on to it. And if they do, it makes Penthouse Theatre a lot more defensible.
Well, Easy just came onto the mic in absolute floods of tears there, that he was just talking to Sayano, you know, having a good conversation with an observer like you and I do on Cast all day, and you've stressed him out by making him go over there. I really think you should apologise.
I'm very, very sorry. Me and Easy get on very well. He knows that I love him.
Do you know that, Easy?
He does. Fine. Thank you very much, Easy.
I really wanted him to come back on the mic and say something, but he said nothing.
He didn't.
So disappointed. Now I feel like the unloved one. What is this?
Spoke to me. Right, round one. Here we go. We've got DarkZero on the defense. They're going to be trying to hold on to Penthouse and Theatre. TSM are on the attack and moving quickly. Bolo firing through with the Gon 6, looking to take out Utility and moving in towards Aquarium. For the time being, he's going to hold an angle here, play it a little bit carefully, but then throws caution to the wind. He's going in, Des. He's moving in through luggage, looking to aggress on towards the top of White Stairs, and NJR may be well advised to dip himself away because Charla's on that window as well, and it might just be time to keep yourself alive for the rest of the round, but Bolo can't do that, Des, as Canadian slips underneath and finds himself a little nitro kill.
I've never heard a caster be so excited about someone pushing into security.
Love it. Why would you not? It's Siege, it's just so fun. Okay, Tim. Enough.
The kills are flying in very quickly, by the way. 3 kills coming in for DZ, but it's back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Hard hitting between the two North American teams. We've still got half a round to play. It's 2 versus 3. Geo trying to swing his way in towards the south side here, but challenged from a couple of angles, mainly inside of Theatre. So whilst he's there, we've got Merc up on Cool Vibes, I believe. You can see in the top left corner of your screen. So the 2 players from TSM are a little bit split at this point, and I imagine they'll want to try and get themselves back together here, make a unified front and push in as a collective rather than relying on individual skill with no drones leading you in. It's unlikely you'll come out on top in those situations.
You're just looking to breach the Theatre wall here. It's always a popular one. It makes this site very, very difficult once that is open because you get a nice long angle all the way through to Hall of Fame. And apart from hiding in behind Master Bed, it's very difficult for defenders to find any safety. Hyper is still holding on to VIP for the time being, and TSM, with time ticking away, need to get something going here, and that is the absolute opposite of what they needed. Canadian finds Merc. Geo manages to get one, but there is an instant trade comes back, and DarkZero take the first defensive round on coastline.
Very, very scrappy. 9 seconds in the round, 5 people dead. Bam! Whole thing transforms. It's no longer a big team effort. It's kind of scrapping together whatever morsels of an attack you can assemble. But a good first round from DarkZero, capitalizing on TSM being split at 2 different sides of the map, and a great C4 coming in from Canadian. This is one of those that you look at and probably say that's sort of on TSM a little bit, because commonly when you see someone trying to get control of the top floor, you'll at the very least have a drone downstairs, but nothing saw Canadian step out with its C4. Bolo wasn't even moving at all, just stood static holding an angle, and it's an absolute freebie for Canadian. Well positioned, well timed, and a little bit sloppy from TSM to not catch that one.
I doubt that they'll be punished in the same way again. I think that they will be paying very close attention to who is where around the map, making sure that they pick up on those roamers. And they're going to need to, because DarkZero are defending kitchen and service this time around, so we would expect to see them with some players up on the top floors. At least 1, maybe 2, trying to hold on and keep the feet of TSM out of VIP. We do have Achieved on the sledge, as you said, one of his favourite operators, and if he can get in there and start swinging that hammer around, he absolutely will. Now, Canadian setting himself up over in Sunrise, and looks like they're keen to hold on to that as well. It's always an important push, or an angle of the push coming in from the attackers. Take over Sunrise, push in onto the door into kitchen. You can then cover a window plant potentially. So something else that DarkZero need to be aware of.
You always have to consider just how much map control you're trying to take. Like, Coastline isn't a super massive map. You can rotate through large parts of the map in just a few seconds generally, but Sunrise is where they started. They've obviously got something at the top of Vars. They've got the hatch reinforced off inside of Hookah 2. They've got the vertical control inside of VIP and Penthouse. They're all over the shop essentially. So the more spread thin you are, the more opportunities there are for TSM to spot a hole in the defense and just go for broke. For Bolo at least, it's going to be him starting out towards Hookah, spraying the wall down. Not connecting onto anyone, took a little bit of a chip damage himself, mind you. I imagine that came from the man at the top of Vars, and Canadian once again is lurking below. He's inside of Sunrise, so I think it's a good thing that Bolo is now rotating away from Hookah, moving over to join his team on the east.
The bathroom drop has been completed. Achieved is moving in, starting to open up that floor. NJR is just going to be forced back inside of the side. Achieved, of course, needs to be careful. He could find himself just being shot back. But NJR, for the time being, decides to dip back inside of the shelves and just keep himself safe. Geo opens up the hatch and the vertical work continues. There doesn't look to be much of an effort from DarkZero here to prevent it. I take that back. Canadian finds the best operator he could have found. As you don't get to choose them, but it's Sledge he picks up, and there's gonna be a lot less vertical destruction coming in. They've still got Merc on the Zofia who can go in. He's got soft breach charges. He's doing that right now, trying to create a few more angles, but it's not the same convenience as the Sledge.
What a world we're in where Mute doesn't bring a C4, by the way. He's got the bulletproof, and the only C4 was the one in Canadian's back pocket, but he's 2 for 2 in rounds on getting kills with that C4. A wonderful start for the IGL of DarkZero. And now TSM have kind of said, okay, then full map clear sounds like the play. They've got the Nomad of Charla rotating all the way through Aqua up in towards Hookah and Billiards and trying to do some clearance out there, whilst Canadian is now retreated, no longer with an explosive, out towards Sunrise to stop any pushes coming in from the west. So TSM, I feel, have really got to decide what the game plan is here. We're into that final 60 seconds, and yes, they've got a bit of vertical control, but the members are still very scattered around the map.
Merc taking a lot of damage from underneath there. He's still seeking out the feet of the man, but he can't find them. Charla goes on the aggression, but this cover in place. DarkZero have got a lot of angles held down here, but Bolo finds 2 before being traded out by Pamba. That leaves us 3v3, 3v2 as Merc manages to find NJR. Pamba just trying to rotate himself through into Courtyard, get a new angle, get on the flank and make TSM think. 20 seconds left to go, Des. They're going to have to think about getting this diffuser down, and that is exactly what Geo does. Goes inside a service and starts the plant, manages to find Pamba when he comes off. We'll have to go back to it as Canadian. Last one alive, 1v3, is now inside a Courtyard. Geo surely locks this down. Canadian finds 1 for free, but they know where he is now. Plant confirmed, 1v2. They just need to try and establish a bit of a crossfire here. Charla and Geo try and play together, and it looks like that's exactly what they've done. Charla's moved outside, but I think Canadian's aware. Does he find his man? No! Charla able to cut him down, and TSM managed to cling on to that one and get the round 1-1.
It's like jumping onto a merry-go-round and just seeing where it takes you in this game, Tim. That round there, once they found the first couple, like, I don't know, a kill came for Canadian, then suddenly everything devolved into, let's go and push Aqua, let's try and fight over lobby, let's do everything except really focus on the site. But once Geo got in, everyone stopped messing around, it all turned the focus onto the site itself. And a good bit of heads-up play coming in from Geo as well, because he was planting, but came off to assist with the kills in towards Courtyard. Nice bit of play coming in overall, 1 for 1, nice and balanced between the two teams.
I already feel like this one's probably going to overtime, Des. I just don't feel like there's much to separate these two teams today. They are both very much in this, I think, for the win, but also for just the bragging rights. It's NA versus NA, region versus region. Just try and get in there and get one over on those regular opponents. They're going to be heading now, DarkZero down to Sunrise and Blue Bar, and nothing too unusual. Canadians brought the Echo along, so doesn't have a Nitro in hand this time.
You stole the joke I was going to make there. I was saying, Tim, DZ are already going to lose this round. And you were going to ask me, oh, why, Des? Why have you got such a big brain take on this round? And I was going to say, well, Tim, Canadian doesn't have a C4. He's playing on the Echo. He's clearly... It's like when you've had a few spins and you feel, you know what, this is going well for me. I'm a bow out now. Canadian's gone for that. He doesn't want to make it 3 out of 3. Doesn't want to find losing everything coming.
I've had a good day.
That's it.
I'm going to let someone else have a go.
Someone else can have a bit of fun, but no one's bringing a C4. There's 2 bulletproofs, there's 2 shields on side. The Yokais, of course, are going to weigh in. This just screams to me their focus is going to be denial. All the denial focused in towards pool entrance, up towards the northwest of the site itself, and stop TSM being able to get an easy plant down. For TSM, at least, they aren't starting on that side of things. They're starting in Penthouse and Theatre and want to work their way across. It's almost like, Tim, if they had a C4 in back pocket, now would be a great time to be whipping it out.
Imagine that. We have got one man up on the top there. Eclipse is going to take a lot of damage and likely dip away from that fight. And as soon, the thing is, by bringing the Nomad along, I spoke about it earlier during the day when we played Coastline earlier. Once you get in as the attackers, air jab off both stairs, you're safe upstairs. It's like you can just operate up there for free at that point. There's no rush, there's no pressure. You know that you're going to be safe. So as soon as Charlotte can get in, that's exactly what they're looking to do. But we're still trying to fight with somebody out in Hooker and just try and pressure them back downstairs, which I think is exactly what he's done. It looks like the hatch was open, but then there's going to be a little return here. I don't know if that player is just inside. I think they're on Cool Vibes stairs. Yes, they've gone back down the stairs. It was difficult just to tell whether they were inside VIP or on Cool Vibe stairs, but they're going to be forced away, and I think TSM have pretty much got that top floor control they want. It's just going to be down to Charlie to lock it off now with the air jabs.
Yep, good falling back by DarkZero as well, just keeping them guessing, forcing drones to have to come in, for example, forcing them to have to pre-fire on corners, but they get away with most of them intact. I say that, and then Merc finds NJR. Cast the curse, my friend. I am so sorry. With that opener, though, it's the smoke that's gone. One of the two big key denial tools that they had towards the plant going down in that corner of sight. All they can rely on now is Canadian on the Yokais. He's currently sat on them at this point, feeding information back and forth to the team, moving them around, getting them in position, being ready for when this play comes through.
Canadian just using...
Look, he's sat in bathroom as well. He's miles away from the action.
Just using that drone to try and feed information. We see this a little bit more often where Yokai drones will be used as the equivalent of the attacker drones. Just moving around, trying to find utility, trying to find players, trying to find locations. He's going to lose that one by doing so. And so it may just hinder his ability to deny a plant here. Merc tries to find one, but Pamba manages to cut him down. Immediate trade comes in. Gio's getting the plant down, Des. Somehow TSM have been able to steal inside a site and may just steal the round here. Bolo knows there's a challenge to be found, and boy does he find it. 3 on the round for him, going absolutely wild, taking Hyper down, cuts Eclipse as well. 4K for Bolo, easy for TSM.
Easy for Bolo especially. Wow, big 4K coming out to take round number 3 comfortably for TSM. I feel once they'd already removed the smoke, that was the main threat they were worried about gone, and they were counted through the Yokais as they went. You know, maybe not the best positioning overall for where they were set up by Troy. Like, normally you'd hide them underneath, like, trays. You wouldn't just leave them on the ceiling blind as they were them there. One even got pulled out and sent off on its little journey to Narnia, all the way up to Mordor by the looks of it, up White Stairs, and eventually being shot out. You know, not really the most effective use there or placement for those Yokai drones. Does come back to bite them as they have no form of denial, and Bolo goes absolutely nuclear. Now we find ourselves stepping into hookah and billiard, so going upstairs above the floor that we just played on a moment ago. And Tim, I'm dead pleased to report the C4s are back in action, so much so there's 2 of them to make up for lost time.
Not in Canadian's hands though, Canadian being the one to get opening kills with a Nitro in both round 1 and 2. Going to be on the Aruni this time around, brings the bulletproof camera, so feeding the information back. That's likely going to be played looking, it's already been deployed, and it's not looking in towards Aquarium, so it will be elsewhere. I'm sure we'll pick up on it as the round goes along. It's, oh, it is. Thank you, Easy. It's on the white beam. I was so focused on the centre of the wall.
Ah, see, he's not
chatting
to Sayana now, is he, huh?
Where it usually goes, that it's found over on the left-hand side.
It's got you covered there, mate. Well and truly looked after. I just wanted to chip in and rib on you a bit. I had nothing else to offer, I'm sorry.
Often the case. Round 4 gets underway. We're into the action phase, and we have got Wamai playing out in Aquarium, but Bolo continues his kill streak there. 4K moves to 5 in a row as he manages to find Pamba and take him out of the round very, very quickly, and Bolo's looking confident here as he's got a drone at his feet and he's getting aggressive towards that sunrise door, moving quickly across the map.
Yeah, I mean, the man's now 7-2. Yes, it's been largely built on the 4K that he got in the previous round, but when he starts firing, he doesn't really tend to stop. Keep a close eye on him throughout this map, because the only one really matching him on the other side is Canadian. Even he's sat down at 4 and 3, 2 of those kills coming in from a C4. So yet to really see who his nemesis is going to be in this game, who can really step up and compete with him. We spoke about how on Villa it was very, very balanced. There was no one hero really standing up for either team. I think we're already starting to see one established in the form of Bolo. Canadian working his way down towards White Stairs. I think he's caught wind that maybe they're pushing in towards lobby here, just checking it out in case a drone comes up as well. You know, part of the job of Aroma is more about destroying drones, drawing utility, wasting time. If they're going to drone you out the top of White, you kill a drone, move back into the next room. They drone you out again, you kill another drone and move back. You've chewed through 20% of their intel game, so it's always worth being out on the roam, even if not to find kills, just to waste time and to eat through those drones.
Top White currently being held as well at the minute. DarkZero very widespread again on the defence. It was something that they tried last time around in round number 3. TSM were able to force their way into sight pretty quickly once they realised that was the case. They're going to take out the shield at the top of Cool Vibe stairs, so NJR's position becomes a little bit more perilous, and it looks like they are pushing towards Hooker here, looking to really clear it out. Hyper manages to get Bolo, so that's going to level things up at 4-4. And he's just going to drop himself away into office probably, just to relieve the pressure that was mounting on him from Achieved on the double window.
Again, just more smart play, drawing attention, drawing time, and then dropping away to another location. Really well played drone game by DarkZero in this round especially. Although that does mean they've now got to play below the site itself, not forgetting they are defending the top floor. It does mean they aren't at risk of losing any more members just yet. NJR looking pretty low, but it's a 4 versus 3. Achieved, equalizing things back up to 3-3 onto Hyper, who backed away not too long ago. 30 seconds to play with for TSM.
I've got to say, through what we've seen of TSM, it is so often Achieved who does that. When they're behind, he drags them back into it. Eclipse is just looking on the long angle. He's not going to get anybody coming in from Hookador just yet, but it's not going to be long, Des, because they don't have much of a choice. The Toxic Babe canisters go out, another one is deployed. They're just going to have to go for it through this, and he does manage, Gio, to get himself inside, gets a kill, and is able to start putting the diffuser down. He has to stick this now, and Charla has to cover. He gets one, focuses on the second. Canadian will not be able to cross the path, and that is going to be the diffuser down successfully from TSM. Gio manages to escape outside, and this one looks like it's all but done. They might want to put somebody on the rappel, but they're just going to hold their time here. I think actually Charla's gone underneath to potentially look at a denial from down there. Canadians going for it. Are they going to stop him in time? Yes, Charla manages to come up the Cool Vibe stairs and gets him through the rotation.
Very nice and smart there to play up Cool Vibes. They had one on the doorway side, one on the stairway side. Just no way in heaven's hell that Canadian gets out of there alive or with the diffuser completed. Good stuff. TSM moved to 3-1 in the half, even with DZ being pretty good on the roam. I've got to say, they're chewing their way through drones, for example. They're wasting quite a bit of time. They're drawing in utility. Not tons to the stage that TSM are completely exhausted on those things, but enough that it's given them something to think about. It's not changing the outcome all that much, though. 3-1 is set as we go back into Penthouse and Theatre, which is where this whole map started off.
And back in round 1, it was a DarkZero win on this site. Canadian just wasn't picked up underneath. He was able to get a nitro kill, really kicked the round off, and then he made a nuisance of himself on the flank. Something that I think TSM need to pay attention to this time. They need to make sure that they're picking up on exactly where the roam game is, because DarkZero have been playing these defenses pretty widespread over the last couple of rounds in particular. They've only maybe had 1 or 2 on site generally, so TSM able to go in, and you've 2 choices. You either try and pick them apart, or you move in quickly and try and get yourself directly into site. Given the VIP setup this time, I don't think it's going to be the latter of those choices, so just try and get yourself in underneath. Make sure you've cleared everybody out. Canadian does have a nitro again. He's on the Goyo, so may play closer to site. He may head downstairs again. We'll have to keep an eye on exactly where he goes. But TSM, learn your lesson. Make sure you're picking up where everybody is and go and clear them out.
Overall, these castle barricades back in round 1 as well were dealt with pretty quickly. They just burnt their way through them. Not forgetting, of course, you have the Gone 6. You've got Sophia on side. They aren't really long for this world. You've already heard the first one come out here as well. Bolo popping it open, and Hyper is at the doorway to meet him. As a C4 in back pocket, if he feels like chancing it, he could just chuck a C4 over this edge here and might find Bolo quite easily, since he won't have much time to react and go clay pigeon shooting. For now, it's almost like he's daring him to get on the rappel, because of course you see the top of the rappel line when it attaches onto a surface, and he'll know exactly where the aggressor is.
Hyper looking to get aggressive himself. Just moving through towards Aquarium, and I think DarkZero just trying to have a presence around the map and just let them know that nothing is going to come for free here. As you can see, again, quite widespread, this defense. They've got 1 in VIP, 1 in corridor, 1 in site, and then the other 2 are off roaming, 1 inside a hooker and 1 on Cool Vibe stairs. So there is work for TSM to do here, and they're being very cautious about it. There's a minute in, and they're still just looking to find exactly where these players are before they take the challenge. Hyper is on the receiving end of one of those challenges. He's going to take a lot of damage and dip himself back to the corridor to keep himself safe and continue in the fight, but needs to be careful here because there was no damage done to the side of TSM.
No, it's very close up to Hyper, but he's alive for now at the very least. Halfway into the round, and they're finally starting to get some feet inside the building. You've got Merc pushing in off towards kitchen side. You've got Bolo, who's just stepped in and looked towards luggage. So it's taken them a while to get the drone work done and to feel confident to actually step inside the building, but I touched on Coastline as a map earlier on. Oh dear. That happened. And that happened too.
Just a complete lack of awareness of where Merc was coming from. But as you say, Eclipse manages to answer back, and that's something you picked up on, Des, from Merc, and it's happened again. He gets that entry, he gets traded out, not always managing to get the full benefit of that opening kill. 4 versus 4, 1 minute left to go. Achieve taking a lot of damage on the hooker door, trying to push in, knows that a man is prone, obviously has information. Somehow the Aruni of Eclipse managed to escape for a little bit of time, but is ultimately found. Pamba finds Bolo at the same moment, and Charla, he repels into the top of White Stairs and is looking to push directly onto site here. TSM aren't going to have too many options if they allow the clock to keep ticking. 3v3, 35 seconds left to go. They need to find some kills.
It's just consistently coming down to these 1v1 gunfights as well, where again the team aren't strictly playing together, but there are really good trades being offered back by the other side. A 1v1 battle turns into a whole team brawl in the end. And here's another one. Charla, this time bringing down Pamba as he steps out for a challenge. There's still one more sat inside of theatre. I don't think they know. NJR tucked in, could play massive spoiler in this round if he knows which side they come in from. He's got one to either side of him. They've got not a clue that he's in the corner. Finds one, also a swing on 90 comes in. Canadian weighing in at the last second. It's all down to Achieved. And a little bit of misdroning on the site itself. They may have done the surrounding runes and the stairways, but didn't think about those that might be holding it down themselves.
Beautiful play from NJR and Canadian there in the 2 versus 3. Never an easy situation, especially for NJR. Had one pushing on either side of him, but Canadian dealt with that when he stepped out into the corridor, and that just shows good communication between the two. NJR obviously aware of the situation around him, called out the danger, and his teammate was able to react quickly and help him to deal with it. So DarkZero taking themselves another successful defense of Penthouse Theatre. If you were going to pick any site on the map to be the one that they held on to, Des, it might not be that one.
A win's a win. At the end of the day, they'll be happy to take it. Now they're going to try Blue Bar and Sunrise for the last of the half. Before we'll switch sides and see how TSM fare on the defense of Coastline. Again, remembering, this is DarkZero's map pick. Back on Villa, it was TSM's, which DarkZero walks away as the winner on. If you were a betting man, you'd probably say DarkZero have got some kind of confidence on this map, some ideas they can bring to the fore. We've seen a couple in this half, and it's mainly been in the form of C4s coming out of Troy. But it does mean this half can end 3-3 at the most for them. Let's see how things set up here, down in Blue Bar and Sunrise then. Nothing really out of the ordinary that we're seeing just yet, to be fair. The usual rotate between sides, a bunch of reinforcements scattered around, some attention being given out towards service and entrance, or service entrance, sorry. Normally why you see that is because someone wants to play inside a kitchen and challenge onto the service entrance doorway. Again, just slow them down, draw some drones in. Where I've seen mistakes made here across the tournament a couple of times is people overstay their welcome. And the problem then is the attackers get someone sat on kitchen window, you try and back in through kitchen, try and back out through kitchen because you can't go via lobby because someone's on that door. You just find yourself a little bit trapped essentially. So I want to make sure that DarkZero are dropping back in good time and not getting themselves a member or two going down without being able to get out safely.
TSM have gone straight onto the rappel towards Penthouse double window, looking to start a little bit of a top floor clearance as well, I would expect. And then you've got Bolo just around the corner here. He's going to be droning out, and I think has probably found Pamba by the looks of those shots that rain in through the service door, just looking to see if he can catch the man out. But he's not too worried about getting in there and aggressing directly into him, I wouldn't have expected. Given that it's the Malusi, he'll know that there's a Banshee in place. Merc nearly catches one out on the rotate as he sprints across the VIP doorway, but he will escape down Cool Vibe stairs. It's Eclipse that's just moving himself to safety, and TSM looking pretty good for top floor control.
Yeah, it took them about 90 seconds last time to get real control to actually get inside the building in the first place, but the fact that they're in on the east side now and looking to move their way through is a good sign. Pamba still left, largely ignored downstairs, mind you. He doesn't look too bothered right now, while Hyper is having his own challenges off towards the site, just sat above it, drops away as Merc steps in. Cool Vibes, good timing to get away there just as Merc steps in to look for the challenge, but he catches Canadian on the rotate back out. A good kill to find, the mute going down along with that C4.
Merc getting the opener there, now it's time to keep yourself alive, keep in the game, don't be traded out, and really get the full benefit of that opening kill. 5 versus 4, Canadian gone, he's straight onto the cameras trying to feed information back into his team. But TSM, they are now able to start opening up above the site with the Nomad on site of Charla. There's no reason that she should be getting challenged again up on that top floor. There's a lot of work to be done here. There's the mute jammer that needs to be cleared out, and then the wall can be open. They can force the defender out from behind that position. Merc does manage to get Pamba, and the Hibana of Geo is looking to start that work. Merc's just picking him apart here. Des has got himself 3 on the round. This could be 4. No, shut down by Hyper, but it could be too little too late for DarkZero, as it's now 2 versus 4. Eclipse doing what he can, takes out the drone, but he's going to have to dip away from the plant spot there. But Hyper, he decides he's going to get hyper aggressive here. He's going up to the door, but Geo cuts him down, and that's going to leave it all up to Eclipse. 1v4 shut down by Achieved on the swing, and that's going to be TSM taking round number 6. 4-2 half for them.
In dominant fashion as well. A lot of it coming off Merc, the man who we spoke about earlier on, constantly being traded out as the opening man. I think he got into a spot at the top of Cool Vibes where I thought, okay, DarkZero backed away here, they won't find themselves caught, but it was really good intuition by Merc to immediately swing over to the hatch and hope to capitalize someone who was moving around trying to reposition once the call had come in that he was present up above. Very smart play, a big 3K, hands the round to TSM, and now they turn onto the defensive side whilst DarkZero get their swing of the bat on the attack.
It's going to be Kitchen to begin with for TSM. Are we going to see Coastline play out in favour of the attackers today? I'm sure DarkZero fans out there are going to be hoping that that is the case. Or is it just the fact that TSM were in control of it? Not too unusual for us to see teams take each other's map picks and go and win them and just find ourselves on a third decider. At the end of the day, when you're talking about a map pool and a professional team, you got to be capable on all of them. You know, you've got to at least be able to put in a reasonable game. Obviously teams have their favourites, they have some that they are better than others, but you would still expect them to be able to be competitive on all.
I think that's fair to say, yeah. You need to be able to, in the same way when you play ranked, right? You might step onto, I don't know, Favela, Canal, maps you don't like playing. You need to know how to play them to some level. Pro teams, being way, way ahead of that, will definitely have some competency on all 7 maps. A lot of it just comes down to preference. It comes down to the amount of prep time that you've invested. I know for some teams, for example, they're just like, well, everyone else is playing that map, so we're not going to play it, and we're just going to ban it away every single time. And there's a couple of teams that do it on Chalet. I forget which ones they were, but I spoke to a couple, and that was sort of their approaches. If everyone else is playing it, we'd rather just ban it away so all that prep time they're given into the newer map is exhausted and wasted. So not at all a bad strategy. You'd rather focus on getting 3 or 4 right than work on all 7 and find yourself more watered down. Anyway, 30 seconds in, DarkZero are starting out exactly as TSM would have, with the initial drone work coming in, making sure they actually have a way of getting inside the building in the first place. And one of the key differences is Pamba on this Twitch can obviously run around with those shock drones, which he was doing for a second there, and clear out any gadgets that he finds. And he's got a good few targets, looking in towards those magnets, looking in towards the electro claws, for example. Can't, of course, shoot his way through the other things like the bulletproof Banshees or through the Evil Eyes, but can still threaten them if they were to open up.
Charles sees one man move across service, but just far too quick to react to, and lets him go, feeds the information to Achieved, who is trying to hold down the main door in the direction that he was headed. There's actually 3 looking to push in from there at the minute, and until Achieved is moved out of his position here, they are not going to be able to. They will be held up. Charla's got the perfect weapon in hand to be able to hold down this service door, and Hyper was aware of this earlier, and I think he might still be watching that angle onto double window. He is just waiting for the potential jump out there. He's desperate for them to try it, because he's just going to pull the trigger as soon as they do it. It looks like Merc has just dipped away from it. He's going to have no further part in that, and Hyper guesses that's going to be the case and turns his attention back towards service.
Well, double smoke coming down into lobby is interesting. Don't normally see this unless you want to go in for a plant, yet no one's made a move. In fact, here we go, finally stepping inside a service. It's Hyper looking in towards one side, but he falls down to Charla as Alda gets set to work. There is one more man just in front of him that he can't quite find. There's a trade back on the other way. Pambazu finding a double, but Charla evens things out as well. A 3 versus 3. Charla onto a slither of HP, and Canadian with a great angle inside a courtyard. It's going to force one member out of sight altogether. So now it starts forming into this sort of retake situation for a couple of members of TSM, but you still got Charla sat with that Alder, waiting for someone to step in. It's Pamba stepping up for a 3K in the round. Looks for one more coming down on White. He's got the right idea. Can he land the shots? No, he cannot. Dipping away, in and out into a 2 versus 2, Tim.
Pamba does have Diffuser in hand here, and after finding that quad kill, he's going to go for the plant. Pambazoo doing absolutely everything inside of this round as Geo's trying to take a pot shot through the wall, and JR's going to pinch away that ace from Pambazoo, but he won't mind in the slightest. This is all about winning rounds, winning games, and that is exactly what DarkZero just did. 3-4 after a successful first attack.
I want to say convincing, but it was more Pamba that was convincing than anything, right? You step in and find 4 kills like that. Yeah, fair play. A round is going to be pretty convincing if you're hitting shots like that the whole way through. Had the plant going down, so regardless of what happened after that point, I didn't really see him losing it. There was a yellow ping that came into where he was planting, but of course you got some cover from NJR, ensures the round goes their way. TSM not wanting to see this series end 2-0 are cracking on with things here on the defensive side. What more they could turn this into is going to be, sorry, defensive side. DarkZero not wanting it to end, too favourable towards TSM. They're starting to crack on their attacking side and get things going. Now we're going to step ourselves into Blue Bar and Sunrise.
TSM then, they're not going to want to let DarkZero get the heads here and start catching up too much. This is an important round for them to try and win if they're going to try and take this to a third map here. DarkZero on the attack, we know that Coastline can play in their favour. It looks like we've just had a call for a rehost. Tell you what, we've not had too many of those, have we?
No, we haven't, to be fair.
This might be our first, actually. We've had a couple where during the break between maps, you know, somebody's had to just drop out and sort something out and come back in. But actual rehosts, I think it might be our first. Second at an absolute push. It's
very limited.
Very, very good so far, Touchwood.
This is a good time to do a little update as well on what we just heard about what's going on the other stream. BDS have just won Cafe 7-3. That doesn't have any bearing on the actual outcome of the group. BDS are donezo. They are going home essentially on Sunday. But if nothing else, it's a bit of a point to say, well, here's what we can still achieve, right? We can still play. Is it against some of the best teams in the world? Everyone here arguably is one of those. It's against Elevates. Maybe you'd say no, but a result is a result. You know, heart does break a little bit for them as well, knowing they've had a rough few days in terms of Rafal not being present, then being back in the team. But ultimately, the results speak for themselves, and we know the 4 teams from this group, at least, that are going through, Tim.
We do. We will be back with you in the game very, very shortly. We're just going to get all the players loaded back in. There was just a little drone bug that's meant that we've had to just drop out and basically just reload everybody back in. That is the case. I can see the lobby in front of me, so we'll get the game started. And as soon as we know that everything is smooth, we will be back with you. We've got some replays in the meantime, just to keep you entertained. Feast your eyeballs on some of these fantastic kills that we've seen so far. It's been a real battle between these 2 North American sides so far. Neither of them wanting to concede ground to the other. I don't think there's been a time really where anybody's been clear by 3 rounds.
No.
The most advantage anybody has had has been TSM at 3-1. You know, other than that, it's all been 1 round difference basically on the scoreline.
You'll take that for a nice competitive game. The thing that would have really stopped coming into this, because there's naturally a lot of rivalry between these 2 teams, right? We know exactly what Canadian can be like when he's screaming across the room, whether it's SSG, Oxygen, TSM, you name it. He'll be screaming the house down at whoever is sat there. But for TSM, a team that are kind of trying to show, look, all right, Stage 3 was a one-off, like, deal with it. DarkZero, who are trying to prove a point themselves, have now had Canadian for 6 months. And generally that 6-month mark is where you're expected to start seeing results. We've said much the same, interestingly, for BDS, this competition with BIOS being with them now for about 6 months. Obviously hasn't worked out too well for them, but for DarkZero, although it looks shaky to start things off, they are looking good, at least in this series. Let's see then how our double bar site setup goes. We're not going to see, out of the defending side this time round, anything like a echo coming through. There is a smoke, as you come to expect, but a slightly different tactic being shown by TSM compared to what we saw coming out of DarkZero.
Moving into the round we go then. It's going to be round 8. TSM on the defense once again. Blue Bar Sunrise, as you say. We've got a lot of players